Suze traversed into a world teeming with myriad races, where diverse cultivation methods abound. There exists martial arts, sorcery, and beast taming. During the awakening ceremony, Suze unlocked the innate talent of a beast tamer and bound himself to a divine-grade beast taming system, enabling him to impart his cultivation directly to spirit beasts, thereby reaping a staggering return on investment. Thus, a beast tamer emerged whose prowess eclipsed that of his contracted spirit beasts. Is he mad? That beast tamer obliterated a mountain with a single punch? Why is this beast tamer stronger than his own spirit beasts? Who is truly taming whom? Someone must reign in this lunatic. As a dedicated martial artist, how is it possible that my combat skills are outmatched by a beast tamer? Chapter 1. The Divine Beast Taming System and the Return on Investment High Noon. In Jiangnan City, the sun blazed brightly and heat waves danced upon the ground. At the city center, a uniquely designed edifice stood solitary in the plaza. It was the Jiangnan City Talent Awakening Center. At this moment, within the Awakening Center, a resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Next, Suze. With a hint of nervousness, a youth stepped forward from the crowd. Suze approached the Awakening platform, aware that the moment determining his future had arrived. 16 years prior, he had entered this world that he quickly discerned the stark differences from his previous life. Initially contemplating leveraging the informational disparity between the two worlds to become a literary scribe, thereby achieving financial freedom and leading a life of affluence. However, it wasn't long before he realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. This world possessed its own cultivation methods, indicating it was a realm of fantasy. Upon reaching the age of 16, citizens must partake in the Talent Awakening ceremony. Those who successfully awaken their talents become cultivators, while those who fail remain mere mortals. Thus, turning 16 represents a critical crossroads in one's life, exceedingly significant. At this juncture, the awakening ceremony commenced in earnest. Suddenly, a resplendent beam of light emanated from the crystal sphere, enveloping Suze entirely. He felt as if he were immersed in a warm spring, a soothing warmth coursing through him. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. Within mere seconds, the colorful light dissipated. The staff present fixated on the crystal sphere, awaiting the outcome of the awakening ceremony. Suze, too, anxiously awaited the result. After a brief moment, the crystal sphere flickered and a slender beam of light illuminated his brow, transmitting a piece of information into his consciousness. Awakening successful. Talent, beast tamer, martial cultivator. Upon witnessing this result, Suze finally exhaled in relief, soon engulfed by elation. He had become a dual talent possessor. As the name implies, a beast tamer specializes in commanding spirit beasts. Their combat prowess is primarily derived from the spirit beasts they contract. Conversely, martial cultivators rely on their innate strength. They cultivate daily, harnessing the spiritual energies of the world to enhance their own power. For most individuals, only one talent can be awakened, dictating their future path. However, dual talent possessors are afforded an additional option, enabling them to cultivate along both avenues. Alas, the resource consumption is exorbitant, and thus few choose this route. After registering his identity as an awakener, Suze was assigned to an exclusive high school for awakeners, Jiangnan City No. 1 High School. Report to school in 3 days, the registrar instructed. Suze nodded and exited the awakening center. Outside, a throng of parents awaited, creating a sea of humanity. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Suze's eyes as he navigated through the crowd. Embarking on his solitary journey home. 10 years prior, his parents had vanished during an expedition into a dimension, leaving no trace behind. While termed missing, everyone understood the implications of such a fate in that perilous realm. But in the dead of night, Suze stood upon the balcony, gazing at the nocturnal cityscape. He glanced at his watch. The hands had just crossed the threshold of midnight. "Happy birthday," he whispered, offering a silent blessing to himself. At that moment, a mechanical and cold electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has reached the age of 16, fulfilling the binding conditions of the system. Commencing binding now. System binding in progress. System binding successful. Congratulations on becoming the master of the Divine Beast Taming System. Transmitting specific functional information of the system. Transmission successful. A torrent of information flooded Suze's mind, detailing the capabilities of the beast taming system. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon found himself engulfed in ecstasy. A golden opportunity. After 16 years of traversing this realm, his golden key had finally arrived. In short order, Su Zhe comprehended the functionalities of the divine beast taming system, and the more he pondered, the more astounded he became. One particularly terrifying ability stood out: the return on investment. The host can directly transfer their cultivation to a spirit beast, which in turn returns a portion of that cultivation back to the host. The return multiplier ranges from 2 to 100 times. The specific return multiplier is randomly selected each time, relying on fortune. The only limitation is that this ability can only be used once per day. Yet, even that is extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, once Su Zhe's cultivation reaches a certain threshold, he can utilize the system's transformation capabilities. In theory, he could transform a mere pig into a genuine pure-blood Qilin. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Should he wish to undertake such an endeavor, he would require formidable cultivation. In this world, cultivators are divided into various sects. There are martial artists who specialize in physical prowess. There are sorcerers who master arcane arts. There are beast tamers who focus on the nurturing of spirit beasts, and countless other cultivation paths. However, without exception, to cultivate these paths, one must possess the corresponding talent. In comparison, the talent for beast taming is the most arduous to cultivate. To achieve great heights on this path, one's contracted spirit beast must be exceptionally powerful. Moreover, the spirit beast must be nurtured from a young age, otherwise, the risk of it turning against its master looms large. Additionally, nurturing spirit beasts consumes countless resources. Every condition must be met. Failing that, one's achievements in life will remain limited. Thus, despite possessing two talents, Su Zhe had initially resolved to focus solely on martial arts. However, the situation had changed. With the return on investment ability, he could now cultivate both talents simultaneously. This golden opportunity was nothing short of a perfect match for Su Zhe. Now, my foremost objective is to find a contracted spirit beast, otherwise, the system's capabilities will be rendered useless. Su Zhe pondered silently. After deliberating for a moment, he resolved to visit the Jiangnan City Spirit Beast Cultivation Center. As a benefit, each newly awakened beast tamer is entitled to adopt a spirit beast free of charge. However, these spirit beasts typically possess ordinary lineage, limiting their future potential. Yet, this posed no issue for Su Zhe. With a return on investment ability, even a pig could be nurtured into an extraordinary divine swine. Not to mention, he also possessed the capacity to transform spirit beasts. Once his cultivation ascended, conjuring an azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise would not be impossible. Chapter 2. The Faint Bloodline of the Azure Dragon. The initiation begins. With a 20-fold return the following day, Su Zhe awoke with the dawn, rising from his slumber to wash up briefly before making his way to the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center. In this world, while a cultivation system exists, technology is remarkably advanced, and transportation is exceedingly convenient. Half an hour later, Su Zhe arrived at the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center with ease. After verifying his identity as a Beastmaster, he smoothly entered the main hall of the center. As he traversed a lengthy corridor, a vast indoor space unfolded before him. Transparent glass boxes, akin to shipping containers, were neatly arranged, each housing a young spirit beast. The signage outside indicated the names, levels, bloodlines, and other detailed information about these creatures. With a swift glance, Su Zhe activated the system's capabilities. Name: Scarlet Flame Serpent level, young, awaiting growth, bloodline rank, F special bloodline, none remarks, a common sight in any patch of grass. To describe it in one word, it is trash. Lines of luminescent white text materialized before Su Zhe's eyes, cataloging the information regarding these spirit beasts. He was exceedingly satisfied with this ability. While ordinary beast masters could only discern the strength of spirit beasts, he was privy to an abundance of detailed information. This advantage would enable him to seize opportunities and gain benefits ahead of others. Name: Azure Wind Bull level, young, awaiting growth, bloodline rank, E special bloodline, none remarks, an ordinary Azure Wind Bull. Rather than becoming a contracted spirit beast, it is more suited as a source of food. The meat of the Azure Wind Bull is tender and juicy, with a delightful texture. A pinch of sea salt and a light sear to medium doneness renders it a culinary delight. Name: Diamond Turtle level, young, awaiting growth, bloodline rank, F special bloodline, none remarks, worthless, save for its shell which can be used in medicine. After perusing the market for quite some time, Su Zhe had yet to find a satisfactory spirit beast. According to the system's evaluations, These creatures were either devoid of value or possessed only the singular merit of being edible. Suze felt a sense of helplessness. The system's standards appeared excessively stringent. He had initially set his sights on several spirit beasts, but upon reviewing the system's assessments, he chose to abandon them. With the system's assistance at hand, he resolved to seek out a commendable spirit beast here. Moments later, Suze arrived at the unhatched area, where few individuals lingered. The recently birthed spirit beasts were still discernible in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, as at least their physical forms were intact. However, in the unhatched zone, it was akin to opening a blind box. The risks were too great, and thus, few would opt for the spirit beasts here. Yet, with the system at his disposal, Suze had no such concerns. Once again, information flooded his vision. Suddenly, a spirit beast egg, the size of a goose egg, captured his attention. Name: Azure Jiao Serpent Level. Unhatched, healthy state, bloodline rank, E special bloodline, a trace of exceedingly faint Azure Dragon bloodline. Remarks: dragons are inherently lustful. Many scaled spirit beasts possess a modicum of true dragon bloodline. This creature carries the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, presenting a glimmer of possibility for the future. If fortune favors, one might extract a fragment of this Azure Dragon bloodline, achieving a transcendence of life. Suze's eyes brightened, and he hurried over. Azure Dragon bloodline. In the mythologies of his past life, it was one of the supreme 4 divine beasts. If he could extract this fragment of Azure Dragon bloodline, the Azure Jiao Serpent might transform into a true Jiao Dragon, and with future enhancements, it could very well evolve into a genuine divine dragon. Moreover, with his possession of a divine-level Beastmaster System, nurturing spirit beasts would be a breeze. After confirming the information provided by the system, he hesitated not a moment longer and promptly chose this Azure Jiao Serpent egg. Are you certain you wish to select a spirit beast in egg form? If it is defective or perishes, you will squander this opportunity for a free selection of spirit beasts? Asked the elderly registrar, reiterating his caution. Suze understood the unusual nature of this egg and was resolute in his choice. Seeing that Suze remained firm, the elder refrained from further persuasion. Each year, a handful of impetuous youths would make such selections, and he had no desire to say more. Once the registration was completed, Suze wasted no time in hastening home. Drip. A drop of crimson blood fell upon the shell of the Azure Jiao Serpent egg. Astonishingly, the shell seemed to possess a mystical power, absorbing the blood at a visible speed. The next moment, an enigmatic sensation enveloped Suze. He felt as though he had forged a wondrous connection with the nascent life within the egg. The contract was successful. Ordinarily, the contract ceremony for Beastmasters is quite intricate, but with the system's assistance, it was completed in an instant. Moreover, the bond established through the system appeared to be more robust. Now, all that remained was the successful hatching. Suze murmured to himself. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged upon the ground, commencing his cultivation to draw upon the natural energies of the universe. In this world, foundational cultivation methods abound. Nearly everyone possesses one. Before long, a surge of spiritual energy, guided by Suze, entered his body. He felt a warm current coursing through his meridians, nourishing his vital channels and fortifying his flesh. After circulating the energy through his body for a full cycle, it gradually settled into his dantian. Following this, Suze began to repeat the previous process, persistently guiding the celestial energies to cleanse his physique. Thus, after nearly a full day of cultivation, Suze finally opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Crack, crack. His joints resounded with popping sounds, and the sunlight illuminated his muscles, revealing a unique sense of strength. Within his dantian, pure spiritual energy flowed steadily. With true energy entering his body, he had reached the first level of body refinement. Suze had finally become a genuine cultivator, officially stepping into the realm of cultivation. After a light meal, Suze's gaze fell upon the Azure Jiao Serpent egg. Now that he had attained some level of cultivation, could he attempt to begin the process of imparting his cultivation to it? Having thought of this, he decided to give it a try. Suze extended his hand, gently pressing a finger upon the Azure Jiao Serpent egg, and with a thought, he initiated the process. Ding! You have infused 1 day's worth of cultivation into the Azure Jiao Serpent, triggering the energy return function. The return multiplier is currently being randomly selected. Congratulations! The return multiplier for this infusion is 20-fold. The return ability is activated. You have gained 20 days worth of cultivation. In an instant, a pure and immense wave of spiritual energy surged through Suze's meridians. Chapter 3. The successful hatching of the Azure Ijiao serpent, the equivalent of 20 days of arduous cultivation, materialized out of thin air. This energy swiftly began to circulate within Su Zai's meridians. He felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth and unparalleled comfort. His strength had significantly increased. From merely stepping into the first level of body refinement, he had reached the pinnacle of that level, merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the second level. Though the improvement appeared modest, it was essential to recognize that merely a day prior, Su Zai had been an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. To reach the pinnacle of the first level of body refinement in just one day was an achievement only those exceptional talents, born once in a century, could hope to attain. Ordinary individuals typically require at least a month to transition from the first to the second level of body refinement. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resonated, jolting Su Zai from his reverie of joy. He turned his head, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. A fissure had appeared on the shell of the green serpent egg. The hatching was finally underway. The cracking noises continued, and the cracks on the eggshell multiplied. Eventually, a piece of shell fell to the ground, and a small snake, entirely emerald green, emerged. With a faint hiss, the little serpent emitted a weak cry, gazing bewilderedly at the world before it. Soon, it spotted Su Zai not far away. Although its intelligence had not fully awakened, it instinctively sensed a profound familiarity. At that moment, a series of information manifested in Su Zai's mind. Name: Green Serpent level, Juvenile bloodline rank, E special bloodline, a faint trace of Azure Dragon blood. Ability: 4 symbols Azure Dragon escape technique. Incomplete, can harness the power of wind and clouds to elevate speed to its zenith, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Note: once the bloodline concentration of the contracted spirit beast reaches a certain level, the hidden inheritance deep within the bloodline will be unlocked, automatically compensating for the incompleteness of its abilities. The ability panel of the spirit beast became more detailed. Su Zai extended his hand to cradle the green serpent, observing it for a moment before speaking. From now on, I shall call you Little Qing. Little Qing seemed to comprehend this statement, affectionately nudging Su Zai's palm with its head. After crawling a few circles in his hand, it coiled around Su Zai's wrist. If one did not look closely, they might mistake it for a green bracelet. Feeling the cool sensation on his wrist, Su Zai smiled gently, settling down to continue his cultivation. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, power reigns supreme. No matter the time, enhancing one's strength is always prudent. Gaining even a single day of cultivation would yield greater returns during the next enlightenment session. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the next day. A ray of sunlight streamed into the room, instantly imbuing the dim space with warmth. Su Zai opened his eyes, halting his cultivation. Years of orphaned existence had forged within him an indomitable spirit. Even with the assistance of the system, his efforts remained nothing short of remarkable. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful could he hope to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. Even though Su Zai was acutely aware that after all these years, their chances of survival were slim, he still yearned for closure, alive or dead. He would not rest until he had certainty. A new day dawned, and the cooldown for enlightenment had concluded. By now, it was nearly noon. Su Zai placed his hand upon Little Qing and silently began the enlightenment process. You have imparted 200 days of cultivation to the green serpent. The enlightenment refund function has been triggered. The refund multiplier is currently being randomly selected. Congratulations. The multiplier for this enlightenment refund is 10 times. Refund capability activated. You have gained 210 days of cultivation. Whether luck was favorable or unfavorable, it was neither exceptionally good nor bad. As with the previous day, a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. A series of muffled thuds emanated from his body as the incredible spiritual energy cleansed his meridians, washing away numerous impurities. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of black impurities surfaced on his skin. Muscle and bone cleansing. This was a manifestation achievable only upon reaching the 5th level of body refinement. Following this cleansing process, the human body would undergo transformation, significantly enhancing its capabilities. Strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience would all see substantial improvements. Within merely 2 days, he had ascended from an ordinary person to the 5th level of body refinement. A smile crept across Su Zai's lips, radiating with joy. Such speed was unprecedented across the entire realm, unless one had consumed some miraculous elixir. Achieving this feat was nearly impossible. Little Qing, too, sensed its master's elation and felt the shift in its own strength. Furthermore, its intelligence had begun to awaken partially. As it moved, A spark of vitality flickered in its eyes. Suze glanced at little Qing, and once again, a series of information appeared before him. Name, Green Serpent level. F initial stage special bloodline. Weak Azure Dragon blood ability. For symbols Azure Dragon escape technique. Incomplete. Little Qing's strength had significantly increased, advancing directly from the juvenile stage to the F level initial stage. This represented a classification among spirit beasts. In contrast, human cultivation realms encompassed body refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and primordial infant stages, among others. The F level among spirit beasts corresponded to the body refinement realm, with subsequent strength classifications following suit. However, spirit beasts placed greater emphasis on innate talent. Their bloodline determined their potential. Thus, it was generally observed that, at equivalent realms, spirit beasts possessed slightly greater strength than human cultivators. At that moment, a foul stench invaded his nostrils, prompting Suze to realize his own condition. He hurriedly rushed to cleanse himself. 10 minutes later, Suze emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a hazy mist. Beneath the mist lay a physique of well-defined muscles. The most significant transformation in the body refinement realm manifested in the physical form. Tendons, muscles, blood, and meridians all received comprehensive enhancement. This was a foundational stage. The sturdier the foundation, the greater the future achievements. To establish a solid foundation, one must first possess a viable cultivation method. Currently, Suze practiced the most rudimentary technique for gathering qi. Strictly speaking, it barely qualified as a method. It was merely a means to draw upon the world's spiritual energy. Lacking a systematic approach. For now, he could still cultivate, but over time, even with the system's cultivation refunds, the path ahead would likely become exceedingly simple. After contemplating for a moment, Suze resolved to visit the cultivation library in Jiangnan City, hoping for a stroke of luck. As a newcomer benefit, all individuals who successfully awakened their cultivation talents could select a cultivation method free of charge. Although these methods were generally mediocre, they would certainly surpass the rudimentary qi-gathering technique he was currently employing. Chapter 4. The Dragon Elephant Cultivation Method. A terrifying difficulty in training in the early morning. Suze rose early. By noon, the cooldown for enlightenment had finally concluded. As per routine, he commenced today's enlightenment. You have imparted 200 days of cultivation to the Green Serpent. The enlightenment refund function has been triggered. The refund multiplier is currently being randomly selected. Congratulations. The multiplier for this enlightenment refund is 2 times. Refund capability activated. You have gained 400 days of cultivation. The familiar sensation enveloped him once more. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, propelling his strength to yet another peak. Boom. A series of rumbling sounds emanated from within, muscles swelling with explosive power. 7th level of body refinement. Little Qing sensed the sudden influx of spiritual energy within itself, feeling as if it were about to ascend to the heavens. Although it did not comprehend the specifics, it understood that this must be connected to its master. Joyfully nudging Suze's fingers with its head, Little Qing then succumbed to a deep slumber, seemingly needing rest to assimilate the sudden surge of cultivation. Suze clenched his fist, feeling the myriad changes within his body. Yet his brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that his advancement speed had considerably slowed. 400 days of cultivation had only elevated him from the 5th to the 7th level of body refinement. Such a pace could hardly be considered swift. Were others to learn of Suze's thoughts, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After all, Suze had only awakened less than 3 days prior. He had already transformed from an ordinary individual to the current 7th level of body refinement. Such velocity was akin to consuming a divine elixir. Otherwise, even if a once-in-a-thousand-years genius were to arrive, they would still have to bow their heads in submission. Suze shook his head, no longer entangled by this dilemma. The most pressing matter at hand was to find a cultivation technique suited to himself. He had already identified his goal. What he sought was not some flashy or ostentatious technique, but rather stability. He wished to acquire a method that emphasized the fundamentals, as this would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Only by establishing a solid foundation could he hope to venture further and grow stronger. However, just at that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more in Suze's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's accumulated years of cultivation have exceeded 1 full year, qualifying for the distribution of the novice gift package. Commencing distribution now. Suze raised his eyebrows. A novice gift package? He hadn't expected such a thing to exist. Immediately afterward, the space before him seemed to distort slightly, and a book with a black cover materialized in his hand. It appeared to be a secret technique. A wave of joy surged within Suze. He had been troubled about finding a cultivation method. Now the system had so thoughtfully presented one to him. He looked down intently. The cultivation method appeared plain and unadorned, with only a few small words inscribed on the cover. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Suze's eyebrows arched, and he instantly sensed that this technique was extraordinary. Just the name alone exuded an inexplicable aura. Simultaneously, lines of information appeared before his eyes. The Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique originates from a foreign realm, and its level is undetermined. Note, due to the differing quality of spiritual energy between the two worlds, the ratio of spiritual energy in the host's world to that of the foreign realm is 1001. Suze frowned, doubting his own vision. Was there truly such a significant disparity? What kind of technique could possess such a vast difference in spiritual energy? No. What exactly was this so-called foreign realm? Could it be the legendary celestial realm? However, based on Suze's memories and understanding of this world, ascension appeared to be nothing more than a myth. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him and began to peruse the book. To his astonishment, he discovered an alarming fact. This technique was incomplete. The Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique only contained methods for the body refinement and foundation establishment stages, while the subsequent techniques were absent. Suze stared at the incomplete version of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique in his hands, momentarily engulfed in indecision. Indeed, although the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was merely a fragment, it was clear to him how solid the foundation it would establish was. This was a technique from another world, and considering the disparity in spiritual energy, it was highly likely that it originated from a realm of a far superior level compared to this one. With the system as his aid, if he were to continue cultivating a powerful technique from a higher realm, wouldn't that be akin to stacking advantages upon advantages, propelling him to celestial heights? Soon, Suze's gaze sharpened, and he resolved not to hesitate any longer. He suddenly felt an intuition that this technique had been specifically chosen for him by the system. Otherwise, the novice gift package would not contain only this one technique. Since the system provided him with a cultivation method, it surely would not deliberately offer him an incomplete version. It was likely that the subsequent techniques were still with the system, just not yet bestowed upon him. With this thought, he decided to take a gamble. Thus, Suze did not head to the Jiangnan City Library, but rather eagerly commenced his practice of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. The cultivation philosophy of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was markedly different from that of ordinary methods. According to its records, the cultivator must perceive the human body as comprising 48 million particles, each representing a dragon elephant seed. These dragon elephant seeds collectively formed a true dragon elephant. Due to the technique not belonging to this world, the quality and level of spiritual energy varied. Consequently, each dragon elephant seed required a substantial amount of spiritual energy to activate. Once a cultivator activated a single dragon elephant seed, they would gain the strength of a dragon elephant. As a legendary being, how immense was the power of a dragon elephant? Suze did not know, but he was certain that it surpassed the strength of all existing beasts in this world. It could be said that this technique was truly formidable. However, if one wished to cultivate it in this world without a fortuitous encounter, it would amount to a worthless endeavor. According to Suze's calculations, if someone with poor aptitude were to attempt to cultivate this technique, they might toil for years without activating even a single dragon elephant seed, let alone activating more. It could even be said that before they activated enough dragon elephant seeds to progress and break through, the cultivator might have already perished from the ravages of time. Nonetheless, none of this posed a significant problem for Suze. With the ability to receive guidance and feedback, even if the quality of spiritual energy fell short, the quantity was more than sufficient. If several years of cultivation were inadequate, what of several decades? Hundreds of years? Don't tell me that hundreds of years of cultivation couldn't activate even a single dragon elephant seed. Suze murmured to himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Chapter 5. The consequences of changing cultivation techniques are not to be taken lightly. Following the methods recorded in the technique, Suze began to meditate. He envisioned himself as consisting of 48 million particles, each representing a dragon elephant seed. He then commenced the operation of his cultivation. Normally, the initiation into the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was exceedingly difficult. For most individuals, it would take half a year or even more than a year to barely grasp the basics. However, Suze was different. Though he had only recently awakened, with the system's assistance, he had already accumulated over a year's worth of cultivation. With the aid of this pure cultivation energy, Suze's progress was extraordinarily rapid. Boom! In the depths of his being, it felt as if a series of thunderous roars erupted. Waves of pure spiritual energy surged forth, fully channeling into a single dragon elephant seed, attempting to activate it. Soon, Suze's expression changed. He realized that nearly 1/3 of his spiritual energy had been poured into that dragon elephant seed, yet it showed no signs of activation whatsoever. How outrageous. Just a single seed required so much spiritual energy to activate. Suze finally understood why this technique was so difficult to cultivate. With a firm resolve, he began to channel all his energy into that dragon elephant seed. At last, when he infused the final trace of spiritual energy into the dragon elephant seed, crack. A crisp cracking sound resonated. In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the fissure, piercing through Suze's body and illuminating the outside world. Amidst the flickering radiance, a colossal divine elephant materialized, its form stretching for countless miles, towering over the heavens, its feet trampling the underworld, and its head reaching into the cosmic abyss. With a sweep of its long trunk, it grasped a river of stars. A thunderous roar reverberated through the universe. The dragon elephant, the legendary ultimate being, that dragon elephant seed was completely activated. An immense power materialized from thin air. Suze basked in the golden light, his clothes billowing without wind, resonating with a rustling sound, and every muscle in his body swelled with explosive strength. Within his limbs and bones, streams of pure golden energy emerged, replacing the previous white energy, and began circulating through his meridians. It was an entirely different mode of operation. He did not even need to consciously cultivate. That energy commenced a grand cycle all on its own. Within a radius of several hundred meters, streams of spiritual energy coalesced, surging towards Suze's chamber. At that moment, Suze appeared to transform into a black hole of spiritual energy, voraciously devouring the essence from the outside world. However, to his astonishment, despite the influx of such abundant energy, his cultivation level did not ascend. Instead, it plummeted. 6th level of body refinement. 5th level of body refinement. In what felt like no time, Suze found himself reverted to the 1st level of body refinement. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of horror flashing in their depths. What was happening? The difficulty of cultivating this technique was one thing, but now, having succeeded in the practice, not only was his realm not elevated, it had instead fallen drastically. Suze felt his composure teetering. He hastily turned his attention inward, seeking to discern the cause. Yet, after a meticulous examination, he discovered no abnormalities. However, he soon recognized a significant difference. Why had my true energy transformed into a golden hue? Moreover, Suze could distinctly sense that this golden true energy vastly surpassed the previous white true energy in every aspect. If one were to quantify it, a single strand of golden true energy was equivalent to 100 strands of white true energy. The disparity between the two was as stark as day and night. Suze clenched his fist slightly and threw a punch into the air. Bang! A muffled sound resonated, the result of the air being compressed into a thunderous boom. Without employing a shred of true energy, relying solely on his physical strength, Suze was taken aback, the echo of the sound still ringing in his ears. Was this the might of a colossal elephant? He murmured in disbelief. Although his realm had diminished, his power had remarkably surged. He felt an overwhelming conviction that his former self, prior to cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique, would have been utterly powerless. Even without utilizing true energy, his physical prowess could effortlessly shatter his former self. If he were to augment it with true energy, defeating his past self would be a trivial matter. Suze continued to experiment, throwing a few more punches, this time exerting a modicum of force. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds reverberated throughout the chamber, akin to the sound of firecrackers. Ultimately, Suze channeled a wisp of golden true energy. Suddenly, the silhouette of a golden giant elephant manifested behind him, emitting a resounding roar. With a thunderous crash, the window shattered, shards of glass cascading to the ground. An invisible gust of wind surged outside, striking a large tree in the courtyard. Crack! A tree, large enough to be embraced by a person, emitted a mournful creak. A massive fissure appearing in its trunk before it was cleaved in two, the vast crown collapsing to the ground. So powerful. Suze gazed at the aftermath in disbelief. Could a mere 1st level of body refinement truly sever a tree with sheer force? Such a feat was evidently implausible. Yet, Suze had accomplished it. And with remarkable ease. Hiss! On his wrist, the little green serpent curled up, startled by the preceding spectacle. Was his master a monster? Having remained by Suze's side, It could intuitively sense the terrifying power coursing through him. Such strength was beyond that of an ordinary human. In comparison to itself, it was inclined to believe that Suze was the genuine anomaly. After numerous validations, Suze finally felt at ease. Although his realm had diminished, his strength had not only remained intact, but had indeed escalated significantly. This was fortuitous. The recent experiment had unequivocally demonstrated the potency of the dragon elephant body refinement technique. This method was far from merely an F-grade technique. Suze sensed that if he could persist in cultivating this technique, the heights he could achieve in the future were unimaginable. Perhaps, at that point, even if a celestial being were to descend, he could obliterate them with a single punch. Of course, all of this hinged on his ability to continue his cultivation. Currently, the dragon elephant body refinement technique was but a fragmented version, with subsequent cultivation methods yet to be discovered. If the opportunity arose, he must endeavor to complete the dragon elephant body refinement technique. Suze murmured to himself. The night had deepened, and time was growing late. He would need to report to school tomorrow. Anticipation filled his heart for the impending new chapter of his life. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to forego further cultivation that night. Firstly, to ensure he was in good spirits for school the next day. Secondly, and most crucially, after activating a dragon elephant seed, Suze had realized that merely relying on cultivation made it exceedingly challenging to awaken a dragon elephant seed. The only viable solution was to leverage the ability of the enlightenment rebate. Only in this manner could he swiftly activate more dragon elephant seeds. Moreover, the enlightenment rebate ability could only be utilized once each day. Thus, Suze stretched, performed his evening ablutions, and laid down upon his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Lin Miaoi. Early the next morning. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the enlightenment rebate ability. Your current rebate multiplier is threefold. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. The familiar sensation enveloped him once more, the immense golden true energy roaring through his meridians. Gradually settling within his dantian, Suze shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. The enlightenment rebate ability was indeed limited. Before unlocking further potential, each instance of imparting cultivation was capped at 1 year. Moreover, fortune had not favored him this time. The rebate multiplier was a mere 3 times. Quite unfortunate. Crack. Suddenly, a minuscule fissure appeared on a dragon elephant seed, gradually expanding. Suze was not particularly surprised by this outcome. 3 years of cultivation was sufficient to activate a dragon elephant seed. However, he also distinctly sensed the arduousness of future cultivation. Each subsequent dragon elephant seed would be increasingly challenging to awaken. Despairingly, there were a staggering 48 million such seeds. Just contemplating that number made Suze feel a bit dizzy. Yet, he did not dwell too long on this issue. After all, he had the system at his disposal. For the time being, he need not worry about it. He clenched his fist slightly, the air between his fingers compressing with explosive sounds. Now, he possessed the strength of 2 colossal elephants. After a brief adjustment, Suze set off for school. Half an hour later, Jiangnan City First Senior High School. As a school for cultivators, the senior high did not have many classes. The entire institution housed only a few hundred cultivators. After all, each year, only a limited number of individuals could successfully awaken their potential. Following the guidance of the map, Suze located his class, Class 3 of the first year. He stepped into the classroom, only to find it sparsely populated. Merely 5 or 6 individuals were scattered across various seats. Among them, a breathtakingly beautiful girl stood out the most. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her face and accentuating her fair, flawless complexion. However, Suze merely cast a fleeting glance. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered countless beauties. It was impossible for him to be captivated as a mere adolescent might be upon seeing a lovely girl. Moreover, Suze firmly believed that women only served to impede the swiftness of his blade. The first page of the sword manual states, "With no women in my heart, drawing my sword becomes effortless. Lin Miaoi, please inform this new student of some important details. I have matters to attend to." The teacher who had guided him said to the stunning girl. Lin Miaoi nodded, saying, "Understood, teacher." The teacher then exited the classroom, leaving Suze behind. Lin Miaoi approached Suze with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Lin Miaoi." "I am Suze," he replied. "I initially thought no one was here." "I didn't expect you to return," Lin Miaoi remarked. Suze, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean? Has our class always been this small?" Lin Miaoi patiently elaborated, "Not exactly. It's just that everyone left a while ago, and you arrived a bit late, so you missed them. However, it's not a problem. Our school operates on a credit system. allowing us to choose our courses freely, which means not all classmates necessarily attend the same classes. At this point, Lin Miaoyi playfully pointed to herself and smiled. As for me, I am an alchemist, so I've been engrossed in studying basic pharmacology lately. A confident smile illuminated her face, clearly showing her fondness for her identity as an alchemist. Suze expressed his surprise. An alchemist? That talent is quite rare. Generally, among those who successfully awaken their abilities, most are martial cultivators. Beast tamers and sorcerers are less common, and alchemists are even more scarce. Among 10,000 successful awakeners, there might not even be one with alchemical talent. Not to mention, in a world like this, the status of an alchemist is highly coveted. After all, even the mightiest can be injured, and along the path of martial cultivation, one often encounters numerous bottlenecks. It is during such times that the role of an alchemist becomes apparent. Suze's thoughts shifted, not due to romantic inclinations, but rather the realization that having a profound alchemist as a friend could prove advantageous in many situations. Lin Miaoyi, ever enthusiastic, shared a plethora of information that Suze was previously unaware of. For instance, the school's library houses numerous martial arts texts that can be borrowed as long as certain conditions are met. She then introduced Suze to a few other classmates, and soon he found himself engaged in conversation with them. They were all of similar age, sharing plenty of common topics, and it didn't take long for them to become acquainted. Through their discussions, Suze gleaned a wealth of information. For example, Lin Miaoyi, a vibrant girl reminiscent of a neighborly younger sister, was acknowledged as a genius among the latest awakeners. She possessed an abundance of beauty, a well-off family background, impressive strength, and undeniable talent, with almost no flaws. Lin Jie comes from a prominent family and began her training at a young age. Coupled with her exceptional diligence, she is certainly beyond our reach, one of the classmates remarked. Indeed, I believe Lin Jie will secure a spot in the Demon Suppression Tower during the assessment in 3 months. Suze keenly caught a specific term and inquired, assessment? Demon Suppression Tower? Lin Miaoyi's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as her peers praised her. Hearing Suze divert the topic, she felt a wave of relief and responded, the Demon Suppression Tower is a crucial site in Jiangnan Province, housing countless demons. It also serves as a testing ground for young powerhouses, where one can rapidly enhance their strength. The assessment is designed to select individuals qualified to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, and practitioners from every cultivation school in Jiangnan Province will participate. It's truly a grand event. Suze nodded, grasping the situation. At this moment, a chubby boy chimed in. Moreover, the victors of the assessment receive an abundance of rewards, including magical artifacts, spiritual medicines, and more. Any one of them could fetch astronomical prices in the outside world. Lin Miaoyi quickly recalled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, those rewards are quite precious for newcomers. Of course, the most valuable prize is the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, where the gains are invaluable. Suze acknowledged this and began to inquire about the specifics of the assessment, including the qualifications, time, and location. To facilitate communication, they established a group chat on a social app. What's the number again? I didn't catch it earlier, a girl said, her voice clear and melodious as she read off the digits. Yes, that's it. Chapter 7. Shaoqing's Advancement. First action. Despite coming from a well-off family, possessing beauty, and having high cultivation talent, Lin Miaoyi did not exhibit any arrogance typical of geniuses. Instead, she was quite approachable. Under her guidance, Suze became familiar with the campus. Aside from those with special talents like ours, martial practitioners generally do not attend school. Most are honing their skills in the outskirts of the wild forest, Lin Miaoyi explained. Suze nodded, aware of the wild forest. It was a haven for demon beasts and a trial ground for human cultivators. However, one needed to possess at least the strength of the body refinement 5th level to survive there. Otherwise, venturing forth recklessly would only lead to becoming a demon beast's meal. Half an hour later, thank you for your help, Lin classmate. Suze expressed his gratitude. With her assistance, he had completed all necessary formalities and was now officially a student at Jiangnan City's first high school. After wrapping up these matters, Suze found that there was little else to do at school, so he decided to head home. There are no classes for the time being. Just a few lectures from teachers that you can skip if you're not interested. However, you must attend the opening ceremony in half a month. That's when we will be certified as practitioners, and that's important, Lin Miaoyi reminded him. Understood. Thank you, Suze replied before bidding her farewell and leaving the school. Upon returning home, Suze immediately logged onto the Jiangnan City Cultivators official website and, after registering an account, purchased a ticket to the wild forest. After practicing for so long, he felt the need to test his own strength. Although he currently appeared to possess only the strength of the body refinement first level. It was far from ordinary. With golden true chi and the power of 2 giant elephants, even a fully realized body refinement practitioner would not intimidate him. The next day, you have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the Enlightenment cashback ability. The cashback multiplier is being randomly selected. Your current cashback multiplier is 10 times. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. The true chi within Su Zhe surged dramatically. His body crackled with energy, muscles bulging as every pore inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy. Body refinement second level. His power finally began to rise. 10 years of cultivation and still can't activate a dragon elephant seed? Su Zhe furrowed his brow. Is it going to be this challenging right from the start? At that moment, Xiao Qing caught his attention. Name, Qing Jiao snake level. F rank mid-tier special bloodline. Weak Azure Dragon bloodline skill. For symbols Azure Dragon escape technique. Incomplete. After receiving several rounds of enlightenment from Su Zhe, Xiao Qing finally leveled up. Its intellect further awakened, its eyes sparkling with more emotion. Su Zhe patted its head and chuckled. It seems your talent isn't that remarkable. It took over 2 years of imparted cultivation to advance to F rank mid-tier. Xiao Qing appeared to understand his words and puffed up in indignation, turning its head away as if refusing to acknowledge its master. What a temper, acting just like a woman, Su Zhe thought, amused. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Su Zhe set out on his journey. A blue shadow darted toward him at incredible speed, wrapping around his wrist. Xiao Qing was eager to join in, as, being a demon beast, it naturally yearned for the wilderness. There were direct buses from the city to the outskirts of the forest. Upon confirming Su Zhe's identity as a practitioner, he was granted access to the vehicle. Inside, the majority were youthful individuals, their prowess hovering around the 4th stage of body refinement. Only 2 had attained the 5th stage. Such abilities barely sufficed to meander around the forest's periphery. To venture deeper would require at least an 8th stage of body refinement. The transportation system in this world was remarkably advanced, and within half an hour, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. As Su Zhe stepped out, a rich, earthy aroma infused with the essence of nature enveloped him. Before him lay an expansive forest, where towering trees, some reaching dozens or even hundreds of meters in height, were abundant. The parking area was bustling with activity, serving as a temporary stop outside the city and a marketplace for goods. Occasionally, practitioners emerged from the forest's depths, selling their acquired treasures on the spot. Not lingering long, Su Zhe chose a direction and plunged into the vast wilderness. Upon entering the forest, Xiao Qing emitted an excited hiss, descending from Su Zhe's wrist to frolic joyfully on the ground. Its speed quickened, transforming into a swift azure shadow, darting through the woods. Su Zhe did not restrain Xiao Qing, following closely behind. For spirit beasts, the forest was their domain, and the myriad rules of the wilderness were deeply ingrained in their very essence. Thus, allowing Xiao Qing to seek out prey was far more efficient than leaving Su Zhe to rely on mere luck. Together, the man and serpent navigated the forest with ease, encountering no obstacles. Gradually, they delved deeper into the untamed wilderness. After a while, Xiao Qing suddenly halted, its vertical pupils fixated on something ahead. Releasing a hiss to alert Su Zhe, there was something amiss. Su Zhe circulated his vital energy, optimizing his state. This was no mere game. It was the stark reality of the wild, where a moment's carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Following Xiao Qing's gaze, he spotted, not far away, a large tree under which a dark creature was vigorously rubbing against the bark. Name, Bloodthirsty Wild Boar level. Intermediate F-class special bloodline. None skills. To be known post-contract remarks. A walking feast of red braised meat, sweet and sour ribs, twice cooked pork, crispy pork, braised pig trotters, and spicy pork intestines. At the intermediate F-class level, it matched Xiao Qing's rank, though their actual strengths remained uncertain. At that moment, the bloodthirsty wild boar noticed Su Zhe and Xiao Qing, neither concealing their presence. The keen sense of smell inherent to boar-like demon beasts made their awareness unsurprising. With a roar, the bloodthirsty wild boar, enraged by the intrusion into its territory, charged towards them, its long tusks glistening with a sanguine hue. A mere graze from those tusks could leave Su Zhe with grievous wounds. Yet, the creature was hardly a concern for him. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Qing instinctively surged forward. Despite both Xiao Qing and the bloodthirsty wild boar being intermediate F-class demon beasts, a significant disparity existed between them. Each time Su Zhe infused Xiao Qing with the most refined golden vital energy, it bestowed remarkable enhancements upon the serpent. This top-tier vital energy had wondrous effects, fortifying Xiao Qing's physique to rival that of steel. Coupled with the trace of dragon blood coursing through Xiao Qing's veins, albeit minuscule. It was sufficient to elevate its strength far beyond that of ordinary demon beasts. Stepping closer, Suze produced a dagger and excised the boar's elongated tusks. Shaoqing's scales shimmered, untouched by blood, as it joyously darted through the underbrush. As Suze gazed at the boar's carcass, he momentarily pondered how to dispose of it. The most valuable components were the tusks, while other parts had some worth. Carrying them would burden his agility. Suddenly, he recalled a prior notification from the system. Glancing at the time, he realized it was mealtime. It was an opportune moment to take a break. He extracted several prime cuts from the wild boar and, with Shaoqing, located a pristine stream. The water was clean and sweet. Nearby, he discovered a beehive nestled within a rocky outcrop, home to a swarm of beginner F-class bee-like demon beasts. Ecstatic, he unleashed a powerful gust, scattering the swarm and retrieving ample honey from the hive. Before long, he had prepared delectable honey-glazed pork chops. Sitting on a smooth stone by the riverbank, he indulged heartily, savoring the succulent flavors. After a single bite, Shaoqing disdainfully spat it out, swiftly diving into the stream to entertain itself. Suze's appetite was considerable, especially now as a practitioner, his hunger having increased significantly. In no time, several pounds of wild boar meat had vanished into his stomach. Wiping his mouth with satisfaction, he stretched and prepared to continue his journey. Shaoqing, let us go. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling roar erupted from the distant thicket. Turning towards the sound, he discerned it emanated from the direction he had just arrived. A flash of azure appeared on his shoulder. Shaoqing seemed to sense something, its demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. Through their bond, Suze could perceive its apprehension. Was the approaching creature formidable? Shaoqing nodded, letting out a hiss as it tensed, ready for battle. The roar echoed once more, louder this time, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble as if the source was drawing closer. Suze furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the impending danger. In the next instant, a massive shadow erupted from the dim forest, barreling towards Suze with alarming speed. Maintaining his composure, he sidestepped the charge, finally discerning the creature's identity. It was a boar, robust as an ox, the bloodthirsty boar king. Name, bloodthirsty boar king level. Superior F-class special bloodline. None skills. Frenzy, bloodthirsty. Remarks, the bloodthirsty boar king's muscles, engorged with rage, yield an exceptionally succulent flavor. The bloodthirsty boar king, swift and powerful, crashed through 3 large trees before finally halting, panting heavily. Its crimson eyes locked onto Suze. A familiar scent wafted from this human. It was the essence of its cherished mate, now slain by the very being before it. Witnessing Suze and Shaoqing, the boar king was consumed by fury, thirsting for vengeance against the two. The human was inconsequential, exuding a feeble aura devoid of combat prowess. Only the azure serpent posed a slight challenge, yet it remained vastly inferior. Such a traitor to the demon race, willingly becoming a pet to a human, was utterly detestable. They must perish. With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty boar king bared its massive jaws and charged towards Suze. An F-class superior demon beast possessed strength equivalent to a practitioner at the 8th stage of body refinement or higher. Coupled with the inherent physical advantages of demon beasts, the boar king's might was formidable, especially in its current state of rage. Even the most powerful peak body refinement practitioners would typically retreat in the face of such ferocity. Yet, Suze was different. He bore the strength of 2 colossal elephants, his power monstrous in comparison. At this moment, an imposing beast of great strength appeared, prompting Suze to test the extent of his own prowess. Filled with excitement, he gestured for Shaoqing not to intervene. After all, it was not appropriate to constantly rely on Shaoqing to fight on his behalf. He needed to take action himself. The fierce gust of wind generated by the wild boar king surged towards him, carrying with it a nauseating stench. When the wild boar king saw that this human had no intention of evading its charge, it felt a deep sense of humiliation, its eyes turning bloodshot as it entered a frenzied state. Its speed and power surged dramatically, and its tusks, nearly half a meter long, were aimed directly at Suze, intent on impaling him. However, just as the wild boar king thought victory was at hand, it suddenly felt as if it had collided with an immovable wall, its body coming to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. What was happening? The wild boar king looked up in astonishment to find its tusks firmly grasped in the hands of that human. The wild boar king was bewildered. Its muscles tensed as it attempted to break free, but it found those hands to be as unyielding as iron pincers, holding it firmly in place. Is this what you call a wild boar king? Suze narrowed his eyes and chuckled. The wild boar king possessed immense strength, yet it paled in comparison to the might of 2 colossal elephants. Consequently, In Suzei's grip, it resembled nothing more than a mere chick, easily subdued. With one hand grasping the wild boar king's tusks, Suzei frowned slightly, muttering, "Too weak." Shaoqing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This wild boar king was among the strongest of F-rank beasts, yet the master had subdued it with merely one hand? In that moment, Shaoqing's respect for Suzei deepened even further. The wild boar king began to thrash violently, its eyes ablaze with madness. Its forehooves clawed at the ground, sending up clouds of dirt, but to no avail. Suzei stood as steadfast as a mountain, his form unwavering throughout. It was almost too easy. He felt he hadn't truly tested his capabilities. Suzei shook his head, boredom creeping in. He did not find it remarkable that a mere second-level body tempering practitioner could so effortlessly subdue an upper-tier F-rank beast. Shaoqing rolled her eyes. If she could speak, she would surely have retorted, "Are you even speaking human language?" Chapter 9. Blood Dragon grasped the wild boar king was utterly enraged. It activated its innate skill, its power surging even further. Yet Suzei remained immovable, as if he were the Great Wall itself. "This is utterly tedious," Suzei lamented, shaking his head as he effortlessly lifted the wild boar king, which flailed desperately in the air, emitting furious roars. The noise was unbearable. Suzei waved his hand and slammed the wild boar king forcefully to the ground. He then hoisted it up again, tossing it to the other side. After repeating this several times, the wild boar king's cries abruptly ceased. Suzei was taken aback. Is it really that fragile? Wasn't a boar known for its tough skin and robust flesh? How could it succumb after just a couple of tosses? Meanwhile, Shaoqing was already dumbfounded. A 600 or 700-pound wild boar had been treated like a chick and literally thrown to death. Who among them was truly the monster, and who was human? Without lingering any longer, Suzei removed the 2.5-meter-long tusks and turned to leave. Shaoqing hurriedly followed in his wake, unwilling to lag behind. Who knew if other beasts had been attracted by the commotion? It was best to make a hasty retreat. Soon, Suzei became fully immersed in the forest, his pace quickening. The duo embarked on a scavenging expedition around the forest's perimeter. Along the way, they encountered several beasts, including formidable upper-tier F-rank creatures. Yet none could withstand the might of Suzei's punch, as he dispatched them with ease. 5 hours later, Suzei's back was laden with spoils, and even Shaoqing was dragging a bare paw behind her. "It's time to head back," Suzei remarked, glancing at the sky. The sun was setting, and the night forest was perilous, with many powerful beasts emerging, including the possibility of encountering E-rank creatures, equivalent to human Foundation establishment experts. The disparity between body tempering and Foundation establishment was vast, not to be bridged merely by numbers. Thus, Suzei resolved to leave promptly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. He called to Shaoqing, who instinctively climbed onto his wrist, transforming back into a bracelet. In the next instant, Suzei vanished from sight. After a while, Suzei came to a sudden halt, straining his ears for a moment before confirming he had not misheard. In the distance, someone was calling for help. "Let us investigate," he thought. If he could assist easily, he would. If the beasts were too formidable, he would not hesitate to leave them to fend for themselves. His speed was remarkable, and soon he reached the source of the cries. In a marsh, 3 men and 2 women were struggling desperately. Surrounding them were several 3-meter-long crocodiles that continually attacked. 3 of the individuals had already sustained injuries, and one appeared to have lost consciousness. Blood trickled down their arms and into the marsh, intensifying the frenzy of the crocodiles, who became even more aggressive. With a glance, Suzei's vision was filled with information. Name: Blackwater crocodile level, mid-tier F-rank special bloodline, none skill. Bite remarks: social creatures. Individually weak, but can hunt upper-tier F-rank beasts when in groups of 3. Suzei quickly assessed the situation and noted that there were at least 10 Blackwater crocodiles. It was no wonder those 5 individuals were trapped here. If things continued, they would surely end up as the crocodile's next meal. The 5 were still valiantly fighting off the relentless attacks of the Blackwater crocodiles. Just as one of them turned to the side, a flash of red caught Suzei's attention. He focused and saw behind the 5 a brilliant red plant growing, surrounded by flickering red lights, looking extraordinarily remarkable. Blood dragon grass. Suzei instantly recognized it. This was a rare and precious herb, one of the main ingredients for certain elixirs. He was aware of its significance because just yesterday, Lin Miaoi had mentioned it to him. During their conversation, she had revealed her attempts to concoct a particular elixir, with blood dragon grass as a crucial component. Thus, Suzei was well acquainted with the herb's efficacy and rarity. What a find! It was no exaggeration to say that a single blood dragon grass could rival the entirety of Suzei's haul for the day. The 5 individuals must have discovered this blood dragon grass, prompting their risky venture into the marsh, only to provoke the surrounding blackwater crocodiles. Suze pondered for a moment. After confirming that the blackwater crocodiles posed no threat to him, he finally resolved to take action. Golden true energy surged within him, filling his muscles with formidable power. He propelled himself forward with explosive force, like a cannonball. Chenwei was on the brink of despair, having finally located this blood dragon grass. He had been blinded by excitement, failing to notice the nearby pack of blackwater crocodiles. Losing a few of his companions was one matter. But if anything happened to the young lady, how could he explain it to the clan leader? He fought desperately to fend off an attacking blackwater crocodile, his peripheral vision catching sight of the now unconscious figure behind him, intensifying his anxiety. What should he do? If this situation were to persist, death would be inevitable. Just as Chenwei was on the brink of despair, a dull thud echoed from afar. A shadowy figure emerged at the far edge of the swamp. In the blink of an eye, the individual had arrived at the battlefield. Before the stunned onlookers could react, a swift motion occurred. With a soft thud, a blackwater crocodile suddenly halted, its head and body slowly parting ways, collapsing lifelessly into the swamp, releasing a burst of crimson blood. Chenwei was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Although the blackwater crocodile was not particularly formidable, its tough skin and formidable defenses rendered typical attacks ineffective. Moreover, focusing on a single creature would leave one vulnerable to the assaults of others, a predicament that left the group exasperated as they gradually exhausted their stamina and sustained injuries. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a series of splashes, torrents of blood gushed forth, and severed heads of blackwater crocodiles fell to the ground. Suze moved like a reaper, swiftly claiming the lives of the crocodiles. Using his hand as a blade, he effortlessly cleaved off a massive head. Shaoqing was equally industrious, darting through the fray to pierce the skull of another crocodile. Moments later, all 10 blackwater crocodiles lay defeated. Suze clapped his hands together and turned around, only to be met with 4 pairs of wide, astonished eyes. Chenwei gazed at the youth before him, shock etched across his features, unable to utter a single word. How could a group of seasoned warriors be outshone by a mere young man? Chapter 10. Having saved your lives. Is it too much to ask for a reward? While Chenwei and his companions remained in a state of shock, Suze paid them no mind. Striding past and moving to their rear, he bent down, carefully uprooting the blood dragon grass, wrapping it meticulously before stowing it in his backpack. The group watched in disbelief as Suze appropriated the grass, but dared not voice their objections. They were uncertain of Suze's character. He appeared to be a ruthless individual who spoke little. Who could say whether he might eliminate them as well? Regardless of his motivations, he was their savior, the one who had vanquished the blackwater crocodiles, and thus the blood dragon grass rightfully belonged to him. Finally, Chenwei broke the silence. My friend, we are deeply indebted to you for your life-saving intervention. Before he could finish, Suze raised a hand to interrupt. Oh, I can be compensated. Who says I cannot? A smile played on his lips. Chenwei momentarily faltered. Huh? Suze cleared his throat. Well, it seems you must have gathered something during your time in the forest. Yes? One of Chenwei's companions exclaimed. What do you mean? Are you robbing us? How dare you? Suze furrowed his brow and declared. What do you mean by robbery? Forcing you to surrender your belongings through threat is robbery. As for me, I am merely collecting what is rightfully mine. Can that be deemed robbery? What reward? The man pressed. Suze spread his hands, fixing his gaze upon them. Having saved your lives, is it unreasonable to ask for a small reward? At once, the man was rendered speechless. Chenwei gestured for him to remain silent, and turned to Suze. What my friend says is true. A life is priceless, and seeking a reward is only fitting. With that, he began to retrieve various items from his backpack. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and present your belongings, he urged his companions. In no time, a large pile of items lay before Suze. To his surprise, most of them were medicinal herbs. Chenwei hoisted the unconscious individual onto his back and addressed Suze. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Suze nodded. After a moment's thought, he selected 2 hemostatic herbs from the pile and casually tossed them to Chenwei. Give these to him, otherwise he might be in danger. Suze felt a twinge of guilt, having just taken their possessions. Chenwei was momentarily taken aback, expressed his gratitude, and then hurried away with his 3 companions towards the forest's edge. As they turned to leave, the hair of the person on Chenwei's back fluttered, revealing a portion of their face. Suze caught a glimpse and felt a sense of familiarity, though the grime obscured their true appearance. He shook his head and secured the pile of herbs. Once organized, he called out, Shaoqing, enough playing. It's time to head home. After retrieving Shaoqing from the swamp, Suze resumed his journey back. Half an hour later, at the temporary goods trading point, Suze sifted through his spoils, selecting a few useful items while discarding the rest on site. Although the prices were lower than those in the city, the convenience made up for it. Ding. 80,000 yuan deposited into the account. Suze gazed at the sudden influx of funds in his phone, filled with emotion. This was the life of a cultivator. Money was easily within their grasp. Even if they could not amass great wealth, they could still earn sums that ordinary people would take generations to accumulate. The return vehicle to the city would not depart for another half hour, so Suze began to wander. Suddenly, snippets of conversation reached his ears. Have you heard? The bloodthirsty wild boar king in Forest Zone D12 has been slain. What? I remember that wild boar king was an F-grade elite. It could send peak body refinement warriors fleeing in terror. Could it be that a Foundation establishment cultivator has arrived? That's impossible. Foundation establishment cultivators would never venture into that area. Moreover, the killer bee swarm in Zone D8 and the barbaric bears in Zone D9 have also been exterminated. What is going on? How could all these troublesome creatures be dead? I don't know, but judging by the corpses, they all seem to have been killed in the same manner. It must have been one person, in such a short time, to kill so many demonic beasts. Only a Foundation establishment expert could achieve that. Let us not discuss that yet. I heard the Lin family encountered a mishap this time, besieged by Blackwater crocodiles, and someone was seriously injured. Is that the Lin family of the Merchant Guild? Yes, I also heard that the injured individual seems to hold significant status. They must be an important figure. What I want to know is how they escaped from the Blackwater crocodile horde. That's even more absurd. Apparently, one person single-handedly decimated the entire pack to rescue them. Wow, there's such a powerful yet benevolent figure? Benevolent? If you knew what that person did next, you wouldn't say that. What did he do? After slaying the Blackwater crocodiles, he took the blood dragon grass discovered by the Lin family. What's wrong with that? It was rightfully his spoils. True, but after taking the blood dragon grass, he also made the Lin family surrender their entire haul from the forest. That's not unreasonable. The crowd fell silent for a moment, realizing that although he demanded a hefty reward, he had ultimately saved their lives. Thus, no matter how substantial the compensation, it was hardly an issue. The discussion quickly shifted focus back to the mysterious powerhouse who had vanquished several troublesome demonic beasts. Before long, word of these two incidents spread throughout the temporary trading market, reaching all corners as cultivators from various locales returned to the city and disseminated the news. On the cultivation forum of Jiangnan City, a particular topic has rapidly gained traction. Who is the mysterious powerhouse that has slain 5 F-grade high-tier creatures? Astonishingly, eyewitnesses claim that this enigmatic figure appears to be a young man. Urgently, the Lin family is in desperate need of a single blood dragon grass. As these discussions continue to proliferate, Suze has already returned home by vehicle. Chapter 11. 50-fold critical strike. 5th level of body refinement. Foundation establishment tracker? Suze has not registered for an account on this forum, thus he remains oblivious to these discussions. Upon arriving home, he diligently immerses himself in various knowledge related to cultivation, including martial arts, sorcery, alchemy, and beast taming. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, in front of a grand estate, several luxury cars come to a slow halt. The doors swing open, and a number of elderly men with graying hair emerge. Guided by servants, they swiftly approach a room. A middle-aged man has been waiting anxiously and greets them with urgency. Elder Wong, you have finally arrived. The elder, referred to as Elder Wong, says little, donning a white lab coat before entering the room directly. Moments later, the atmosphere shifts. Rest assured, there is no serious harm. It was merely a significant mental shock. A few days of recuperation will suffice. The middle-aged man gazes at the young woman lying in bed, finally exhaling with relief, and awkwardly adds, "My apologies, Elder Wong. I cannot afford to let my only precious daughter come to any harm." Elder Wong snorts dismissively, retorting, "You cannot allow her to suffer harm? Yet you permitted her to venture into the wild forest?" Despite his high status, the middle-aged man dares not retort against the elder's reprimand. After all, it was merely for a blood dragon grass, not an exceptionally rare item. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent? Elder Wong continues his admonishment until a sound emanates from within the room. Everyone's spirits lift, and the middle-aged man rushes inside. "Miaoyi, you are awake." Morning dawns. As Suze awakens, he is met with a pair of eager eyes. After receiving several enlightening experiences, Shaoqing has discerned the pattern and eagerly awaits Suze's guidance each morning. Suze extends a finger to tap the top of Shaoqing's head. You impart 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake. The enlightenment return function has been triggered. Your current return multiplier is 50-fold. You gain 50 years of cultivation. In the next moment, a vast surge of spiritual energy courses through Su Zhe's meridians. 50-fold return. Su Zhe is taken aback, instantly enveloped in a warm sensation. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds reverberates as 3 giant elephant seeds are activated in an instant. A tremendous force fills his body, as streams of golden true chi emerge, nurturing his flesh and fortifying his bones. With a slight exertion, his arm muscles tighten, resembling steel cables in their resilience. A gentle flick of his hand produces a series of explosive sounds in the air. His physical strength has surged to an even greater level, and simultaneously, his cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of body refinement. After a while, tranquility returns. Su Zhe emerges from his meditative state, his eyes gleaming with delight. Today's fortune is simply extraordinary. A 50-fold return, directly granting him 50 years of cultivation. The golden true chi roars through his meridians like a colossal dragon, continuously enhancing his power. With a mere snap of his fingers, an invisible force erupts forth, shattering a distant vase into fragments. This is merely the strength of his physical form. The dragon elephant body refinement technique is truly astonishing. Su Zhe cannot help but marvel. After completing the enlightenment, he refrains from further cultivation, as awakening a dragon elephant seed through the technique is no longer a matter of merely 1 or 2 days. Comparatively, relying on the enlightenment return ability is far more reliable. Hence, Su Zhe calls to Shaoqing and sets out for a stroll. At the community park, with the advancement of technology and the emergence of the cultivation system, humanity is increasingly devoted to environmental protection. The park spans a vast area, bustling with visitors, primarily local residents enjoying their weekend with family and children. Shaoqing coils around Su Zhe's wrist, quietly observing with its keen eyes. Undetectable to most as an unusual blue bracelet. Since its hatching, it is witnessing an abundance of novel experiences for the first time. As their bond strengthens with Shaoqing's cultivation, Su Zhe distinctly senses its anxious emotions. Gently stroking Shaoqing's scales, he comforts it for some time until it regains composure. However, at that moment, Shaoqing suddenly conveys an indistinct message. After pondering for a moment, Su Zhe arrives at a conclusion. His expression sharpens, and his body instinctively tenses. Someone is tailing him. As an innate instinct of a magical beast, Shaoqing is particularly sensitive to such matters. The pursuer lurking in the shadows possesses formidable strength and excels at concealing their presence. Yet, they would not anticipate that Shaoqing can sense them instinctively. The ability to easily elude Su Zhe indicates that this individual is at least a foundation establishment practitioner. Why would such a powerful figure be tracking him? Su Zhe contemplates this question while also devising a countermeasure. Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent to prepare for the worst. Who might he have offended recently? Or does his family have any enemies? For the past few years, he has been living a quiet life as an ordinary student, unlikely to attract the attention of cultivators. Recently, what could have occurred? Suddenly, Su Zhe recalls the 5 individuals he had encountered. Could it be those 5? The memory of the unfortunate souls he had rescued yesterday comes flooding back. Surely, it cannot be so. After all, he saved their lives. Was it truly necessary to summon a foundation establishment practitioner against him for merely receiving a small reward? Shaoqing conveys another message. Master, that person's footsteps are quickening. It seems they are preparing to strike. Su Zhe is taken aback. Are they planning to attack in the midst of a crowded area, unconcerned about harming innocent bystanders? There are strict regulations among cultivators. Ordinary people must not be harmed. Is this individual unafraid of retribution? But there is no time for such considerations. Su Zhe takes a deep breath, maintaining a calm demeanor, even exchanging a friendly greeting with a nearby volunteer. Yet within him, the golden true chi roars like a mighty dragon, coiling and gathering terrifying energy. Though his muscles remain relaxed, they are poised to unleash an overwhelming force at any moment. The dragon elephant body refinement technique operates furiously. Deep within Su Zhe's eyes, 2 points of golden light begin to shine. He is preparing for a fight. Regardless of whether the pursuer is a foundation establishment practitioner or something else, Su Zhe will never submit. Even if they are a foundation establishment practitioner, he intends to take a piece out of them. Chapter 12, Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions. Special Authority Saturday, 9 in the morning. The park is teeming with individuals enjoying leisurely strolls. As Su Zhe navigates through the crowd, he feels as though he is separated from them by an entire world. Instinctively, he begins to head toward a less populated area. In the imminent confrontation, he cannot afford to hold back in the slightest. He must give his all to have even a sliver of a chance. Thus, he aims to minimize the casualties among the ordinary people as much as possible. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps behind him grew increasingly distinct. At this moment, Suze could even sense the presence of the person tailing him. Moments later, the mysterious Foundation establishment expert who had been following Suze arrived directly behind him. Suze heightened his focus, balancing between tension and relaxation, poised to unleash his most potent strike at any moment. However, to his surprise, the Foundation establishment expert did not advance any further, instead maintaining a distance of approximately 5 meters, persistently shadowing him. Suze furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Wang Xiong was a researcher, and notably, a Foundation establishment-level researcher. 5 years prior, he had joined the Anomalous Space Research Institute as a junior member, tasked with analyzing data from newly discovered anomalous spaces. This was a highly coveted profession. Each newly discovered anomalous space was akin to a vast treasure trove, containing countless materials and substances not found in the main world. Even a small extraction could yield wealth beyond measure, enough to sustain an ordinary person for multiple lifetimes. However, this line of work was fraught with peril. Newly emerged anomalous spaces were often unstable, susceptible to spatial rifts at any given moment. Furthermore, these spaces could harbor indigenous life forms, generally powerful and exceedingly vicious, leading to the frequent demise of exploration personnel. Among those lost were Suze's parents. Wang Xiong had heard from some veteran employees that there seemed to have been an accident during that fateful mission. A total of 30 exploration personnel had vanished without a trace, and not a single message was relayed back. Subsequently, all documents pertaining to that mission were sealed away. Wang Xiong had once been curious enough to delve deeper into the matter, but he had been unable to uncover any leads. Just a few days prior, however, new information surfaced. The Institute had abruptly assigned him a task to travel to Jiangnan City, locate Suze, and recruit him into the Research Institute. The higher-ups had issued a strict order that even if Suze were to refuse, a stable line of communication must still be established. Upon receiving the command, Wang Xiong promptly set off on his quest to find Suze. When he finally encountered Suze, he happened to be taking a leisurely stroll in the park. To ensure the mission's success, Wang Xiong refrained from approaching him immediately, instead quietly trailing behind while contemplating his opening lines. Yet, to his astonishment, it seemed Suze had sensed his presence. After all, he was also a Foundation establishment practitioner. That young lad appeared to be merely at the 5th level of body refinement. Even with his aura deliberately concealed, how had Suze detected him? Concerned about causing a misunderstanding, Wang Xiong quickened his pace, resolved to explain everything to Suze directly. Surely, with such sincerity, he wouldn't ruin the encounter. However, just as Wang Xiong accelerated, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The youth ahead seemed to undergo a transformation in an instant. While there were no tangible changes, the uncanny sensation was unmistakable. As Wang Xiong drew closer to Suze, that strange feeling intensified. The boy before him exuded an aura reminiscent of a predator poised to strike, emanating a suffocating pressure. This was simply inconceivable. Wang Xiong was a Foundation establishment practitioner. The disparity between him and someone at the 5th level of body refinement was vast, entirely incomparable. Yet, that young man was capable of instilling such a sensation within him. Could it be an illusion? But as Wang Xiong approached within 5 meters of Suze, the feeling of danger resurfaced, now more pronounced than ever. He could not advance any further. Was this individual a monster? He exclaimed internally. Wang Xiong understood that his previous actions must have led to Suze's misinterpretation. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he softened his tone and spoke gently. Suze, there's no need to be tense. I mean no harm. I am a colleague of your parents. To assuage any skepticism from Suze, he produced an identification card from his pocket. You can verify this. It's my work ID. Anomalous Space Research Institute, Level 3 Researcher Wang Xiong. Employee ID VHH000529. Anomalous Space Research Institute? Suze inquired, gazing at the man before him. Wang Xiong nodded, observing the handsome youth intently. Yes, Haven T, you heard? Both your parents were distinguished researchers in our institute. Your father was even considered a potential successor for the director's position. This was the first time Suze had encountered such information, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before his parents' disappearance, they had seldom stayed at home. He was aware they were researchers, but had no inkling of their specific ranks. He had assumed they were merely ordinary employees, not realizing their elevated status. The Anomalous Space Research Institute was renowned for being prestigious and influential. To be a distinguished researcher, especially one with the potential to become director, indicated a status of immense significance. undoubtedly one of the brightest stars among the youth of the entire Jiuzhou. Yet, all of this had been unbeknownst to Su Zhe. For so many years, his parents had concealed this from him. What could possibly be the reason? A sense of complexity washed over Su Zhe as he realized that many mysteries lay in wait for him to unravel. So what do you say? Join our research institute. Once you're in, we can provide you with any resources you may need, though, of course, not entirely free of charge, Wang Xiong proposed. Su Zhe had to concede that had he not possessed the system, he might have truly acquiesced. After all, the resources required for cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique were exorbitant. However, the circumstances had changed. Not only did he have the ability to receive a return on his investments, but he also harbored a nagging intuition that joining the Anomalous Space Research Institute at this juncture might not be fortuitous. Therefore, he firmly declined. I'm sorry, but I'm not considering joining the institute at this time. However, I will certainly do so in the future. Wang Xiong felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, it was not a wholly negative outcome, and he could accept this. He produced a metallic card and handed it to Su Zhe, stating earnestly, "This is your father's exclusive identity card. With this, you can obtain special access at any research institute." As Wang Xiong gazed at the card in his hand, a deep envy flickered in his eyes. Special access. This was something that countless individuals yearned for yet could never attain despite a lifetime of effort. Chapter 13. What nonsense? Who dares to impersonate Su Zhe? After handing over the identity card to Su Zhe, Wang Xiong departed hastily. He needed to return quickly, as many matters awaited his attention. Su Zhe, feeling no inclination to continue his stroll, returned home with Xiao Qing. He opened his computer and, after entering several keywords, found himself unable to uncover any relevant information. What had truly transpired all those years ago remained a mystery to him. Choosing not to dwell on it, he once again immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, fervently studying various subjects. Yet, concurrently, the conviction within him to uncover the truth grew substantially stronger. Days later, a notification appeared. You have infused the Qing Jiao snake with a year's worth of cultivation. You have triggered the return on investment function. Your return multiplier for this instance is 3. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. Luck had not been on Su Zhe's side these past few days, as the return multipliers were consistently in single digits. Such meager cultivation was insignificant for the dragon elephant body refinement technique. Consequently, the 6th dragon elephant seed remained dormant, unable to activate. However, Su Zhe did not dwell on this matter for long. After tidying up, he set off for school. Today marked the day of the opening ceremony. Additionally, the school would assist in registering the identities of practitioners, making attendance imperative. An hour later, Su Zhe arrived once more at Jiangnan City, First Senior High School. Unlike his previous visit, the entrance was now teeming with a multitude of parents accompanying their children. Practitioners were aplenty, many of whom possessed considerable strength. After considerable effort, Su Zhe navigated through the throngs and entered the campus. Inside the vast auditorium, he followed the directions to locate his class. His designated spot was filled with many new faces. As he scanned the room, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Upon reflection, he realized he had not seen Lin Miaoi. Su Zhe held a deep impression of this kind-hearted girl, and her absence sparked a flicker of concern within him. Had Lin Miaoi not come? He approached someone he had conversed with on that day to inquire. It seems Sister Lin has sustained an injury and is currently on leave at home to recuperate, which is why she couldn't attend the opening ceremony, came the reply. Su Zhe simply acknowledged the information with an O and refrained from further questioning. Injuries among practitioners were common. He merely pondered how a pill refiner like Lin Miaoi could have been hurt. As the crowd in the auditorium continued to swell, the majority of the new students soon gathered. Several teachers approached each class to begin taking attendance. Wang Beichen, present. Huang Yiming, present. Su Zhe, here. The teacher responsible for counting paused upon hearing Su Zhe's name, abruptly turning to look at him. After scrutinizing Su Zhe for a moment, he reiterated, Su Zhe. Feeling a hint of confusion, Su Zhe replied, here. However, upon his response, the teacher's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of anger. What was going on? Was it a crime to bear the name Su Zhe? Just as Su Zhe was mulling over this perplexity, the teacher snapped, nonsense. Startled, Su Zhe furrowed his brow, questioning the teacher's sanity. The teacher sneered, the records clearly state you only awakened recently. You've only been cultivating for a little over 10 days. It's commendable if you've managed to stabilize at the 2nd level of body refinement. Achieving the 3rd level is already considered a modest talent, and reaching the 4th is the mark of a rare genius. And you? What level are you at? 5th level of body refinement. The surrounding individuals were drawn to the commotion, swiftly converging as astonishment washed over their faces at the teacher's words. From an ordinary person to the 5th level of body refinement in just over 10 days. Is that even possible? It can't be. If it were impossible, there could only be one explanation. This individual must be an imposter. Many soon grasped this reasoning, and in an instant, those near Suze began to retreat as though they had seen a ghost. Suze, upon hearing the teacher's words, was left speechless. Initially suspecting the teacher was merely looking for trouble. However, he soon realized the gravity of the situation. This was not his fault. Yet, before Suze could formulate an explanation, the teacher spoke again. I have asked you repeatedly, and you still refuse to repent, adamantly claiming to be Suze. I now have reason to suspect you are a spy transformed from a demonic beast. Suze, speak. Which vile creature dares impersonate Suze? The teacher bellowed, his entire being radiating a faint glow, an overwhelming aura enveloping the space. A foundational practitioner. This teacher was indeed a cultivator of the foundational level. At that moment, another figure approached, drawn by the commotion. Teacher Tan, what is happening? Inquired a middle-aged man with graying hair. Seeing the man, Teacher Tan hastily replied, Principal, this Suze is suspicious. He has only just awakened, yet he claims to already be at the 5th level of body refinement. In all my years, I have never encountered such a phenomenon, so I suspect he may be impersonating someone else. The principal's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Suze, confirming indeed that he was at the 5th level of body refinement. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes as he surveyed Suze from head to toe. After a brief moment, astonishment and delight flickered in the principal's gaze as he murmured, he is not an imposter. He truly is Suze. Teacher Tan, standing closest, was taken aback. What? Then she realized, exclaiming, he really is Suze. Her voice echoed throughout the auditorium, and in an instant, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Hundreds of eyes fixated on Suze. Many regarded him as though he were a monster. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Moments later, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. This fellow ascended from an ordinary person to the 5th level of body refinement in just over 10 days? Someone tell me this isn't true. Has anyone ever achieved such a feat before? Certainly, but those individuals were typically from prestigious families, groomed from an early age. Could it be that Suze is one of those prodigies? It seems unlikely. Such individuals wouldn't attend our school. Perhaps he is simply a genius born from an ordinary family. Chapter 14. I am merely diligent amidst the murmurs of the crowd. The principal approached Suze, a warm smile adorning his face as he inquired, Student Suze, may I assist you in verifying your identity? Understanding that declining might hinder the validation of his identity. Suze nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Suze's consent, the principal extended a finger to touch Suze's forehead. In the next moment, Suze felt an overwhelming surge of true energy coursing through his meridians. However, as this unfamiliar energy entered his body, the golden true energy within Suze stirred violently. Akin to a beast defending its territory, emitting a series of roars. In the depths of his being, it seemed a fierce, murderous roar reverberated. The golden true energy surged forth from his dantian, racing along his meridians to confront the uninvited guest. With a resounding crack, the principal suddenly felt a sharp pain at his fingertip, which was then forcefully rebuffed. A look of astonishment flashed momentarily across his face. In that brief contact, he experienced Suze's true energy. It was an indescribable sensation, his own true energy, upon making contact with Suze's, scattered in terror like a mouse fleeing from a cat. This was utterly inconceivable. He was a formidable golden core practitioner, transcending the foundational level. How could his true energy be overpowered by that of someone at the body refinement stage? He regarded Suze with newfound scrutiny. The combination of having cultivated to the 5th level of body refinement in just over 10 days, along with the domineering nature of his true energy, enveloped Suze in an air of enigma. Yet one thing he was certain of, Suze was no imposter. As long as this was confirmed, it sufficed. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and it was not his place to pry. However, out of curiosity, he still inquired, Classmate Suze, how did you manage to cultivate to the 5th level of body refinement in just over 10 days? Have you perhaps consumed some sort of elixir? Upon hearing this, Suze momentarily found himself at a loss for how to respond. The crowd, noticing his pensive expression, seemed genuinely eager for his answer. In an instant, the entire auditorium fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible, as everyone awaited Suze's reply. After a brief pause, Suze lifted his gaze to the assembled individuals and stated earnestly, I have not ingested any miraculous pills, nor have I encountered any fortuitous events. Naturally, I have not received direct impartation of skills from a master. He let his words hang in the air for a moment, and the audience leaned in, ears perked, not daring to miss what he would say next. With a smile, Suze continued, I simply possess a greater degree of diligence. Crackling sounds seemed to resonate in the air, as if the atmosphere had turned to stone. The principal's smile abruptly froze upon his face. All eyes were fixed on Suze, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. They had devoted their full attention, only to be met with what seemed like a trite remark. It was as if they had listened to a grand oration, only to find it lacking substance. After a prolonged silence, the principal finally regained his composure. His complexion shifted through various shades before he coughed violently several times, feeling somewhat relieved thereafter. Concerned, Suze asked, Principal, are you unwell? Is there something amiss? I am fine. The principal waved off. This rascal is quite mischievous. If he is unwilling to share, so be it. Why must he toy with an old man like me? Such disrespect. Suze maintained a serious demeanor. What I say is the truth. I am not a genius. Merely a bit more diligent than others. Every morning at 7, I rise punctually to practice, not daring to delay even a single day. Beyond that, I dedicate all my time to studying and acquiring various knowledge. As the crowd listened to Suze's words and observed his earnest expression, they suddenly felt as if he might actually be speaking the truth. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. No matter how diligent one might be, achieving the 5th level of body refinement in such a brief span was already quite extraordinary. During Suze's discourse, the small creature on his wrist, Shaoqing, couldn't help but roll its eyes. While others might be oblivious, it certainly knew better. Rising early each morning to practice? What audacity! You merely pointed a finger at my head, infused me with spiritual energy, and then promptly fell asleep. When have you ever truly practiced? By comparison, your humble tool snake, seemed to be the more diligent one. However, as a snake beneath the eaves, it had no choice but to bow its head. After rolling its eyes, Shaoqing transformed back into a bracelet. Listening to Suze, the principal was moved, regardless of Suze's claims. The fact that he was a genius remained indisputable. After all, no amount of effort could account for the achievements Suze had attained. What truly touched the principal was the sweat behind Suze's talent. Generally, for those who awaken their powers, the initial stages are often accompanied by many habits of ordinary individuals, making immediate adaptation difficult. They often regard cultivation as a job or a task, merely completing a set amount each day. Yet what of Suze? With such astonishing talent, he still labored diligently. This realization, this perseverance, this innate ability. The principal gazed at Suze, overwhelmed with emotion. Should Suze continue to grow normally, he would undoubtedly become a future star for humanity. He thought to himself. It was not only the principal who shared this sentiment. Many others, after hearing Suze's words, found themselves aligned with his thoughts. Suze's passionate delivery felt remarkably authentic. They could hardly fathom the level of talent required to ascend to the 5th level of body refinement in such a short time without extensive practice. Thus, they chose to believe the first interpretation. Instantly, many expressions shifted, their gazes towards Suze now imbued with respect and admiration. Such an individual was destined to be the brightest star among the crowd. As Suze continued his narrative, he suddenly noticed the change in the people around him. He glanced about and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was he merely improvising? Yet they seemed to genuinely believe him? Observing the myriad eyes filled with admiration, Suze felt a tingle of anxiety, regretting that he had perhaps exaggerated a bit too much. If these people were to discover that he had only practiced for the first 2 days and subsequently relied on the ability to impart knowledge to gain decades of cultivation to reach the 5th level of body refinement, he would likely be subjected to a severe beating by the crowd. After careful consideration, Suze resolved to maintain the persona of a diligent and hard-working young genius. To avoid the potential pitfalls of his earlier statements, he decisively opted to divert the conversation, stating, in conclusion, while I may possess a modicum of talent, my effort and diligence are equally indispensable. Merely having talent without hard work is insufficient. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Suze spoke with great truth. Without effort, even the most exceptional genius would find limited achievements in the future. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze towards Suze transformed. The teacher who had initially questioned him appeared contrite, offering an apology. Classmate Suze, I am truly sorry. I wrongfully accused you. After hearing Suze's words, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. It was merely a matter of having established his foundation earlier, and he had let it go to his head, resulting in little progress until now. Fortunately, Suze's impassioned speech had awakened him. He immediately resolved to dedicate all his free time to cultivation from that day forward. This thought not only emerged in his mind, but resonated within the minds of all the new students. Suze's diligence profoundly inspired them. If a genius could work so hard, why should they, with only average aptitude, not strive for greater effort? The principal clearly sensed the shift among the crowd. A wave of delight surging within him. He regarded Suze with increasing satisfaction. "Classmate Suze, your spirit is truly worthy of our emulation," he proclaimed with a smile. With someone like Suze in the school, the upcoming academy competition would undoubtedly see Jiangnan City's first high school shine brightly. The academy competition held significance akin to a college entrance examination for cultivators. Its importance cannot be overstated. If Suze were to achieve a notable rank in the competition, the high school would surely gain access to greater resources. Suddenly, a thought struck the principal, and his expression shifted dramatically. If news of Suze's accomplishments were to reach other cultivation schools, he could already envision the ensuing chaos. Those schools would undoubtedly go to great lengths to recruit Suze from the high school. A talent like Suze was as coveted as a top scorer in college entrance exams, sought after wherever he went. The principal pondered for a moment, deciding that after the opening ceremony, he must have a serious discussion with Suze. Before long, under the guidance of the teachers, all the new students returned to their respective classes, and the opening ceremony commenced on schedule. However, nearly everyone was distracted, their thoughts far removed from the proceedings. After completing all necessary formalities, the principal directly canceled the subsequent performances. The new students began to exit the venue. Before leaving, nearly everyone cast one last glance at Suze, the diligent and hard-working genius. Suze longed to leave immediately, yet the principal reappeared once more. "Suze, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." The principal spoke as soon as Suze entered the office. "Do you have any requests for the school? Or perhaps areas in your life where you require assistance?" Suze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. The principal was clearly concerned about other schools poaching him and wanted to ensure his continued presence here. The principal wasted no time in laying his cards on the table. "How about this? We will arrange for a residence for you in the city, provide you with nourishing pills each month, and when you're ready to make a breakthrough, we can also supply you with foundational pills." He enumerated numerous conditions. As Suze listened, he felt little emotional impact. He merely marveled at the school's financial prowess. After all, as a chosen one, he could grow stronger daily through enlightenment refunds. The various pills intended to enhance cultivation held minimal significance for him. Naturally, having lived in Jiangnan City for over a decade, he was accustomed to everything here and was keen to continue his studies in this familiar environment. Thus, he perceived the principal's worries as unnecessary. However, unaware that Suze's cultivation required no such pills, the principal misinterpreted Suze's silence as dissatisfaction with his offers. Thinking the boy was attempting to negotiate for more, the principal, with determination, sweetened the deal, doubling his previous offerings. Suze was taken aback by the principal's unexpected generosity, a mischievous curiosity igniting within him to discover just how far the principal would go. He furrowed his brow, entering a contemplative state, as if wavering. The principal, noticing this, felt a surge of hope and decided to raise the stakes once more. Yet, Suze's expression only shifted slightly. He remained deep in thought. Finally, after several rounds of negotiations, the principal could no longer contain himself. "Let us be straightforward. As long as you stay at our school, I could even make you the principal." The moment those words left his mouth, he was astonished by his own audacity. Seeing the principal on the verge of a breakdown, Suze quickly interjected, "Principal, you misunderstand. It's not that your offers lack generosity. It's simply unnecessary." "Unnecessary? What do you mean?" the principal asked, momentarily taken aback. Suze elaborated, "I have lived in Jiangnan City since birth and have never left. I have developed a deep affection for this place. Naturally, I would never consider attending a school in another city." After hearing Suze's explanation, the principal took a moment to process the information. His face shifted through various shades, a rush of blood surging to his head. However, he began to console himself, thinking, at least Suze had confirmed his intention to stay at the school, right? Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "Since that's the case, those previous offers of pills and such, which hold little value for you, I understand you would not want them." Suze waved his hand dismissively. "Then, I certainly won't be needing them." The principal sighed in relief, suddenly perceiving Suze in a new light. This child truly was sensible. Aside from being a tad mischievous, he had no faults. However, Suze had not yet finished his thoughts. "While I won't be taking those items, they could certainly be converted into cash." In an instant, the smile that had begun to form on the principal's lips froze. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, his smile now somewhat strained. Of course, I keep my word. I will have the finance department convert it for you. When would that be? Suze inquired. How about today? The principal felt a surge of suppressed anger bubbling up again, but managed to hold it in. All right, if you say so. Suze replied with a grin, rest assured. Principal, I will strive to cultivate diligently and aim to become a foundational cultivator as soon as possible, bringing glory to our school. Hearing this, the principal felt a bit more at ease. You'd better double your efforts. He thought to himself before continuing, by the way. The Demon Suppression Tower will open in 3 months. You 1T need to participate in the assessments, as we have decided to grant you one of the slots. Make sure to make the most of it. Chapter 16, Challenger Chin Feng, a peerless talent? I dispute. Suze, a slot for the Demon Suppression Tower? Is it appropriate to grant it to me without an assessment? This was quite an unexpected delight. Upon first hearing about the Demon Suppression Tower, he had been intrigued. Initially, he intended to partake in the assessment to secure a slot, but was astonished to find he had been directly awarded one. The principal shook his head. There's nothing inappropriate about it. This is essentially akin to being pre-selected. Only students with exceptional talent and strength receive slots, and you certainly fall into that category. Being exceedingly outstanding. Given this, why shouldn't we simply grant you a slot? Moreover, the slot assigned to you is from the senior class and will not affect the new students this time. After discussing these matters, Suze departed from the principal's office. The talent of beast tamers is considered one of the most challenging to cultivate. To become a revered stronghold as a beast tamer, one must forge a contract with a formidable spirit beast. At the podium, a professor eloquently expounded on the knowledge pertaining to beast tamers. Suze sat in the classroom, listening intently. However, he quickly realized that the content being conveyed was rather rudimentary and of little benefit to him. An hour later, the class bell rang promptly. As soon as class was dismissed, a swarm of students converged around Suze. Hello, Suze. I'm Guan Zihan, a warrior. May I have your contact information? I'd like your contact info too. The air buzzed with voices, primarily from female classmates. Many boys were hesitant to approach, fearing they would be perceived as intruders amidst the throng of girls. Consequently, the majority of the boys could only watch from the sidelines. Suze felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He had never experienced anything like this even in combat. Having lived alone for many years, he had grown accustomed to solitude and was indeed reluctant to engage in such trivial social interactions. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed he had little choice but to provide his contact information to escape the crowd. In a flash of inspiration, Suze grabbed a piece of white paper and jotted down his contact information before handing it to a girl in front of him. In an instant, numerous classmates clamored to jot down the details. Amidst the chaos, Suze seized the opportunity to slip out of the classroom. Inside the principal's office, Principal Tang was engrossed in reviewing a document. Suddenly, his phone rang urgently, a flurry of verification messages popping up. Tang felt puzzled. Was something amiss? Why the sudden influx of messages? He picked up his phone and saw, Brother, I'm Su Xianwan. Nice to meet you. If you have time, perhaps we could go out for dinner this weekend. QVQ. Brother, you're so handsome. Do I have a chance? Image, Brother Tang. Upon seeing these photos, his face flushed red. The youth of today are so bold. What is going on? His expression was quite comical, fingers scrolling incessantly. Yet he remained baffled until he spotted Suze's name among the messages and suddenly realized what had transpired. Suze! A thunderous shout erupted from the principal's office, shaking the entire building. Many professors emerged from their offices, bewildered by the commotion. The next day, the alarm clock rang. Suze, adhering to customary practices, commenced the initiation ceremony once more. You imparted a year's worth of cultivation to the Qing Jiao serpent, triggering the initiation rebate ability. This time, your rebate multiplier stands at twofold, granting you 2 years of cultivation. The true qi within Suze surged slightly, experiencing a modest increase. After muttering a complaint about his misfortune, Suze tidied himself up and set off for school. The library at the school boasted a wealth of resources, far surpassing the quality of information available on public networks. Upon arriving at the prestigious high school, Suze was met with a cacophony of noise emanating from the school gate. A throng of individuals had gathered at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. As Suze stepped out of the vehicle, he was instantly recognized by the crowd. Brother Qin, that person is Suze? Suze furrowed his brow. It appeared he was the target of their attention. However, the demeanor of the crowd suggested that their intentions were far from benign. From the forefront of the crowd, a figure strode toward him. Among those present were Suze's classmates, who had arrived ahead of him. Be careful, Suze. That is Senior Chin Feng from the previous grade. His qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower was revoked due to disciplinary action, and although that qualification was reinstated, the principal directly awarded it to you. Suze began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that after he had inadvertently usurped a spot, Qin Feng was seeking to confront him, likely intending to threaten him into relinquishing the qualification. The principal, undoubtedly aware of this predicament, had failed to forewarn him. In an instant, Suze felt less remorseful about his actions from the previous day. Qin Feng approached Suze with swift strides, his voice cold and demanding. "You are Suze?" Suze nodded. "Indeed, what is your business?" As anticipated, Qin Feng directly demanded that Suze forfeit his qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. "That is out of the question. I advise you to abandon this line of thought," Suze replied indifferently. The commotion at the school gate drew considerable attention. Before long, Tang Yi arrived with a cadre of teachers. "What is going on here?" Upon seeing Suze, Tang Yi's expression darkened, recalling the events of the previous day. His gaze shifted to Qin Feng, and he quickly grasped the situation. "Qin Feng, what are you protesting?" Tang Yi inquired, his brow furrowed. "You were the one who erred by using your abilities in public, nearly causing a catastrophe. It is a miracle you were not expelled. Now you dare to cause a scene?" Qin Feng, however, appeared to have disregarded Tang Yi's admonishment, continuing, "I refuse to accept this. Why should a freshman be allowed to obtain a qualification without undergoing assessment, even if he has ascended to the 5th level of body refinement within 10 days? How can anyone ascertain his true combat prowess? A peerless genius? I refuse to accept that. Whether or not he is a genius can only be determined through actual combat." He ranted incessantly, his words akin to a barrage of gunfire. Tang Yi, infuriated, felt a rush of blood to his head. Just then, Suze interjected. "If that is your stance, shall we settle this with a duel to determine who is more deserving?" The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his words. Suze's classmates exchanged worried glances, hastily urging him, "Suze, do not act rashly. Senior Qin Feng has already reached the 7th level of body refinement. The school year is divided into half-year terms, meaning Qin Feng has had at least 6 months more training than you. Moreover, you are merely at the 5th level of body refinement. How could you possibly stand a chance against someone of his caliber?" Upon hearing Suze's challenge, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. His intention for confronting Suze had merely been to express his dissatisfaction. He had never considered actually competing. As an upperclassman, his training duration and combat experience far exceeded that of Suze. With a 2-level disparity in their cultivation, even if Qin Feng was disgruntled, he felt it beneath him to propose a contest to determine qualification. Yet now, Suze had initiated the challenge himself. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng's spirits lifted. "You brought this upon yourself," he declared, "so do not blame me for taking advantage of my seniority." Suze responded calmly, "Indeed, it was my suggestion." The surrounding students erupted into a flurry of discussions, many of whom were anxious for Suze, as they believed that even his talent would be insufficient to overcome Qin Feng's prowess. Tang Yi's expression shifted, sensing Suze's impulsiveness. He looked at Suze and noticed an unsettling calmness in his demeanor. Not a trace of anxiety was apparent in his eyes. Although his interactions with Suze had been limited, Tang Yi's decades of experience told him that Suze was not the type to act recklessly without considering the consequences. With this thought, Tang Yi composed himself, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that Suze harbored genuine confidence in this impending duel? Soon, news of Suze's impending duel with Qin Feng spread throughout the campus. Crowds gathered beneath the martial arts platform as even a number of teachers appeared, eager to witness the outcome of this confrontation. On the platform, Suze and Qin Feng ascended, with Tang Yi standing between them. "Suze, are you certain you wish to engage in this competition?" he inquired one last time. Upon receiving a resolute confirmation, Tang Yi refrained from further questioning, stating, "This match will be conducted under the stipulation that it does not result in any injuries to either party or employ any moves that could potentially cripple the opponent." As he spoke, Tang Yi's gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. "Rest assured, Principal. I will only ensure that Su Jr. spends a few days in bed." He turned to Suze, adding ominously, "Let me warn you, I am a martial cultivator, specializing in close combat." Suze nodded indifferently, "Understood. Shall we begin?" Qin Feng frowned, displeased by Suze's demeanor, but merely scoffed, resolving to teach him a lesson. Tang Yi stepped back, creating space, and intoned, "Let the match commence." The crowd buzzed with speculation. "By the way, do you know what talent Suze awakened? I heard it is beast mastery." "What? Then where is his contracted spirit beast? Perhaps he hasn't had time to contract one yet. After all, it hasn't been long since his awakening. Contracting a spirit beast is significant, and cannot be decided hastily. But how can Su Zhe fight against Qin Feng, who is a martial cultivator? That is a valid concern. The keen senses of cultivators heightened, causing the murmurs to reach Qin Feng's ears. Upon learning that Su Zhe's talent was beast mastery, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. You are a beastmaster? Where is your contracted spirit beast? I do not see one. If you have yet to contract a spirit beast, I suggest you visit the hospital for a mental evaluation. Su Zhe. Su Zhe replied with unwavering calmness. Your cultivation may not be remarkable, but your verbal skills are quite impressive. Perhaps you should consider a career in stand-up comedy. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he clenched his fists and charged at Su Zhe, infuriated and intent on delivering a lesson. His speed was astonishing, brimming with lethal intent. And in the blink of an eye, he was upon Su Zhe, launching a punch. However, just as Qin Feng's fist was about to connect with Su Zhe, the latter's figure abruptly vanished. Qin Feng's strike missed entirely, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his balance. What just happened? Why was that so fast? A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Wasn't Su Zhe a beastmaster? How could he possess such incredible speed? In the next moment, a profound sense of danger surged within Qin Feng. His combat experience is remarkably extensive, having frequently ventured into the untamed wilderness for rigorous training, where he has slain numerous ferocious beasts, thus honing his acute sensitivity to danger. Yet, the sense of peril that now envelopes him is far more intense than any he has previously encountered. A voice echoes in his ear. Your steps are feeble. Your agility lacking. Your cultivation weak. How dare you, in your arrogance, presume to compete with me? Depart at once. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng feels an overwhelming force strike his back, sending him uncontrollably hurtling through the air. He crashes down from the martial platform, landing in a sprawling position on the ground. Confusion, humiliation, and rage swirl within him, but these emotions quickly dissipate as a searing pain radiates from his back, nearly rendering him unconscious. An instructor rushes over, examines him, and reassures Tang Yi. It's nothing serious, just a fractured bone. A fortnight of rest should suffice. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng feels an acute sense of disgrace. He cannot comprehend how Su Zhe, despite being merely at the 5th level of body refinement, could defeat him, especially as a beastmaster. The surrounding students are left in stunned silence. Su Zhe, a 5th level beastmaster, has bested a 7th level martial cultivator? And all without summoning his contracted spirit beast? What is going on? What manner of monster is this? Struggling to turn his head, Qin Feng grits his teeth and asks, You claim to be a beastmaster? Su Zhe replies nonchalantly, Indeed, I am a genuine beastmaster. Qin Feng's face flushes with indignation as he retorts, You must be joking. He attempts to continue but is interrupted by the resurgence of agonizing pain in his back. The instructor promptly assists him in seeking treatment, not daring to delay. Tang Yi's eyes gleam as he gestures for the onlookers to disperse. No one dares to defy the principal's orders, and they all leave, though not without casting lingering glances at Su Zhe. Following this battle, Su Zhe's legendary status has only grown, while it is not uncommon for a beastmaster to defeat a martial cultivator. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this beastmaster's cultivation level is lower than that of the martial cultivator. Even more absurdly, this beastmaster did not utilize his contracted spirit beast. Many students cannot help but ponder, Su Zhe, are you truly a beastmaster? Chapter 18, The Sixth Seed. 6th level of body refinement. Regarding Su Zhe's accomplishments, Tang Yi does not inquire further. He merely remarks, You truly are a hidden gem, before departing. Su Zhe chuckles and returns to his classroom to commence lessons. As before, the majority of the class's attention is not on the subject matter, but on Su Zhe. However, following the recent incident involving false communication, everyone is aware that Su Zhe prefers to avoid social interactions. Coupled with his astonishing combat prowess, few dare to disturb him. Nevertheless, their gazes upon him burn with even greater fervor than before. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Su Zhe hurries home after class. 3 days later, as he channels a year's worth of cultivation into the Qing Jiao snake, the system announces, You have triggered the Insight Refund feature. The refund multiplier is currently being randomly determined. Your multiplier for this instance is 10-fold. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy emerges, radiating boundless vitality. Under Su Zhe's guidance, this energy is fully infused into the dragon elephant seed. Crack. A familiar sound of cracking resonates. A profound joy spreads across Su Zhe's face. The 6th giant elephant seed has finally activated. A brilliant golden light bursts forth from the newly awakened seed, bestowing immense power that aids Su Zhe in refining his physique. Boom, boom, boom. With this newfound strength, Suze successfully breaks through to the 6th level of body refinement. A mere 20 days after his awakening, rising cautiously, Suze adapts to the power coursing through him, but ultimately fails. With a resounding crash, the floor beneath him shatters, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. Suze winces at the loss. During his recent power surges, such incidents have become inevitable. He estimates that he has incurred losses exceeding 10,000 coins. A child of a poor family learns to take charge early, having lived alone for many years. Suze understands the steep costs of daily necessities. Although he has now become a cultivator and need not worry about his livelihood, he still abhors wastefulness. After all, 10,000 coins represent several months' worth of living expenses for him. After a brief moment, Suze finally acclimates to his current strength and sets off for school. Upon entering the classroom, he encounters a long-missed face, Lin Miaoi. She spots him as well and greets him with a smile. However, unlike before, her complexion appears somewhat pale, and she seems frilier, her smile imbued with a pitiable charm that instills a sense of sympathy. Suze, puzzled, asks, "What happened to you? Why do you look so unwell?" A fellow student interjects, "Sister Lin went herb gathering recently and was injured by a ferocious beast. Had it not been for a passing expert who intervened, she might not have made it back." Suze responds in astonishment, "So perilous?" "Indeed," the student replies. "Unfortunately, the spirit herb she sought was taken by the one who saved her, which is one of the main ingredients for her alchemy." Lin Miaoi interrupts. "Let us not dwell on that, little Su. That person saved my life, so it was only right for him to take the main herb." She then turns to Suze, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "I heard you defeated Qin Feng from the second year?" At the mention of this topic, the entire class gathers around, eager to hear any insights Suze might share. "Suze, don't you have a contracted spirit beast yet?" Lin Miaoi inquires. "If you need assistance, I know several people in the spirit beast market. They have excellent beasts." Suze feels warmth in his heart. It has been years since someone showed him such concern. He does not hide the truth, smiling as he replies, "I have already contracted my destined spirit beast." Hiss. At that moment, the little green snake on his wrist finally reveals itself, raising its head and letting out a fierce hiss. The students instinctively take several steps back upon seeing the snake. However, as they take a closer look at its appearance, they quickly gather around again. "Wow, this little snake is so adorable," they exclaim. "For the first time, I don't find snakes so frightening. It's so cute. What kind of spirit beast is this? If I'm not mistaken, it must be a Qing Jiao snake." "A Qing Jiao snake?" This spirit beast seems rather common. Several students knowledgeable about spirit beast types exchange glances. The Qing Jiao snake is one of the most ordinary ferocious beasts. Suze has actually contracted such a spirit beast? It is important to note that for a beastmaster, their combat strength primarily derives from their spirit beast. If the contracted spirit beast has poor qualifications, then regardless of the owner's talent, their future achievements will be severely limited, unless they change their contracted spirit beast. Lin Miaoi is evidently aware of these facts. She furrows her brow, feeling that Suze's choice was rather hasty. "Suze, your cultivation talent is exceptional. How can you contract a spirit beast like the Qing Jiao snake?" She knows of Suze's recent feats and understands he is a prodigy, thus feeling regret for him. However, she adds, "Changing your contracted spirit beast later isn't a major issue, though it might be a bit troublesome." Suze recognizes her good intentions, but merely smiles without responding. Meanwhile, little Qing comprehends their conversation, having now ascended to an intermediate F rank. Equivalent to a human at the 6th level of body refinement, its intelligence has greatly increased. It suddenly feels insulted and begins to roar fiercely, baring its fangs and claws. Despite the growth in its strength, there has been little change in its size. Hence, it presents a fierce demeanor, yet appears remarkably endearing in the eyes of those around. Instantly, the girls present succumb to their impulses and begin to engage with it. Xiao Qing feels quite indignant. As a demon beast equivalent to the 6th level of body refinement, it now finds itself at the mercy of a group of humans at the 2nd or 3rd level of body refinement. This is nothing short of a profound humiliation. Were it not for its master forbidding retaliation, it would have surely taken action against these little brats. It endures in silence, suppressing its fury. However, its anger swiftly dissipates upon the appearance of an array of delectable meat snacks. Xiao Qing immediately transforms, shedding its previous aloofness and eagerly diving into the embrace of the girls. Meanwhile, Suze and Lin Miaoi engage in conversation, primarily discussing Qin Feng's battle and matters pertaining to the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower houses numerous demon beasts, and only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage can enter. Although possessing a certain level of danger, the potential for cultivation advancement is immense, making this a rare opportunity. Lin Miao shares extensive information about the demon suppression tower with Su Zhe, including many insider details. Chapter 19. This world is full of coincidences. The classmates are all of the same age, leading to a plethora of common topics and a wide array of discussions. Unlike the usual Su Zhe, they spend much of their time browsing various websites and forums, thus keeping themselves informed about the latest happenings. Have you heard? Several powerful demon beasts have been slain in the outskirts of the wild forest, a chubby boy announces, producing a tablet that contains various data. Su Zhe looks up and instantly recognizes a familiar figure. The information includes a photograph showcasing a lush jungle, with a fleeting silhouette deep within. Though blurry, it is evident that the individual is quite young, perhaps no older than 18 or 19. The experts on the forum speculate that this person is responsible for the demise of the demon beasts. Others chime in, I've heard about this too. Those demon beasts were among the strongest in the forest's outskirts. Even Foundation establishment experts would find it challenging to deal with them. Yet this person managed to slay them all in a remarkably short time. That's the most astonishing part. To eliminate these beasts so effortlessly indicates that this task was quite trivial for him. I even suspect he might be a Foundation establishment expert. A Foundation establishment expert at such a young age? Surely not. What is impossible? The classmates engage in lively debate. Su Zhe feigns interest, chiming in occasionally. Others may be unaware of the identity of the individual in question, but as the person involved, Su Zhe recognizes the situation all too well. It is quite surprising that someone captured his figure at that moment. He must be more cautious moving forward. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Once one's power truly flourishes, notoriety may not be advantageous. Lin Miao is equally intrigued by the matter. Having been recuperating, she has not paid attention to such news. Su Zhe, who do you think this young powerhouse could be? She inquires, turning to him. Su Zhe shakes his head. Who knows? Perhaps someone from a prominent family. Lin Miao nods thoughtfully. For the remainder of the time, Su Zhe occupies himself in the library. After this period of study, he finally completes his foundational knowledge regarding cultivation. With some idle time, he recalls the cultivator forum his classmates frequent, which contains a wealth of information about cultivators in Jiangnan City. He promptly searches for the website and registers an account. Upon entering the forum, he immediately notices a pinned post, desperately seeking a blood dragon herb. Blood dragon herb? Su Zhe's attention sharpens. He happens to possess one himself. Since it serves no purpose for him, he decides to sell it. Clicking on the post, he finds an address and contact information. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhe dials the number. Beep. The phone rings once before being answered by a deep voice. After Su Zhe mentions he possesses a blood dragon herb, the voice on the other end becomes animated. The two quickly agree on a meeting place and price. After hanging up, Su Zhe feels a surge of excitement. The initial offer was exceedingly high, far exceeding the market value of the blood dragon herb. 3 high-grade healing elixirs, which are highly effective for Foundation establishment cultivators. Such healing potions are exceptionally precious, often fetching a price several times that of elixirs that enhance cultivation. The following day, however, Su Zhe's luck wanes again. With a cashback multiplier of merely 2, the 7th dragon elephant seed shows almost no response. Nonetheless, Su Zhe only grumbles briefly before heading to the agreed-upon transaction location. As the vehicle moves, the surrounding architecture becomes increasingly sparse, replaced by sprawling estates. This area represents the affluent district of Jiangnan City, where even a lifetime of toil would not suffice to purchase a single gate. After a considerable time, the vehicle halts in front of a villa. No sooner does he step out than a person emerges to greet him, evidently having awaited his arrival for some time, and promptly leads Su Zhe to a particular villa. In the vicinity, several security personnel patrol the estate. Suddenly, Su Zhe feels a vague familiarity with one of the individuals, as though he has seen them before. However, he cannot discern clearly as the person walks away. This is the place. The master is waiting for you inside, the guide informs him. Su Zhe nods in gratitude and pushes the door open. Inside the living room, 2 individuals are engaged in conversation, accompanied by another person standing nearby. As Su Zhe enters, all 3 turn to regard him. The standing figure freezes upon seeing Su Zhe, memories of an unpleasant encounter flooding back. It's you, he exclaims in astonishment, though he quickly regains his composure. After all, in Jiangnan City, the only person capable of immediately procuring a blood dragon herb is undoubtedly him. Su Zhe recognizes him as well, momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? The standing person is none other than Chen Wei, the individual Su Zhe saved a few days prior. What is going on? One of the seated individuals inquires. Chen Wei hastily explains in hushed tones. Upon hearing Chen Wei's explanation, the expressions of the 2 seated individuals become quite intriguing. They look at Su Zhe, marveling at the sheer coincidences of this world. Suze feels a twinge of awkwardness. While he did save them, requesting compensation afterward does seem somewhat unscrupulous. Will they seek retribution against him? The likelihood appears quite high. After all, he has essentially walked into the lion's den voluntarily. However, to Suze's surprise, the elder speaks first. Young brother, there is no need to be anxious. Our Lin family is not like that. The blood dragon herb was earned through your own merit. You saved their lives, and asking for a small reward is entirely reasonable. Upon reflection, Suze acknowledges the truth in this statement. Days have passed, and these individuals have not sought him out for trouble. He relaxes slightly, but still wishes to leave without lingering. Producing the blood dragon herb, he states, "Here is the blood dragon herb you requested." Shenwei inspects it thoroughly and confirms its authenticity with a nod. He hands a vial of elixirs to Suze. The moment he opens it, a rich medicinal aroma wafts through the air, and merely inhaling it brings an invigorating sensation, instantly dispelling his fatigue. After confirming everything is in order, Suze turns to leave. Yet at that moment, the elder calls out again, "Young man, wait a moment." He produces a business card and hands it to Suze. With such exceptional combat prowess at your young age, you must still be studying at a cultivator school, correct? If you are interested in the future, you might consider our Tianyuan Academy. Suze is taken aback. Tianyuan Academy. In this realm, newly awakened cultivators typically pursue their studies in institutions akin to prestigious high schools. Upon completion of their education, they must then undergo a rigorous examination, reminiscent of the Gaokao from a previous life. Those who succeed gain admittance to esteemed academies for further training, such as the Tianyuan Academy. This institution stands in stark contrast to secondary schools, with entrance criteria that are exceedingly stringent, verging on the requirements of sects or schools of thought. The resources and formidable beings possessed by these higher learning establishments far exceed the imagination of the average person. Many academies have established themselves as independent factions, nearly renaming themselves after specific sections. Yet, for reasons unknown, none have taken such a step. Suze, glancing at the business card in his hand, was astonished to discover that the elderly gentleman before him was, in fact, a professor at Tianyuan Academy, akin to an elder of a renowned sect in fantastical tales. Such a figure could only be considered a significant authority. What could possibly draw him here? Was it for the blood dragon grass? That seemed implausible, as the blood dragon grass was merely a spiritual herb suited for the foundation establishment stage. Hardly remarkable. Given the professor's status, he could easily procure hundreds of such herbs. Noticing Suze's silence, Old Wang chuckled. There is no need for an immediate response. I shall provide you with my contact information. I merely hope you will contemplate my offer without any pressure. Suze nodded. I will certainly consider it when the time comes. Despite their brief encounter, Old Wang left a favorable impression on Suze, making it a possibility worth pondering. He did not linger further and departed from the villa. Once Suze had left, the middle-aged man who had remained silent expressed his curiosity. Old Wang, what is it about that young man that warrants your personal invitation to Tianyuan Academy? Old Wang replied, I was merely struck by a whim. I sensed that this young fellow possesses potential. Not to mention, his valor in vanquishing the Blackwater crocodiles and rescuing Miao Yi and her companions speaks volumes about his strength and the debt of gratitude I owe him. It would not be out of the question to recruit him into our academy at this juncture. Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family and Miao Yi's father, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he saved Miao Yi's life. I shall remember this favor. However, the matter of compensation afterward does seem somewhat unscrupulous. Chen Wei, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement. Old Wang waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? No one is perfect. Have you ever encountered a flawless individual? Shortly after Suze's departure, a graceful figure entered the room. Upon seeing Old Wang, she exclaimed joyfully, Grandpa Wang, what brings you here? Lin Miao Yi approached Old Wang with an innocent demeanor. The professor's face lit up at the sight of her, his every wrinkle quivering with delight, his smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Miao Yi, take a look at this, he said, producing the blood dragon grass. Lin Miao Yi gasped in surprise. Blood dragon grass. Wasn't it said that there was none to be found recently in Jiangnan City or the surrounding markets? Suddenly, her eyes widened in recognition. Why does this blood dragon grass seem so familiar? Chun Wei interjected. That is the very herb we encountered the other day. What? How did it find its way here? Lin Miao Yi asked, bewildered. After Chun Wei recounted the events, she finally understood. Old Wang then grew solemn and declared, now that all the materials for the foundation establishment pill are ready, I shall concoct it for you tomorrow. I assure you, you will reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage before the Academy's grand competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai immediately stood, bowing respectfully. I entrust everything to you. Old Wang. Lin Miao Yi followed suit. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Wang. The Academy's grand competition was akin to a gaokao for cultivators. And it was precisely for this reason that Old Wang returned to the Lin family to prepare the foundation establishment pill for Lin Miaoyi. The following day, an announcement echoed. You have imbued the Qing Jiao snake with a year's worth of cultivation, triggering the Enlightenment cashback feature. Your cashback multiplier for this occasion is 30. You have gained 30 years of cultivation. A surge of energy enveloped Su Zhe, dramatically enhancing his strength and resulting in an immediate increase of 30 years in his cultivation. With a crack, the 7th Dragon Elephant Seed activated. A tremendous power coursed through his body, which, though not imposing in stature, concealed an astonishing strength. Simultaneously, Su Zhe's cultivation soared yet again, reaching the 7th level of body refinement. Ding! The system has detected that the host's accumulated cultivation exceeds 100 years. The system automatically upgrades. The system upgrade was completed. New features initiated. From tomorrow onward, you may freely allocate the cultivation you acquire. Su Zhe accessed the system panel and indeed noted an additional line of text. Name: Su Zhe. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Martial Arts Cultivation: 7th level of body refinement. Other cultivation: none. To be developed. Remaining cultivation: 0. Soon after, Su Zhe grasped the utility of this new feature, a wave of elation washing over him. Does this mean I can develop other abilities in the future? He pondered. Even in the absence of corresponding talents. To his surprise, the system responded. The host may utilize the remaining cultivation as desired. However, if applied to abilities without corresponding talents, the effectiveness of the cultivation years will be significantly diminished. Note: when the host's cumulative cultivation reaches 5,000 years, the cultivation years acquired from each enlightenment will increase to 100. Su Zhe nodded, recognizing that with the augmentation of his strength, the system's capabilities were also gradually unfolding. He was intrigued by the newly emerged feature, yet had no means to explore it further today, as he had already exhausted his enlightenment opportunity. Feeling somewhat bored, he began to tease Xiaoqing. The little snake's strength had also stagnated, remaining at the intermediate F level without any advancement. Xiaoqing, you cannot rely on me for enlightenment every day. Why not strive a little harder? You spend all day sleeping on my wrist. Could you not rise and make an effort to cultivate? He admonished. Look at the other spirit beasts. They are either battling or cultivating, never wasting a moment. And then there's you. Do you not feel any shame? Xiaoqing rolled its eyes, pretending not to hear Su Zhe's words. However, Su Zhe persisted. I'm not trying to criticize you, but have you not noticed your stagnation in cultivation over these past few days? Look at those talented spirit beasts, despite their gifts. They still put in the effort, while you, with such mediocre talent, remain so lazy. This truly pains me as your master. I hope that starting today, you will correct your bad habits and become a diligent spirit beast, awakening the Azure Dragon bloodline within you soon, with its intelligence now significantly heightened. Xiaoqing could comprehend Su Zhe's words. Listening to him, it felt a strong urge to retort, Master, your talent seems to match mine 50-50. I've yet to hear of a body refinement master with 100 years of cultivation. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, concealed within its heart. There was little choice. A snake must bow its head when living under a roof. Relying on its master for sustenance, it could only endure. Chapter 21. Return to the Wilderness Forest. E-class monster beasts under Su Zhe's encouragement, Xiaoqing ultimately acquiesced. It emitted a vague thought, suggesting they venture once more to the Wilderness Forest for training and to gather various resources to contribute to their household. Su Zhe found this proposal commendable and praised. Well done. While your talent may be lacking, your intellect is certainly intact. Thus, the pair, one human and one serpent, set off again for the Wilderness Forest. This time, the carriage was noticeably busier with cultivators, particularly younger individuals, most of whom were at the 4th or 5th level of body refinement. Having dealt with several troublesome monsters recently, the outer regions had become relatively safer, emboldening them to enter the forest. An hour passed. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the temporary trading location. After Su Zhe alighted, he did not hasten into the forest but instead strolled around the trading area. Eventually, he purchased 2 large bags and a few instant food items before venturing into the woods. The formidable beasts in Zone D had already been dealt with by him. Those of insufficient strength held no value for combat. Thus, he opted for a direction contrary to his previous excursion. Little Qing leapt from Su Zhe's wrist, transforming into a streak of azure light that darted through the thicket. Their pace was swift, and before long, they had delved deep into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous beasts. However, their weakness rendered them devoid of any economic worth, and engaging them would merely squander time. Thus, the man and the serpent embarked on their exploration within the woods. During this expedition, Suze discovered several commendable medicinal herbs. He carefully unearthed these herbs and stowed them away in his bag. Little Qing, it seems you are rather unproductive today, after searching for so long. We have yet to encounter a more formidable beast. Upon hearing this remark, Little Qing immediately bristled. It held immense confidence in this domain, and being dismissed by Suze incited a surge of determination, prompting it to accelerate its search. At long last, within a secluded valley, a colossal rat emerged. Name: Giant Tooth Rat. Level: F-Class Upper Tier Special Bloodline. None skill. No remarks. An exceedingly filthy creature, replete with pathogens, essentially a mobile source of contamination. The Giant Tooth Rat carries the plague. Take care not to be harmed by its teeth. Level F-Class Upper Tier. Suze's eyes sparkled with excitement. This beast exhibited considerable strength, at least equivalent to a human at the 8th level of body refinement. After wandering the forest for so long, he had finally encountered a beast worthy of attention. The Giant Tooth Rat, having also noticed Suze, quickly discerned his cultivation level, 7th level of body refinement. A trivial opponent. It boasted peak strength within the F-Class Upper Tier, nearly on the brink of advancement. To its astonishment, the human did not exhibit any inclination to flee upon spotting it. Instead, he appeared utterly thrilled, gazing upon it as one might a pet. Such humiliation was intolerable. The Giant Tooth Rat had fully awakened its intelligence. Apart from its inability to speak, it possessed an intellect akin to that of an ordinary human. Since you choose not to flee, then perish. It bellowed and lunged towards Suze. Initially, Suze had felt a surge of joy upon spotting the Giant Tooth Rat. But after reading the remarks, his enthusiasm waned. The creature was festooned with pathogens. Any contact might result in illness. Consequently, Suze sidestepped and evaded the rat's attack, then retreated several paces to increase the distance between them. The Giant Tooth Rat, having missed its strike, was unwilling to relent and turned to charge at Suze once more. Regret was futile now. It seethed internally. However, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. The Giant Tooth Rat vaguely perceived a dark object hurtling toward it, which swiftly expanded in its field of vision. In the instant its skull shattered. It finally discerned the object's true nature, a stone. With a resounding thud, a mist of blood erupted from the rat's neck. Thud! A headless corpse collapsed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Its blood was not red, but tainted with black. The flora stained by this blood began to wither, indicating the presence of numerous toxic substances. Suze, with a look of disdain, clapped his hands and hurriedly departed from the scene with Little Qing. In a distant cave, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide. The Giant Tooth Rat is dead? Shortly thereafter, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. In the darkness, a massive silhouette gradually emerged. Finally, illuminated by sunlight, a gigantic black bear appeared. It spoke in human language, muttering, "The aura has dissipated 10 kilometers away. How dare you? Do you not realize this is my territory? You dare to slay my subordinate? You seek death." With a thunderous crash, the black bear vanished, leaving behind a deep crater in the ground. Moments later, Little Qing's body tensed, sending out a signal of danger. A powerful beast approaches us. A formidable beast? Suze was taken aback. This was the first time Little Qing had issued such a warning. The next instant, a massive shadow burst through the nearby thicket, uprooting countless trees before materializing before Suze. "Are you the two who killed the Giant Tooth Rat?" The black bear king growled coldly. Suze raised an eyebrow. "It speaks human language. That signifies it must be at least an E-class beast." Indeed, the information provided by the system confirmed Suze's suspicions. Name: Iron Paw Bear. Level: E-class Lower Tier Special Bloodline. None skill. Iron Paw. Remarks: a beast equivalent to a human at the Foundation establishment stage, capable of delivering a strike with a force exceeding several tons. It is advisable for the host to flee immediately. E-class beast. Suze was initially startled, but excitement soon followed. Had it not been for his cultivation of the dragon elephant body refinement technique, he would have long ago ascended to the Foundation establishment stage. Each dragon elephant seed required an immense amount of cultivation. Otherwise, how could he possess a century's worth of cultivation yet remain at the 7th level of body refinement? Though his realm had not advanced, his strength had steadily increased. At this moment, he activated 7 seeds, embodying the might of 7 colossal elephants, granting him an arm's strength reaching several tens of tons, far surpassing the Iron Paw Bear's several tons. Thus, if comparing true strength, Suze actually far exceeded the iron paw bear. The black bear, perceiving that Suze had not responded, assumed he had been rendered speechless with fear. It scoffed, shifting its gaze to Little Ching. F-class middle tier, 7th level of body refinement. How could the two of you possibly have killed the giant tooth rat? It was perplexed yet received no answer. Instead, the ensuing scene ignited its fury. Chapter 22. Which is better, 3/10 full or 8/10 full? How could that human boy be warming up in the presence of a Foundation establishment powerhouse like itself? What did this signify? Did he intend to engage in combat with it? Was he out of his mind? It was an E-class beast. He was merely at the 7th level of body refinement and appeared to be a beast tamer, inherently lacking in combat prowess. His contracted spirit beast was hardly impressive, merely an E-class middle tier. Is this it? He dares to challenge me? Just like the giant tooth rat, the black bear felt insulted. In a fit of rage, it retorted, regardless of the circumstances, you shall pay for killing the giant tooth rat. With a colossal roar, the black bear leapt into action, lunging at Suze with a massive iron paw raised high, intent on turning him into a puddle of flesh. Its vast form obscured a significant portion of the light as it cast a dark shadow upon the ground. Yet, despite its heft, it moved with surprising speed. In the blink of an eye, the black bear was upon Suze. Die! The enormous bear paw descended upon Suze with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. In the violent collision, a white ripple formed in the air, rapidly expanding and shaking loose countless leaves. The black bear felt a searing pain in its paw, akin to striking steel. Crack! More alarmingly, a faint sound of cracking bones echoed within. That was the sound of bones fracturing. The black bear stared, astonished, at Suze, who stood unscathed. The human at the body refinement stage actually withstood his strike? It was inconceivable to him, and disbelief clouded his thoughts. He attempted to lift his hand to strike Suze again, only to find that his hand had become immobile. Lowering his gaze, the black bear discovered Suze's slender hand firmly gripping his own. That seemingly frail hand had him completely subdued. His expression shifted from astonishment to sheer horror. Was this the kind of strength a human at the body refinement stage should possess? What kind of sustenance had this human consumed to grow so formidable? With a furious roar, he exerted all his might, only to despairingly realize that he could not budge Suze in the slightest. Panic began to seize the black bear. He suddenly found the human before him utterly terrifying, resembling a ferocious beast in human form, exuding an aura that was both captivating and dreadful. After several futile attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. His anxiety escalated, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. This human was a monster. The black bear began to thrash desperately, but all was in vain. Suze regarded the black bear with disappointment. Was this the level of an E-rank demon beast? From the onset of the battle, he had been concerned about the potential danger to Shaoqing, prompting him to instruct the creature to hide nearby. However, it now seemed that such caution was entirely unwarranted. Shaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the surreal scene before her. A towering bear, nearly 3 meters high, struggling helplessly beneath a human youth, completely devoid of any capacity to resist. The contrast was striking. As she gazed at Suze, a thought akin to the black bear's arose within her. What manner of creature was her master? She knew Suze was strong, but she had never imagined him to be this formidable. The black bear continued to struggle, now completely consumed by fear, having lost all semblance of rationality. Why are you roaring so loudly? Suze frowned, his voice laced with irritation. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted a slight force and lifted the black bear effortlessly. The creature's roar was abruptly silenced, its eyes wide with terror as it stared at Suze. Please spare me. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I beg you, let me go, and I shall serve you as a loyal beast. Its voice trembled, completely devoid of its earlier bravado. Suze had initially contemplated ending the black bear's life, envisioning a meal of its rich, succulent paw. Yet, upon a sudden epiphany, he reconsidered. He casually tossed the black bear aside and remarked with a smile, I may spare your life, but it comes with conditions. The black bear quickly prostrated itself at Suze's feet, not daring to utter another word. Having just felt the peril of death, it was now keenly aware of the need to adopt a submissive demeanor. How many years have you resided in this vicinity? Suze inquired. The black bear replied honestly. Approximately 3 years. Suze nodded. In that case, you must be quite familiar with the surroundings. The black bear eagerly affirmed. I know this area like the back of my paw. Then you should be aware of the lairs of the E-rank demon beasts. Take me there now, Suze commanded. The black bear momentarily froze, unable to comprehend the situation. It quickly grasped the implications, a shiver running down its spine, eyes brimming with terror. This human intended to eradicate the nearby demon beasts in one fell swoop. More crucially, if it led this human to slaughter its kin, would it not become a traitor? How could it continue to exist in this realm? If the greater demon beasts deep within the forest learned of this, they would surely come for its life. No, facing such a fate would be worse than death. The black bear raised its head to look at Suze, intending to speak, but upon meeting Suze's gaze, it instinctively recoiled, swallowing its words. Now, choosing between immediate death and a potential later demise. The answer was clear: to live a little longer. Gritting its teeth, it respectfully stated, "I know where all the E-rank demon beast lairs are located. I will take you there at once." A brilliant idea suddenly sparked in the black bear's mind. There was a ferocious tiger to the south, far more powerful than it. On the cusp of advancing to mid-tier E-rank, significantly stronger than the black bear, who had only recently entered E-rank. If it brought this human to confront the tiger, they could engage in a deadly struggle, allowing the bear to escape. Perhaps it could even seize the opportunity to benefit from the chaos. With this thought in mind, the black bear's spirits lifted once more. It rose cheerfully and addressed Suze, "Big brother, follow me. To the south lies a fearsome tiger. Its majestic fur befitting your stature. I shall lead you there at once." Suze nodded, beckoning Shaoqing to return to his wrist, and calmly stated, "Let us go." In an instant, Suze and the black bear vanished, transforming into two shadowy figures racing southward. As he observed the black bear before him, a chuckle escaped him. Did it really think he was oblivious to its little schemes? If he didn't possess absolute confidence, would he have made such a decision? Even if he couldn't defeat the tiger, he could surely outrun this foolish bear. It was merely a matter of who could flee faster. Chapter 23. Please spare me. Their pace was swift, covering dozens of kilometers in mere minutes. Soon, the black bear halted before a hill, turning to say, "Big brother, the tiger's lair is atop this hill." Suze nodded, focusing his mind as his golden true energy began to circulate, preparing for battle at a moment's notice. Noticing that the black bear lingered, he frowned and asked, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." The black bear's face stiffened, and it awkwardly replied, "Surely I need not go up there, big brother. The tiger is incredibly powerful. My presence would only hinder you." Suze suppressed a cold laugh, fully aware of the black bear's intentions. However, he had no intention of allowing it to escape so easily, his gaze turning icy. "You will go, and there will be no further discussion." The black bear shivered, dread coursing through it. Reluctantly, it steeled itself and ascended the hill, all the while observing the terrain around. Should the situation turn dire, it had already resolved to make a swift exit. Even if it could not outrun the tiger, surely it could outpace this human. As this thought settled in, the bear's mood lightened considerably, and its pace quickened slightly. After a moment, their movement slowed. Not far ahead, a waterhole rested against the hillside, the sound of splashing water echoing through the air. Suze focused intently and soon spotted a vibrant figure swimming within. Name: Red Flame Tiger. Level: Mid-tier E-rank. Special bloodline: None. Skills: Fury. Red Flame. Remarks: the Red Flame Tiger's prowess increases significantly in a state of fury. Capable of exhaling flames that reach temperatures of up to 3,000 degrees Celsius, and once ignited, the flames are exceedingly difficult to extinguish. As Suze assessed the information provided by the system, he contemplated the power dynamics between the two. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th level of body refinement, he possessed the strength of 7 colossal elephants, an astonishing power that far surpassed that of typical foundational cultivators. The strength of 7 colossal elephants grants him an arm strength in excess of tens of thousands of pounds. In contrast, the peak strength of a foundational cultivator is typically around 10,000 pounds. Thus, it could be said that in terms of raw strength, Suze had already eclipsed the majority of beings at the foundational level. Yet, combat among cultivators is not merely a contest of strength. It also involves techniques, spells, and martial skills. Therefore, caution navigates a ship through the ages. Thus, Suze refrained from hastily launching an assault. Crack! At that moment, a sharp sound erupted. The black bear froze, lowering its gaze to the branch it had inadvertently snapped beneath its weight. In the next instant, a roar reverberated through the forest, shaking the very mountains. Even from a considerable distance, the red flame tiger, frolicking in the waters of the pond, instantly detected the commotion. Suze, with no time to ponder whether the black bear had acted intentionally, tensed his body, fixating his attention on the red flame tiger not far off. "Who?" The red flame tiger growled lowly, its own tension escalating. It was aware that this territory was its lair, and any creature bold enough to intrude must possess either formidable strength or an audacious confidence. A flurry of conjectures raced through its mind. Could it be that an old enemy had come to settle a score? The more it contemplated, the more plausible this seemed, heightening its alertness and readiness for battle. Rustle. From the distant thicket, two figures emerged, and the red flame tiger's gaze swiftly locked onto the more powerful presence among them. As recognition dawned, it was momentarily taken aback. Was it that blind bear from the north? Had it come to challenge it after its advancement? Upon closer inspection, it noted that the black bear still remained at the E-grade lower tier. Suddenly, it noticed Suze standing beside the bear. A human? Moreover, a mere body refinement stage human? How had these two unlikely companions come to be? Such queries did not impede the red flame tiger's burgeoning fury. Upon discerning the strength of Suze and the black bear, it was consumed by rage. How could two insignificant beings have startled it? The more it pondered, the angrier it became. Without further ado, it let out a growl and lunged forward. Foolish creature, since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, you shall meet your demise. The black bear's countenance turned a shade of green. The red flame tiger had chosen to disregard Suze entirely, charging straight at it. There was no time to evade. It could only brace itself. Boom. A violent collision ensued. A tempest of wind erupted, sweeping away the fallen leaves from the ground. The black bear let out a pained cry as its massive form was sent flying. The red flame tiger scoffed. Is this all you're capable of? Yet. In the next moment, its taunt was abruptly silenced. Bang! A tremendous force struck from behind, sending the red flame tiger soaring. Crack, crack, crack. After shattering several large trees, it finally came to a halt. Who? Hiss. As it gasped in shock, searing pain surged through its back, radiating throughout its entire body, rendering it speechless. Its vitality roiled, and its internal organs felt as though they were dislocated. This agony was unbearable. The red flame tiger collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. Staring intently at Suze, had that blow been delivered by him? What sort of power could a mere body refinement stage human possess? Suze raised a thumb in approval toward the black bear, who lay groaning on the ground. You truly performed admirably just now. The black bear, however, was far too preoccupied with its own suffering, feeling as if its bones were about to shatter. Had it not been for its tough hide and robust flesh, it might have perished from the red flame tiger's strike. Suze chuckled, pleasantly surprised. He had initially braced himself for a grueling battle, yet the outcome had taken an unexpected turn. Without hesitation, he gathered his strength and appeared before the red flame tiger in an instant. Seizing the moment before it could recover, he resolved to eliminate it. Clenching his fists, he activated the dragon elephant body refinement technique. A glimmer of golden light igniting within his eyes. A terrifying force accumulated within his arms, poised for release. The red flame tiger's pupils dilated in alarm. It could no longer afford to be astonished. From the raised fist, it sensed the looming threat of death. In its current state, it knew evasion was futile. To withstand such power, recalling the force of the previous strike, the red flame tiger shuddered, its heart filled with terror. Almost instinctively, it cried out, "Big brother, spare my life." Suze hesitated momentarily but did not relent, his lethal blow still ready to be unleashed. Sensing the fist hovering ominously above its forehead, the red flame tiger hastily added, "Big brother, if you spare me, I will serve you faithfully." Suze found the words rather familiar. Upon reflection, hadn't he the black bear said something similar? A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Is that all? I sense a distinct lack of sincerity." Chapter 24, Bear Big and Tiger 2. The flame bird egg. The red flame tiger's eyes darted. Though it felt a pang of regret, it was willing to sacrifice anything to save its life. On this hill, there is a blood transformation fruit, which has just ripened. I am willing to present it to you, big brother. Oh, Suze's interest was piqued. He was aware that the blood transformation fruit was a material beneficial only to demon beasts, capable of aiding them in refining their innate bloodlines and enhancing their cultivation. Xiaoqing perked up at the mention. This was the ideal item for her. Suze relaxed his fist. Very well, that is indeed a valuable bargaining chip. However, for my own peace of mind, I must require you to sign a temporary contract. The red flame tiger was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. It had heard of temporary contracts, a special ability of human beast tamers that allowed for brief agreements with demon beasts. However, it understood that such contracts held minimal binding power, allowing for easy escape from their constraints. Reassured, it lowered its head, preparing to accept the contract. Suze recited the terms, his hand resting upon the red flame tiger's head. Observing the submissive demeanor of the red flame tiger, a sly smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His temporary contract was no ordinary one, issued through the beast taming system. Its effectiveness and binding strength far surpassed that of a standard beast tamer's formal contract. Once the contract was signed, unless Suze agreed to release it, the red flame tiger would remain forever bound as his subordinate. Yet, this fact eluded the red flame tiger entirely. A flash of silver light flickered, sealing the temporary contract between Suze and the red flame tiger. In that instant, the red flame tiger found itself unable to harbor even a hint of rebellious thought against Suze. The moment it contemplated any harm against him, an excruciating pain surged from the depths of its soul. With a cry of agony, it collapsed to the ground. After a while, the red flame tiger managed to recover, but its thoughts were now consumed by fear. Meanwhile, Suze likewise engaged in a temporary contract with the black bear. He regarded the two colossal creatures before him and pondered for a moment. For now, I shall name you Bear Big and Tiger 2. This will be much simpler. Upon hearing their new names, Bear Big and Tiger 2 exchanged glances, their mouths twitching, yet they dared not object, obediently accepting their new titles. Soon after, under Tiger 2's guidance, they ascended to the mountainous summit. There lay a level expanse, at the center of which stood a pure white plant. A pristine white fruit dangled among the leaves, emanating a faint glow. Suze plucked the fruit and, under the envious gazes of Bear Big and Tiger 2, directly handed it to Shaoqing. Shaoqing was elated, swallowing the blood transformation fruit whole. Immediately, its effects manifested. The immense spiritual energy required time to digest. After nudging Suze's fingers affectionately, Shaoqing fell into a deep slumber. Having completed this, Suze inquired, Bear Big, Tiger 2, are there any other powerful demon beasts in the vicinity? Bear Big shook its head. I know of a few, but their strength is comparable to mine. They would certainly not pose a challenge to you, big brother. Under the influence of the temporary contract, both were too intimidated to entertain any ulterior motives. As Eru pondered, he remarked, there is indeed a formidable creature in close proximity to the forest's depths, a powerful flame bird. However, I have not heard any news of its presence in recent days. It may have perished or retreated deeper into the forest, a realm far beyond our E-grade capabilities. He then continued, lead the way. Suze responded with an affirmative hum. In truth, Eru was reluctant to proceed, for the flame bird's strength was overwhelming. Yet, he dared not defy Suze's command and reluctantly took the lead. Roar. Along their journey, no beast dared to confront Suze, and the reason was simple. The two companions beside him were simply too terrifying. Many creatures sensed their imposing aura from a distance and promptly fled, not daring to approach, let alone obstruct their path. They moved swiftly, advancing rapidly into the heart of the forest. After a considerable time, a vast valley came into view. The valley was suffused with a scorched hue, devoid of any plant life. This is the place, Eru whispered. 3 years ago, I caught a glimpse from afar, and it appeared to be already at the upper tier of E-grade. Upon hearing this, Xiongda was taken aback. Upper E-grade? With such strength? The three of us wouldn't stand a chance, would we? Suze frowned. Look at your lack of resolve. You haven't even seen the creature yet, and you're already terrified. Can you not embody the spirit of an E-grade beast? Xiongda lowered his head, internally grumbling. It wasn't that he lacked courage, but rather he realized he was the weakest among them. Not only that, but he was also the slowest. If they encountered the flame bird, he would undoubtedly be the last to escape. You two mustn't worry. With me trailing behind, I shall be the first to perish, he thought. Eru too recognized this predicament and cast a sympathetic glance at Xiongda. But suddenly, a thought struck him. If Xiongda were to be eliminated, he would then become the one left behind. With a temporary contract binding them, what would it matter if he was the fastest? At Suze's command, he would be forced to slow down. In that moment, both Xiongda and Eru found themselves engulfed in a wave of melancholy. However, at that very moment, Suze stealthily entered the valley. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and followed him into the valley. Upon entering, Suze immediately sensed a significant rise in temperature. The air had become scorching. He remained vigilant, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. He could contend with E-grade lower beasts, but against an upper E-grade creature, escape was his sole option. After a lengthy trek, they gradually reached the valley's deepest point, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. The entire valley was eerily quiet, the sound of a pin drop audible. At that moment, a withered tree appeared in the distance, its trunk thick enough for three to embrace, with a nest quietly constructed atop its crown. Suze's gaze fixated upon the nest, where he could faintly sense a pulse of life emanating from above. It's still here, Xiongda murmured, nearly ready to turn and flee. Suze raised his hand. No, that presence is too weak. It cannot be an upper E-grade beast. After uttering this, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to accelerate toward the nest. Xiongda and Eru were startled by Suze's sudden movement, but with their cover blown. They had no choice but to follow. Suze leapt up, swiftly climbing to the nest's edge to peer inside. As he had suspected, the 2-meter-wide nest held no trace of the flame bird, only a massive egg lying quietly within. Name: Flame bird. Status: unhatched, on the brink of death. Bloodline level: D special bloodline. Ancient divine beast Zhuke bloodline. Extremely faint. Chapter 25. Xiongda, Big Brother. I am male. Ancient divine beast Zhuke bloodline. Suze's eyes narrowed as he focused on the flame bird egg. The power of the Zhuke, one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, was well known. Just observing Shao Qing revealed that even a mere hint of the weak azure dragon bloodline granted its strength far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. In light of this, the upper E-grade flame bird would undoubtedly possess extraordinary strength, potentially even rivaling D-grade beasts. Moreover, being a flame bird that had laid an egg, its aggression would be exponentially heightened. If they were to encounter it, the 3 of them would likely have no chance to flee. A chill ran down Suze's spine, a frigid sensation creeping up his spine. We must flee. He felt the golden true energy within him surge as he prepared to escape. Yet suddenly, he noticed something peculiar: the health status of the embryo within the flame bird egg. On the brink of death? What could this mean? Suze felt a flicker of confusion. Furthermore, the nest itself struck him as odd. 2 large heads appeared behind him, Xiongda and Eru. They stared at the flame bird's nest and the egg within, momentarily taken aback before their brows furrowed. What is it? Have you 2 discovered something? Suze inquired. After a brief pause, Eru replied, This nest appears somewhat dirty. Suze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Though beasts differed from humans, they shared one similarity: they usually maintained a basic level of cleanliness in their homes. This was particularly evident among more powerful beasts. Suze had even heard tales of beast clans possessing their own cities, thriving in development comparable to that of human settlements. However, the nest before them was perplexing. Dust covered every surface, and a thick layer obscured the egg, rendering its original color indistinguishable. This was utterly implausible. The flame bird that had laid this egg would surely have been nurturing it daily, meaning it should not be coated in dust. The only explanation was that the flame bird had abandoned this valley, forsaking its own offspring. Xiongda pondered aloud. Eru added, Perhaps some unforeseen incident occurred, otherwise the flame bird would not abandon its egg. Suze nodded, extracting the flame bird egg. Regardless of the circumstances, it was clear that the flame bird was missing. With the crisis averted, Suze relaxed, cleaning the egg to reveal its true appearance. The pristine shell was adorned with fiery red patterns, and sunlight illuminated the interior, faintly revealing the silhouette of a small creature. The little one seems to be on the verge of demise, Xiongda observed, leaning in closer. It likely hasn't been incubated for too long, preventing it from reaching the necessary temperature for growth. Suze cast a glance at it and remarked, Ah, Xiongda, you seem quite knowledgeable. Xiongda chuckled awkwardly. I possess a modicum of understanding. My previous territory was adjacent to a bird-type beast. In my efforts to discern its weaknesses, I spent considerable time lurking outside its nest, which is how I acquired some knowledge. Then you know how to save it? Suze inquired, a smile creeping upon his lips. Before Xiongda could fully comprehend, he responded, That is simple enough. We just need to resume incubation, maintaining a constant temperature, and it will gradually recover. Suze nodded. Oh, I see. Xiongda then continued, Big Brother, if you wish to hatch the flame bird, I know of a peacock to the west. We could enlist its help in the incubation process. Suze glanced at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The sun would soon set. If they sought the peacock now, it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time, and they would miss the last ride back to the city. He had no desire to spend the night in the forest. Moreover, there was no need for such trouble. Right before him lay a ready-made incubator. A broad smile spread across his face as he scanned the imposing figure of Berda, finding him increasingly suitable for the task. Yes, his thick fur attested to excellent insulation, capable of maintaining a constant temperature. His robust physique indicated a high fat content, ensuring the efficient dispersal of heat. The most critical aspect was the existence of a temporary contract, alleviating any concerns regarding negligence. From every conceivable angle, Berda was the optimal choice for incubation. Suze chuckled and shook his head, saying, There's no need for that. Isn't there a ready option right before us? Berda was taken aback, puzzled. Ready option? Where? Erhu immediately grasped the implication, casting a sympathetic glance at Berda, relieved that he was all muscle. Finally, Berda realized that Suze had been fixated on him, and comprehension dawned. His expression shifted, and he hastily exclaimed, Big Brother. Such professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. I am clearly not a professional. Suze waved dismissively. No need for discussion. It's you. Under the influence of the temporary contract, Berta found himself unable to disobey Suze's command. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Big brother. I am a male. This is certainly inappropriate. However, Suze paid no heed to his protests, directly thrusting the flame bird egg into Berta's embrace. Please take good care of it. If anything happens, the consequences are yours to bear. With that, Suze turned and departed at an astonishing speed. Berta stood there, bewildered, cradling the flame bird egg, watching the direction in which Suze had vanished, but he could no longer see him. Erhu turned to him. I have matters to attend to. You carry on. With that, he disappeared into the thicket. Berta felt like weeping without tears, staring blankly at the flame bird egg in his hands. He longed to simply drop it, letting it plummet freely to the ground. Yet, he dared not. The temporary contract meant Suze could easily track him down. The repercussions would undoubtedly be dire. Escape? That was out of the question. As soon as such thoughts crossed his mind, a searing pain pierced his soul, as if it were about to shatter. He was certain that if he persisted in such reckless notions, his ultimate fate would be death. Therefore, the only choice before Berta was to obediently follow Suze's orders and incubate the flame bird egg. After a long while, he resigned himself to his fate, rising on his hind legs and cautiously making his way deeper into the forest while cradling the flame bird egg. Thus, an extraordinary sight unfolded in the outer regions of the untamed forest. A towering bear over 3 meters high, delicately carrying a white egg adorned with swirling red patterns. Walking with utmost care. At last, Berta returned to his den. He meticulously laid down a thick layer of straw and placed the flame bird egg on top. He stared at the egg, letting out a sigh of frustration, before carefully lying down beside it. Chapter 26. Lin Miaoi's request in a full sprint. Suze successfully caught the last return bus. Xiaoqing was still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking. The practitioners aboard were excitedly discussing the day's gains. Suze listened to a few exchanges, finding them rather mundane, and began to rest his eyes. After a while, he returned home, had a bite to eat, and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, while lost in dreams, Suze suddenly felt something cool brushing against his face. He opened his eyes to find Xiaoqing, who had awakened from her slumber. A stream of information appeared. Name: Qing Jiaoshi, Xiaoqing. Level: E-grade lower tier special bloodline. Qinglong bloodline 01 Xiaoqing had leveled up. Moreover, she had directly crossed the threshold of F grade, advancing from mid-F to lower E grade. Now, her surface strength surpassed Suze's by quite a margin. Suze suddenly noticed a change. Xiaoqing's special bloodline had transformed from extremely weak to now being 01. While still rare, it was significantly denser than before. This was a positive sign. As Xiaoqing's strength increased, the concentration of her bloodline would undoubtedly rise, until one day, she might regress to become a true divine beast. Post-level up, Xiaoqing was clearly in a much better mood. Upon seeing Suze awake, she became even more lively, darting around him in circles. Soon, she approached his palm, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suze placed his hand on her. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiaoshi. Triggered the rebate function. Your current rebate multiplier is 30. You have gained 30 years of cultivation. This time, luck was on his side. He acquired 30 years of cultivation. However, unlike before, this cultivation did not directly convert into golden true qi, but was stored within the system. On the system panel, the remaining cultivation displayed a number no longer set to 0. Remaining cultivation, 30 years. Suze could utilize this 30 years of cultivation at his discretion, with no time constraints. He estimated that this 30 years of cultivation might not be enough to activate the next dragon elephant seed, so he decided to hold on to it rather than immediately adding it to his martial arts cultivation. At Jiangnan City's first high school, Suze entered his familiar classroom to find a considerable number of students present. Usually, many opted not to come, each off honing their skills. The school's curriculum was quite comprehensive, making many subjects irrelevant for certain students. Yet today, it seemed odd that so many had gathered for a class not typically suited for those with martial arts aptitude. Puzzled, Suze stepped into the classroom. Upon seeing him, the students displayed clear surprise. Lin Miaoi emerged from the crowd, her cheeks slightly flushed. After a moment, she spoke. Suze, we would like to ask you for a favor. Suze inquired, oh, what is the matter? Lin Miaoi, a bit shy, explained, it's nothing too serious. We've been training well for some time, and we intend to venture into the untamed forest to test our strength. So, Suze questioned, intrigued, considering safety concerns. We would like to invite you to join us, Lin Miaoi added. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily supplemented. Of course, it 1 TB for free. We will provide compensation. Suze found it amusing. So much fuss was made just for this. However, he still asked, what kind of compensation? Do tell. With earnestness, Lin Miaoi replied. 3 bottles of spirit essence pills, specifically formulated for spirit beasts. They can rapidly enhance the strength of F-grade spirit beasts and also aid in awakening their intelligence. Suze immediately understood this was meant for Xiaoqing. Unbeknownst to Lin Miaoi, Xiaoqing was no longer an F-grade spirit beast. Nonetheless, the spirit essence pills would still be beneficial for Suze. Once the flame bird hatched, the pills would be perfect for it. After pondering for a moment, he agreed to Lin Miaoi's request. That sounds feasible. When do you plan to go? I'll prepare accordingly. Lin Miaoi's eyes lit up with joy. Really? We intend to depart in 5 days, and we'll gather at the temporary trading point outside the forest. Suze nodded. In 5 days. He would also check the incubation progress of the flame bird egg. He hoped Bear could set aside his outdated notions and diligently incubate the flame bird. Otherwise, he might just have to consider the taste of braised bear paw. Upon hearing Suze's agreement, the classmates were elated. They eagerly huddled together, discussing their plans for the outing. Everyone was well aware of Suze's combat prowess. With his addition, they resolved to be bolder, exploring deeper areas. Soon, the class bell rang. The venerable professor appeared, and upon encountering such a throng of students, he found himself doubting whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. After several confirmations, he finally stepped into the room. Lin Miaoi, seated beside Suze, couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Typically, Professor Lin's lectures attracted scant attendance. Yet today, the classroom was filled, leaving him feeling somewhat out of sorts. The girl covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, her demeanor utterly charming. How curious these individuals were. In truth, these courses held substantial value. She turned to Suze and remarked, they should truly take a page from your book, Suze. You possess exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess, yet you attend class almost daily. I scarcely recall you missing a session. Indeed, your earlier assertion rings true. Your diligence far surpasses ours. Suze contained his amusement, yearning to convey to this innocent girl that his prowess was not merely a product of hard work. His daily attendance was not driven by diligence either. It stemmed from sheer boredom at home, prompting him to frequent the school. His motives were twofold: to pass the time and to utilize the library for perusing some confidential materials. Of course, such sentiments were not something Suze would share with Lin Miaoi. Even if he did, she would likely dismiss it as a jest, perhaps responding with a lighthearted, "You truly are humorous." The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the students congregated once more to engage in lively discussions. Meanwhile, Suze exited the classroom alone. Making his way to the library, he located a computer and entered a specific term into the search bar: Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions. Numerous pages materialized, presenting thousands of entries related to the institute. Suze clicked on a page and began to read with earnest intent. Over the past period, he had devoted nearly all his spare time to examining these records. He had gleaned a wealth of information, yet most of it consisted of publicly available data. Much of it was merely conjecture from internet users, lacking in authenticity, and some were even fabrications designed to capture attention. Amidst the plethora of information, Suze astutely discerned an anomaly. Chapter 27, Alchemy. 30 years of alchemical proficiency. Among the multitude of records concerning the Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions, every year was documented with various activities or related news reports. However, a decade ago, the year preceding his parents' mysterious disappearance, the information concerning the institute had drastically diminished, verging on non-existence. Such a phenomenon was inconceivable. Suze vaguely recalled that year as a period of significant technological breakthroughs for the institute. Yet, astonishingly, there were no news articles or official announcements regarding such advancements. This was highly unusual. Suddenly, Suze recalled that during that year, his parents appeared to be exceptionally busy, often absent from home for over 10 days, even hiring a nanny to attend to his needs. This left a profound impression on him. Subsequently, after that year, his parents had vanished while on a mission. All these interconnected suspicions rendered that period exceedingly peculiar. Surely, something significant occurred during that year. However, Suze refrained from pursuing records from that time. Firstly, he was certain he wouldn't find anything, and secondly, delving into such matters might attract unwanted attention. Until his strength grew, he resolved to suppress his curiosity. He exited the relevant webpage and began to peruse books within the library. The school library housed a plethora of texts across various disciplines, including some pertaining to cultivation methods, albeit of lesser caliber. Currently, Suze had no need for additional techniques. The dragon elephant cultivation method was sufficiently extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the section dedicated to the knowledge of potions. Countless alchemical tomes lined the shelves, with various foundational recipes meticulously organized. After a fleeting glance, an idea sparked within him. Did he not possess 30 years of unutilized prowess? What if he were to apply it to alchemy? The system cautioned that the effectiveness would be significantly diminished. What magnitude of reduction could that entail? Suze's desire intensified. The profession of an alchemist was exceedingly coveted. The worth of even a moderately accomplished alchemist was immeasurable. Why not give it a try? Without hesitation, he selected an introductory book on alchemy from the shelf and commenced his reading. The initial content was relatively straightforward, accessible even to the average individual. However, as he progressed, the material became increasingly complex. By the conclusion, he found himself grappling with terminology that was entirely foreign to him. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the throbbing headache, he suddenly resolved to channel all of his remaining 30 years of proficiency into alchemy. Alchemist proficiency, 30 years. Upon completing this step, Suze returned to the first page and resumed reading. This time, everything transformed. His reading flowed seamlessly. All knowledge was instantly comprehensible, and he could even apply it with proficiency. In merely half an hour, he had thoroughly completed the extensive foundational text on alchemy. Exhaling deeply, he returned the book to its rightful place, experiencing, for the first time, the joy of learning. Seizing the momentum, he wasted no time and sought out the introductory alchemy text to continue his studies. Initially, the reading proceeded smoothly, but gradually, his pace began to slow. Ultimately, halfway through, he found himself at a standstill, unable to comprehend the material any longer. The absence of talent truly posed a challenge. After all, 30 years of cultivation had only brought him to this point. Suze felt at a loss for words. Logically, his intelligence was not in question. Moreover, with the enhancement of his cultivation, his mind should become increasingly agile and his thoughts clearer. This was precisely why scientists were predominantly cultivators. Yet, he now found himself unable to grasp the introductory concepts of alchemy. For those lacking innate talent, the content was akin to an entirely different realm. The only reason he had navigated the foundational text with relative ease was due to those 30 years of cultivation. It was comparable to an ordinary person laboriously studying for 3 decades, finally grasping a portion of basic knowledge. How arduous, Suze lamented. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. The dragon elephant cultivation method he possessed was far more challenging. What did alchemy amount to? If 30 years of cultivation proved insufficient, he would simply harness 50, 100, or even 1,000 years of prowess to forge ahead. Surely, even a pig could become a scholarly genius after a millennium of diligent study. Subsequently, Suze selected several more books from the shelves before departing the library. As fortune would have it, just as he exited, he encountered Lin Miaoyi approaching him with an energetic bounce in her step. Upon noticing Suze, she leapt forward to greet him. "Suze, what brings you here?" she inquired cheerfully, glancing down to acknowledge the small green creature on his wrist, Little Qing. Since Little Qing's advancement, numerous changes had transpired. Not only had its dragon bloodline concentration intensified, but its temperament had also shifted considerably. It was no longer as lively and energetic as before. Instead, it had adopted a more composed demeanor, exuding an aura reminiscent of a divine beast. "I just borrowed a few books from the library," Suze replied, raising the 3 volumes in his hand. An introductory text on alchemy?" Lin Miaoyi observed with surprise. "Suze, aren't you a beast tamer? Why are you delving into alchemical studies?" With a smile, Suze offered a vague explanation. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious about this field and thought I'd deperuse some materials." Lin Miaoyi did not ponder excessively, playfully suggesting, "If you are genuinely interested, you should commence with the fundamentals rather than merely skimming the surface. A solid foundation is essential before delving into more intricate concepts." She earnestly proposed to accompany Suze in exchanging for a different book. However, to her surprise, Suze declined. "I've just finished the introductory material," he replied. Lin Miaoyi was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Just finished? As in, just completed it?" Suze nodded, affirming, "Yes, I just wrapped it up." Frowning, Lin Miaoyi placed her hands on her hips and cautioned, "Suze, as someone who has been through this, I must advise you. The knowledge involved in alchemy is vast, and a single misstep can transform a life-saving elixir into a lethal poison. Therefore, one must not be careless in this regard. Merely reading through the basics is utterly insufficient. You must thoroughly memorize and comprehend the material before progressing to more advanced concepts. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time." Suze sighed, "I understand all that. But I assure you, I diligently completed the foundational study. Humph, Lin Miaoi retorted, embodying the role of a stern instructor. Simply finishing it is not enough. True mastery requires proficiency and comprehension. Realizing he could not easily dismiss her concern, Suze suggested, how about this? You can quiz me to assess my level of understanding. Chapter 28. Lin Miaoi. Suze, you must be an unparalleled genius. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoi was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, she shook her head, sighing. Suze, we are all well aware of your talent in cultivation, but when it comes to alchemy, that is my forte. Yet, seeing that Suze was serious, she too adopted a more solemn demeanor. Very well, let me test you. How would one eliminate the cold poison from a silver snow fruit? Suze replied effortlessly. The cold poison in the silver snow fruit is quite unique. To remove it, one must employ an even more potent cold poison. Wow, you remember such obscure details? Lin Miaoi exclaimed, astonished. Let me ask you again. 10 minutes later, Lin Miaoi. She stared at Suze, who answered with remarkable fluency. A hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Is this merely from a single reading? Surely, he appears even more adept than I am. What was going on with Suze? Lin Miaoi's mind raced. Initially, her questions had been relatively simple, merely requiring recitation. However, upon realizing that the straightforward inquiries posed no challenge to Suze, she escalated the difficulty, transforming the questions into those requiring personal understanding. This was no longer something that could be answered through mere reading or memorization. Yet, astonishingly, Suze continued to respond with ease, showing no signs of hesitation. As if the answers flowed effortlessly from his lips, and not a single error was made. Could I achieve such a feat? Lin Miaoi pondered. Perhaps. But could she compare herself to Suze? As a member of the Lin family, from birth, she had access to the finest resources. Moreover, her grandfather, Wang Lin, was a master alchemist at Tianyuan Academy. Since she first learned to read, she had been by her grandfather's side, absorbing knowledge of alchemy. Thus, her ability to memorize such information was hardly remarkable. In contrast, what of Suze? The crucial point was that Lin Miaoi recalled it took her a full half-month to memorize the fundamentals of alchemy. How long had Suze taken? According to his earlier statement, it seemed he had barely spent a few hours since entering the library. Lin Miaoi fixed her gaze on Suze and inquired, Suze, are you truly awakened as a beastmaster? Have you genuinely not awakened the talent of an alchemist? Suze nodded, affirming, of course. Otherwise, how could I have formed a contract with Shaoqing? He was not lying. Although he had indeed awakened dual talents, the other was martial prowess, not alchemy. The existence of the system was merely an added advantage. This was not something he could disclose. Suddenly, Lin Miaoi felt as though the world had become unfamiliar. This was no longer the world she had known. A person without the talent for alchemy could proficiently master such knowledge? In an instant, a thought sparked in Lin Miaoi's mind. Perhaps Suze had already begun studying these subjects long before, and she simply remained unaware. Yes, that must be the reason, she thought to herself. Thus, she cautiously asked, Suze, how long have you spent learning this knowledge? Suze calculated carefully and replied, perhaps 3 to 4 hours. Lin Miaoi froze, her movements stilled. 3 to 4 hours? Are you jesting? She stared intently at Suze, making him feel somewhat uneasy. He had not lied. He genuinely spent only 3 to 4 hours in the library. However, he had not accounted for the 30 years of experience granted by the system. Lin Miaoi doubted her own hearing. Various thoughts raced through her mind as she attempted to rationalize Suze's statement, but she failed. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she conceived a brilliant idea. Come with me, she said, pulling Suze along. Suze felt a soft, smooth grasp, akin to holding a piece of jade. Exceptionally comfortable. It's quite soft, he murmured. A moment later, they arrived at an alchemy room. Talking without practice is mere pretense. Let us see if you can concoct a body-refining liquid, Lin Miaoi directed, pointing towards the alchemical furnace. Suze, feeling a sense of resignation, realized that unless he impressed this girl, he would not be able to extricate himself from her clutches. Knowing he had to showcase some genuine skill, he wasted no time and asked, all right, where are the herbs? With a swift motion, Lin Miaoi flicked her wrist, and the bracelet on her arm shimmered. Instantly, 3 sets of herbs appeared on the table. Spatial artifact. Suze glanced at Lin Miaoi, astonished. Such items were prohibitively expensive, even among cultivators. Very few could afford a spatial artifact. As a body-refining cultivator, Lin Miaoi could not have obtained it by strength alone. It must have been due to wealth. Clearly, the Lin family was quite affluent, Suze thought to himself. However, he had no other thoughts on the matter. He too would possess a spatial artifact in due time. Approaching the alchemical furnace, a formula for the body-refining liquid emerged in his mind. The body-refining liquid was a standard concoction that aided cultivators in refining their bodies. Unremarkable in its uniqueness, the process of creating it was neither overly difficult nor particularly simple. Taking a deep breath, Suze commenced the concoction of the body-refining liquid. Each step was executed with precision, and he adhered strictly to the protocol, leaving no room for error. His movements flowed seamlessly, revealing the expertise of a seasoned veteran. Lin Miaoi stood by, observing intently. Her heart raced as she watched Suze, unable to believe his level of proficiency. The crafting of the body-refining liquid required not only skilled movements, but also mastery over the control of fire during the process. This was honed through repeated practice, not something one could achieve merely by reading a book. Lin Miaoi reassured herself, feeling somewhat comforted. Half an hour later, Suze presented 3 vials of body-refining liquid to Lin Miaoi. She stood momentarily stunned, mechanically opening one of the vials to examine the liquid's quality, then inhaling its fragrance before falling into silence. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Suze finally asked, "So, what do you think? At least give me some feedback. After all, it's my first attempt, and I'm a bit rusty." Lin Miaoi shuddered for a moment, finally coming to her senses. She gazed at Suze as if he were a monster. Was it her first time refining, and was she somewhat clumsy? I couldn't tell at all. If Lin Miaoi were to evaluate, then Suze's steps were flawless. The method was impeccable. The heat was just right. The speed was unparalleled. There was not a single fault to be found. As she looked at Suze's calm demeanor, she suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over her. What genius! What future star in the realm of alchemy? Compared to Suze, they were but ephemeral clouds. Hey. A hand waved in front of her eyes, pulling her back to reality. Huh. Lin Miaoi glanced at Suze and earnestly said, "Suze, if you truly just encountered this today, then you must be a genius. No, an unparalleled genius." Chapter 29. Re-entering the wilderness forest. Seeing Lin Miaoi's astonished expression, Suze struggled to suppress a smile and said, "So I can leave now, right?" Lin Miaoi, feeling that her earlier behavior was somewhat inappropriate, blushed and replied, "Why yes, you can go." Suze nodded and turned to leave, but paused right before exiting the alchemy room. "By the way, please don't mention my research into alchemy to anyone else. I prefer to keep a low profile." Lin Miaoi nodded solemnly, her demeanor serious. Understood. With a slight smile, Suze departed. Whether Lin Miaoi could keep this secret was of little consequence to him. If it got out, he could simply pretend to be an unremarkable talent, concealing his alchemical abilities. If it remained a secret, that would be even better. Though their time together had been limited, Suze surmised that there was a high probability she would not disclose the secret. 5 days later, Xiao Qing awaited at the bedside as usual, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake. The feedback return function has been triggered. Your current return multiplier is 10. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 10 years. Suze was not surprised by this return multiplier. In recent days, his luck had been rather poor, so today could be considered a stroke of good fortune. He accessed the system panel to review his current data. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Method. Martial Arts level, 7th level of body refinement. 150 years, Spirit Beast level. 20 years Alchemist level. 50 years Other cultivation, none remaining cultivation. 10 years he had allocated his recent cultivation entirely to alchemy. More than 10 years of martial arts cultivation would be of little use. It was far more practical to invest it in alchemy. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was nearly time to meet with Lin Miaoi and the others. After hastily completing his morning routine, he set out directly to catch the transport to the wilderness forest. At the temporary trading point, a group of youthful faces gathered in animated discussion. They were Suze's classmates, many of whom were visiting the wilderness forest for the first time. Facing real demon beasts for the first time, they were understandably excited. A few had been there previously and were sharing some pointers with those around them. Among them was Lin Miaoi, who had the most experience and was primarily doing the talking. However, her gaze frequently drifted towards the road, as if she were waiting for something. Finally, at the end of the road, a vehicle slowly appeared and swiftly approached them. As Suze stepped out, he spotted his familiar classmates. After exchanging greetings, they moved to an open area where Lin Miaoi began to earnestly explain the precautions to Suze regarding the forest. Do not consume unknown plants. Do not provoke demon beasts of F rank and above. Do not venture too deeply into the wilderness forest. Maintain silence to avoid alarming the dangerous demon beasts. 9 prohibitions and 5 major restrictions. Lin Miaoi reiterated these rules to Suze, having already covered them earlier. Hearing such an extensive list of regulations for the first time made Suze chuckle. In his recollection, The demon beasts in the outer areas should be rather weak. Was such caution really necessary? When he had first arrived, he had been blissfully unaware of any rules, dashing through the forest without a care, and yet had emerged unscathed. Seeing Su Zhe's nonchalant attitude, Lin Miaoi placed her hands on her hips and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Su Zhe, these are matters of life and death. Take them seriously." Su Zhe waved his hand dismissively. I understand. Do you believe I could recite everything you just said?" Only then did Lin Miaoi seem satisfied, and she resumed her explanation. After a while, everything was in order, and the group prepared to set off. Since there were many incidents in Zone D last time, and the situation there is unclear, let us choose the opposite direction towards Zone G, Lin Miaoi suggested. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. He had been pondering how to justify leading the group to Zone G. He also wondered about the diligence of the bear workers. It would be a perfect opportunity to investigate. The classmates had no objections and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, with Su Zhe and Lin Miaoi leading the way, the group of 10 entered the forest. The novices entered the center of the formation, while those who had been there before took positions at the front and back. Their movements were exceedingly cautious, strictly adhering to the rules Lin Miaoi had laid out. Su Zhe walked alongside Lin Miaoi, engaging in casual conversation, predominantly revolving around alchemy. Acknowledged as a genius in alchemy, Lin Miaoi, with the esteemed Wang Lao at her side, was more than capable of addressing Su Zhe's inquiries. Yet, during their exchange, she could distinctly sense that Su Zhe's level had significantly improved. "Su Zhe, at what stage are you in your studies now?" She couldn't help but ask. Su Zhe replied, "I just finished the introductory section of alchemy, although there are still some areas I haven't fully grasped." Lin Miaoi exclaimed, "And this is only after a few days? Just 5 days, right? You managed to finish a section that is several times more complex than the basics in just 5 days? And you still have areas you don't fully understand? The fact that you completed it in such a short time is already astounding. And it seems you have comprehended most of it, except for a few parts?" Lin Miaoi yearned for another round of inquiry with Su Zhe. However, recalling their last encounter, she reconsidered. Just then, a peculiar sound emerged from the bushes ahead. Lin Miaoi's expression turned tense as she signaled for everyone to halt. Instantly, all movement ceased as they anxiously stared forward. A shadow burst forth from the underbrush. Information promptly appeared before Su Zhe's eyes. Name, Earth Vein Mouse level, F rank mid-tier skills, gnawing special bloodline, none remarks. A burrowing rodent demon beast with no offensive capabilities aside from biting. Upon glancing up, Su Zhe discerned that this demon beast was barely equivalent to the 5th level of body refinement, weaker than most present. It posed no threat whatsoever. Thus, he refrained from intervening, intending to let the students behind him experience the thrill of battling a demon beast. The others soon realized this, and their tension dissipated, replaced by excitement as they eagerly prepared to engage. Chapter 30. Danger? The Earth Vein Mouse swarmed with a splatter, blood erupted, and a gaping wound appeared on the Earth Vein Mouse, its body collapsing slowly to the ground. After a brief struggle, it fell still. A male classmate gasped for breath, his hand trembling violently as he clutched his weapon. The classmates, having never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle since their birth, now wore pale faces, their initial excitement entirely dissipated. "It's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it," remarked an experienced peer. The Earth Vein Mice bore no valuable items, prompting the group to press onward. Over the next few hours, they encountered numerous magical beasts, most of which were of the F-grade lower tier, posing little threat to them. The few mid-tier F-grade beasts were swiftly dispatched, and the group's backpacks grew increasingly bulging with assorted treasures. Su Zhe's bag was no exception. He had foraged a considerable amount of medicinal herbs during their journey, eager to experiment with them upon his return. As time raced by and dusk approached, Lin Miaoi glanced at the clock and declared, "We should be heading back. It's getting late, and the forest becomes significantly more perilous at night." The others unanimously agreed, and Su Zhe, who had merely spectated throughout the excursion, saw no reason to object. He felt as though he had merely accompanied a spring outing, yet was rewarded with 3 bottles of spirit essence pills, a veritable windfall. He patted his backpack, filled to the brim with herbs, feeling a swell of satisfaction. Having made their decision, the group began retracing their steps. Familiar with the route they had taken, their pace quickened noticeably. In no time, they had traversed most of the distance, nearing the forest's edge. Suddenly, a sharp, furious shriek pierced the air from a distance. All but Su Zhe turned pale at the sound. The ground trembled ominously, as if 1,000 cavalry were galloping towards them. What was happening? Before they could react, a thunderous crash reverberated as a small tree was snapped in two, and a tide of shadowy figures surged forth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A horde of earth vein mice erupted from the underbrush, encircling Su Zhe and his companions. Where did all these earth vein mice come from? Lin Miao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Yet she maintained her composure, urging, don't just stand there in a daze. We must break free. But it was too late. The sheer number of mice was overwhelming. Thousands of them formed a black sea, engulfing the surrounding forest for hundreds of meters. One classmate, wielding a sharp sword, attempted to break through the encirclement. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the sword, having barely grazed the swarm, was reduced to splinters by the mice's gnawing. My sword is forged from high-strength alloy. How could they sever it so easily? His face turned ashen as he stared at the sea of rodents. A flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Others tried as well, but to no avail. What was going on? Where had this swarm of earth vein mice emerged from? Would they perish here today? I want to go home. I never want to return to this wild forest again. Enough with the defeatist talk. In times like this, we must unite for any hope of survival. Many were beginning to lose hope. The only solace was that the swarm had yet to launch an attack. Lin Miao's complexion was similarly pale, though she retained her composure. She turned her gaze to Su Zhe, the strongest among them. Su Zhe, what should we do? In truth, she did not expect him to provide any tangible solutions. Although Su Zhe was undeniably powerful, having defeated Qin Feng, who was at the 7th level of body refinement, he was still merely a cultivator at the body refinement stage. Faced with such a multitude of magical beasts, his fate would likely be one of instantaneous consumption, unless he were a foundation-building expert. But was that feasible? Lin Miao shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Her recent luck had been abysmal. This wild forest seemed to be her nemesis. The last time she had come, she had been severely injured and nearly lost her life, spending ages recovering before she could walk again. Now, as she prepared to leave, she found herself encircled by thousands of earth vein mice, trapped in a seemingly inescapable predicament. Would she be as fortunate this time as she had been before? Would a miraculous savior descend to rescue her from the jaws of doom? The more she pondered, the more impossible it seemed. Her spirits sank further. Father, I'm an unfilial daughter. I cannot fulfill my duty to you. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I couldn't heed your advice to stay home and study alchemy. And just then, what else could they do? Of course, they had to break free. The sheer number of mice was triggering her claustrophobia. Su Zhe's voice cut through her despair, jolting her back to reality. What else can we do? We must fight our way out. She looked up in astonishment. Why, you have a way to escape? The other classmates, hearing this, brightened, gathering around Su Zhe in eager anticipation of his next words. Su Zhe had no ulterior motives in mind. The majority of the earth vein mice were F-grade lower tier, and the few mid-tier ones numbered only in the dozens. While their numbers were daunting, they were meaningless against an absolute disparity in strength. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Little Qing on his wrist could annihilate them all. Awakened from her stupor, Little Qing glanced at the earth vein mice, her eyes flashing with disdain. Perhaps due to her bloodline, though she had ascended to E-grade, she still could not articulate her thoughts. Su Zhe, stop keeping us in suspense. What is your plan? Some classmates were on the verge of tears from anxiety. Su Zhe shrugged. What other method could there be? We simply fight our way through. Instantly, disappointment washed over the faces of nearly everyone present. They deemed this approach utterly futile. Lin Miao composed herself, forcing a smile. Everyone, let us not lose our composure. There must be a way. Suddenly, an enraged squeal pierced the air. The earth vein mice fell silent, no longer making a sound. A path gradually opened within the swarm, revealing a mouse the size of a wild boar. The Mouse King? Someone gasped, their voice tinged with despair. The Mouse King must possess at least peak F-grade strength. The Mouse King advanced, sniffing the air before fixing its gaze upon the classmate wielding a knife. Squeak! The Mouse King locked its eyes on him. Simultaneously, thousands of earth vein mice turned in unison, their collective gaze fixated on that same student. Under such scrutiny, the classmate, knife in hand, felt a wave of fear wash over him. His legs grew weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Su Zhe began to understand. These creatures were seeking revenge. Upon entering the forest, they had encountered one earth vein mouse, and the scent of blood had drawn this horde to them. Squeak! The Mouse King emitted another shrill cry. Upon hearing it, the mouse horde erupted into a frenzy, their squeaks intertwining into a cacophony. While not loud individually, the combined sound of thousands of mice was deafening. Some perceptive classmates followed the Mouse King's gaze and quickly grasped the reason for their encirclement. It was due to the earth vein mouse that Huang Tao had slain earlier. He had been stained with its blood, prompting the swarm to seek vengeance. One student exclaimed excitedly. Huang Tao, clutching his long knife, turned pale as he too understood the implications. At this moment, He was filled with profound regret, realizing he should never have slain that vain rat. The gathering consisted of astute individuals, all of whom immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. In an instant, their gazes turned perplexed. Squeak. The swarm of rats began to slowly shift, gradually tightening their encirclement, incessantly compressing the space for everyone present. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all changed drastically. Were the vain rats about to launch an assault? Was he destined to perish in this desolate wilderness? This thought invaded the minds of the crowd. Two individuals, their expressions fluctuating, ultimately gritted their teeth, seemingly having made a resolute decision. The vain rat was slain by Huang Tao, and only he bore the bloodied mark. Logically, these rats sought vengeance solely upon him. Someone nearby immediately concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed. Did you not notice the gaze of the Rat King? It fixated on Huang Tao, indicating they have come solely for retribution against him, bearing little relevance to us." Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's countenance darkened as he retorted, "Tang Jia, Gan Shiyu, what do you mean by this?" The other students instantly grasped the implication, their expressions becoming notably complex. At this juncture, Tang Jia, undeterred by anything else, declared to the others, "I possess a solution. If we offer up the instigator, we may yet have a chance to survive." He laid bare his proposal. Upon utterance, immediate dissent arose. "Have you lost your mind? Huang Tao is our classmate. How could you entertain such a notion? To sacrifice one of our own to a beast for the sake of survival? How disgraceful!" Yet, some remained silent, their eyes flickering as they glanced at Su Zhe and Lin Miaoyi, eager to discern their stance. As the two most formidable individuals present, Su Zhe and Lin Miaoyi held considerable sway, especially Su Zhe. Consequently, all eyes turned towards him. Before Su Zhe could voice his opinion, Lin Miaoyi interjected vehemently, "Absolutely not. I will not permit such an occurrence." Her delicate visage flushed crimson with rage, her eyes widened in fury as she glared at Tang Jia and Gan Shiyu. "If we proceed in this manner, how are we any different from beasts?" She abruptly turned to Su Zhe, earnestly asserting, "Su Zhe, you think the same, do you not?" Nearly a dozen gazes fixated on Su Zhe, awaiting his forthcoming response. Huang Tao was on edge, his fingers trembling slightly. Su Zhe could not refute the smile that crept upon his face. He introspected, pondering that if this was truly a situation of certain death, he might. But this was not the case. What others perceived as an inevitable demise seemed merely child's play to him. It was hardly a matter of consequence. However, he was surprised to witness a dramatic display of human nature unfolding before him, which he found genuinely intriguing. He glanced at Tang Jia and Gan Shiyu, then at the dissenters and the silent ones. Finally, he turned his gaze to Lin Miaoyi. With a slight smile, he affirmed, "Of course, I share your sentiment." Huang Tao's body instantaneously relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Tang Jia and Gan Shiyu's eyes brimmed with profound disappointment, their expressions darkening considerably. Meanwhile, a semblance of disillusionment appeared in the eyes of the others. Lin Miaoyi's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated unwaveringly on Su Zhe. Subsequently, she turned away, her lips pressed tightly together. With Su Zhe's support, she suddenly felt an invigorating surge of strength within her, her resolve solidifying. Her bracelet flickered with a soft glow, and two pills materialized in her hand. These were Qi blood pills, a medicinal remedy renowned for its efficacy and healing, particularly for foundational level cultivators. As long as the injuries were not fatal, recovery could occur in the shortest span of time. Remember to keep one in your mouth, ready to consume at a moment's notice. Lin Miaoyi urged gravely, placing the scarlet pills into Su Zhe's hand. "We possess the strongest capabilities. Although I may not excel in combat, I still possess basic fighting prowess. Together, we may carve a path forward." Su Zhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this typically innocent and somewhat naive girl would exhibit such composure in this critical juncture, arriving at the most prudent conclusion. The others comprehended that it was time to fight for their lives. They disregarded the recent events, converging behind Su Zhe and Lin Miaoyi, prepared to engage in a desperate struggle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Amidst the swarm of vain rats, several could no longer contain their impulse and surged forward. However, a solitary vain rat posed little threat. Whoosh! Blades of cold light flashed. The vain rat was cleaved in two, a torrent of blood spilling forth, staining the ground crimson. The scent of blood wafted through the air, nauseating. Upon sensing the blood of their kin, the swarm of vain rats became frenzied. Pairs of eyes, no larger than peanuts, glowed with a menacing red hue. The beast, typically adept at tunneling, now exhibited a hint of madness. Squeak! Enraged, the vain rat king let out a thunderous roar. In the next instant, thousands of vain rats surged forth, like a tidal wave, rushing towards Suze and his companions. The Vein Rat King, too, did not hesitate. After letting out a roar, it charged forward, for the one previously slain by Huang Tao was its offspring. This was the source of its fury. Now, it sought to exact a bloody toll from these fragile humans. Except for Suze, a look of resolute determination appeared in the eyes of everyone else. Lin Miaoyi suppressed her emotions, forcing herself to attain a state of calm, readying for battle, gazing at the ocean of rats and the menacing Vein Rat King. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes. Though they spoke of fighting to the death for survival, what was the actual probability of success? Nearly zero. Merely contending with the thousands of Vein Rats was a formidable challenge, let alone the more powerful Vein Rat King. Others felt similarly. As they sensed the ferocious aura of the rat swarm, a tremor of fear gripped their hearts. However, just as everyone's spirits were stretched to the limit, boom, from the depths of the shadowy forest, a colossal figure suddenly burst forth. The shadow leapt high, its body soaring and blocking out the sunlight, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. It soared over the entire rat swarm, landing squarely in the center of the encirclement. Boom. The massive figure crashed down with tremendous force, producing a resounding echo. Lin Miaoyi was momentarily stunned, gazing at the gargantuan form before her. Had a divine weapon truly descended from the heavens? Yet, this time, the divine weapon was a bear? Chapter 32. Is the foundation stage beast Suze's underling? When this behemoth made its entrance, everyone stood transfixed. Even the advancing swarm of Vein Rats halted their charge, gazing at the immense creature with suspicion. The bear did not reveal its aura, thus the Vein Rats remained unaware of its true power. Yet, an instinctual awareness from their very beings warned them that this formidable entity was not to be trifled with. The Vein Rat King abruptly came to a halt, staring in astonishment at the bear. As an upper-tier F-grade beast, its intelligence was fully awakened, and its memory was quite sharp. The more it scrutinized the bear, the more familiar it seemed, as if it had encountered it before. Finally, it recalled, some dozens of kilometers away, resided an E-grade iron claw bear. Upon closer inspection, the Vein Rat King realized that this was indeed that fearsome E-grade beast. A chill surged through its heart. How had this creature suddenly appeared here? Roar. At that moment, the bear let out an earth-shaking roar, the aura of an E-grade beast erupting forth, instantly enveloping the entire area. The oppressive force, akin to that of a foundational cultivator, descended upon every living being. In an instant, except for Suze and Xiaoqing, everyone and every Vein Rat felt their breath stutter. Their bodies weighed down as if laden with lead. An E-grade beast. Tang Jie gasped in horror. Originally, encountering a horde of earth vein mice was already unfortunate enough. Little did he expect to now face an E-rank demon beast. His face was suffused with despair, his countenance ashen. Confronting the earth vein mice was bearable. At least there was a sliver of opportunity for resistance. But facing an E-rank demon beast? There was no chance for struggle whatsoever. How could an E-rank demon beast appear in such a peripheral area? Lin Miaoyi's mind was awash with uncertainty. Squeak, squeak. The horde of earth vein mice erupted into chaos once more, but this time, their sounds were laden with sheer terror. The earth vein mouse king felt the most intense pressure, as it was under the unyielding gaze of the massive bear. A question arose in its mind. Why was an E-rank demon beast present here? However, it had no time to ponder this further. The horde, formidable as it was, meant nothing against a foundational cultivator. Numbers held no significance in the face of such overwhelming strength. Under the crushing weight of fear, the Mouse King's limbs trembled, its heart filled with dread. Despite its ignorance of the reason, it realized it had been singled out. Its only recourse was to flee. In the next moment, the Earth Vein Mouse King twisted its body, preparing to escape. Whoosh! A fierce wind surged forth, and the bear's colossal form suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, it was already beside the Earth Vein Mouse King. Squeak! In the Mouse King's horrified gaze, the bear slowly raised its heavy paw and brought it crashing down. With a resounding thud, flesh shattered, blood splattered, and fragments of white bone flew out, piercing through dozens of nearby Earth Vein mice. In a mere instant, the F-rank upper-tier Earth Vein Mouse King stood no chance, being dispatched by the bear's paw with ease. Witnessing this scene, thousands of Earth Vein mice screamed in terror. They could no longer concern themselves with Suze and the others. They turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. The bear waved its paw, swatting away a few hapless Earth Vein mice that had stumbled too close. As for the others, it could hardly be bothered to pursue them. Moments later, the dark mass of mice had vanished, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and pools of mangled remains. From the moment the bear struck to the flight of the Earth Vein mouse horde, less than 10 seconds had passed. In the face of such overwhelming power, everything else was rendered insignificant. On the other side, Lin Miaoi and her companions stood frozen, rooted to the spot in shock. The pressure emanating from the black bear was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, it seemed to harbor no malice towards them, and it had even dealt with the Earth Vein Mouse King, inadvertently saving them. However, demon beasts were, after all, creatures of instinct, inherently adversarial to humans. Thus, it was wise to depart from this place quickly. Everyone, remain calm. Let us retreat slowly and avoid startling the demon beast. Under her guidance, her classmates began to back away cautiously. Yet, after only a few steps, the black bear turned its gaze upon them. In that instant, Lin Miaoi could almost see the fervor in its black eyes. Oh no! A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Did it perceive them as potential prey? Tang Jie and Gan Shiyu were the first to buckle under the pressure. Their primal fear overwhelmed their last vestiges of rationality. Run! They shouted, spinning on their heels to flee. With their lead, the psychological defenses of the others crumbled, and they too turned to flee. Dashing into the forest like headless chickens, Lin Miaoi briefly considered running away as well, but she noticed that Su Zhe stood utterly still, as if paralyzed by fear. In this life-and-death moment, how could he be so unresponsive? Frantically, she tugged at Su Zhe's sleeve. Su Zhe, snap out of it. We need to go. No sooner had her words left her lips than she sensed a shadow looming before her, blocking out the sunlight. Her pupils constricted, and she turned to see the bear's broad chest. This was it. Had merely a second's hesitation sealed their fate? She glanced back at Su Zhe, her mind swirling with confusion. Su Zhe did not strike her as someone who could be rendered speechless by fear. Why was he acting this way now? Yet, dying alongside someone like Su Zhe was not entirely lamentable. It was just a pity that the promising new star among future cultivators would be extinguished. Moreover, she herself would never have the chance to become a master alchemist. Such were her thoughts. The gap between body refinement and foundational cultivation was vast, an insurmountable divide. Nevertheless, she refused to give up, adopting a fighting stance. Suddenly, Lin Miaoi recalled an ancient adage: when faced with a ferocious beast, do not play dead, for that only leads to a more brutal demise. Do not flee, for you cannot outrun them. Instead, stand tall, clench your fists, glare fiercely, and emit a roar akin to a beast's. At least then, one could die with dignity. When she first heard this saying, Lin Miaoi found it amusing. But now, she recognized its wisdom. She glared at the enormous bear before her, attempting to muster the fiercest expression she could, though for some reason, her demeanor came off as more endearing than intimidating. The bear regarded the diminutive human before it, momentarily taken aback. Was this human somewhat unhinged? It decided to keep its distance. Otherwise, it might catch whatever peculiar affliction she had. Then, to Lin Miaoi's astonishment, the bear rubbed its paws together, much like a person, leaned toward Su Zhe, and with an ingratiating demeanor, exclaimed, "Big brother, you have finally arrived." Lin Miaoi? What was happening? This foundational beast addressed Su Zhe as Big Brother? Was this foundational demon beast a subordinate of Su Zhe? Chapter 33, A Disturbance in the Forest. The beast tide emerges surely. She had not misheard? A foundational demon beast referred to a body refinement human as Big Brother? Observing the bear's obsequious expression and its fidgeting paws, all semblance of an E-rank demon beast's dignity vanished. Lin Miaoi suddenly felt as if she barely understood this world at all. Ever since Su Zhe's appearance, everything had taken on an air of the fantastical. First, he advanced to the 5th level of body refinement in just a few days, then memorized the fundamentals of alchemy within hours, comprehending and executing them flawlessly. Now, he had even managed to elicit a bear of E-rank to call him Big Brother. Lin Miaoi was plunged into profound astonishment. Questions and confusions swirled in her mind. As she grappled with these thoughts, Su Zhe furrowed his brow and questioned the bear. Why are you not diligently carrying out your duties and running rampant outside? Has the egg successfully hatched? Upon hearing this, the bear immediately looked aggrieved. Big brother, this is not my fault for wandering about. It's that the egg encountered issues. What kind of issues? Su Zhe inquired, assuming it had been crushed. How could that be? It suddenly became excessively hot. I couldn't even touch it with my body. And then it grew even hotter, nearly singeing my fur. The bear hastily shook its head. Eventually, I could no longer stay in the cave. That's why I came out. Su Zhe's brows knitted tightly. With a temporary contract in place, the bear could not deceive him, so its words were undoubtedly true. Beside them, Lin Miaoi listened with her mouth agape, her heart surging with a tumult of emotions. It was indeed true. The demeanor and attitude of this E-rank demon beast were unmistakably those of a sycophant. But the key question remained. How had Su Zhe achieved this? Even beast tamers, In order to cultivate a harmonious relationship with demon beasts, must nurture the bond from an early age and sign contracts. Even then, there was a risk of backlash. And with a mature demon beast, the difficulty increased by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Unless one employs overwhelming force to compel the opponent into submission and forcefully signs a contract, how does Suze fit into either of these scenarios? The giant bear's age surely surpasses that of Suze. It was still in its youth when Suze was yet unaware of its existence. To directly use brute strength to coerce submission, Lin Miaoyi surmised that the likelihood of the giant bear forcing Suze into submission was somewhat greater. Reason dictated that such a possibility was implausible, yet reality struck her like a thunderbolt. Upon noticing Suze's furrowed brow, the bear, Big Brother, promptly clarified, "Brother, you truly cannot fathom how terrifying that temperature is. Even I am struggling to withstand it. As soon as I distanced myself, I sensed your presence, which is why I hastened over." Suze interjected, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us quickly return and ascertain the situation." At that moment, Lin Miaoyi could no longer restrain her curiosity, asking, Suze, what is your relationship with this individual?" It was then that Suze recalled Lin Miaoyi was still by his side. Given the urgency of the situation, he casually improvised, "This is a friend from another tribe I encountered in the forest. After engaging in profound and intimate exchanges, we became good friends. Big Brother is merely a playful appellation." Big Brother the bear twitched at the corners of his mouth. "Profound and intimate exchanges? You mean to say you gave me a thorough thrashing? Had I not been quick-witted and yielded, my paw would have likely ended up in your stomach." A sudden pang of pain shot through his soul, causing Big Brother to shudder and cease his musings. Lin Miaoyi nodded thoughtfully, her mind now somewhat numb, as if short-circuited. Even this absurd explanation compelled her to force herself to believe it. With a sweet, innocent demeanor, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Suze's classmate, Lin Miaoyi." This was the first time Big Brother had encountered such a situation, leaving him somewhat flustered. However, upon catching Suze's glance, he quickly composed himself. Hello. "You may call me Big Brother," he said, bending down laboriously to shake hands with Lin Miaoyi's small hand using his massive paw. The stark contrast between the towering bear, over 3 meters tall, and the petite girl was striking. Suppressing his amusement, Suze was about to speak when, suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and peculiar muffled sounds erupted from deep within the forest. This commotion bore resemblance to the previous surge of ground mice, but was exponentially louder. Boom, boom, boom. A fox suddenly leaped from the thicket, its strength at the F-level upper tier. Its eyes gleamed with avarice as it sprinted in a particular direction. Following closely were the second and third beasts, one after another, emerging from the underbrush, completely ignoring Suze and the others. Fixated solely on the direction the fox had vanished. "What is happening?" Lin Miaoyi inquired, puzzled. Just then, her eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Look over there." Suze looked up and was immediately taken aback. The sky had inexplicably transformed into a fiery crimson, with countless spiritual energies surging toward that direction. Red clouds materialized, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "That direction, doesn't it lead to your cave?" Suze suddenly questioned. Big Brother paused for a moment, then realized something, urgently nodding, "Yes. It appears to be my cave." Suze instantly deduced that the anomalous phenomena in the sky were likely the result of the flaming bird's egg. Could it be that it was on the verge of hatching? Boom. In the distance, a multitude of trees crashed to the ground, as if a colossal creature was rampaging through the forest. Big Brother's expression tightened as he gazed toward the source, exclaiming, "A beast tide?" Upon hearing this term, Lin Miaoyi's face paled. "We must leave quickly, otherwise, we will be trampled into mush by the beast tide." Big Brother remained silent, instead looking towards Suze. With a surging beast tide behind them and a fiery anomaly ahead, no one could ascertain what was unfolding. Prudently, Suze was reluctant to advance. Although the flaming bird possessed a trace of the vermilion bird bloodline, even stronger than that of the azure dragon within Shaoqing, he remained uncertain about risking his life for it. After all, the spectacle ahead was truly astonishing. The crimson clouds enveloped the entire sky, and even from a distance, Suze could feel the temperature rising significantly. The more extraordinary the sight, the greater the hidden danger. Yet, to abandon the pursuit now would leave him feeling unfulfilled. Ultimately, he resolved, "Let us proceed and discover what is transpiring." Before Lin Miaoyi could react, Suze swiftly scooped her up, and a terrifying force erupted from beneath their feet. In the next instant, Suze and Big Brother vanished, transforming into 2 dark shadows racing toward the site of the anomaly. Chapter 34, D-Level Beast. The firebird of the Golden Core stage Lin Miaoi felt a whirlwind as she was pulled into a warm embrace. The scenery on either side blurred past, and in what felt like no time at all, she had traversed an unfathomable distance. It took her a moment to realize that she was being cradled in Su Zhe's arms. In an instant, a blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. She froze, unable to move. The scent emanating from Su Zhe enveloped her senses, sending her heart racing with anxiety. Su Zhe, what are you doing? Lin Miaoi attempted to struggle, only to find Su Zhe's arms possess an unyielding strength, firmly securing her in his embrace. Her mind short-circuited at that moment, rendering her incapable of rational thought. Su Zhe finally became aware that their position was somewhat inappropriate. I intended to check over there, but I couldn't let you go alone. That would be too perilous. So this was the only option, he explained sheepishly. After all, the flaming bird's egg had no relation to Lin Miaoi, yet he had brought her into such a situation, which felt rather unfair. However, without this precaution, Lin Miaoi would undoubtedly be caught in the beast tide sweep. Thus, this seemed the most prudent course of action. As he spoke, Su Zhe's speed did not wane. Instead, it quickened. Yet it was at this moment that he noticed Lin Miaoi's softness, and a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, jolting his senses. Sensing Su Zhe's unusual reaction, Lin Miaoi's face grew even redder. Once we arrive, I will set you down, Su Zhe quickly assured her. Lin Miaoi nodded timidly, burying her face in his clothing, her ears flushed. Having grown up, this was her first intimate contact with a man. Finally, Su Zhe and Big Brother came to a gradual halt. Lin Miaoi, her face ablaze, leapt down from Su Zhe's embrace and turned away, unable to meet his gaze. She was taut with nerves, able to hear the thundering of her own heartbeat. However, at this moment, Su Zhe had no time to dwell on such matters. Stay close. If the situation turns dire, we must flee, he instructed Lin Miaoi. She complied, obediently trailing behind Su Zhe, not daring to stray even a step. The trio, 2 beings and 1 bear, advanced cautiously. The air grew increasingly heated. Had they not been cultivators, they would have likely succumbed to the oppressive heat. After a brief interval, they crested a small hill. Big Brother's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene before him, exclaiming, "Where did the original mountain go? My home is gone." Su Zhe too was taken aback, gazing at the sea of flames. The previous landscape was nowhere to be found. If his memory served correctly, this area had once been a lush forest. Yet now, it had been transformed into a blazing inferno, with flames licking the ground, leaving it parched and desiccated. Moreover, Big Brother's cave had vanished without a trace. The entire mountain peak had vanished, as if it had been shattered, leaving a ground strewn with fragmented stones. Semi-solid magma flowed relentlessly, emanating a terrifying heat, resembling the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. At the very center lay a resplendent sea of flames. Amidst the flickering firelight, a figure could be discerned moving within. What manner of creature could survive such extreme temperatures? Bear suddenly exclaimed in shock. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from behind, growing ever closer until it reached Su Zhe and his companions. There, at the edge of the fiery abyss, a multitude of monstrous beasts emerged. They halted in their tracks, thwarted by the oppressive heat. Gradually, more and more beasts appeared, numbering nearly 100,000. This was a formidable force. Even foundation-level cultivators would turn and flee upon witnessing such a sight. What on earth was happening? Why had all these beasts congregated here? Lin Miaoi exclaimed in astonishment. Considering the sheer number, it seemed that the entire G district, and perhaps even the adjacent 2 areas, had been drawn here. Su Zhe was equally perplexed. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from the depths of the inferno. A colossal bird, engulfed in flames, erupted from the fiery sea. Concurrently, a series of information appeared. Name: Firebird, severely wounded and dying. Level: D-class lower tiers special bloodline. Vermilion bird bloodline 5 skills. Blazing flames, fireball technique, phoenix fire. Su Zhe was taken aback. It was indeed a D-class beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the Golden Core stage. A flash of insight struck him as he recalled the origins of this creature. Wasn't this the firebird that had laid the firebird egg? Initially, he had thought it had met with misfortune, yet here it was. However, Su Zhe soon noticed a crucial detail. Severely wounded and dying? He focused intently. The firebird circled in the sky, stirring the clouds above. Under the illumination of its flames, the sky seemed to blaze with a fiery hue. As it flew, the aura of the D-class beast spread like a tidal wave. In an instant, many of the beasts in the throng collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Despite its fearsome might, Su Zhe keenly observed its awkward movements. One of its wings bore a ghastly wound. Furthermore, The brilliance of its flames was gradually dimming. Clearly, it had endured a fierce battle and was now on the brink of death. Yet, why expend what little strength it had left in such a manner? Suze pondered, shifting his gaze deeper into the fiery depths. Amidst the flickering flames, an egg gradually revealed itself. Unlike before, the fiery red patterns on the shell were now intricate and densely arranged. Bear also caught sight of the firebird egg. Not one to be foolish, upon seeing the firebird, he comprehended the reason for his family's misfortune. He cast a mournful glance at Suze, observing a moment of silence for his bear den. Thankfully, being a miser, he had no valuable possessions at home. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken. Just as Suze found himself in a state of perplexity, Lin Miaoi's voice reached his ears. The Phoenix Fire Array? Suze's heart stirred at her words. In the recent information provided by the system, the Firebird indeed possessed a skill called Phoenix Fire. He turned to inquire, the Phoenix Fire Array? Lin Miaoi explained. That Firebird should harbor a trace of vermilion bird bloodline. Any beast possessing such a bloodline, upon reaching a certain level of power, will master this skill. What it is currently employing is the Phoenix Fire Array. However, it does not imply rebirth through flames, but rather transferring part of its power to its offspring. This constitutes a form of inheritance, albeit at the cost of the caster's life. Suze nodded, gazing at the beast in the sky that was still struggling to cast the Phoenix Fire Array. Was it attempting to leave a portion of its strength to its progeny before meeting its end? He silently mused. In the end, all efforts are for one's children. How pitiable is the heart of a parent. Even among beasts, when faced with their offspring, they are not so different from humans. Chapter 35. The Firebird's final bequest in the sky. The Firebird's movements had clearly slowed significantly, its flames dimmed, its form far from the initial magnificence. It emitted a cry that was no longer resounding, slowly descending. At this moment, the Firebird's body had reached its limit. The wound on its wing tore open. Yet little blood flowed from it. The flesh beneath the wound had turned a ghastly white, having bled dry. It was now sustained solely by sheer willpower. It gently landed on the ground, its gaze softening as it looked at the egg before it. As a D-class beast, its intelligence and emotions were hardly inferior to those of humans. Suddenly, it prostrated itself over the Firebird egg, its body seemingly rejuvenating, flames surging forth with newfound vigor. Radiant beyond measure, waves of brilliant red energy surged forth, all pouring into the egg. To the naked eye, the red patterns on the egg appeared to come alive, gradually dancing and becoming increasingly intricate. The final step of the Phoenix Fire Array was underway. It sought to impart the last vestiges of its primal power to its child. As time passed, Suze could distinctly feel the temperature declining. The sea of flames receded bit by bit, seemingly heralding the impending end of the Firebird's life. What was the situation with these beasts? Why were they rushing in like mad? Suze questioned. Lin Miaoi clarified. This is a critical step in the Phoenix Fire Array. Bear, intrigued, turned to Lin Miaoi. It seemed this friend of theirs was quite knowledgeable. In legend, the Phoenix's rebirth through flames occurs within a blood pool. Thus, the Phoenix Fire Array also encompasses a similar step, requiring a substantial amount of blood to complete the final phase. Lin Miaoi cast a sympathetic glance at the throng of beasts. Hence, the Firebird had drawn these creatures here, seeking the blood within their bodies. However, it could only influence beasts of E-class and below. It had no effect on E-class beasts. Suze scanned the scene, dense information flooding his vision. The reality aligned with Lin Miaoi's explanation. Within the ocean of beasts, all were E-class and below. At that moment, the horde surged. One by one, the beasts began to charge, racing towards the heart of the fiery sea. The ground was scorching, with flames still flickering in certain areas. The intense heat seared their bodies, igniting their fur. Nevertheless, these beasts seemed oblivious, barreling forward without hesitation. Soon, one beast reached the edge of the fiery abyss, without a hint of hesitation. It leapt directly into the flames. Crackling, the harsh sound of flesh searing filled the air. In the blink of an eye, that beast was reduced to ashes, leaving only a glimmering pool of blood behind. Then came the second, the third. The horde of beasts surged into the inferno. This scene was truly chilling. Bear watched in horror, his fur standing on end, his body trembling. Lin Miaoi could no longer bear to watch, retreating behind Suze. Moments later, the ocean of beasts had vanished, replaced by a sea of blood. The Firebird and its offspring were ensconced within, commencing the final steps. A mournful cry echoed. The Firebird expelled a mouthful of blood, showering it upon the egg. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the egg at a visibly rapid pace. The flames surged high, and the surrounding temperature abruptly escalated. The once solidified lava began to flow once more, the dazzling brilliance obscuring the scene within. Can't see anything, Bear exclaimed. Suze remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. 5 minutes later, the flames, which had shot skyward, suddenly began to contract. In an instant, the fire dissipated. The once prominent hill vanished entirely, and the lake-like pool of blood disappeared as well, leaving only the flame bird and the egg beneath it. The trial by fire had come to an end. The flame bird had reached the twilight of its existence, clinging to life by a thread. That kid over there. You are the one who took my child from the nest, aren't you? Suddenly, the flame bird turned its gaze towards Suze. Lin Miaoyi gasped in shock, a cold sweat breaking out over her body. Bear was so frightened that his legs nearly gave way, almost causing him to flee. Yet, Suze maintained his composure. Name, Flamebird, exhausted, level, D rank lower tier, diminished to E rank lower tier. The trial by fire had inflicted severe damage upon the Flamebird, rapidly diminishing its strength. It posed no threat to Suze now. The Flamebird sensed Suze's calmness and paused momentarily, but it had little time to ponder this now. It recognized that Suze was no ordinary individual. Despite merely possessing the strength of the 7th layer of body refinement, he was guarded by a foundational beast. Most crucially, it felt that he was even stronger than that foundational beast, not by a trivial margin. Should such a person continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become the most radiant star among all races in the future. And now, it was on the verge of death. Its offspring could not be left unprotected. It was only fitting to entrust them to this human. Kid, I am about to perish. This child has even greater potential than I, it spoke. And Suze instantly grasped its intent. It wished to entrust the little flame bird to him. He had no objections and nodded earnestly. The flame bird nodded in return and, with a sweep of its wing, placed the egg into Suze's hands. As Suze caught it, he felt a wave of warmth emanating from it. Name, unhatched flame bird. Healthy status, special bloodline. Vermilion bird bloodline 1 note. After undergoing the trial by fire, its future achievements may surpass limits. The flame bird had reached its limit, struggling. Please take good care of it. Its strength will not be weak and can aid you. Protect it well. By the end, it was nearly pleading. After uttering this, the flame bird cast one last glance at the egg before its head slowly drooped. Name, flame bird, deceased. The little flame bird seemed to sense this, and the patterns on its shell dulled significantly. Lin Miaoyi gazed in disbelief at this scene. She suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. She had been overwhelmed by too much today. In just a few moments, Suze had acquired the offspring of a D-rank beast? Was this not a bit hasty? With a whoosh, the body of the flame bird suddenly ignited in flames. Its flesh melted away like snow under the sun, its form gradually shrinking. It entrusted the child to you just like that? Lin Miaoyi's large eyes were filled with confusion. Suze surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It seems there is no one else it could entrust. Furthermore, I assure you, following me will not bring misfortune." He gently touched the egg and spoke with a tone that was calm, yet resolute. Lin Miaoyi paused, then nodded. Indeed, with such a prodigy at the helm, the little flame bird would not suffer. Chapter 36. The terrifying power of a D-rank beast. Little Qing observed the flame bird egg while listening to the conversations around it. Suddenly, it felt as though it had missed much during its last slumber. It was now eager to understand what this little third party was all about. Although the little flame bird remained unhatched, Little Qing already sensed a looming threat emanating from it. Suddenly, an immense sense of crisis surged within Little Qing. This feeling was far more intense than before, a true life and death peril. Its heart tightened, and it immediately conveyed a message to Suze. "Master, quickly leave this place. A very dangerous entity is approaching." Suze was taken aback, immediately sensing Little Qing's anxiety. Little Qing was remarkably sensitive to danger, rarely making mistakes. Without hesitation, he scooped Lin Miaoyi into his arms and shouted to Bear, "Run." Suze's legs propelled him forward, his golden true essence surging to its peak, maximizing his strength. "Ah!" Lin Miaoyi exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Suze to employ such a maneuver again. With a loud thud, her voice was cut off as a powerful shockwave struck, rendering her speechless. A deep crater formed in the ground as Suze's figure vanished in an instant. Bear was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and took off after Suze. However, it soon panicked, realizing it could not match Suze's pace. "Big brother, wait for me." Although unaware of the situation, Bear felt the urgency in Suze's demeanor and became anxious as well. It exerted all its strength. Yet the distance between them only widened. The more this happened, the colder Bear's heart became. Why was Suze so frantic? Soon enough, it would learn the answer. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from behind. The source of the sound came from the very spot where the flame bird had fallen. Mere seconds later, a terrifying shockwave swept through, devastating vast expanses of forest. Caught off guard, Bear was hurled into the air by the force of the blast. In midair, its body flipped uncontrollably. It was precisely because of this that Bear caught a glimpse of the scene behind it. In the distance, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the clouds, resembling two blood moons. The wind surged, revealing the massive form hidden behind the clouds. It was a colossal hawk. Roar! The hawk let out a piercing cry and spread its wings, scattering half the clouds in the sky. Suze, running at full speed, suddenly turned back. Name: Azure Cloud Hawk level, D rank upper tier, extremely dangerous. Special bloodline, unknown skills, unknown note, a top predator. If you encounter such a creature without sufficient strength, your only option is to flee. Of course, those without sufficient strength generally cannot escape. D rank upper tier, pinnacle of golden core. Suze stared in shock at the hawk. How could a beast of such caliber appear at the outskirts of the wild forest? Thud! Bear's body crashed heavily to the ground. Yet, it could not afford to feel pain. It quickly rolled over and continued its frantic escape. It finally understood why Suze had been running so swiftly. Had they not fled just now, the shockwave alone could have killed it instantly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the hawk hovered high in the sky, its sharp gaze scanning below, ultimately locking onto a mass of black ash. Its eyes suddenly turned icy cold. A familiar scent wafted from the ashes. Flamebird, you dared to die here. The hawk's eyes seemed to ignite with fury, filled with rage. Damn you, Flamebird. You didn't even leave me a chance for vengeance. It roared, its voice echoing throughout the forest. Suze naturally heard its roar and was taken aback. The Flamebird had been gravely injured due to provoking this creature. Moreover, it seemed there was enmity between them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the distance. Even at a considerable distance, the ground trembled beneath them. The power was astonishing. A cloud of dust was raised, and immense craters marred the ground, as though it had just undergone a carpet bombing. It was unclear how the Flamebird had provoked the Azure Eagle, leading it to commit such a frenzied act. Suddenly, the Azure Eagle halted its movements. Previously, it had vented its frustration upon the ground due to its inability to exact revenge directly. However, it now sensed something amiss. Although the Flamebird was gravely injured, it should have been able to endure for a while longer. It should not have succumbed so swiftly. A glimmer of azure light ignited in the Azure Eagle's eyes. As a D-rank beast, it was well versed in the abilities of various creatures. The Inferno Array. It dawned on the creature that the Flamebird must have activated the Inferno Array, hastening its demise. And to wield such a grand formation, there must be a beneficiary. Without a doubt, that beneficiary was the offspring of the Flamebird. Where was that little wretch? The Azure Eagle spread its wings wide and soared into the sky. Its keen eyes scanned the surrounding forest. In the next moment, it directly zeroed in on Suze, who was fleeing. As he ran, the large bundle on Suze's back emitted wisps of crimson light. It was that little wretch. It had been taken by a human. The Azure Eagle let out a furious roar and transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Suze. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it arrived directly behind Suze and his companions. Bear, startled, trembled in terror. This was it. A chill surged within Suze as he sensed the ominous intent looming behind him. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture in the distant Jiangnan city, in the office of the principal of Jiangnan First High School, Principal Tang Yi, who had been feigning slumber in his chair, abruptly vanished. Just as the Azure Eagle prepared to strike, intending to annihilate the two humans along with the Flamebird's egg, whoosh! A dazzling beam of light surged from afar, cleaving through the sky, arriving in an instant. A figure hovered steadily midair, staring intently at the Azure Eagle not far away. You wretched beast. It was one thing to act tyrannically in the forest, but now you dare to harm my student? You seek death. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Suze and Lin Miaoyi were momentarily stunned, turning to locate the source. The principal, Lin Miaoyi exclaimed. The Azure Eagle, fixated on Tang Yi, involuntarily trembled, a flicker of fear igniting within its heart. Why aren't you gone yet? Tang Yi coldly frowned. The Azure Eagle, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turned and fled. Its speed now greatly increased as it vanished into the horizon. Suze was equally astonished. It was indeed the principal. He was incredibly powerful. That was a D-rank upper-tier beast, equivalent to the pinnacle of human golden core strength. To be able to directly intimidate the Azure Eagle. What level of power did the principal possess? Chapter 37. The Shock of Elder Wong. Is this crafted by that master? The D-rank upper-tier Azure Eagle fled in disarray. Not daring to look back, Suze finally released a breath of relief. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he would meet his end there. Regaining his composure, he gazed at Principal Tang Yi, suddenly feeling a twinge of shame for previously sharing the principal's contact information to shield himself. However, what surprised Suze was that the principal bore no anger towards his actions. He called out to Tang Yi in midair, "Principal." Tang Yi raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Enough, you brat won't say anything good anyway. I'll take my leave first. You two hurry back home and find your mothers. Although our school does not prohibit early romantic relationships, at your age, you should focus on cultivation." Suze's face darkened. The words of gratitude he had intended to express were swallowed back. What did he mean by saying he wouldn't say anything good? He had genuinely wanted to touch the heartstrings. And where was the slightest hint of early romance? Lin Miaoyi, having just regained her composure, overheard Tang Yi's remark and felt her face flush bright red. She recalled the two intimate encounters with Suze that day and instinctively lowered her head, as if caught in the act, too shy to meet Tang Yi's gaze. To Tang Yi, her demeanor served as irrefutable evidence. "You little rascal. Not learning well at such a young age?" He shook his head, but, seeing Lin Miaoyi already flustered, he refrained from further comment. Suze sensed a misunderstanding brewing and attempted to clarify, but Tang Yi did not grant him the opportunity. "Quickly return home. You dare not stay out overnight. You two are too young. It's harmful to your health. Do you understand?" Suze felt a rush of blood surge to his head, his face burning with indignation. Lin Miaoyi naturally understood the implications, gasping as her ears flushed crimson. However, to Tang Yi, Suze's reaction conveyed an entirely different meaning. This kid was aware of embarrassment after all. Look at that awkward expression. Tang Yi, misinterpreting the situation, found it amusing. His mood considerably brightened as he laughed heartily and waved his hand, transforming into a white light and returning to Jiangnan City. It took Suze quite some time to calm himself. Gradually, his expression returned to normal. Bear cautiously approached and inquired, "Big brother?" Suze understood what it wanted to say and replied, "For the time being, you should stay with Eru. His place is quite spacious." And it wasn't he affected just now. Bear hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed. It turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. Suze then turned back to Lin Miaoyi. "Shall we go?" Lin Miaoyi felt slightly better, though her face remained rosy. Ultimately, the two parted ways at the temporary trading site. Suze boarded the return vehicle, gazing out at the scenery. A gentle warmth emanated from the flame bird's egg within his bag, a powerful life quietly gestating. In Jiangnan City, within a vast estate adorned with simple yet luxurious decor, Elder Wang abruptly pushed open the door and strode in. "I heard Miaoyi encountered danger in the forest again." Lin Miaoyi's father, Lin Fan, approached and said, "She did face danger, but Miaoyi was unharmed." Elder Wang, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, berating his son-in-law. "What kind of father are you? Time and again, you place your woman in peril?" After a considerable time, Lin Miaoyi descended from the upper floor, prompting Elder Wang to halt his scolding, drawing her close to examine her and confirming she was unharmed before feeling relieved. Nonetheless, he still did not grant Lin Fan a favorable countenance, frowning as he said, "Next time Miaoyi goes out, have a skilled protector accompany her, never leaving her side. Understood?" Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. It was Lin Miaoyi who came to his rescue, wrinkling her nose as she said, "Grandfather, it's not Daddy's fault. It's just that my luck was poor. Besides, I'm fine now, right? And I think having a bodyguard is unnecessary. It would be far too conspicuous." Ultimately, both parties made concessions. Lin Miaoyi agreed to have a skilled protector shadow her, but they must remain concealed in the shadows. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Miaoyi. "The Foundation Establishment pill has been refined. Take it when you are ready to break through to Foundation Establishment for enhanced effect." Yet his movements did not cease there. One item after another materialized out of thin air, ranging from elixirs and weapons to protective gear and various medicinal herbs. They all shared one commonality. They were expensive. Each item extracted was immeasurably more precious than the blood dragon grass. Yet, at that moment, Old Wang produced an entire array of such treasures. Lin Miaoyi gazed at the plethora of objects with a sigh, exclaiming, "Grandfather, there's no way my spatial bracelet can accommodate all of this." Without hesitation, Old Wang replied, "Ah, I see. In that case, let us make an exchange. You may utilize my ring instead." At this, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself. "Father, how could you possibly give such valuable items to Miaoyi? You should keep them for yourself." "What are you saying?" Old Wang furrowed his brows. "If not for Miaoyi, then for whom? Surely not for you. I have yet to settle the score with you from before." I am not so muddled as to let you make decisions for me. After a thorough reprimand, the esteemed figure of Jiangnan City, a golden elixir powerhouse, lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and dared not utter another word. Unable to resist old Wang's insistence, Lin Miaoyi reluctantly removed all the items from her spatial bracelet, preparing to transfer them into the spatial ring. Oh, old Wang suddenly noticed 3 small vials and, with a hint of curiosity, picked them up. Upon discovering they contained body-refining liquid, he chuckled. Miaoyi, what piqued your interest in concocting body-refining liquid? While it's straightforward, it truly tests a person's alchemical skills and understanding. As he spoke, he opened the jade vial to inspect the quality of the liquid inside. The moment he looked, old Wang's expression shifted dramatically. He took a careful whiff and even sampled a small amount. Lin Miaoyi, curious, inquired, "Grandfather, what is the matter?" Holding the body-refining liquid with utmost seriousness, old Wang asked, "Miaoyi, from which master did you procure this body-refining liquid?" Lin Miaoyi was taken aback, but answered, "Master? How could that be? It was concocted by one of our classmates." "What?" Old Wang leaped to his feet, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Chapter 38. Behind Suzhou lies a master alchemist. Lin Miaoyi was startled by her grandfather Wang Lin's reaction, puzzled. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Wang Lin, his demeanor grave, responded, "Miaoyi, do not jest with me. Are you truly saying this body-refining liquid was crafted by your classmate?" Lin Miaoyi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I witnessed him create it myself." Wang Lin's hands trembled slightly, but he quickly considered another possibility. Which family does your classmate belong to? Or do their family members or mentors include an alchemical master? Only such connections could explain this phenomenon. Wang Lin's curiosity piqued. Who was this remarkable individual capable of producing such exceptional body-refining liquid? In his understanding, the maximum potency conversion for body-refining liquid was 50, yet the vial in his possession boasted a conversion rate of 55. This was not merely an increase of 1, but an astonishing 5. In truth, as the most fundamental medicinal liquid, the formula for body-refining liquid had been refined to perfection. Countless alchemical masters had strived to enhance its potency conversion rate, and even a single point increase would greatly bolster the overall strength of humanity, as the majority were cultivators in the body refinement stage. However, these illustrious masters of the alchemical realm had all faltered in this endeavor, ultimately declaring defeat. Yet today, Wang Lin had encountered a body-refining liquid with a conversion rate of 55. Such an enhancement was beyond terrifying. His immediate assumption was that this master alchemist must have achieved a significant breakthrough, thus accomplishing this remarkable feat. Yet Lin Miaoyi's response revealed that it was merely her classmate who had crafted it. However, he soon contemplated a second possibility, that Miaoyi's classmate was indeed a disciple of that master, thus privy to the latest formula for body-refining liquid and successfully concocting it. This seemed the most plausible explanation. The only aspect that puzzled him was why that master had not made the new formula public immediately after its development. Such an achievement, once revealed, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire alchemical community. Yet Lin Miaoyi's subsequent reply left him momentarily speechless. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Miaoyi uncertainly remarked, "To my knowledge, his parents went missing in an accident many years ago, and he has been living alone since. I've never heard him mention having a master." A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Lin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, that master, capable of such astonishing feats, must be an exceptionally low-profile individual, reluctant to reveal their existence. Miaoyi's classmate must have been aware of this, hence their silence regarding such information. The more Wang Lin pondered, the more convinced he became. His heart raced with excitement. He longed to seek out that master for a discussion. Yet, he reconsidered, such a discreet person would likely not appreciate being disturbed. No, he mused. I must not act impulsively. I must proceed with caution. Thoughts raced through Wang Lin's mind as he connected the dots. If that master were indeed so low-key, they would have likely advised Miaoyi's classmate against carelessly concocting elixirs. Now not only had they succeeded, but they had also entrusted the result to Miaoyi. What did this signify? It indicated that for that master, the new body-refining liquid was no longer a closely guarded secret. They must be planning to unveil their groundbreaking discovery in the near future. At that point, with his own status, position, and capabilities, he would surely have the opportunity to meet this master. The more Wang Lin contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. For someone so immersed in the realm of alchemy, the chance to engage with a high-level peer was an invaluable opportunity. Seeing her grandfather in such high spirits, Lin Miaoyi's curiosity deepened. "Grandfather, what is going on? Why are you so elated?" Wang Lin took a moment to compose himself, patiently explaining, "Do you know what this is?" Looking at the small vial, Lin Miaoi felt even more perplexed. Of course, it's body refining liquid, isn't it? Wang Lin nodded. Indeed, it is body refining liquid. But it is not just any ordinary concoction. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Fan interjected. What could possibly make body refining liquid anything less than ordinary? As a warrior with little knowledge of alchemy, he was at a loss. Wang Lin turned to him, his expression shifting from benevolence to fury. What do you know? You fool. We are conversing here, and you, an outsider, dare to interrupt? Yet he refrained from further reprimanding Lin Fan and continued to explain to Lin Miaoi. Miaoi, do you know the maximum potency conversion rate for a body refining liquid? It's 50, Lin Miaoi replied. Wang Lin nodded and continued. And do you know what the conversion rate is for this particular body refining liquid? Lin Miaoi shook her head. 55, Wang Lin declared. Lin Miaoi was taken aback, her face contorting with astonishment. 55. Lin Fan was equally astonished. As a martial artist, he understood the magnitude of such an impact. Once this formula circulated, it could elevate the strength of all foundational cultivators within humanity. Wang Lin nodded solemnly. That is why I asked you if this body refining liquid was crafted by that master. Such an achievement is truly astounding. The difficulty of attaining this level surpasses even the creation of a high-grade medicinal formula by many times. But you claim this was made by your classmate, which leads me to believe a top-tier alchemical master must be concealed behind him. Yet, that master clearly appeared to be a person of modesty, thus concealing their identity and refraining from making their accomplishments public. Lin Miaoi's eyes sparkled with amazement. After hearing Wang Lin's words, the image of Su Zhe suddenly materialized in her mind. An individual with unparalleled martial talent, immense strength, a formidable contracted spirit beast, the descendant of a D-grade demon beast. And now, behind him, the presence of a mysterious alchemical master. A myriad of characteristics converged upon a single individual. An occurrence so remarkable that it compelled one to question the true identity of Su Zhe. She increasingly sensed an air of mystery enveloping him. At that moment, Wang Lin inquired, "What is the name of your classmate? If he has the time, I would like to meet him." Lin Miaoi, regaining her composure, replied, "His name is Su Zhe. I will ask him about it." Wang Lin, visibly excited, responded with a cheerful demeanor, "No rush, it's not urgent. If he is unavailable, we can arrange to meet later." Lin Miaoi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wang Lin hurriedly departed with 3 vials of body-tempering liquid, eager to examine this unique concoction in his alchemy chamber. Chapter 39. The Enlightening Flame Bird Egg, 70-fold return in the early morning. A gentle coolness brushed against Su Zhe's cheeks. As he awakened, he beheld the familiar vertical pupils of Xiao Qing, who had assumed her position, awaiting the emergence of that cherished warmth. However, after a considerable duration, Xiao Qing felt no trace of the anticipated energy, prompting her to ponder, what is happening? Has he fallen asleep again? With curiosity piqued, she opened her eyes, only to find Su Zhe absent from sight. Just then, a voice emerged from behind her. Sensing something, Xiao Qing stiffened and turned her head with great effort. Upon realizing what Su Zhe was engaged in, her eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Su Zhe stood before the flame bird egg, inspecting the condition of the little flame bird within. The designation read, "Flame bird, hatching soon." A wave of relief washed over him, though he remained uncertain as to when the hatching would occur. He could distinctly perceive the vibrant life force emanating from the little flame bird, pulsating with vitality. Suddenly, an audacious notion struck Su Zhe's mind. Could he bestow enlightenment upon the yet-to-hatch flame bird? If feasible, might this accelerate the hatching process? To avert any unforeseen consequences, he consulted the system with his thoughts. What would happen if I impart enlightenment to the unhatched flame bird? Ding! The little flame bird possesses formidable vitality, having reached the F-grade lower tier before birth, and is capable of receiving enlightenment. Elated by the system's affirmative response, Su Zhe wasted no time. He placed his hand upon the eggshell, and with a focused thought, commenced the impartation of enlightenment. You have bestowed 1 year's worth of cultivation upon the flame bird. The enlightenment return feature has been activated. Selecting return multiplier. Your current return multiplier is 70-fold. You have gained 70 years of cultivation. 70-fold return. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Su Zhe was taken aback. His fortune today was simply extraordinary. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his being. Crack! The 8th dragon elephant seed finally displayed a fissure on its surface, a blinding golden light bursting forth, unleashing tremendous power. A new dragon elephant seed was activated. Concurrently, Su Zhe's cultivation soared. From the initial stages of the 8th level to minor success, then to major success, culminating in the perfection of the 8th level of body tempering. Yet, his ascension did not cease. His strength continued to ascend. Finally, with a thunderous sound, Suze's garments billowed without wind, rustling in the air as his muscles bulged. Sharply defined, as if sculpted by a master artisan. 8th level of body tempering. A soft golden light enveloped Suze, exuding an unearthly sanctity. His aura gradually stabilized, ultimately settling at the 8th level of body tempering. Suze opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light flickering deep within. Just then, Xiaoqing had witnessed the entire scene, her expression frozen in astonishment. She could not comprehend. Confusion clouded her gaze. Why, in such a brief span, had her master so easily abandoned her? Had he grown weary? Had the novelty worn off? Had he ceased to cherish her once he had her? Men, truly, not a single one is worth a damn. Xiaoqing's small head brimmed with questions. What had transpired during her slumber? What was this interloper all about? Had she truly been asleep for just a day? Just a day, and her master had already found a new favorite? This scoundrel. A seamless transition indeed. No, there hadn't even been a gap. This was outright betrayal. What was the reason behind it? Xiaoqing remained perplexed. Suddenly, she recalled Suze's earlier admonition, urging her to diligently cultivate instead of merely waiting for enlightenment. Was her laziness to blame? She glanced at the fiery bird egg, her expression intricate. With her current prowess, she could sense the immense potential of the little flame bird. With such prodigious talent, her master would surely favor it even more. Xiaoqing fell silent, consumed by her thoughts. Feeling a swell of emotion, she climbed over to the phone, her slender tail expertly tapping on the screen. With a series of deft clicks, she unlocked the device and opened an app marked by a red icon at the bottom left corner of the screen. She then accessed her exclusive playlist and selected a song to play. Unable to wear headphones, she turned up the volume significantly. As the music filled the air, the lyrics resonated. Pretend love hasn't left. Pretend you still care for me. Pretend the love I gave is still needed. Traversing the tunnel of time, wiping away your tears. This time I won't let love become torment. When all expectations are shattered, I stifle my tears in feigned silence. You turn away, leaving me to cope. The volume was astonishingly loud, and Suze quickly noticed. He turned towards Xiaoqing, only to find her in the corner, entranced by the screen. Lost in the realm of music. Bound by their soul contract, Suze, as the dominant party, could readily sense Xiaoqing's emotions. Understanding the situation, he couldn't help but chuckle. You, my dear, are acting quite like a woman. Is it really necessary to sulk over a mere day without enlightenment? Besides, your strength has already reached the E-grade lower tier, and you've awakened a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline. At this stage, such enlightenment is scarcely beneficial to you. After a considerable amount of coaxing, Xiaoqing finally regained her composure and returned to rest on Suze's wrist. However, she secretly resolved to begin earnest cultivation from that day forth, striving to always keep that little interloper at bay. A sense of urgency surged within her. Her innate talent may not match that of the newcomer, and she must double her efforts. Meanwhile, Suze had tidied himself up and was ready to leave. Unbeknownst to him, in those few fleeting minutes, Xiaoqing had staged an internal drama akin to palace intrigue. He departed from home, heading back to school. The principal had sent him a message the previous evening, insisting he visit his office the following day. Though uncertain of the reason, Suze agreed. Noting the principal's grave tone, at Jiangnan City's first senior high school, the vehicle came to a gradual halt. Upon disembarking, Suze made his way directly to the principal's office. Knocking on the door, he heard, "Come in." Clearly, Tang Yi was already aware of who had arrived. Suze entered, puzzled. "Principal, what do you need me for?" Tang Yi's expression was notably serious as he produced a small box, stating, "This pertains to the upcoming suppression tower trial. Take this." Suze accepted the box, opening it to reveal a perfectly round pill. Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 40. The principal's instruction. The round pill emitted a faint, fragrant aroma, a delightful scent wafting through the air. Suze instantly recognized it as the Foundation Establishment Pill. Though named the Foundation Establishment Pill, it is specifically designed for practitioners of body refinement. The transition from body refinement to foundation establishment represents a significant hurdle, with many cultivators faltering at this juncture, leaving them unable to progress further. Even those with exceptional talents often find themselves investing considerable time at this stage. The Foundation Establishment Pill was devised to address this predicament, as it aids practitioners in swiftly converting their true qi into spiritual power, thereby significantly diminishing the challenges associated with advancing to foundation establishment. However, its efficacy renders it a scarce commodity. The average individual is unlikely to ever encounter such a pill, often remaining at the 9th level of body refinement throughout their lives. The principal presented a particular pill to Suze, its hue and fragrance indicating it to be a superior quality foundation establishment pill with remarkable effects. Principal, what is this? Suze inquired, perplexed. Tang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Take good care of this. Use it when you seek to break through to foundation establishment. He added with a hint of reluctance. You're lucky, my boy. Recently, a master alchemist visited our Jiangnan city and happened to concoct a batch of foundation establishment pills. It took considerable effort for me to procure this top-tier pill. Suze was further confounded. He and Tang Yi were not particularly close. Such a gesture seemed excessive. Noticing Suze's bewilderment, Tang Yi clarified. The reason for my action stems from recent revelations regarding the Demon Suppression Tower trials. Suze's interest piqued, and he listened intently. This year, an unusual number of prodigies have emerged, each more astonishing than the last. Of course, they may not surpass you, but their prowess is formidable. Several have been highly anticipated, possessing frightening strength. I've heard that some defeated foundation establishment practitioners during their body refinement phase. Upon hearing this, Suze felt little concern. Defeating foundation establishment practitioners in body refinement? Recalling the exploits of Xiongda and Erhu, he found it hardly remarkable. Tang Yi, noticing Suze's lack of concern, frowned. Do not become too complacent. While your talent is indeed extraordinary and your strength commendable, facing equally formidable geniuses demands caution. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. These individuals will undoubtedly seek to enter the Demon Suppression Tower for trials, and this year, new rules have been instituted. Those who perform exceptionally can be admitted directly into various prestigious academies. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, achieving a ranking in the Demon Suppression Tower comes with numerous rewards. Whether our school gains honor depends on you. I've already boasted, so if you fail to deliver, it will be my face that is lost. Suze contemplated this. The competition within the Demon Suppression Tower had intensified, necessitating an urgent enhancement of his abilities. Nevertheless, the foundation establishment pill held little significance for him. In truth, most enhancement elixirs had minimal effect on him, save for those intended for practitioners at the nascent soul stage or higher. Yet, the potency of elixirs diverged from the energy reflected in the system. Consuming such a high-level pill could result in dire consequences. However, it was illogical for Suze to refuse the foundation establishment pill, so he accepted it and inquired, Principal, is there anything else? Tang Yi replied, nothing at all. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. From the moment Suze entered the office, he had sensed an anomaly. Now he discerned what it was, Suze's cultivation level. You've reached the 9th level of body refinement? He exclaimed in shock. Suze nodded yes. I just advanced yesterday. Tang Yi's hand trembled as he pressed further. And when did you ascend to the 8th level? Also yesterday, Suze replied. What? Tang Yi was utterly dumbfounded, rising abruptly to stand before Suze. You ascended from the 7th to the 9th level in a single day? He queried urgently. Suze nodded again. Tang Yi's anxiety heightened. Such haste is perilous. Advancing 2 stages in body refinement is not unheard of, but the repercussions are severe, potentially destabilizing your foundation and impacting your future achievements. Suze was well aware of his own circumstances. Instability was not an issue he faced. Thus, he remained calm. It's fine, Principal. I am different from them. I am accumulating strength before unleashing it. Tang Yi's face darkened, nearly exasperated by the response. What do you mean by accumulating strength? How long have you even been cultivating? You have not even reached the stage of accumulation. He placed a hand on Suze's shoulder, channeling a pure essence of spiritual power to examine Suze's condition. To his astonishment, Suze's true chi was astonishingly pure, and his foundation was extraordinarily solid. What is happening? This is illogical. Tang Yi pondered, confounded. Since discovering Suze's potential, many conventional understandings had been challenged. After a lengthy silence, Suze's voice broke through Tang Yi's reverie. Principal, are you all right? Tang Yi snapped back to reality, gazing at Suze as if he were a rare specimen. He believed even a scion from a top-tier family would not match Suze's capabilities. Despite his astonishment, he advised Suze to remain grounded and avoid impatience for the sake of greater future accomplishments. Suze nodded dutifully, resembling a model student. Though he knew it held little actual weight, he recognized that Tang Yi meant well and listened attentively. After a prolonged exchange, Tang Yi concluded his admonitions. Suze asked, Principal, is there truly nothing else? Tang Yi waved him off. Go, go. You have no further business here. However, as Suze was about to depart, Tang Yi recalled something and called him back, his demeanor becoming grave. Seeing the principal's seriousness, Suze also adopted a serious expression. At your age? Tang Yi began slowly. Suze leaned in, listening intently. Focus primarily on your cultivation. Try to avoid early romantic entanglements. Suze's face darkened. He had not anticipated such counsel from the principal. Realizing the misunderstanding was insurmountable, he hurriedly exited the principal's office. To evade any further commentary, he channeled golden true chi within him, transforming his form into a streak of golden light that vanished in an instant. Chapter 41. What is Suze's true identity? Tang Yi's words abruptly ceased as he shook his head in resignation. He could only hope Suze heeded his advice and concentrated on cultivation, otherwise, his prodigious talent would be squandered. If only he possessed such gifts himself. He shook his head. Such abilities were innate and could not be envied. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Yi. Even if Suze was extraordinarily gifted, achieving such feats in such a short time would necessitate the use of elixirs and various herbs. Wouldn't it? From what he understood, Suze seemed to hail from an ordinary family. How had he managed this? The situation seemed puzzling. Tang Yi, intrigued, sat down at his computer and began to investigate. He entered a URL, accessing a concealed website, and began to search for information regarding Suze. He inputted the keywords and clicked the search button. The formidable search engine commenced its quest through the database for any data related to Suze. Moments later, a series of entries emerged. Tang Yi clicked through each one, but soon his brow furrowed in confusion. Why was there no critical information at all? The screen displayed a plethora of trivial details, mostly the most fundamental aspects of life. Over the past decade or so, Suze's existence appeared to mirror that of an ordinary person, lacking any remarkable traits. He was simply an average child. This starkly contrasted with the current Suze, to the point where it felt as though they were not the same individual. What of his parents? Tang Yi pondered silently, then began to search for related information. However, the search results astonished him. The screen was blank, save for a small line of text. This information is classified, and you do not have the requisite permissions to access it. Classified documents. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yi's eyes. It was known that his permission level was quite high, sufficient to uncover many secrets. Yet now, he found himself utterly unable to view Suze's parental information. What did this imply? Suze's lineage must indeed be extraordinary. The more he considered this, the more curious he became. Tang Yi's gaze flickered, seemingly contemplating something. Finally, he resolved to log out of his account. He then entered a different username and password. Upon successfully logging in, the browsing interface was entirely different. He re-entered the original keywords and initiated another search. However, the results remained unchanged. He still lacked the authority to access the pertinent information. With a sharp crack, the cup in Tang Yi's hand shattered into a fine powder that scattered across the ground. Still unable to view the information, the astonishment morphed into horror. This account possessed secondary-level permissions. In principle, he should have been able to access the vast majority of confidential documents. Yet he was still barred from viewing Suze's parental details. What was going on? A flurry of thoughts raced through Tang Yi's mind. If his assumptions were correct, then Suze's parents were either shockingly powerful, significant figures in the hierarchy, or prominent leaders of certain key departments. Alternatively, they might be the heirs of elite families. Though this possibility seemed less likely since he was aware of most prominent families and none fit the criteria. Regardless of the scenario, Suze's identity could not be simple. Tang Yi closed the screen, lost in contemplation. What kind of background did this young man possess? How did such a prodigy come to exist in Jiangnan City? What circumstances led him to maintain such a low profile previously? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If viewed from this perspective, it seemed the Lin family had indeed overreached. He chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. No matter Suze's true identity, all he needed to know was that he was a student at his school. As for the hidden secrets, they were of no concern to him. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Lin Miaoyi looked up and immediately spotted Suze, who had just entered. Memories of events in the wild forest flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Nevertheless, she recalled Wang Lin's instructions. Suze, Lin Miaoyi whispered. Yes? What is it? Suze inquired. Lin Miaoyi replied, my grandfather wishes to meet you. Suze was taken aback, nearly convinced he had misheard. Meet me? What does your grandfather want with me? Lin Miaoyi remembered Wang Lin's warning that she must not broach the subject of the new medicinal formula unless Suze brought it up first. Thus, she said, my grandfather heard about what happened in the forest and wishes to personally express his gratitude. After listening to Lin Miaoyi's explanation, Suze pondered for a moment before agreeing. It seemed her grandfather was quite knowledgeable about alchemy, something Suze had already heard. He was currently delving into related studies, curious to see if he could pose a few questions. With guidance, he could avoid unnecessary detours and focus more on his martial arts cultivation. They arranged a meeting for 3 days later, on the weekend. Oh, and by the way, Lin Miaoyi suddenly remembered, when we were in the forest, didn't Tang Jie and the others leave? Then the beast tide appeared, and they coincidentally encountered it. Suze asked what happened. Were they injured? Lin Miaoyi shook her head. No, they died. Suze was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a response. A complex array of emotions stirred within him. The sudden loss of familiar faces was difficult to accept. Although the two individuals had somewhat skewed values, they were not deserving of death. Yet, the world of cultivators was indeed harsh. Death and injury were commonplace occurrences. Friends could easily sustain grave injuries or even perish in a single battle. The same fate could befall him. If one failed to prepare psychologically for such realities, they would inevitably suffer severe consequences one day. Lin Miaoyi, as an alchemist, was not particularly strong in combat, and her sensitivity as a girl made her acutely aware of such matters. Noticing her distress, Suze offered words of comfort. You mustn't blame yourself for this. Such occurrences are unavoidable, and the fault lies not with you. They chose to become cultivators, and with that choice comes an understanding of the risks involved. Lin Miaoyi nodded, forcing a faint smile. Thank you, Suze. Suze waved his hand, signaling her not to be so formal. Chapter 42. The hatching of the little flame bird one morning, under the sorrowful gaze of Shao Qing. Suze placed his hand on the flame bird egg once more. You have infused the flame bird with 1 year of cultivation, the system announced, triggering the return on investment feature. Selecting multiplier for return. Your current return multiplier is 60 times. You have gained 60 years of cultivation. A surge of joy filled Suze. His recent streak of fortuitous events continued, with each return multiplier being remarkably high. A vast energy emerged, and under his guidance, all of it was directed into the 9th dragon elephant seed. However, to Suze's surprise, despite the immense energy infusion, the dragon elephant seed showed no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. The cultivation method you are practicing has encountered a bottleneck, an obstruction caused by changes in the laws of the universe. Under current conditions, the difficulty of cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique will continue to escalate. The barrier you face requires 3,000 years of cultivation to break. Upon hearing the system's explanation, the excitement in Suze's heart vanished without a trace. 3,000 years of cultivation. How many years of cultivation did he currently possess? He pulled up the system panel to check. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation method, dragon elephant body refinement technique. Incomplete version, martial arts cultivation. Body refinement level 9, 390 years. Alchemical cultivation, 50 years. Beastmaster, Qing Jiao Snake, 11 lower tier. Other cultivation, none. Remaining cultivation, 0 with 390 years of martial arts cultivation. To reach 3,000 years, even if he achieved the maximum return multiplier of 100 every time, it would still take at least 26 days. Achieving 100 times return every time, was that even feasible? Thus, the timeline would inevitably extend far beyond just 26 days. Suze felt helpless, with no alternative course of action. According to the system, the dragon elephant body refinement technique was inherently difficult to cultivate, and now, with the upheaval in the universe, it had become even more challenging. It was no wonder that no one had ever managed to fully master this technique before. There was no need to even mention the 3,000-year threshold. Who can truly endure 390 years in the body refinement stage? It is only after such an arduous journey that one may unlock the 8 dragon elephant seeds and reach the 9th level of body refinement. Although the combat prowess attained is indeed formidable, the disparity between the effort invested and the results achieved is glaringly apparent. Nonetheless, for Suze, this predicament is not insurmountable. At worst, it merely requires additional time. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound reverberated through the air. Suze raised an eyebrow and swiftly turned to investigate. Shao Qing also sensed the disturbance, transforming into a streak of azure light. Under the gaze of both pairs of eyes, a fissure appeared on the surface of the flaming bird egg. Crack, crack, crack. Following this, the cracks multiplied and widened. Threads of crimson light emanated from the shell, and a torrent of searing energy surged forth, causing the temperature within the room to escalate rapidly. As a cold-blooded creature, Shao Qing instinctively detested the rising heat. Yet, it remained steadfast in its position, eager to witness the appearance of the newly hatched creature. Moments later, with a soft thud, a piece of eggshell fell to the ground, revealing the sight within. A fiery red, fluffy orb tumbled out, followed closely by 4 limbs, and a head emerging from beneath the thick down. A pair of large red eyes slowly opened, immediately locking onto Suze before it. Suze too gazed upon this newly born being. Name: Flamebird, juvenile. Level: F grade, low skills. Blazing Flame, Fireball Technique, Fire Bath Special Bloodline. Vermilion Bird Bloodline 1 remarks: a naturally powerful magical beast, with the potential to transcend its racial limits after being nurtured through the Fire Bath Great Array. Cheap. The little flame bird chirped, feeling an unusual affinity toward the towering figure before it. It flapped its wings and dove into Suze's embrace, playfully rolling about. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqing stiffened, disbelief washing over it as it stared at the flame bird. How brazen this little interloper is. Doesn't it realize that its original is still present? It had never encountered such a bold rival before, flaunting its audacity in front of the rightful companion. Oh, but it seemed that this little interloper had yet to even spare a glance in its direction. Xiaoqing suddenly grasped this realization, a surge of indignation flooding its heart. It must not yield. In the next instant, Xiaoqing swiftly climbed up Suze's arm, determined to capture the attention of the little flame bird. However, its fierce demeanor was misinterpreted by the newly hatched flame bird as playful antics. The little flame bird emitted a series of melodious chirps, seemingly laughing in delight. Xiaoqing's face turned green with frustration, yet it found itself powerless. Its master appeared to hold this little interloper in high esteem, and being a dignified E-grade magical beast, it could not stoop to bullying a freshly hatched creature. With a smile, Suze gently stroked the soft down of the little flame bird and declared, "From now on, you shall be named Xiaohua." The little bird, now possessing rudimentary intelligence, nodded happily. A tremor coursed through Xiaoqing's heart. Xiaohua, such an affectionate name. Subsequently, Suze extended a finger and touched Xiaohua, causing a fleeting silver light to flash as the contract was officially established. Instantly, a remarkable connection formed between him and Xiaohua. The contract established by the system was peculiar, seemingly a more advanced technique. Suze had previously researched this matter, but found no relevant documentation. However, as long as it posed no threat to himself or his spirit beast, he deemed it inconsequential. Having completed these formalities, Suze retrieved a ring from his pocket. Channeling golden true energy, the ring became activated. A beam of light burst forth from the ring, enveloping the little flame bird. Xiaohua offered no resistance as its form vanished. In the next moment, it found itself within a void of vibrant colors, enveloped in warmth and comfort. Cheap. Xiaohua, filled with curiosity, flapped its wings joyfully, soaring about. The Beastmaster Ring. This was a coveted item that Suze had procured at great expense just a few days prior, a specialized tool for beast tamers to contain their contracted spirit beasts. After all, some spirit beasts are rather large, making it impractical to carry them at all times, hence the creation of the Beastmaster Ring. The space within it had countless uses, not only providing a place for magical beasts to rest, but also aiding in their rapid recovery of strength and even healing minor injuries. After placing Xiaohua inside, Suze turned his attention to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, well aware of the implications, shook its head vigorously, refusing to enter. After some contemplation, Suze decided that Xiaoqing's petite size and its usual lack of activity made it manageable to remain on his wrist. Thus, he smiled and chose not to press the matter further. Xiaoqing sighed in relief, a wave of joy washing over it. Its status was undoubtedly superior to that of the little interloper. There was still hope. As long as it strived to perform well, that little interloper would never ascend. Did it not see that it had been unceremoniously dispatched into that cold, unfeeling ring? To it, that was akin to being cast into a frigid palace. Chapter 43. This world is filled with coincidence. On Sunday, accompanied by a cheerful chirp, Xiaohua returned to the Beastmaster Ring after completing its initiation. In its final moment before departure, it cast a glance at Xiaoqing, a hint of sympathy glimmering in its eyes. This poor creature, enduring the elements daily, unable to enter the Beastmaster Ring for rest, was truly pitiable. In Xiaohua's eyes, the Beastmaster space was akin to paradise. Meanwhile, the outside dwelling Xiaoqing appeared quite wretched. As both spirit beasts contemplated their respective circumstances, Suze had already tidied himself up. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Lin Miaoi. It was said that her grandfather had invited several chefs from the largest restaurant in Jiangnan City to express his gratitude. Unable to decline such warmth, Suze, out of courtesy, would not dawdle. An hour later, after checking the address on his phone and gazing at the grand estate before him, Suze could not help but exclaim, "How fortunate it is to possess wealth." He was aware that Lin Miaoi's family was affluent, but he had not anticipated such extreme wealth. The estate before him, by Jiangnan City standards, would cost no less than several billion to acquire. The most crucial aspect was that such an estate could not simply be obtained with money. One must possess an elevated status and connections to even have a chance. Servants had already gathered at the entrance of the estate, and upon spotting Suze, they promptly approached. "Are you Suze, esteemed student?" Suze nodded yes. "I am Suze." The servant, wearing a polite smile, replied, "Please follow me." Soon, a transport vehicle appeared. After Suze entered, the servant drove swiftly into the depths of the estate. Moments later, the vehicle halted before a small building. While referred to as a small building, it could accurately be described as a villa. Under the servant's guidance, Suze entered the opulently adorned abode. Just as he was about to step into the villa, a figure flashed in the distance. Suze caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, momentarily taken aback. He felt as though he had seen that person before, but could not place where. At that moment, the servant's voice broke through his thoughts. "Suze, you may proceed directly inside. The dining hall is straight ahead." Returning to the present, Suze expressed his gratitude and stepped into the villa. As he walked through, the corridor was lined with various works of art. Though he did not fully comprehend their significance, he could sense the rich aura of wealth emanating from them. Finally, he arrived at the dining hall, where a massive round table was already being set with dishes. A slender figure sat elegantly at the table. It was none other than Lin Miaoi. Beside her were two individuals seated with an air of formality. Suze shifted his gaze away from Lin Miaoi and glanced at the two individuals beside her. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered them before. In an instant, his body stiffened as realization struck him. Were these not the same two individuals from whom he had purchased the blood dragon grass? What were they doing here? Suze felt a wave of confusion, his mind swirling with countless conjectures. Finally, a rather clutch thought emerged. Could they possibly be Lin Miaoyi's family? If that were the case, then the elderly gentleman must be her grandfather. Did that mean the people he had extorted were members of the Lin family? A memory flashed before him. Not long ago, Lin Miaoi had been absent from school for several days, claiming to be injured. Considering the timeline, it coincided perfectly with his initial venture into the wilderness forest. The person he had encountered in a state of unconsciousness had been Lin Miaoi. In that moment, everything began to connect. All questions found their answers. Why Lin Miaoi sought the blood dragon grass, why those two had been willing to pay a premium for it, and why she possessed an abundance of elixirs. All of it made sense. Yet, the sheer coincidence felt rather overwhelming. Wang Lin and Lin Fan had also spotted Suze. They were momentarily taken aback, immediately recognizing him. What was this fellow doing here? Wang Lin, in high spirits, indeed. He was almost elated, believed that the master must be aware of his identity, and the fact that he was willing to let a disciple meet him indicated something significant. It suggested that the master was contemplating a return to the world of alchemy. This also meant that he might soon have the opportunity to meet the master and engage in discussions about alchemical techniques. Thus, Wang Lin had prepared extensively from early morning. Young people, after all, have an insatiable love for food. He had even gone so far as to summon the finest chef from Jiangnan City, selecting the freshest and finest ingredients to meticulously prepare this meal. Upon hearing from the servant that Suze had arrived at the estate, he thought the young man might not have had breakfast and would surely be hungry, so he kindly instructed the staff to begin serving the dishes, ensuring that Suze would have something to eat as soon as he arrived. This would also serve to foster a closer relationship, making it easier for him to glean information. However, when Suze appeared, Wang Lin was taken aback. Wasn't this the same lad who had sold him the blood dragon grass? And that blood dragon grass had been obtained from his own family. What business did this young man have here? Did he intend to directly approach Tianyuan Academy? That would be against the rules. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could this young man be Suze himself? The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. At that moment, Lin Miaoi also noticed Suze and beamed with joy, rising eagerly to greet him. She bounced over to him, exclaiming, "Suze, you've come." Suze nodded, saying, "Yes, I've arrived. I hope I didn't keep you waiting." Lin Miaoi shook her head vigorously, her demeanor adorably innocent as she replied, "Not at all." Observing his daughter's exuberance, Lin Fan felt a twinge of concern. Although he was well aware of his precious daughter's character, naive, lively, and kind-hearted, the current situation seemed decidedly off. His gaze shifted, scrutinizing Suze from head to toe. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This young man was quite handsome, indeed. More dangerously, if their suspicions were correct, not only did he possess exceptional martial talent, but he was also gifted in alchemy, backed by a master alchemist whom even his father admired. This lad was far too perilous. Lin Fan became acutely vigilant, a natural instinct arising from his role as a father. Regardless of how remarkable Suze might be, their first instinct was to deem him untrustworthy. Lin Fan felt a profound sense of crisis as he watched his daughter smile so brightly. Chapter 44. Suze truly knows how to joke. Lin Miao's words alleviated the awkward tension in the dining room. Through her remarks, Wang Lin and Lin Fan confirmed that this young man was indeed the genuine Suze. Faced with this reality, they could not help but marvel at the sheer coincidences of the world. Nevertheless, both men were individuals of stature and had the capacity to adapt. Suze, what a coincidence. It's wonderful to see you again, Wang Lin said with a smile. Lin Miao's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, have you two met before? Not just met, Lin Fan replied cryptically. The main ingredient, blood dragon grass, used to concoct the foundation establishment pill for you was purchased from Suze. Lin Miao was taken aback. She had previously heard Chunwei mention that the blood dragon grass had been acquired from someone who had taken advantage of the situation. If that were the case, then Suze was indeed that person. Suze smiled awkwardly, saying, had I known it was you, I would never have engaged in such transactions. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surprisingly, Lin Miao gasped, her eyes sparkling. So, you were the one who saved us back then? Suze nodded. Lin Miao began counting on her fingers, her expression adorably earnest. Including this time, you've saved me 3 times. In truth, regardless of whether that individual was Suze or not, she had never been preoccupied with the subsequent actions. After all, someone who had saved her could never be repaid in mere words. Subsequently, she enthusiastically pulled Suze to the table, even serving him dishes herself. This scene made Lin Fan's eyes twitch in alarm. Danger. This young man was exceedingly perilous. He had intentionally revealed the truth of the matter. Yet Miao showed no appropriate reaction. And now, she was even serving that young man food. He glanced down at his own empty plate, feeling a pang of injustice. What was this? When had they grown so close? How had he been oblivious to it all? Countless thoughts and speculations flooded Lin Fan's mind. On the other hand, Wang Lin was merely enjoying the spectacle. While he adored his granddaughter, he understood that many matters were beyond his control, particularly concerning relationships. Besides, this Suze, from any perspective, was a fine young man. However, he would still need to remind them that they were both still quite young, and some things should never be crossed. Observing his father-in-law's expression, Lin Fan felt an even greater urgency. Dad, this is your precious granddaughter. How can you just stand by and watch? It must be said, the chef at the grand restaurant was truly exceptional. Each dish was a delight. Suze wasted no time and dug in. Just then, Wang Lin casually remarked, Little Sue, I've heard you've been researching alchemy? Suze set down his chopsticks and replied, Yes, I've just recently begun studying alchemy. Oh, just recently? A smile crept onto Wang Lin's lips. This young man had spoken carelessly, revealing his lack of seriousness. You've only just started studying alchemy? I find that hard to believe. He chuckled heartily, continuing his probing. Last time, Miao insisted you concoct the body refinement liquid. Was it a bother for you? That girl was far too straightforward. Lin Miao pouted, playfully crinkling her nose. Suze shook his head and said, Not at all. Moreover, thanks to Miao, I was able to attempt alchemy for the first time. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and everything succeeded. Wang Lin's smile deepened. This lad truly had a penchant for boasting. It seemed he was aware of his intentions and was likely deflecting here. First time attempting alchemy? Even a fool would not believe such a claim. As he continued to serve himself food, he remarked, Come, don't stop eating. I'm just an old bone who can hardly eat anymore. I simply enjoy watching you young folks eat. Suze felt a warmth in his heart. Ever since his parents had gone missing, he had not experienced such a feeling of care and concern. Wang Lin continued, I have also observed the few bottles of body refining liquid you concocted. They are quite impressive. He paused, scrutinizing Suze's reaction. This was indeed a rather bold statement. Directly touching upon the issue of new formulas, he worried it might provoke discontent from Suze and the mysterious master behind him. Yet, he could hardly suppress his curiosity and thus broached the subject. Suze's heart stirred, his movements halting. Wang Lin was a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy, an authoritative figure in the field. The implication of his words suggested he had discovered something amiss in the body refining liquid Suze had crafted. Consequently, he inquired, What is it? Wang Lin, noticing Suze appeared unperturbed by the topic, felt a surge of joy and replied, I noticed that the body refining liquid you produced seems rather different from the usual variants. Suddenly, Suze recalled a slight modification he had made and asked, Could it be that the potency has diminished? Wang Lin quickly shook his head. How could that be? It's significantly enhanced. Suze breathed a sigh of relief. That alleviated his concerns. Wang Lin cautiously probed. I am merely curious. Was the method of alteration taught to you by your master? Lin Miao Yi and Lin Fan both set down their chopsticks, eagerly awaiting Su Zhe's response. Su Zhe was taken aback, unsure of what Wang Lin was referring to. What master? My teacher? He thought. He had no such master. He had solely relied on his own diligent study. He shook his head and replied, I have no master. It's all from my own experimentation. Wang Lin was not surprised by this answer. Aside from the somewhat ludicrous nature of his reasoning, it was not unexpected. He had conjured such an absurd justification. Experimentation? The idea that mere trial and error could yield a new formula for body-refining liquid was laughable. If that were the case, how many masters would find themselves stumped? Did he think they were children? Nonetheless, Wang Lin was not angered. Su Zhe's response was entirely within his expectations, albeit the rationale was rather casual. Yet this hinted at a significant truth. That master was indeed poised to make an appearance. Otherwise, as his disciple, Su Zhe would not have responded in such a haphazard manner, but would have crafted a more logically sound reply. Having gleaned this crucial information, Wang Lin felt satisfied. With a smile, he said, Student Su Zhe is truly a joker. Come, try this sea cucumber that has been airlifted here. Su Zhe was utterly bewildered, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly strange. He had only felt a semblance of familial warmth, thanks to the Lin family's hospitality, and had spoken candidly from the heart. Yet now, it appeared they did not believe his words at all. Chapter 45, Miao Yi. What enchantment has that lad cast upon you? Meanwhile, Lin Miao Yi's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she gazed at Su Zhe's profile, stifling a giggle. She too found Su Zhe's words to be rather implausible. Initially, she had genuinely believed that it was his first encounter with alchemy. However, now that she was aware he had a master who was an alchemical grandmaster, how could she still hold that belief? Such a figure would never take on a novice disciple at random. They would surely nurture their talent from a young age. Thus, Su Zhe must have delved into the study of alchemy from an early age to achieve his current accomplishments. The entire family had deduced this. Yet Su Zhe audaciously continued to spin such fabrications. Lin Miao Yi blinked her large eyes, suddenly noticing a charming side to Su Zhe. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the restaurant window, casting a warm glow upon him. Su Zhe's already handsome features appeared even more chiseled under the sunlight. In an instant, Lin Miao Yi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a fawn. She quickly turned her head, unable to bear looking directly at Su Zhe any longer. This entire scene was witnessed by Lin Fan, who gasped in disbelief at his precious daughter. What was this expression for? My daughter. Surely you do not truly have feelings for this lad. He found it hard to accept. It was not that Su Zhe lacked merit. He simply harbored an aversion to any boy of his daughter's age. After raising his little princess for over a decade, was she now ready to run off with someone else? No man could endure such a notion. Furthermore, Miao Yi was merely 16, in the bloom of youth. How could she possibly entertain early romantic interests? Su Zhe was indeed exceptional, but there was no room for early romance. This was the stubborn resolve of a father. Thus, Lin Fan clenched his teeth, determined to take action. Thoughts raced through his mind, various plans materializing. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes, and he said with a smile, By the way, do you all know about the news that just broke this morning? The three at the table turned their gazes toward him. Lin Fan continued, It seems the news has already spread. Hishware from the Kyoto-affiliated high school has defeated a golden core-level beast with her foundation establishment cultivation. She has been exceptionally admitted by Zhang Muji, the dean of True Dragon Academy, and awarded the title of prodigy. The title of prodigy. Lin Miao Yi's eyes widened in shock. And even Wang Lin was taken aback. The title of prodigy? Su Zhe inquired, puzzled. He had never paid attention to such matters before and was unaware of the significance of this title. Lin Miao Yi explained. The title of prodigy is the highest honor bestowed upon young cultivators by the human race. Those who earn this title are all exceptional talents, unparalleled in strength and astonishing in combat prowess. Suddenly, she paused, staring intently at Su Zhe. The more she spoke, the more she felt she was describing him. An unparalleled genius? Su Zhe evidently fit the bill. In just a month, his cultivation had progressed at an alarming rate, and his advancement speed was nothing short of terrifying. Exceptional combat prowess? This too was true. Based on the account of that bear, it was after being thoroughly beaten by Su Zhe that it surrendered. Astonishing strength? One could never truly ascertain Su Zhe's actual capabilities. He rarely fought with full force, yet his opponents would invariably be defeated. From every angle, Su Zhe seemed to be on par with Hishware. The only distinction between them was one was at the body refinement stage, while the other was at the foundation establishment stage. This disparity was merely due to He Xuan'er's earlier awakening and longer training time. Lin Miaoyi believed that given enough time, Suze would undoubtedly surpass He Xuan'er. In that moment, as Lin Miaoyi realized these truths, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Suze. Lin Fan sensed something was amiss. Why had Miaoyi suddenly grown silent, instead gazing at that lad? Wait, what was with that expression? Why did it seem that matters had escalated even further? His intention in sharing this news was to dampen the boy's arrogance, to remind his daughter that there were many out there far superior to this lad, and that it was crucial to focus on her cultivation rather than squander time on romantic pursuits. Yet how had it turned out like this? Miaoyi not only did not harbor such thoughts, but seemed to admire that young man even more. Miaoyi, what kind of enchantment has that lad cast upon you? Lin Fan silently cried out in his heart. Yet on the surface, he maintained his composure. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The title of Heavenly Prodigy has not been claimed for a full 35 years. Every individual who has previously held this title has, without exception, become a pillar of our human race." Wang Lin pondered for a moment and added, "However, the last individual to receive the title 35 years ago met with an unfortunate incident and reportedly went missing during an accident. Since then, no one has attained the title of Heavenly Prodigy." Suze raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What was that person's name?" Wang Lin furrowed his brow in thought and replied, "I believe it was Su Changqing." Suze's body trembled, shock vividly reflected in his eyes, rendering him momentarily rigid. Miaoyi sensed his unusual demeanor and asked, "What is wrong, Suze? Do you know this person?" "Not just acquainted." A tempest of emotions surged within Suze. He not only knew the individual named Su Changqing, but had also lived with him for several years. That was the name of his own father, the last human to receive the title of Heavenly Prodigy over 30 years ago, who went missing under mysterious circumstances. Coupled with Su's knowledge of his father's status as a senior researcher at the Institute of Dimensional Studies, all the pieces fell into place. Suze could almost conclusively ascertain that Su Changqing was indeed his father. After so many days, information about his parents re-emerged. Suze felt a surge of excitement, but forced himself to regain his composure. "It's nothing. It just sounds familiar. Perhaps I saw it somewhere before," he explained. Miaoyi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Naturally, neither Wang Lin nor Lin Fan harbored any suspicions. Even if they racked their brains, they would never connect Suze with the Heavenly Prodigy of over 30 years ago. Such a figure, regardless of their current circumstances, could not possibly allow their child to remain in Jiangnan City. An utterly implausible notion. The prodigious Miaoyi gazed upon the title with yearning. It was a coveted aspiration for every young cultivator. Alas, she lamented, it seemed she would never have the fortune to claim such a title in this lifetime. After all, alchemists were not renowned for their combat prowess, and defeating a golden core practitioner with mere foundation establishment was a feat far beyond reach. However, a thought struck her. Her classmate and friend, Suze, had a remarkable chance of attaining this title. In an instant, she felt a surge of shared glory. Chapter 46. Lin Fan's despair. Lin Fan's unease did not stem from any particular cause. It was merely a father's instinctive wariness towards unfamiliar men. Moreover, Suze's myriad of exceptional qualities left him at a loss for any shortcomings. This heightened his sense of crisis. His precious daughter seemed on the verge of falling for someone, and judging by the current state of affairs, it was evident that his daughter held immense admiration for Suze. This was quite alarming. When a woman begins to idolize a man, it often spirals into an uncontrollable affection. Thankfully, he suddenly recalled the incident involving the prodigy He Xuan'er. His intent was purely to undermine Suze, allowing him to experience the world's disparities and vent his frustrations. Seeing Suze lost in contemplation, Lin Fan assumed his plan was working and chuckled. He Xuan'er has been a talented figure since childhood, with countless expectations placed upon her, and her present achievements are entirely within reason. You are also not lacking. With diligent effort, while you may not attain the title of Heavenly Prodigy, you certainly won't fall too far behind. However, to his astonishment, it was his beloved daughter who spoke first. Miaoyi declared, "Why is it impossible? While I may not have the potential, I believe Suze might not be any less than He Xuan'er." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. "Miaoyi, do you not understand who He Xuan'er is? She has dominated the headlines since childhood." He began to recount her achievements with fervor. She awakened her abilities at 10, reached the peak of body refinement within half a year, succeeded in foundation establishment 3 years later, and now at 16, has attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment, even slaying golden core beasts beyond her level. Such accomplishments are what qualify one for the title of Heavenly Prodigy. One can only imagine how difficult it is to achieve. Beside them, Wang Lin nodded in agreement. I have encountered He Shui'er a few times. She truly is a child of remarkable talent, a veritable invincible presence among her peers. Suze, returning to reality, marveled at their words. Excluding himself, He Shui'er's talent indeed appeared unparalleled in this era. Alas, he possessed his own advantages. Invincible among peers? Who wasn't he? Miao Yi shook her head, silently gesturing towards Suze. Half a year to reach the peak of body refinement? Do you know how many days it took Suze to reach the 7th level of body refinement? Wang Lin and Lin Fan, intrigued, asked how long. Miao Yi replied nonchalantly, less than 20 days. What? The two were taken aback, their gazes swiftly darting towards Suze. Yet Lin Fan quickly shook his head. While that time is indeed impressive, He Shui'er achieved similar feats in her time. Moreover, after reaching the 6th level of body refinement, each advancement requires significantly more time. At that moment, Suze spoke softly. Actually, I have already reached the peak of body refinement. The principal was already aware of his strength, and there was no need for him to conceal it any longer. Lin Fan's words faltered. Wang Lin's pupils constricted as he turned to Suze. Miao Yi was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in shock, Suze, you have reached the 9th level of body refinement? Just a few days ago, you were at the 7th level. Suze nodded. Indeed, I broke through from the 7th to the 9th level just a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, extending his spiritual sense to probe. Such actions were rare among practitioners, as unfamiliarity could easily be misconstrued as provocation. Yet Lin Fan was resolute, and upon utilizing his spiritual sense, he immediately discerned Suze's true strength. He truly had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Just not long ago, what level had this lad been? It seemed to be the 5th level, right? How long had it been? How could he have jumped directly to the peak of body refinement? Wang Lin's eyes mirrored his astonishment. Though he was indeed an alchemist, his own cultivation level was formidable enough to perceive Suze's actual prowess. Achieving a leap from the 5th to the 9th level in such a brief span? Was that even feasible? Under normal circumstances, he would dismiss such a notion. Yet, the vivid evidence lay before him. He had no choice but to believe. How had Suze accomplished this? The question lingered in the minds of the 3 Lin family members. Soon, a flash of insight struck Wang Lin, leading him to the only conceivable conclusion. Suze must have ingested some sort of medicinal pill, allowing his strength to surge to such terrifying heights. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to advance so swiftly. As for the source of such a pill, it went without saying that it had to be from the esteemed alchemist backing Suze. But why would that master do such a thing? Utilizing medicinal pills to boost strength so rapidly could be akin to hastening growth too quickly. That master could not possibly be unaware of this principle. What could the reason be? Suddenly, Wang Lin contemplated a potential scenario. That mysterious alchemist must have concocted a new pill. A pill capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation during the body refinement stage without jeopardizing the practitioner's foundation. This hypothesis was astonishing. A pill that could elevate a person directly from the 5th level of body refinement to its pinnacle in just a few days. Even if Wang Lin racked his brain, he could not fathom how such a feat could be achieved. That master was truly remarkable. Wang Lin's eyes brimmed with shock as he gazed at Suze, his heart racing with exhilaration. A disciple of such a master was right before him. Moreover, Suze maintained a cordial relationship with Miao Yi, sharing laughter and camaraderie with her and their companions. Most notably, Miao Yi appeared to harbor a fondness for Suze, who, in turn, did not seem averse to her affections. While the parties involved remained oblivious to this budding dynamic, the observers, Wang Lin and Lin Fan, were well aware of the subtle undertones. If this connection were to develop smoothly, Wang Lin revealed a broad smile, signaling to Lin Miao Yi to refrain from further inquiries. Miao Yi, matters concerning one's cultivation are personal secrets. It would be prudent not to pry further. Lin Miao Yi, sensing the inappropriateness of her curiosity, blushed slightly and apologized. I'm sorry, Suze, I got a bit too excited. Suze replied with a smile, no worries, it's not a secret. It's simply a matter of persevering in one's practice. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens in disbelief. This lad truly had a knack for pretense. Persevering in practice? If mere dedication could yield such accomplishments, he would have long since ascended to the pinnacle of humanity. Observing the light-hearted exchange between Suze and Lin Miao Yi, Lin Fan was engulfed by a wave of frustration. How could the old man remain indifferent? This was, after all, his beloved granddaughter. Turning to seek solace in Wang Lin, he was met with the sight of Wang Lin beaming at Suze and Lin Miao Yi, his gaze towards Suze reminiscent of that of a grandfather admiring his grandson-in-law. A chill coursed through Lin Fan as despair washed over him. What of his identity as a commercial titan of Jiangnan City or as a martial arts powerhouse? In that moment, he was merely a father. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, rendering the delectable feast before him tasteless. After bidding farewell to the cheerful Wang Lin and the disheartened Lin Fan, Suze departed from the estate, feeling quite satisfied with the meal. The flavors of the dishes were indeed delightful. Yet what resonated most was the warmth he felt during the gathering, a sensation he had not experienced since his parents' disappearance. The familial atmosphere stirred a long-buried corner of his heart. Reflecting on the warmth displayed by Wang Lin and Lin Miao at the table filled him with a sense of comfort. Upon returning home, Suze switched on his computer to delve into the topic of the title Tianjiao. Moments later, a lengthy list materialized on the screen. In the year 2011, the inaugural year of the Awakening Era, the martial arts Awoken Zhou Yuan emerged, slaying a golden core beast during the Foundation establishment stage, earning the title of Tianjiao. 3 years into the Awakening Era, Beast Tamer Li Jing, also at the Foundation establishment level, similarly vanquished a golden core beast, thus attaining the illustrious title. Renowned figures from human history appeared one after another, each boasting the achievement of slaying golden core beasts during their Foundation establishment phase. Some even surpassed this, having defeated nascent soul powerhouses during the golden core stage. It is important to note that the gap between the golden core and nascent soul stages is far greater than that between Foundation establishment and golden core. Those who could achieve such feats were nothing short of prodigies. Suze swiftly scrolled down to the end of the list, finally spotting a familiar name. In the year 529 of the Awakening Era, martial arts awoken Su Changqing faced 2 golden core beasts simultaneously during the Foundation establishment phase, successfully slaying them both and earning the title of Tianjiao. 2 golden core beasts. Suze couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His father was quite formidable indeed. While others managed to slay a single golden core beast, his father had faced 2 at once and triumphed. In his recollections, Su Changqing was a slender scholar. Though he did not appear utterly helpless, he certainly did not strike Suze as someone capable of battling 2 golden core beasts. At that moment, Suze realized how little he truly understood his parents. Suddenly, a wave of shock washed over him as the cursor on the screen moved to the preceding entry. In the year 528 of the Awakening Era, Beast Tamer Bai Ling, at the Foundation establishment level, also defeated a golden core beast and earned the top honor at the 10,000 Races Conference, thereby receiving the title of Tianjiao. Bai Ling. Suze felt dizzy. Wasn't he that the name of his mother? Not only was his father a Tianjiao of the human race, but his mother was as well. Even more astonishing was her achievement of the top honor at the 10,000 Races Conference. The 10,000 Races Conference was a grand gathering of all races, where young powerful practitioners engaged in skillful contests to foster interracial exchanges. Every participant was a prodigy, endowed with extraordinary talents and combat prowess. To emerge victorious among such an elite group was an accomplishment of immense significance. Considering his parents' status as special researchers at the Institute of Dimensional Research, Suze suddenly understood. It was no wonder they attained such lofty positions at a young age. As human Tianjiao, their standing would be formidable in any field. Thinking of his parents as dual Tianjiao of the human race brought a smile to Suze's face, filling him with immense pride. The emergence of a single Tianjiao could send waves of jubilation throughout the human realm. Their triumphs echoed in every street and alley. And what of his family? A lineage of dual Tianjiao. No, soon to be a lineage of 3 Tianjiao. Suze's eye sparkled. Wasn't slaying golden core beasts during the Foundation establishment phase not a daunting task? With that thought, he clicked on his father's entry, eager to uncover more information. However, the screen displayed nothing but a jumble of characters, devoid of any useful data. Suze had grown accustomed to such outcomes. It seemed that all records regarding his parents had vanished from the internet. What had transpired all those years ago? As Tianjiao of the human race, his parents should have possessed formidable strength at that age. Ordinary dangers should have posed no threat to them, yet they had still vanished. Reclining in his chair, Suze's mind swirled with countless thoughts. It appeared that a visit to the Institute of Dimensional Research was inevitable. Time flew by as Suze maintained a routine of alternating between home and school. During this period, he made another trip to the wild forest, discovering that the once jarred landscape had revitalized, with verdant grass carpeting the ground. Following his memory, he ventured into the territory of the 2 tigers. Upon arrival, he found Bear and the second tiger embroiled in a fierce scuffle. Upon spotting Suze, they rushed over to express their grievances. Suze furrowed his brow, inquiring about the situation. Bear, in a flurry, recounted, "Big brother, you wouldn't believe it. This second tiger is a complete hothead. I kindly took him to fetch the monkey wine, and not only did he attempt to steal the liquor, but he also flirted with the Monkey King's wife. We ended up being chased by that E-level upper-tier Monkey King for ages, and not only did we fail to obtain the wine, but we also got thoroughly beaten up. Almost not making it back, Suze turned to the second tiger, realizing that it had quite the penchant for interspecies interaction. Wasn't there a reproductive isolation barrier? The second tiger's face flushed crimson as it retorted vehemently, "What utter nonsense. When I was conversing with that Monkey King's wife, who was the one who guzzled down 3 massive vats of monkey wine, I ended up knocking over most of their stock. If it weren't for that, would that old monkey have been so furious?" The bear and the tiger were nearly at each other's throats, their tempers flaring. Fortunately, with Suze present, they refrained from escalating their conflict. A burst of flames erupted as Little Fire frolicked joyfully in the air. Little Green coiled around Suze's wrist, casting a disdainful glance at Little Fire. Indeed, it was still a mere child, unable to shake off its hyperactive tendencies. Bear and the second tiger exchanged glances, sensing a familiar aura from Little Fire. Was this the bird egg from before? How had it evolved to F-level lower tier so quickly? They were somewhat taken aback. Yet they soon found solace. After all, it seemed hardly surprising to achieve such accomplishments while accompanied by the formidable beast of their elder brother. This was a being capable of effortlessly subduing 2 foundation-building stage beasts with mere cultivation at the body-tempering stage. After assessing the conditions of Xiongda and Erhu, Suze chose not to linger in the forest any longer. He advised them to remain vigilant for their safety, lest they meet an untimely end. Before promptly returning to the city, it is worth mentioning that Wang Lin frequently invited Suze to dine with him. Initially, Suze felt a bit shy, but after several visits, he became quite familiar with the Lin family. Consequently, his visits became more frequent. Each time, both Wang Lin and Lin Miaoyi appeared genuinely delighted. However, it was perplexing that Lin Miaoyi's father, Lin Fan, seemed increasingly unwell. During Suze's last visit a few days prior, he even noticed that Lin Fan's complexion was ashen, devoid of color, resembling someone just recovering from a severe illness. Could it be that he was ill? It seemed prudent to inquire about it on his next visit. As a junior, it was only fitting. Should he perhaps bring along some tonics? Chapter 48, 3,000 Years of Cultivation, advancing to foundation building in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. You have infused the flame bird with 1 year of cultivation, triggering the insight rebate function, selecting the rebate multiplier. Your current rebate multiplier is 80 times. You have gained 80 years of cultivation. Suze raised his brows in surprise. Today was indeed fortunate, for he had acquired a full 80 years of cultivation. To be precise, his recent luck had been remarkably favorable, as each rebate multiplier had been quite high. He summoned the system panel to review his status. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Incomplete version: Martial Arts Cultivation. Body Tempering 9th Layer, 2,100 years. Alchemical Mastery, 50 years. Beast Tamer, Qing Jiao Snake, E rank Intermediate. Flame Bird, F rank Intermediate. Other cultivation, none. Remaining cultivation, 80 years. Without hesitation, Suze allocated the entirety of the 80 years to his martial arts cultivation. A familiar warmth enveloped him, ultimately merging into the 9th Dragon Elephant Seed. Although this seed still exhibited no visible changes, Suze could already sense that the day of its activation was drawing near. With a month remaining until the trial at the Demon Suppression Tower commenced, there was ample time for Suze to break the shackles of 3,000 years and activate the 9th Dragon Elephant Seed. Little Hua chirped joyfully a few times before diving into the beast taming space for a lengthy slumber. As one lazy creature disappeared, another, even lazier one emerged. Suze affectionately patted Xiaoqing's head, expressing, "Xiaoqing, I once misjudged you. You are indeed a diligent child." Xiaoqing squinted its eyes in enjoyment, relishing both physically and psychologically. That little interloper was ultimately too inexperienced. After a mere pretense of effort for a few days, it had achieved such results. It was essential to continue striving. It secretly resolved to firmly secure its position as the primary partner. As noon approached, a luxurious car appeared beneath Suze's building. Upon receiving the message, he promptly descended. The car window rolled down, revealing a pair of bright, large eyes. Upon spotting Suze, those eyes immediately transformed into crescent shapes, followed by the unveiling of a radiant, beautiful face. Lin Miaoyi beamed. "Suze, you've finally come down. I've been waiting for you for ages." As she spoke, she scrunched her adorable little nose. Despite her playful complaints, her smile only grew wider. Suze replied with a hint of exasperation. "Didn't I mention that I could go by myself? Why go through the trouble of coming here? Lin Miao playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "It's just on the way. Come on, get in." Chen Wei, who was driving, caught a glimpse of the scene in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Before they set off, Lin Fan had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on the two of them, reporting any irregularities immediately. Lin Fan was notoriously protective of his daughter. Lin Miao was his lifeblood. Now, with Su Zhe suddenly in the picture, Chen Wei understood Lin Fan's concerns. However, observing the current dynamics, he realized that Su Zhe was completely oblivious to the fact that his young lady had transformed into a smitten admirer. Initially, due to an unpleasant encounter, Chen Wei harbored little fondness for Su Zhe. Yet, after spending some time together, his perception had shifted. A person with such extraordinary talent, whether in martial arts, alchemy, or background, was indeed a remarkable presence. Yet, this individual bore no hint of arrogance. He was courteous even towards someone like himself, a mere security chief. After several interactions, Chen Wei found himself increasingly fond of this young man. In fact, witnessing the close relationship between his young lady and Su Zhe brought him a sense of happiness. However, he dared not share this sentiment with Lin Fan, otherwise, the irate Lin Fan would likely strangle him. Inside the car, Lin Miao chattered incessantly about various topics. Su Zhe remained silent, simply listening attentively. This time, it seemed that old Wang had summoned him for something significant, though he was uncertain of the particulars. After a while, the car gradually came to a halt in front of the familiar villa. Now, he no longer needed anyone to guide him. He had become well acquainted with the layout. Upon entering the living room, the two familiar figures came into view. Grandpa Wang, Uncle Lin, Su Zhe greeted as he approached them. Wang Lin waved cheerfully. "Little Su is here. Come, sit down and try this tea. I hear it costs hundreds of thousands per pound." Beside him, Lin Fan's mouth twitched. This rare Dahong Pao from the ancestral tree had taken considerable effort to procure, and now they had already used up a good portion of it. Su Zhe, unfazed, accepted a cup and began to savor it. Lin Fan's face turned as dark as a bottomless pot. This young lad, so inexperienced, had no appreciation for tea. Allowing him to drink was nothing short of wasteful. Noticing Lin Fan's poor complexion, Su Zhe suddenly recalled something and asked, "Uncle Lin, I've noticed your complexion has been deteriorating lately. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Fan's brows twitched violently, nearly causing him to leap up. "Why do you think my complexion is poor, you little brat? If it weren't for you, would I look this way?" Infuriated, he was about to speak when Wang Lin interjected. "What issue could he possibly have? He is as sturdy as an ox. Besides, with me around, any problems he has will be resolved." Lin Fan discerned the underlying meaning in his father-in-law's words, his face flushing crimson as he forcibly swallowed the retort that had nearly escaped his lips. After a moment, Su Zhe set down his teacup and inquired, "Old Wang, did you summon me today for something in particular?" Wang Lin responded, "Well, there is something indeed." With that, a glimmer appeared in his hand, revealing a jade vial and a small cloth bag. "This is a foundation-building pill and a nurturing essence pill. The bag is a replica of the Qinkuan bag, which has a larger capacity than an ordinary spatial artifact. I noticed you seem to lack such items, so I thought I would find one for you." Su Zhe was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse. However, Wang Lin had already pressed it into his hands. "You know, these little trinkets are nothing for me. There is no need for us to stand on ceremony. Just accept them." Su Zhe hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted them. He understood Wang Lin's temperament. Once something was given, it would never be taken back. Looking at the pills and the Qinkuan bag in his hands, a warmth spread through his heart. This feeling of being cared for and valued was quite pleasant. Lin Miao, upon spotting the Qinkuan bag, immediately puffed up her lips in delight and exclaimed, "A Qinkuan bag? Grandfather, this item surpasses my spatial ring by leaps and bounds. Even your beloved granddaughter does not possess such a treasure." She cooed, clinging to Wang Lin's arm. Wang Lin chuckled, replying, "I anticipated this, hence I selected one for you as well." A Qinkuan bag materialized in his hand, which he then presented to Lin Miao. With a joyful exclamation, she sweetly said, "Thank you, Grandpa. You are truly wonderful." With that, she eagerly took Su Zhe's hand, and together they began to explore the uses of the Qinkuan bag. Wang Lin sipped his tea, gazing at the young couple before him, his heart swelling with emotion. Initially, his interest in Su Zhe stemmed from the enigmatic alchemist who stood behind him. However, his feelings had evolved, and now he simply admired the young man before him. Su Zhe possessed remarkable strength, two formidable contracted spirit beasts, exceptional alchemical talent, a profound background, yet he remained remarkably humble, treating others with kindness and respect for the elderly and young alike. Wang Lin could enumerate countless virtues. After spending time together, He felt as if he had gained an additional grandson. Thus, gifting a few elixirs or Qiancoin bags seemed merely a small token of affection for his cherished juniors. As for the value of these items, for an alchemist, wealth was the least of concerns. 2 weeks later, another morning dawned. Suze rose early, preparing for the day. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Incomplete version: Martial Arts level, 9th layer of body refinement. 2,960 years. Only 40 years remained until the monumental threshold of 3,000 years. If fortune favored him today, he might break free from the shackles of time and activate the 9th dragon elephant seed. At this moment, little Qing was ready, watching Suze with anticipation. He took a deep breath and gently placed his hand on little Qing. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have imparted 1 year's worth of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the enlightenment refund function. Selecting the refund multiplier for this session. Your refund multiplier for this session is 40. You have acquired 40 years of cultivation. A profound joy illuminated Suze's face. Perfect. Without hesitation, he channeled those 40 years into his martial arts cultivation. The next moment, a resounding boom reverberated within him, akin to thunder, deafening in its intensity. An extremely pure surge of spiritual power infused into the 9th dragon elephant seed. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as a fine fissure appeared on the 9th seed. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the crack, and a torrent of power gushed forth from the dragon elephant seed, transforming into streams of golden energy that instantly surged into Suze's limbs. The golden true qi in his dantian grew increasingly dense, radiating an ever brighter light. Soon, the true qi reached an apex, initiating a transformation. A droplet of golden liquid emerged, followed by a second, a third, more and more golden spiritual liquid materialized. These liquids coalesced into a small pond, shimmering with golden light, exuding an unprecedented surge of vitality. An astonishing aura erupted from Suze, as golden light emanated from his body, casting the entire room in a golden hue. Amidst the ethereal golden light, a colossal elephant materialized, its form towering and majestic, treading upon the abyss while its head grazed the heavens. The giant elephant's body was immensely grand, surrounded by a galaxy of stars. With a sweep of its long trunk, it grasped countless glittering stars, and with a tremor of its form, numerous celestial bodies shattered. With a roar, it raised its head, unleashing a silent, furious cry. In the depths of time, this sound seemed to transcend the ages, reaching Suze's ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light erupted from their depths. An invisible wave radiated from his being, enveloping a vast area of nearly 1,000 meters. Divine consciousness. As Suze delved into his dantian, he beheld a shimmering golden pond. True Qi had transformed into liquid. Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 49, System Upgrade. Mall activation. Suze summoned the system panel, examining his data. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Incomplete version: Martial Arts level. Initial stage of foundation establishment: 3,000 years. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Power of the 9 giant elephants. After more than a month, he had finally ascended from the 9th layer of body refinement to the foundation establishment stage. Suze exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Detection indicates that the host cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage, meeting the unlocking conditions. We are unlocking new system features for you. System mall activation complete. Daily enlightenment cap increased to 100 years. The number of enlightenment targets increased to 2 spirit beasts. The system's voice faded away, and Suze felt the presence of the new functionality. A system mall. The daily enlightenment cap increased to 100 years. The number of targets has also risen to 2. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Suze. If there is investment, there will be returns. After enduring countless hardships and diligent training over the days, he finally reaped some rewards. He carefully examined the new features, realizing they would only be available for use starting tomorrow. Thus, he dismissed the notion of enlightenment for the time being. He promptly activated the system mall function. Instantly, a luminescent white screen appeared, displaying a plethora of items. Scanning briefly, he discovered 5 categories: weapons, armor, elixirs, special items, techniques, and repair and recycling. Ice Spear, 10 years of cultivation. Frost Talisman, 50 years of cultivation. Godspeed 100 Steps, 100 years of cultivation. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, 100 years of cultivation. Among the myriad of commodities, the prices escalated the further down he scrolled. Ultimately, Most items were priced in the thousands of years. As for the more exorbitant items, when he reached the end, he found a patch of darkness with a line of small text in the center. You have not fully unlocked them all. Access to this item is restricted. Suze was not surprised by this outcome. Even if he could unlock it, he certainly could not afford it. There were numerous types of goods, but most held little value for Suze. Elixirs? Unless they were of a higher grade or healing elixirs, their efficacy likely paled in comparison to daily enlightenment. Techniques? The dragon elephant body refinement technique was already extraordinarily powerful. He had no need for others. As for weapons, Suze's physique rivaled that of a ferocious beast, making him the most formidable weapon in human form. Thus his demand for weapons was minimal. Some special materials held potential utility. There were many peculiar items within, such as materials for refining, array formation, or medicinal herbs. However, the most valuable feature remained the recycling and repairing function. Upon opening it, all items related to his cultivation appeared, each marked with a clear price. Superior Foundation Establishment pills could be recycled for 50 years of cultivation. E-Class Low-Tier Beast Inner Cores could be recycled for 50 years of cultivation. F-Class High-Tier Beast Pelts could be recycled for 20 years of cultivation. Xianying Grass could be recycled for 30 years of cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Suze decided to recycle all the useless items he possessed. Following this operation, he accumulated a total of 300 years of cultivation. He considered that this amount might not significantly impact his martial arts, so he decided to allocate it entirely to alchemical cultivation. Alchemist, 350 years. In an instant, his mind cleared, and his thoughts became lucid. Previously incomprehensible knowledge transformed into simplicity, and long-standing confusions unraveled effortlessly. He meticulously recalled the foundational content of alchemy, realizing he could now master it all, even drawing further insights from it. However, I am uncertain whether these new ideas are indeed correct. In a couple of days, when I visit the Lin family for a meal, I shall casually inquire with Elder Wang. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the aspect of restoration. Restoration? Suze felt a twinge of confusion as he clicked on this option. High-grade Foundation Establishment pill, capable of restoring to the pinnacle, requires a cultivation period of 100 years. High-grade Spiritual Essence pill, capable of restoring to the pinnacle, requires a cultivation period of 50 years. Dragon Elephant Cultivation Technique, capable of restoring to its complete form, requires a staggering cultivation period of 100 billion years. Suze, upon grasping the specific implications of the restoration, a thrill surged within him, sparking numerous thoughts of potential applications. Yet, his gaze fell upon the astronomical cultivation years required for the restoration of the Dragon Elephant Cultivation Technique. 100 billion years. This is absurd. His countenance darkened slightly. To think that such a vast investment of time merely allows the restoration of the Dragon Elephant Cultivation Technique to completeness? How many arduous years of cultivation must he endure to amass 100 billion years of cultivation? By that time, he might not even recognize his own ashes after countless cycles of reincarnation. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a line of small text beneath the 100 billion years. Restoration can be conducted in stages. Repair to level 10 requires 100,000 years of cultivation. Repair to level 20 requires 10,000,000 years. The initial restoration does not demand an excessive amount of cultivation. Estimating for a moment, Suze considered that in the later stages of the Dragon Elephant Cultivation Technique, activating each Dragon Elephant seed would likely require an immense figure in terms of cultivation. Thus, in comparison, the 10,000 years of cultivation does not seem excessively burdensome. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remains the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower, enhancing his strength, elevating his status. Only then can he connect with more formidable individuals and uncover more secrets regarding the disappearance of his parents. This matter has become a knot in Suze's heart. Previously, lacking strength rendered him powerless. Yet now, he is determined to unearth the truth behind his parents' disappearance. Suze closed the marketplace and opened a document on his computer. It was information concerning the Demon Suppression Tower trial sent to him by Lin Miao Yi. The document contained summaries of experiences compiled by those who had previously participated in the trials. The Demon Suppression Tower is said to be a tower. However, in reality, it is an independent space existing outside the main dimension. In the 29th year of the Awakening era, a human exploration team stumbled upon this space. After paying a painful price, humanity finally gained complete control over this space and transformed it into a trial ground for human cultivators. Yet, the creatures within this interdimensional space are inherently powerful and fierce. Therefore, one of the primary prerequisites for entering the Demon Suppression Tower is to reach the foundation establishment stage. The Demon Suppression Tower opens once a year for a duration of 1 month. During this time, nearly all young human cultivators will enter for trials, while numerous powerful humans can spectate. This grants the trials an additional special significance. It serves as a selection process for disciples by the strong and an assessment for exceptional students by prestigious academies. Chapter 50. A bountiful elixir. You have imparted 100 years of cultivation to the Azure Serpent. The Enlightenment Rebate feature has been triggered. Your current rebate multiplier is 5 times. You have gained 500 years of cultivation. The little azure-scaled armor shimmered softly, its eyes squinted in comfort, as if luxuriating in a hot spring. The sensation this time felt far more intense than the previous one. An immense surge of spiritual energy appeared within the little azure, aiding it in enhancing its power. Suze focused on the little azure, his gaze fixated on the display of its strength. Alas, the bloodline level of the Azure Serpent is only E rank. This signifies that the upper limit of this beast's power is E rank. Although the little azure possesses the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, it remains too diluted. Thus, any further enhancement will prove significantly more challenging. Even 100 years of cultivation scarcely aids the little azure, merely allowing the spiritual energy within it to become somewhat more concentrated. However, Suze remained undeterred. After all, with the system in place, even if the little azure were akin to a pig, he could still cultivate it into the world's most formidable pig. A flash of fire erupted. The little firebird joyfully burst forth from the beast's space, fluttering around the room before landing on Suze's shoulder. It affectionately nuzzled against Suze's face, its feathers smooth and warm. Suze gently patted it and placed his hand upon its body. However, just as he intended to impart 100 years of cultivation to the firebird, a warning from the system interrupted him. Ding! Caution! The firebird is still in its juvenile state, its strength insufficient, and its meridians fragile, unable to bear excessive cultivation energy. It is recommended that you impart 10 years of cultivation. Suze was taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. The little firebird is currently at the mid-stage of F rank, equivalent to a body refinement cultivator. If he were to impart 100 years of cultivation all at once, it would likely explode on the spot. Shaking his head, he began the impartation. You have imparted 10 years of cultivation to the firebird. The Enlightenment Rebate feature has been triggered. Your current rebate multiplier is 30 times. You have gained 300 years of cultivation. Not too shabby. While the base amount imparted is low, the multiplier is indeed substantial. Suze gently patted the little firebird's head and returned it to the beast's space. He then called up the system panel. Remaining cultivation, 800 years. Tentatively, he allocated 500 years of cultivation to his martial path. Instantly, a warm current surged within him, as pure energy flowed into the 10th dragon elephant seed. Unsurprisingly, this dragon elephant seed did not react in the slightest. Suze felt he had gained some clarity. In the days to come, it was likely that each activation of a dragon elephant seed would require cultivation measured in the thousands of years. He refrained from further imparting the remaining 300 years of cultivation and instead set them aside for now. After tidying up, he took 2 jars of fine wine and departed from his home. This was a brew crafted by a troop of monkeys in the wild forest. Rich in flavor and aroma, truly a fine vintage. Suze had received it as a gift from Xiongda, an heir who during his recent visit to the forest, despite having been thoroughly beaten by the Monkey King, they remained undeterred, even growing more tenacious, frequently sneaking into the monkey's territory. Xiongda's motivation was purely for the sake of this brew. As for heir who's true intentions, that remains a mystery. Before leaving, Suze had deliberately tossed a biology textbook to heir Hu, advising him to study it diligently. However, judging by heir Hu's demeanor, it seemed he had not absorbed a word. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. After Suze's relentless cultivation efforts, he successfully activated 2 dragon elephant seeds. Thus far, he had activated 11 dragon elephant seeds, possessing the strength of 11 colossal elephants. Meanwhile, after several days of enlightenment, the little azure's cultivation finally ascended to the upper tier of E rank. Its peak foundation establishment strength had reached the limit for its species. The little firebird was also rapidly advancing. With its exceptional talent, under Suze's guidance, the power sealed within it by its mother was gradually awakening. Consequently, in just half a month's time, it had risen to the upper tier of F rank, standing on the cusp of breaking into E rank. Their strength enhancements were astonishing. The little azure could even contend against golden core beast entities. Its newly awakened ability, the water manipulation technique, was exceptionally formidable. When facing opponents weaker than itself, it could directly extract all moisture from within them. Even when facing golden core beasts, it could still inflict significant impact. The little firebird fared similarly, effortlessly engaging in cross-boundary combat. Ordinary E-rank beasts posed no threat before it. After a fireball struck, nothing remained. Such an act was wasteful. Precious materials reduced to ashes. Suze felt a pang of heartache. After all, that was cultivation. Although the cultivation level is not particularly high, merely spanning a decade or two, the accumulation of such modest amounts can indeed culminate into a substantial figure over time. Therefore, prior to encountering a formidable adversary, Suze strictly forbade Xiaohua from employing the fireball technique. Subsequently, they delved into the heart of the forest, where D-class demonic beasts reigned supreme. And C-class beasts were far from uncommon. To err on the side of caution, Suze refrained from venturing too deeply, opting instead to explore the periphery. As a result, he amassed a considerable collection of materials from D-class demonic beasts. Underneath their sheer, terrifying strength, even D-class beasts struggled to endure. The inner core of a lower-tier D-class beast, recoverable with 300 years of cultivation. The hide of a lower-tier D-class beast, recoverable with 100 years of cultivation. The fangs of a D-class beast, recoverable with 150 years of cultivation. The Qingling fruit, a spirit fruit accompanying D-class beasts, recoverable with 200 years of cultivation. The heart's blood of an upper-tier E-class beast, recoverable with 80 years of cultivation. The flesh of a D-class beast, recoverable with 220 years of cultivation. Note, these are truly potent supplements. If the host is male, it is advisable to keep them for personal use. Potent supplements? As Suze gazed at the item that could double as a belt around his waist, he fell into contemplation. Being young and vigorous, with a body still in the throes of development, he seemed to possess an impressive physique already. Such enhancements were evidently unnecessary for him. However, Uncle Lin had recently appeared rather unwell. He had failed to uncover the reasons behind it during their last encounter. Yet, poor health was invariably indicative of some bodily issue. Given his reluctance to voice it, it seemed most likely that the matter pertained to that delicate aspect of life, which made it all the more difficult for Uncle Lin to discuss. Alas, isn't it rather normal for a man to experience a decline in vitality as he ages? Suze speculated that Lin Fan, being too shy to broach the subject with his father-in-law, had allowed the situation to deteriorate further. Now, with this remarkable supplement in hand, he could discreetly present it to him. The Lin family had treated Suze quite well in recent days. It was only fitting that he bring back a token of gratitude. Chapter 51. It seems this lad Suze is quite impressive. Little Su has arrived. Coming quickly. The old master has been waiting for you for ages. Early in the morning, Chun Wei was wandering around the estate when he spotted Suze at the entrance. Uncle Chun, Suze greeted with a smile. He hopped into a small cart and soon arrived at the familiar villa. Upon hearing the news, old Wang emerged, beaming with joy. The Lin household was bustling today, with numerous guests filling the rooms. Old Wang, why is it so lively today? Suze inquired, puzzled. Ah, you rascal. You've been absent for too long, neglecting to check on me. Miao Yi has just passed her assessment, successfully earning her qualification for the trial in the Demon Suppression Tower. Hence all these visitors are here to offer their congratulations. Oh, Suze recalled this event. He had long secured his own qualification, thus had paid little heed to the assessments. Upon entering the living room, Suze noticed a gathering of over a dozen people. Suddenly, his gaze halted, recognizing a familiar figure. The principal? What brings you here? He asked. Tang E's smile froze at Suze's words. Why can't I come? Wang Lin chuckled. Principal Tang and I are old acquaintances. We met previously in Kyoto. Suze nodded, thoughts racing in his mind. The principal wielded formidable strength and was an old friend of old Wang's. Having previously crossed paths in Kyoto, this suggested that the principal possessed quite the intriguing backstory. At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice reached his ears. Suze, you're here. In the next instant, a slender figure enveloped in fragrant air appeared before him. Lin Miao Yi beamed with delight, her bright eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Congratulations, Miao Yi, on attaining the qualification for the Demon Suppression Tower trial, Suze said, smiling. Her happiness intensified upon hearing his words. She launched into an enthusiastic recount of her encounters with opponents during the assessment. Don't let my identity as an alchemist deceive you. My strength is formidable. Those opponents dared to underestimate me simply because I'm an alchemist. How infuriating. Yet, the final contender was exceptionally strong, but I still emerged victorious. Oh, and that Qin Feng from the previous tier, he participated in the assessment too and passed with flying colors. His strength has increased significantly, as he has been fervently training and consuming numerous foundation establishment pills. all to seek vengeance on you." At this mention, Lin Miao burst into laughter. Unfortunately for Qin Feng, his aspirations were likely to remain unfulfilled. No one understood Su Zhe's strength better than she did. Just days prior, at her insistence, she had engaged in a sparring session with him. Unsurprisingly, she had barely had time to react before being effortlessly subdued. Su Zhe's power eclipsed her own, an unfathomable abyss. Qin Feng, having only just ascended to the foundation establishment stage, believed he could challenge Su Zhe? That was, indeed, a bit far-fetched. Lin Miao suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Qin Feng. Given the current trajectory, he would likely never be able to keep pace with Su Zhe. Vengeance. That might have to wait for another lifetime. As she and Su Zhe conversed merrily, a distant face darkened, shrouded in gloom, devoid of any glimmer of light. Lin Fan observed the two young figures, his heart laden with melancholy. In recent days, he had kept a vigilant eye on Lin Miao and Su Zhe, even enlisting Chun Wei's help to monitor the situation when he could not appear himself. However, matters were gradually spiraling in a disheartening direction. Watching his beloved daughter grow closer to Su Zhe was a source of torment for him. At that moment, Su Zhe's voice broke through his reverie. "Uncle Lin, what are you pondering?" Startled, Lin Fan cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much, just contemplating some matters." A flicker of sympathy flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. The plight of middle-aged men. They often find it difficult to lower their pride in such situations. Observing Lin Fan's ashen face, his vacant gaze, and his recent days, it was evident that he was in a state of vulnerability. Su Zhe, having attained a considerable level of knowledge in pharmacology, was quite familiar with such signs. He spoke softly, "Uncle Lin, follow me. I have something wonderful to present to you." Lin Fan was taken aback and chuckled. "I've encountered more remarkable items than you've had daydreams. What could you possibly offer me?" Su Zhe's expression darkened, nearly prompting him to turn and walk away. What a bizarre comparison. Furthermore, he had devoted himself entirely to enhancing his strength and uncovering the truth of the past, never indulging in any traditional crafts. After a moment's pause, Su Zhe suppressed his annoyance. He guided Lin Fan to a separate lounge, a faint glimmer illuminating his hand as he retrieved a tightly wrapped object from his spatial pouch. "Soak this item in alcohol. After 30 days, it will be ready for use. Take it 3 times a day, or if you require immediate results, you can apply it externally." With that, Su Zhe turned on his heel and left. "What is this?" Lin Fan mused, puzzled. This lad was acting rather secretively. What could he possibly be gifting him? Curiously, he tore open a corner of the wrapping, revealing the substantial object inside. By the heavens, even Lin Fan, who held a prestigious position and usually maintained a stern demeanor, couldn't he help but exclaim in surprise. A treasure from a tiger-class demonic beast of the Golden Core stage. This was indeed a sacred item for men. In an instant, he reacted, swiftly stashing the item into his spatial artifact. Subsequently, feeling a twinge of guilt, he glanced around cautiously and, upon confirming he was alone, he let out a sigh of relief. A faint smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips as he suddenly found Su Zhe much more agreeable. This young man appears to be rather commendable. Although he has yet to encounter such issues personally, he has indeed felt a waning of vigor compared to his youth over the years. It seems high time to replenish his energy, perhaps indulging in a drink. 1 glass in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening would suffice. Well, that hardly seems troublesome. I shall retrieve a fine barrel of wine from the cellar. Yet, would the variety and vintage of the wine affect its efficacy? Perhaps I should inquire about this. Ask my father-in-law? Absolutely not. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. Should he dare pose such a question, he might risk having his legs broken. Not only that, but it could very well sever their relationship entirely. Ask Miao. That would be even less feasible. It appears that the only option left is to consult that young rascal, Su Zhe. How perplexing it is that he can be so unclear in his communication. Youth indeed. Even his gift-giving is so awkwardly executed. Lin Fan's countenance visibly brightened as he returned to the main hall, his face glowing with renewed warmth. Chapter 52. The Trial of the Demon Suppression Tower in the Living Room. Wang Lin introduced Su Zhe to the guests present. "Little Su, this is Xiongsheng, the president of the Jiangnan City Cultivators Association. This is our city lord, Su Jing. This is Principal Liang Han from the Experimental Middle School. And this is Principal Li Liang from the Second High School." Su Zhe followed closely beside Wang Lin, greeting each individual in turn. Everyone received him with great warmth. Many had heard of Su Zhe's name. After all, it was indeed remarkable for someone to break through to the 5th stage of body refinement in such a short span. They had initially been puzzled as to how he achieved such a feat, however. Witnessing the close rapport between Su Zhe and the venerable Wang Lin enlightened them. With a professor of alchemy from Tianyuan Academy at his side, rapid progress in strength seemed far less improbable. Yet, the question lingered: how much of that strength, built upon the foundation of elixirs, could truly be relied upon? They had heard that this young man was also set to participate in the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. When the time comes, whether he is a dragon or merely a worm will be made abundantly clear. Thus, their enthusiasm was, in no small part, a reflection of Wang Lin's standing. After a while, the banquet commenced. Throughout the meal, Wang Lin frequently served dishes to Su Zhe, both the elder and the youth beaming with joy. Observing this scene, those unfamiliar with the circumstances were taken aback. Tang Yi's thoughts raced, and a conjecture suddenly flared in his mind. Could this young man be Wang Lin's illegitimate son? Yet, he dared not voice such a thought, naturally refraining from inquiring into such matters. Lin Fan sat nearby, and while his expression remained stern as he watched his beloved daughter converse with Su Zhe, it was evident that his demeanor had softened considerably compared to before. A glimmer of surprise crossed Su Zhe's brows as he caught sight of Lin Fan. How remarkable that in such a brief absence, Uncle Lin's countenance has improved so dramatically. Could it be that he was unable to contain his urgency to partake in that potent restorative? Such a short span of time surely would not suffice for proper preparation. Could it be that Uncle Lin consumed it raw? A chill raced through Su Zhe at the thought. The more he pondered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. Middle-aged men are indeed willing to risk everything for the sake of enhancing their abilities. 3 hours later, the banquet finally concluded. After bidding farewell to the guests, Su Zhe also took his leave from Wang Lin and the others. Su Zhe, the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower officially begins in 3 days. Do not forget, Miao Yi warned, her adorable nose wrinkling in earnestness. Wang Lin chuckled. Little Su, we will be there to watch your performance. I've boasted to others, and my old face depends on you. Su Zhe smiled back, exchanging a few more words with the group before heading home. 3 days later, you have infused the Qing Jiao snake with a century of cultivation, triggering the Enlightenment refund function. Selecting Refund Multiplier. Your refund multiplier for this occasion is 10-fold. You have gained a millennium of cultivation. The substantial and pure spiritual energy surged forth, cleansing his meridians and fortifying his physique. After circulating it through a complete cycle, all the spiritual energy was infused into the 12th dragon elephant seed. Crack! The familiar sound of a seed breaking echoed as golden light burst forth. The 12th dragon elephant seed activated. In that instant, Su Zhe's physical strength surged dramatically, and his overall power increased significantly. However, he sensed a subtle rise in his cultivation level, advancing further yet. A flicker of delight crossed his features. Just then, a flash of fire appeared. Xiaohua soared from the Beastmaster space, alighting on Su Zhe's shoulder, chirping joyfully. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, feeling a sense of pride. What of this little third wheel? Regardless of his talent, every morning, the master still first infused me with that wondrous warmth. Youthful exuberance can lead to such naivety. Puffing up with pride, Xiaoqing coiled around Su Zhe's wrist. Su Zhe extended his hand to impart cultivation to Xiaohua. This time, fortune was not particularly in his favor, yielding merely an 8-fold refund. Thus, he acquired a mere 80 years of cultivation. Such a meager addition to his martial prowess would be of little consequence, so he decided to allocate it to his alchemical skills instead. Alchemical cultivation, for 130 years. Xiaohua nuzzled against Su Zhe's hand before retreating to its cozy nest. Just before entering the Beastmaster space, it cast a sympathetic glance at Xiaoqing. Alas, this fellow has it quite rough, always exposed to the elements, never having experienced the comforts of warmth. I must strive to improve. I cannot simply laze about at home. I must present myself as a capable assistant to my master, ensuring my own welfare remains secure. The Qing snake serves as a cautionary tale. I must take heed. Xiaohua resolutely determined that upon returning home, it would embark on a diligent path of cultivation. After completing these tasks, Su Zhe enjoyed a breakfast before heading downstairs to wait. After a brief moment, a car approached from the end of the road. Su Zhe skillfully opened the door and took a seat inside. Good morning, Uncle Chun, he greeted Chunwei. Chunwei responded with a smile, focusing intently on driving. An hour later, they arrived at the bustling center of Jiangnan City. Before them stood a towering edifice, the Cultivators Association building. Within, there existed a teleportation array. To enter the Demon Suppression Tower, one must pass through this portal. After verifying his identity, Su Zhe smoothly entered the building. Following the directions, he arrived at a vast hall where many were already gathered. All those he had met at the Lin residence were present, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Though they all seemed to hold considerable status, the Lin family had been waiting for quite some time. Wang Lin waved him over, a warm smile gracing his features. "Little Sue, come here." Lin Miao Yi also bore a smile, appearing quite excited. Even Lin Fan, usually stern, managed a rare smile, nodding in Su Zhe's direction. As Su Zhe approached to greet them, Wang Lin's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "You too must remember that the beasts in the alternate dimension of the Demon Suppression Tower possess formidable strength, many endowed with exceptionally unique abilities. Do not underestimate them. While you will each have a talisman for summoning assistance, it does not guarantee your absolute safety. In previous years, there have always been cases of injuries and even fatalities. Therefore, exercise caution." Standing nearby, Lin Fan added, "Know your limits, do not overreach. If you cannot win, retreat." Wang Lin nodded, unusually refraining from rebuffing his son-in-law. He then retrieved 2 jade vials from his spatial artifact. "These are the elixirs I personally concocted. For you, as long as you have even a breath left. They can restore you." Chapter 53. Entering the Demon Suppression Tower world, Wang Lin handed the jade vials containing the elixirs to Su Zhe and Lin Miao Yi. Upon opening one, Su Zhe inspected the contents and realized he did not recognize the elixir. "Grandfather Wang, what is this?" he inquired, puzzled. Lin Miao Yi, however, immediately recognized the elixir with a gasp, exclaiming, "The Black Jade Breakthrough Pill? Grandfather, have you been refining this elixir these past few days?" Wang Lin smiled and nodded, explaining, "Everything in Jiangnan City is splendid, but sometimes finding the right herbs can be quite challenging, which delayed me for several days. Fortunately, I managed to complete the elixirs just before your entry into the Demon Suppression Tower." As Su Zhe inhaled the fragrance, a peculiar and refreshing aroma wafted towards him. In an instant, he felt a wave of coolness enveloping his entire being, as if his body had been significantly alleviated. This is a rare, healing treasure. No wonder old Wang appeared to bear a hint of fatigue today. It turns out he had been busy concocting elixirs these past few days. A warm current surged within Su Zhe. He quietly stored the elixir away and then noticed Lin Fan's gesture. Following Lin Fan to a corner, he observed Lin Fan's serious demeanor as he spoke gravely. "Su Zhe, you must take care of Miao Yi inside. After all, she is a pill refiner, and her combat prowess is somewhat lacking." Su Zhe nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Uncle Lin, you can rest easy. I will ensure her safety." Setting aside the nature of his relationship with Lin Miao Yi, Su Zhe felt a sense of warmth from the kindness shown to him by the Lin family and the various elixirs gifted by old Wang. This bond of affection is genuine. Su Zhe acknowledged this sentiment. Thus, under no circumstances would he allow the sole descendant of old Wang to fall into peril. Upon hearing Su Zhe's response, Lin Fan nodded. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to understand Su Zhe's character. Although he had initially harbored a dislike for Su Zhe, he could not deny the latter's integrity. They exchanged no further words, as both understood each other's sentiments well enough. They returned to old Wang and Lin Miao Yi's side. Curious, Lin Miao Yi asked, "What were you two whispering about? You can't keep secrets from us." With a slight smile, Su Zhe shook his head, opting not to respond. Lin Miao Yi huffed, "If you won't say, then you won't say." At that moment, more individuals began to appear in the hall. Soon, Principal Tang Yi made his entrance, accompanied by over 10 students who looked both excited and anxious. Casting apprehensive glances at the people in the hall, Tang Yi spotted Su Zhe, his eyes lighting up as he approached. "Su Zhe, how are you? Are you prepared?" Wang Lin waved his hand, saying, "Go on, don't put too much pressure on the child. It's best to stay relaxed at this time." Su Zhe glanced at his classmates and, sure enough, spotted a familiar figure. Qin Feng had just turned his gaze in their direction, locking eyes with Su Zhe. His expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. "Don't let me encounter you in the Demon Suppression Tower. Otherwise, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." Qin Feng was brimming with confidence now. During this time, he had practiced diligently day and night, and with the aid of elixirs, his strength had surged rapidly. A scholar's worth is to be re-evaluated after 3 days apart. He had trained hard for over 3 months and was determined to showcase his prowess during this trial, proving his strength to everyone. Su Zhe sensed the animosity emanating from Qin Feng. However, he paid it no mind, merely shaking his head. Qin Feng's strength posed little threat to him. In fact, he might not even be a match for a small fire at the F level. As time passed, all participants for the Demon Suppression Tower trial arrived. Beep, beep, beep. A gentle notification sound echoed. Buzz. A muffled rumble resonated from beneath the floor. In the center of the hall, a crack appeared in the floor, rapidly splitting apart to reveal an ancient stone platform rising from below. The surface of the platform was intricately engraved with complex patterns, studded with glimmering crystals. A teleportation array. Soon after, 2 middle-aged men clad in robes appeared, commencing operations on the stone platform. Array masters, a rare profession, they delved into the profoundest principles of the universe, space, and time. Unlike other forms of knowledge that could be illustrated through tangible objects, space and time were entirely abstract concepts. Mastery in this field required years of dedicated study. Without a decade or more of learning, one might not even grasp the fundamentals. After a prolonged period of meticulous work, the two array masters confirmed the spatial coordinates before stepping down from the platform. Xiong Sheng, the president of the Cultivator Association, stepped forward. I want to waste words. I hope you will act within your limits while bringing glory to the cultivators of Jiangnan City. With a wave of his hand, the trial participants began to ascend the platform according to their numbers. As the first batch stepped onto the platform, Xiong Sheng bellowed, unleashing a tremendous aura that surged forth, infusing the stone platform with vibrant spiritual energy. Buzz, an unusual sound resonated in the void. The patterns on the platform erupted into dazzling light. The fabric of space began to warp, and streams of colorful light materialized from thin air. With a crack, a massive fissure suddenly appeared above the platform, revealing a small world floating in darkness beyond. Swish! The trial participants on the platform vanished in an instant. The second batch, hurry up. The teleportation array won't last long. Xiong Sheng's voice resonated solemnly. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, he felt fatigue weighing upon him. With the number of individuals ahead dwindling, it would soon be Su Zhe's turn. Wang Lin called out to Su Zhe and Lin Miao Yi, offering a warning. Inside, you will encounter cultivators from other cities. Should any conflicts arise, his eyes flashed with intensity as he continued, do not hold back. Su Zhe was taken aback, comprehending Wang Lin's implication. He nodded, affirming, understood. The third batch, come up quickly. The teleportation array is about to close. Xiong Sheng's voice rang out. Without hesitation, Su Zhe bade farewell to Wang Lin and Lin Fan, then stepped onto the teleportation array. Lin Miaoyi stood beside him, slightly anxious as she asked, Su Zhe, what did grandfather mean just now? She could somewhat grasp the meaning, but was unsure. Su Zhe spoke softly. Miaoyi, no matter the circumstances, our own lives are always the most important. Others he left the thought unfinished, trusting Lin Miaoyi would understand. Lin Miaoyi paused for a moment before nodding. A powerful force of attraction surged around them. Su Zhe felt a flash of light as the scenery before him became a blur. After a dizzying spin, the image before him gradually sharpened. The sky was radiant, and the azure expanse was pristine. Su Zhe squinted to adjust to the sunlight, taking in his surroundings. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert, waves of heat rising, devoid of any greenery. Welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower world. Chapter 54. Who is this fellow named Su Zhe? As Su Zhe arrived, he immediately sensed the temperature around him escalate sharply, oppressive waves of heat rising. Above, a brilliant sphere of fire illuminated the earth, its light blinding. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering that Lin Miaoyi was nowhere to be found. With a sweep of his consciousness, he encompassed a radius of nearly 1,000 meters in his mind's eye. Not far off in the desert, he spotted 2 or 3 figures, but still no sign of Lin Miaoyi. Moreover, it seemed these individuals were not cultivators from Jiangnan City. It appears that the rules for this round of the Demon Suppression Tower have changed again. Everyone's arrival point is random. Su Zhe murmured to himself. And at this moment, a resounding voice emanated from the heavens, swiftly reverberating throughout the entire realm of the Demon Suppression Tower. Esteemed trial takers, I am the spirit of the world from the 1098th dimension. Welcome to my domain. Herein lie formidable beasts, treasures long buried, and places where the very fabric of yin and yang is reversed. This realm is imbued with boundless wealth, yet it conceals perils that could prove fatal. Therefore, to ensure your safety, please keep this jade talisman of distress close at hand. In an instant, the sky illuminated with countless beams of light, each precisely descending into the hands of the trial participants. Su Zhe extended his palm, and a petite jade talisman landed softly in his grasp. Should any of you find yourselves in mortal peril or ensnared with no means of escape, you may activate this talisman, and I shall transport you from this world. Simultaneously, to spur your competitive spirit, the elders of the human race have established a leaderboard, where points can be earned through slaying beasts and via various hidden means. The final rankings on this leaderboard will determine the ultimate outcome of this trial. The grand voice echoed across the expanse. Concurrently, the sky twinkled with faint lights as a transparent screen unfurled before the firmament. A myriad of names were meticulously arranged within, all belonging to the contestants of this trial. Accompanying each name was a score, alongside their respective ranks. Yet, at this moment, all scores remained at 0. However, the rankings appeared to be of some significance. Soon, Keen observers discerned a clue from the rankings. It seemed that the current standings were arranged according to strength. At the upper echelons of the leaderboard resided many renowned prodigies, each boasting astonishing achievements in the main realm, their prowess unparalleled and their talents highly regarded. Should they continue to flourish, they would undoubtedly become pillars of the human race in the future. The top 10 on the leaderboard were particularly striking, each name encircled by a golden frame, rendering them exceptionally prominent. Many gazed intently at the top 10. The 10th place was occupied by Tong Lan, a name familiar to many. A gifted girl hailing from the northern metropolis of Black Dragon City, renowned for her formidable strength. Remarkably, she was a sorceress. Unlike martial artists, who excel in single combat, sorceresses are best suited for the battlefield. A powerful sorceress can unleash AoE spells, inflicting devastating damage across vast areas, making them a favored choice for armies. In 9th place was a figure named Xiao Ding, equally illustrious, a rare formation master. As one scanned upward through the ranks, the names of various young prodigies emerged. The 3rd rank was claimed by Sun Xiao. This name resonated loudly in the ears of most young cultivators. At his current age, his strength was nothing short of astonishing. Although he had yet to slay a golden core beast, he could match one in combat. Such an accomplishment was indeed remarkable, leading many to regard him as a genius. Second only to He Shuer. However, a sudden realization struck. Given Sun Xiao's prowess, he should rightfully hold 2nd place. How had he fallen to 3rd? They continued to gaze upward at the leaderboard. The 2nd place was held by He Shuer. Almost everyone was taken aback. How could He Shuer be in 2nd place? Should she not be the undisputed first? Who, then, occupied the top spot? Looking up, a name glittering with golden light emerged. 1st place was claimed by Su Zhe. Su Zhe? Who was this individual? Aside from cultivators from Jiangnan City, everyone else harbored this question in their hearts. Just who was this Su Zhe? Capable of overshadowing the esteemed talents of the human race to secure 1st place on the leaderboard. Across the corners of the Demon Suppression Tower world, reactions varied. Some were perplexed, others astonished, some seething with anger, while others were filled with joy. The students of the 1st high school of Jiangnan City were particularly exhilarated. Su Zhe, was he not one of their own? Lin Miaoi was especially animated, her large eyes fixed intently on the radiant name shimmering in gold, her small fists clenched tight, silently resolving to strive harder. She must not allow herself to fall too far behind Su Zhe. Yet, one individual stood apart from the excitement. That was Qin Feng. He gazed at the leaderboard with disbelief, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, his mouth agape, unable to close. Was there a glitch with the leaderboard? Otherwise, how could Su Zhe possibly rank 1st? He Shuer and Sun Xiao were both formidable opponents capable of battling golden core beasts. But what about Su Zhe? Qin Feng's fists clenched tightly. Yet he also understood that the probability of errors in a leaderboard established by human powerhouses was exceedingly low. He stared blankly at that name, lost in thought for an extended period. Atop a mountain peak, a graceful figure stood, silently observing the scoreboard in the sky. Su Zhe? Who is he? A melodic voice echoed, tinged with curiosity and a hint of combativeness. The biting cold wind howled, nearly toppling those unable to maintain their footing. Yet this slender figure remained steadfast, as if rooted to the spot. How intriguing. The girl chuckled softly, suddenly feeling that this trial at the Demon Suppression Tower would not be so mundane after all. Elsewhere, outside a dense forest, lay a vast lake. The waters were crystal clear, with several fish swimming in the shallows. A youth with a delicate visage stood by the lakeside, coldly gazing at the leaderboard above. Fixating on the names that overshadowed him, a shadow flickered in his eyes. He Shuer, once again He Shuer. No matter what he did, this woman always managed to eclipse him. And that Su Zhe, who was he? Why had he never heard of him? What right did he have to usurp the top position on the leaderboard? Sun Xiao's expression darkened, and with a sudden flourish of his hand, several waves of energy shot forth. Bang, bang, bang. The lake erupted, splattering crimson amidst the chaos. Sun Xiao muttered coldly to himself, "No matter who you are, you'd best not cross my path, nor you, He Shuer. This time, I shall not be bested." Chapter 55. The trial officially begins. March of the desert ants. The lake lay still, yet the surface was marred by glaring patches of blood red, shattered scales, and flesh mingling within. Meanwhile, the spirit of the world issued its final proclamation. "Esteemed trial takers, I wish you all good fortune." And with that, the voice faded, leaving behind only the immense transparent screen in the sky. Su Zhe toyed with the jade talisman of distress in his hand, contemplating the golden gleam of his name. Somewhat taken aback, this leaderboard had placed him in 1st position. Such an elevation felt rather ostentatious. The youthful prodigies, many of whom were undoubtedly combative, would surely harbor discontent upon seeing an unfamiliar name at the pinnacle. He might very well find himself challenged to an impromptu duel, though Suze had no fear. The prospect of constant challenges from those eager for a fight was indeed troublesome. Moreover, winning would yield no benefits, potentially inciting even greater fervor among some. It would be a fruitless endeavor. Fortunately, the leaderboard displayed only names, devoid of images. Aside from the cultivators of Jiangnan City, few would likely recognize him. A thought crossed Suze's mind, and he made a decision. From this moment on, he would temporarily adopt the name Qin Feng. He murmured to himself, finding this notion quite agreeable. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept across the desert, rolling golden sands like a river, visibly shifting the dunes before him. In a matter of moments, the arid landscape of the desert underwent a dramatic transformation. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Suze's mind. If this was the case, navigating through the desert would be nearly impossible. Once lost, finding one's original position would prove exceedingly arduous. However, for Suze, this was not a significant concern. A resounding cry pierced the air as a brilliant crimson light soared skyward. The little fire creature, having just emerged from the Beastmaster's realm, immediately sensed the oppressive heat surrounding it. It felt enveloped in a warm embrace, almost prompting it to vocalize its delight. In fact, it had already begun to chirp. The little fire flitted through the air, twisting and diving through the shimmering heat waves above the ground. As a fire attribute beast, this place was akin to paradise for it. Conversely, the little green creature seemed somewhat uncomfortable, exuding an involuntary chill. Suze suddenly felt a refreshing coolness, akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. He glanced at the little green creature and remarked, "Little green, I never knew you possessed such abilities. If you had revealed them sooner, think of how much we could have saved on air conditioning bills." The little green creature rolled its eyes dramatically, perhaps due to its lineage tracing back to the Azure Dragon. Even after advancing to E rank, it still could not speak. However, Suze speculated that once it reached D rank, this limitation would likely be lifted. Looking up, he noticed the leaderboard had already changed, with several unfamiliar names appearing. Clearly, others had begun their endeavors and hunted some beasts. "Little fire, stop playing around and get to business," Suze called out, realizing he could not afford to waste time. In the distance, upon hearing Suze's command, Little Fire let out a triumphant cry and ascended into the sky. Its speed was remarkable, and after circling a few times, it soon detected a hint of greenery in the distance. It conveyed a vague message to Suze through mental communication and gestured with its wings. Suze nodded in acknowledgement and gave it a thumbs up before setting off in the direction indicated by Little Fire. After a while, as Suze crested a sand dune, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. The sensation was hard, resembling a stone, yet its shape was irregular. Curiously, he brushed away the yellow sand atop it, revealing a skull beneath. Suze's brow furrowed in surprise. It was a human skull. A shiver coursed through him, and a wave of dread surged from his feet. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, a series of dark holes appeared in the surrounding sand, as if triggered by a chain reaction. Soon, black ants began to emerge from these holes. Name: Desert Army Ant Level, Upper F Rank Special Bloodline, None Skills. Nah, Acid Spray. Remarks: one of the deadly threats in the desert, they typically operate in swarms, with each colony numbering in the thousands. For weaker cultivators, being surrounded by them is tantamount to certain death. However, their deep-fried flavor is quite delectable when fried in oil and sprinkled with salt, cumin, and pepper. The taste is a delightful contrast of crispy exterior and tender interior, a true delicacy. Suze surveyed the area, discovering that it was teeming with army ants, numbering over 1,000. Most were F rank, but there were also nearly 30 E rank among them. Such a force would spell doom for any foundational cultivator caught in their midst. Nonetheless, this posed no issue for Suze. He gently lifted his foot and stomped down on the army ant that had crawled near him, preparing to attack. With a sharp crack, the E-rank mid-tier army ant shattered, its tough exoskeleton crumbling like paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. Simultaneously, his points on the leaderboard surged by 200. Suze nodded to himself, pleased. An E-rank mid-tier beast was worth 200 points, a decent haul. Observing the swarming army ants before him, a smile crept across his lips. Little Fire, here is your chance to shine, Suze shouted to the fire creature above. Given Little Fire's lack of combat experience, this was an opportune moment for training. Little Fire chirped excitedly and dove downward in a blaze of fire. Upon opening its mouth, a massive fireball materialized, hurtling toward the army ant horde. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, flames shooting forth and instantly incinerating the ants into ash. Little Fire, now invigorated, unleashed a barrage of fireballs. In an instant, the desert was engulfed in a sea of flames. The army ants, realizing they faced a formidable adversary, began to retreat, frantically burrowing into the sand dunes. Though their response was swift, many army ants failed to escape. The flames melted the sand into streams of lava, leaving no safe footing. The remaining ants, in despair, attempted to resist, but lacking the ability to fly, they could not reach the airborne firebird. Streams of green acid sprayed forth, but before they could travel far, they were evaporated by the intense heat. Suze glanced up at the leaderboard, witnessing his points rapidly escalating. In the blink of an eye, he regained the top position. Chapter 56. Suze Farming Points. The Shame of Cultivators? Though army ants were small in stature, their intelligence was not to be underestimated. The moment Little Fire launched its first fireball, the army ant leader immediately sensed something amiss. As the fiery explosion unleashed terrifying energy, incinerating several E-rank army ants, it promptly issued a retreat command. The army ants, bound by a terrifying discipline, obeyed and began to withdraw. Yet, despite their efforts, many were unable to escape. In the sky, Little Fire resembled a fully charged pea shooter, its mouth agape as fireballs erupted in succession. Even Suze found himself momentarily astonished. This was Little Fire's first battle, and its ferocity was unexpected. Truly, the bloodline of the vermilion bird was remarkable. This skill seemed to activate instantaneously. Meanwhile, Little Green, who had been comfortably curled up on Suze's wrist, abruptly felt the temperature spike, making it quite uncomfortable. Upon opening its eyes, it was greeted by the impressive display of Little Fire, instantly shaking off its lethargy. The Little Fire creature was indeed formidable. Little Green discreetly turned its head to glance at Suze, feeling a pang of anxiety. It saw Suze beaming, continually giving Little Fire thumbs up. This was troubling. Little Green regretted having relaxed over the past few days, even feeling too lazy to intervene, allowing this Little Fire creature to seize the opportunity. No, it thought firmly. From now on, I must focus entirely on clearing all obstacles for my master, ensuring that this little interloper has no chance to show off. On the ground, streams of lava flowed slowly, radiating lethal heat. Those unfortunate enough to be struck directly by the fireballs were reduced to ashes. Others near the edges of the inferno also succumbed to the searing temperatures. Little Fire's relentless barrage of instant fireballs had decimated nearly half of the army ant swarm. Suze suddenly recalled the system's notification. He casually plucked a roasted army ant from the edge of the firestorm. Its once jet-black exoskeleton now glowed with a reddish hue, emitting a unique aroma. He peeled back its shell, revealing the tender, succulent flesh within. In an instant, a fragrance reminiscent of the esteemed hairy crab enveloped him. A subtle, meaty aroma wafted through the air, the flesh tender and translucent. Suze pinched a piece and placed it in his mouth. The succulent meat melted effortlessly, releasing a refreshing essence. He could not help but exclaim, "What a delightful flavor!" Simultaneously, a surge of pure energy manifested, emanating from the flesh of the beast. However, for Suze, its utility was minimal, far overshadowed by its exquisite taste. Xiaohua, chirping with pride, alighted on Suze's shoulder, tilting its head as if awaiting praise like an eager schoolboy. Suze smiled, stroking its soft feathers. "Well done, Xiaohua. Your fireball technique is as rapid as a volley of cannon fire. Keep it up. The future is yours." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing felt a flicker of familiarity. Hadn't the master previously uttered similar words to her? A sense of urgency surged within. Her body tensed as her eyes scanned the surroundings. How she longed for another beast to appear, preferably a ferocious one, to showcase her prowess to her master. Xiaohua, brimming with joy, soared into the sky once more. Assuming the role of a scout, Suze glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Suze. Points, 6,300. His gaze shifted down to the second place. Second place, Tong Lan. Points, 1,500. Beyond that, no one else had exceeded 1,000 points. After all, the trial had only just commenced, and many had yet to encounter a beast. Those fortunate enough to stumble upon a swarm of army ants, like Suze, were exceedingly rare. Naturally, for the majority, encountering army ants would not yield a surge in points. Suze nodded in satisfaction, discarding the shell of the army ant and casually picking up several more. He then resumed his journey, progressing as if on a leisurely stroll, savoring the delectable ant meat while swiftly advancing. Meanwhile, on another front, the sorceress Tong Lan recited incantations, vanquishing the last E-rank mid-tier beast before her. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she nodded with excitement. Now she had amassed 1,700 points. This should secure her position in the lead. Her fortune had been quite favorable, as the beasts before her were also social creatures. As a sorceress, Tonglan excelled in handling numerous foes. Moreover, the most formidable among this beast cohort was merely E-rank mid-tier. Thus, it was no surprise she eradicated the beast's nest without incident. Yet, as she confidently raised her head, her expression faltered. 6,300 points. She stared blankly at the name overshadowing her own. How on earth had he accomplished this? She had been fortunate to encounter such a beast swarm, allowing her to garner nearly 2,000 points in such a short time. But what of this Suze? Had he also encountered a swarm of beasts? To amass over 6,000 points, how many beasts must he have slain? After vanquishing 3 E-rank beasts, she already felt fatigued. But what of Suze? How many E-rank beasts had he defeated? To convert 5,300 points into E-rank mid-tier beasts would require at least 30. Impossible. Tonglan shook her head. For one to slay 30 E-rank beasts in such a brief period was unfathomable, unless that individual was a golden core stage cultivator, or possessed golden core level combat prowess. Such individuals were typically regarded as prodigies of the human race. There were not many of them. Hadn't it taken over a decade for a figure like Yishuer to emerge? Discounting that possibility, only one remained. Suze must have been hunting F-rank beasts, relying on the numerical superiority of F-rank beasts to accumulate points. This fellow truly had no shame. Although the trial rules did not expressly forbid it, such tactics were clearly scorned by all. In another corner of the otherworldly space, other trial participants watched the sky, their minds arriving at the same conclusion as Tonglan. This Suze, logically, given the initial leaderboard rankings, he should possess formidable strength. Yet, he resorts to such tactics for points? Bah! Each participant wore expressions of disdain. In a flash, Suze was branded with the title of Shame of the Cultivators. In a secluded forest, a graceful figure pointed effortlessly, slaying an E-rank upper-tier beast. With deep, beautiful eyes, she glanced at the leaderboard, murmuring, relying on F-ranks for points? Yet to slay so many beasts in such a short span. This fellow possesses remarkable stamina. Chapter 57. Has Suze's luck run wild? In the 1098th otherworldly space, the sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. A vast, translucent screen shimmered with a soft glow, displaying the names of the cultivators in neat alignment. Among them, the names of the top 10 shone most brightly. However, whenever a cultivator glanced up at the name in first place, their faces twisted with abhorrence. The score behind that name pierced their hearts deeply. The disgrace of the cultivators. This unrepentant individual must not be allowed to remain in first place. In an instant, nearly all trial participants were filled with determination. Their figures flitted through forests, deserts, lakes, and valleys. Wherever beasts roamed, there too were their silhouettes. More and more began to rise. On the leaderboard, the points of various participants began to shift, their names climbing steadily. Yet, even so, that staggering score of over 6,000 remained unattainable within such a short time. Some were enraged, others anxious. Yet, some entertained ulterior motives, deliberately seeking out weaker beast groups. However, upon attempting this method, they quickly discovered its difficulties. Even the weakest F-rank beasts were stronger than those in the outside world. Combined with their sheer numbers, even foundational cultivators struggled to withstand them. In an instant, several unfortunate souls found themselves overwhelmed, their stamina depleted, ensnared by the beasts. With no other choice, they had to activate rescue talismans. The moment the talismans were employed, ripples appeared in the sky above. Instantly, several brilliant beams of light descended, enveloping those who had used the rescue talismans. Simultaneously, the names belonging to these individuals on the leaderboard dimmed, their points solidified. All trial participants witnessed this scene, their hearts stirred. Suze tossed aside the shell of the army ant, wiped his hands, and gazed towards the distant greenery. A smile crept upon his lips. After half a day's journey, he was finally nearing the edge of this desert. Suddenly, a lizard beast lurking beneath the sand dunes was pierced by a flash of azure light. On the leaderboard, Suze's points surged once more, reaching a neat 7,000. The azure light flickered, and Xiao Qing returned to Suze's wrist. Observing Xiaohua in the sky, it snorted softly. Just moments ago, several times, Xiaohua had barely spotted a beast, only for a flash of azure light to appear and instantly slay it. Frustrated, Xiaohua's feathers bristled. This fellow, having been cast into the cold palace, still harbored ambitions of revival? An unsettling thought struck Xiaohua's mind. Could it be eyeing its own master? Suze patted Xiao Qing, offering praise. Then, he called out to Xiaohua and quickened his pace towards the oasis ahead. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the various cultivator associations, array masters were busily sweating, finally completing the formation setup. The array gleamed with brilliance, as energy crystals transformed into the purest form of spiritual power, infusing the array. Moments later, a colossal holographic image unfurled before the spectators. It encompassed various terrains, jungles, oceans, lakes, deserts, and more. It was, unmistakably, a depiction of the Demon Suppression Tower's world. One could observe figures darting about, engaged in fierce battles with demonic beasts. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Today's Demon Suppression Tower seems somewhat different. Everyone's arrival positions have been disrupted. Well, that's for the best. An increase in difficulty will truly reveal one's capabilities. A hint of concern flickered across Lin Fan's face as he murmured, "I hope Miao Yi is all right." Wang Lin furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by hope?" While Miao Yi may be an alchemist, her strength is not to be underestimated. Besides, she possesses a rescue jade talisman. What could possibly happen? Lin Fan felt somewhat reassured, yet Wang Lin's words did little to mask the worry evident in his eyes. They instinctively began to search within the vast holographic display. "Where's Miao Yi? Where's Suze?" Suddenly, another exclamation rang out. "Suze?" Both turned abruptly. Following the sound, President Li Liang of the second high school, his eyes wide, noticed the crowd's gaze upon him and exclaimed, "Don't look at me. My face isn't painted. Check the leaderboard. Suze is in first place." At this revelation, the crowd gasped, swiftly turning to the leaderboard. "Suze, 7,000 points. How many points does the second place have?" "That prodigious sorcerer, Tong Lan, has 2,600 points." "What? I must be seeing things. Suze's points are more than double hers." The hall erupted into a cacophony of shock, confusion, and disbelief. They had all heard of Suze, the student from the advanced high school, renowned for his astonishing cultivation speed. Yet, cultivation speed and combat prowess are two different matters. Many believed Suze's strength was merely a result of Wang Lin's elixirs, leading them to assume his combat capabilities were below average. But what now? The name shining on the leaderboard delivered a resounding slap to their assumptions. Though these were merely initial data, achieving such a feat was not something ordinary individuals could accomplish. Tang Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration as he unconsciously lifted his chin. Suze, the student from the advanced high school. Both Wang Lin and Lin Fan were equally taken aback. They knew Suze was formidable, but they had not anticipated him to be this exceptional. Outshining numerous talented youths from the capital, he claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Yet, amidst their astonishment, a question lingered in their hearts. How did this young man achieve such heights? Everyone present was well acquainted with the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trials, fully aware of the challenges involved in amassing such points at the onset. Surely, this lad must be employing some underhanded tactics. This thought crossed their minds. And they were not alone. Across the territories of the Human Alliance, every qualified observer found themselves inundated with questions about Suze. Who is he? Why had they never heard of him before? This young man must be cheating. Otherwise, how could he accomplish such feats? In an instant, countless human cultivators were filled with an insatiable curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. Damn the Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions. The issue of projection delays had yet to be resolved. After all these years and funding, had it all gone to waste? At that moment, within the Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions, an elderly man with snow-white hair suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a disturbance. He calculated with his fingers, and his expression shifted dramatically. Which scoundrel is cursing me in secret? Just then, the space before him distorted, and a document materialized on his desk. He glanced down, his demeanor instantly turning grave as he picked up the file. The cover bore a large red stamp, top secret. Below it, a line of smaller text read, "The 0529 alternate dimension is about to reopen." The old man's eyes deepened with contemplation, murmuring to himself, after 10 years. Has it finally reemerged? In the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, Suze gazed at the oasis before him, finally inhaling a breath of warm, refreshing air. Behind him lay the vast desert, radiating heat, while before him stood a tranquil bamboo grove. He smiled faintly and stepped into the oasis. Yet, in the next instant, the world shifted, and an ineffable sensation enveloped him. Chapter 58. Is Suze about to be eliminated? As soon as Suze stepped into the bamboo grove, his brow furrowed. An indescribable feeling washed over him, as if he had been severed from the external world, transported to another realm. He whirled around, only to find the desert had vanished, replaced by a lush expanse of bamboo. This place is peculiar. A surge of alarm gripped Suze's heart, but he quickly regained his composure. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trials, the most formidable threat in his vicinity was the Golden Core stage. It would never surpass this threshold. This served as a form of protection, Otherwise, a Foundation establishment cultivator would stand no chance against a nascent soul adversary. Unable to even use a rescue talisman in time, he retrieved the rescue jade talisman from his pocket and confirmed its integrity. A thread of golden true energy flowed into the talisman, causing it to emit a soft glow and establish a connection with the heavens above. It was still operational. Nodding in reassurance, Suze felt a sense of relief. No matter how bizarre this bamboo grove may be, his life was not in jeopardy. He could always utilize the rescue talisman to escape. A flicker of firelight appeared. Xiaohua descended from the sky, landing on Suze's shoulder and emitting a cry, conveying a vague sentiment to him. Suze frowned. Xiaohua had been forced to descend due to an unseen constraining force. He gently stroked Xiaohua's soft feathers and reassured, "It's all right. If you need to come down, do so without guilt." Xiaohua chirped with a sense of grievance, nuzzling Suze's hand. This left Xiaoqing feeling exasperated. Recently, Xiaohua's powers had grown significantly, becoming quite the thorn in her side. Suze then stored Xiaohua in the Beastmaster space, sensing that this bamboo grove was extraordinary, potentially housing D-grade demonic beasts. Although Xiaohua was powerful, it was not yet a match for D-grade foes. Thus, it was safer for it to remain in the Beastmaster space. He then patted Xiaoqing, who emitted a roar, understanding that it was time for her to take action. With a swift motion, she transformed into a streak of azure light and dove into the bamboo grove. Suze followed, though at a measured pace, his body tensed and poised for action. As the pair advanced, the bamboo grove grew denser and wisps of mist emanated from the depths. Suze suddenly halted, carefully attuning himself to the spiritual energy in the air. While he had never practiced cultivation personally, he was familiar with the basic techniques. The spiritual energy in this bamboo grove was astonishingly rich. Those white mists were not mere water vapor. They were concentrated spiritual energy. He tentatively activated the dragon elephant cultivation technique. In an instant, Suze's body seemed to transform into a black hole, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy within the grove. In the next moment, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy materialized around Suze. The energy surged forth, akin to a river, flowing into his body. Moments later, Suze shook his head. If an ordinary cultivator were to train here, their progress would be accelerated manifold, at least threefold. But for him, it was different. Currently, the cultivation required to activate a single dragon elephant seed would demand at least a millennium of effort. If one truly wishes to cultivate oneself, reliance on the system is essential. He raised his head, gazing into the depths of the bamboo grove, his eyes brimming with curiosity. What manner of place is this? How can it possess such dense spiritual energy? A multitude of questions flooded Suze's mind as he cheerfully beckoned Xiaoqing. "It seems we have stumbled upon an extraordinary location. Let us proceed forward and explore." Meanwhile, in the main realm, Kyoto, within the Dimensional Research Institute's monitoring hall, a display screen suddenly began to flicker with red light. Warning: in the 1098th alternate dimension, the information source of a cultivator has been severed. Soon, the alarm stirred a flurry of researchers. They gathered before the screen, exchanged glances at the data, and began to discuss amongst themselves. It appears to be the world of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. I had thought something had befallen our exploration team. It must be that unfortunate soul who has wandered into the lair of high-grade demonic beasts, right? It seems so. However, with the rescue talisman in hand, there should be no significant issues. At worst, they will simply be eliminated. Everyone disperse. The multitude of researchers returned to their respective posts. Simultaneously, explanations regarding this incident swiftly circulated among the various cultivator associations. In Jiangnan City, within the cultivator building, numerous individuals were fixated on Suze's figure. Yet, as Suze stepped into the bamboo grove, his holographic projection abruptly vanished. What is going on? Where has Suze's image gone? Could he have perished? Hearing this, Elder Wang furrowed his brow and turned to reprimand. What nonsense! Suze would not perish so easily. Over the days, he had come to regard Suze as a beloved grandson. Thus, upon hearing such words, his anger flared. He glanced back at the holographic projection. Anxiety etched across his features. At that moment, a staff member of the Cultivator Association stepped forward to clarify. "Elder Wang, please remain calm. The Kyoto Dimensional Research Institute has relayed that Suze must have entered the burial ground of demonic beasts, where the unique energy has obstructed the Institute's observation equipment. However, the rescue talisman from the spirit of the world remains functional, so there is no need to worry about Suze's safety." Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Lin finally took a breath of relief. Lin Fan and Tang Yi shared similar sentiments, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Nevertheless, Others nearby had overheard the explanation and began to discuss anew. If that's the case, in past trials, there have indeed been cultivators who ventured into similar places. Typically, it is exceedingly difficult to escape with foundational level strength, so they must rely on the rescue talisman. Does that not mean they have been eliminated? Indeed, what a pity. Had Suze not ventured into that place, his performance would likely have been commendable. Now he faces elimination due to this circumstance. Alas, sometimes, luck is indeed a component of strength. Wang Lin sighed, saying, well, as long as he is safe, those accolades are but fleeting titles. Nothing is more valuable than life. Tang Yi chuckled wryly. While that may be true, the rewards for the top 10 in the Demon Suppression Tower trial encompass far more than mere titles. Invitations from prestigious academies, the favor of powerful figures, and substantial rewards. These aspects could entice even those at the nascent soul stage and beyond. If he were to be eliminated for such a reason, it would be an immense loss. Chapter 59. The infected treant in the depths of the bamboo grove in the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, amidst the verdant bamboo grove in the desert. Suze strolled cautiously, extending his consciousness to survey his surroundings. However, the mist coiling around the bamboo seemed to exert a suppressive effect on his spiritual perception, constraining its reach to a mere 100 meters. Gradually, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense. Above, the sky blazed with light, filtering through the gaps in the bamboo leaves and casting a warm glow upon Suze's face. He squinted slightly, remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings. No one could ascertain whether a D-grade demonic beast lurked in the shadows. Presently, his consciousness could only extend 100 meters, a distance easily traversed by a D-grade beast in the blink of an eye. Thus, Suze proceeded with utmost caution. As he and his serpent companion advanced, the bamboo grove loomed larger, its density markedly increasing. Eventually, they encountered bamboo stalks as thick as grinding wheels. Suze gazed upward, estimating these stalks to be at least several dozen meters tall, an utterly astonishing sight. In his memory, the tallest bamboo in the main realm barely reached over 10 meters. What manner of absurdity is this, with bamboo resembling colossal trees? Moreover, Suze observed that these bamboo stalks bore fine red patterns on their surfaces. Upon closer inspection, they resembled blood vessels. Are these bamboo feeding on blood? Suze mused aloud, a plethora of questions arising. Xiaoqing, be cautious, he softly advised. Xiaoqing nodded solemnly, its expression one of trepidation. It possessed a unique ability to sense danger. At that moment, a faint aura of peril emanated from ahead. However, this aura felt distinct from previous encounters. It conveyed a fragment of thought through their bond to Suze. Contemplating this, Suze's mind raced before he ultimately decided to investigate. If I can't defeat it, I shall flee, he declared, stepping forward. Xiaoqing promptly followed in Suze's wake, hastening their pace. After advancing a short distance, Suze halted abruptly. He turned his head, retrieving a dagger from his spatial pouch to part the dense underbrush, revealing a ghastly white beneath. Upon recognizing the full visage of the object, Suze's pupils constricted. It was unmistakably the skeletal remains of a demonic beast. At that moment, a stream of information materialized. Name, Desert Giant Lizard, deceased. Level, D-grade lower tier. A D-grade lower tier demonic beast met its demise here. It appeared to have inadvertently strayed in from the desert. Suze crouched beside the skeletal remains of the desert giant lizard, examining it closely. At last, his movements ceased as his gaze locked onto the creature's ribcage. The bones were shattered, a sight both shocking and grim. Although flesh and blood had long since decayed, leaving only white bones, it was evident that the desert giant lizard had perished from a powerful blow to its chest, resulting in broken bones. Suze scanned the rest of the remains, finding no additional injuries. He gradually rose, his eyes flickering as he fell into contemplation. A D-grade lower tier demonic beast, comparable to a human golden core cultivator, was so easily slain? This bamboo grove undoubtedly harbored danger. Furthermore, that threat must be at least of mid-D-grade caliber. If that is the case, I must remain vigilant. Should such a creature launch a surprise attack, I could easily find myself injured. Without lingering, Suze continued onward. After traversing over 100 meters, yet another demonic beast's remains came into view. The system's information reappeared. Once more, it was a D-grade beast, meeting a similar fate, having succumbed to a heavy blow. However, this time, the injury was located on its back rather than its chest. The entirety of its spine had been pulverized, nearly severing its body in twain. Suze cast a glance before hastening his pace. Indeed, as he ventured deeper into the grove, numerous carcasses of demonic beasts appeared, predominantly D-grade, all having perished from forceful strikes. Some bore shattered bones, with fragments scattered across the ground, a truly terrifying sight. As Suze delved further, beside the towering bamboo, the crimson veins became increasingly intricate and vibrant. Eventually, they even began to shimmer with a faint red glow, reminiscent of flowing veins. Crack! Suze experimentally traced his dagger along the bamboo. Whoosh! In an instant, a stream of brilliant red liquid cascaded down from the bamboo, filling the air with a faint metallic scent. Suze furrowed his brow. Can bamboo bleed? While flowing water might be expected, this peculiar substance was undeniably eerie. Creak! The bamboo that Suze had pierced with his dagger shuddered, emitting a piercing sound as if it were crying out in pain. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air from behind. Sensing danger, Suze instinctively dropped to the ground. Crack! 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 A series of thunderous sounds erupted. A scarlet blur sliced through the air, severing dozens of nearby bamboo stalks in half. Creak! An otherworldly scream filled the air. Simultaneously, a torrent of red liquid gushed forth, releasing a pungent, nauseating odor. Suze braced himself against the ground, swiftly turning to face the source of the attack. His figure flickered as he deftly evaded the splattering crimson liquid. Xiao Qing let out a roar, her body tense with rage, fixating her fierce gaze on the front. How dare someone attack her master? Moreover, they had almost succeeded. Suze focused his gaze and immediately discerned the assailant. Designation: Treant Tribe, Green Bamboo Clan, Level, D rank. Lower tier, Special Bloodline, None skills, Blood Fury, Heavy Strike. Remarks: An exceedingly rare race, few in number yet formidable in strength, typically gentle and non-aggressive towards other species. However, they now appeared to be corrupted by some unknown force, driving them into a frenzy. Roar! A hoarse bellow resonated from not far away. The bamboo grove swayed as stalks parted, revealing a towering figure. Nearly 10 meters tall, its slender body sported 4 thick branches resembling arms and legs, all drenched in blood-red hues, with well-defined nodes, and topped with vibrant red bamboo leaves. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Suze, brimming with murderous intent. The Treant. Suze glanced back, noting the devastation wrought in the bamboo grove. Dozens of stalks, as thick as grinding wheels, had been shattered with a single blow. Such power was undeniably formidable. Yet, for Suze, it still fell slightly short. Roar! The Treant bellowed again, lumbering forward with heavy strides, charging at Suze. Chapter 60. The Bamboo Grove's Transformation. Will Suze perish? Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously. The green bamboo Treant, standing roughly 10 meters tall, closed the distance with only a few strides. Its egg-sized, blood-red eyes seethed with rage and fury. Roar! It howled, raising its arm high and striking downwards towards the insignificant ant below. Whoosh! The red bamboo struck with incredible speed, slicing through the air and emitting a sharp whistle. Suze maintained a calm demeanor, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This Treant's strength far surpassed that of the D-rank beasts he had encountered in the wild forest. Especially in terms of raw power, it was astonishing. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the Treant's devastating blow. Boom! A deafening crash resonated. A massive crater formed in the ground, dust billowing and fragments scattering. A faint golden light enveloped Suze, forming a protective aura around his body. Crack! The debris rained harmlessly against the golden sheen, disintegrating into tiny shards. Xiao Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to join the fray, but Suze restrained her. You've had a tough journey. Perhaps you should rest for now. Xiao Qing rolled her eyes. Now you acknowledge my struggles? You didn't say a word during our arduous journey. But now that there's a formidable opponent, you want to hog the glory? Though she silently grumbled, Xiao Qing ultimately obeyed Suze's command, retreating to a safe distance while keenly observing the battle. The Treant, enraged by its failure, roared, "Die!" Its voice was hoarse and indistinct, filled with chaos and murderous intent. Suze frowned slightly. The Treant before him seemed off. The system indicated it had been infected by something. What could that be? He briefly glanced deeper into the bamboo grove, sensing the presence of something ominous. At that moment, the Treant charged again, lifting its foot towards Suze. A smile crept across Suze's face, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The dragon-elephant cultivation technique began to circulate. Activated dragon-elephant seeds erupted with radiant golden light. An immense power surged within Suze, an overwhelming aura radiating around him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was nearly suffocating. In the next instant, he lifted his gaze, his eyes transforming into a golden hue, resembling a pair of gilded orbs. At that moment, the Treant's massive foot loomed over Suze. This time, he did not evade, but chose to confront it head-on. Boom. A sound akin to thunder erupted. A fierce collision ensued, creating an invisible shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Crack, crack, crack. The shockwave shattered the robust bamboo along its path. A torrent of red liquid gushed forth, as if a rain of blood fell from the sky, staining the ground crimson. Beneath the Trent's foot, Suze raised his hands. Bracing against the impact, the golden light flickered around him, his right fist tightening as he struck back at the Trent's foot. Bang! The Trent staggered, feeling an overwhelming force beneath its feet, followed by a searing pain. Crack! Fine fissures appeared on the Trent's leg, reminiscent of fragile porcelain, spreading rapidly across its lower limb. The Trent faltered, retreating several steps. A glimmer of clarity surfaced in its murky red eyes, fixating on Suze with a fleeting expression of confusion. This little runt was only in the foundation building stage, yet it was a D rank, equivalent to a human's golden core cultivator. How could it have failed 3 times in a row? However, the excruciating pain coursing through its body ignited an uncontrollable fury. The brief moment of clarity was swiftly engulfed by madness. Damn it! The Trent's low, raspy voice echoed through the bamboo grove. Its crimson gaze deepened, the red veins on its body flaring with intensity. Suddenly, a dazzling red light erupted, illuminating the surrounding bamboo. In an instant, a transformation unfolded. A rustling sound filled the bamboo grove as the crimson patterns on the bamboo glowed in response to the Trent. Crack, crack, crack. The Trent's figure elongated, the cracks in its legs mending as its power surged. Soon, it reached the peak of the lower D rank, teetering on the brink of advancing to the mid-tier. Suze's golden pupils shimmered with brilliance. In a flash, he vanished from his original position. He could not allow the Trent to cast its spell undisturbed. A radiant golden light ignited within the bamboo grove. Suze's speed reached its zenith, facing a foe of a significantly higher realm, devoid of fear, and even proactively launching his attack. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in utter disbelief. It is worth noting that even he Schwer, bestowed with the title of a prodigy, only managed to slay a D-rank lower-tier beast when she reached the pinnacle of her foundation establishment. And what of Suze? His current prowess merely rests at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Suze's speed had reached an unparalleled zenith, propelling him toward the Trent in an instant. However, at that moment, the surrounding bamboo seemed to have come to life, their towering forms bending violently, resembling a taut bowstring. Crack! A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air as dozens of crimson, shadowy figures descended upon Suze. With a furrowed brow, Suze twisted his body in rapid succession, narrowly evading the forceful onslaught. Yet, the sheer number of bamboos was overwhelming. The entire grove seemed to wield the bamboos like tentacles, relentlessly striking at Suze. Boom! The ground lay in disarray. Deep gorges carved into it, as dirt flew and several large stones were shattered to pieces. Just as Suze had barely evaded the previous attack, the Trent emitted another low growl, its arms sweeping to command even more robust bamboos to strike at him. Shaoqing, witnessing the chaos, was seized by a palpable urgency. Transforming into a streak of azure light, it activated its innate escape technique, darting through the barrage of attacks to appear beside Suze. Suze glanced at the now-present Shaoqing with a faint smile, yet he gestured for it to refrain from intervening. Before they could exchange a word, a piercing whistle erupted. Dozens of red lights swirled around Suze, weaving into an immense net that ensnared him. This strike left him with little room for evasion. He could only brace himself. Moreover, the Trent pointed a finger, and immediately, 2 bamboo stalks erupted from beneath Suze, coiling around his legs and binding him in place. A triumphant growl escaped the Trent's lips. Anyone daring to intrude upon this bamboo grove was doomed to meet their demise. This diminutive human would be no exception. Chapter 61. Deep within the bamboo grove, B-rank beast fire flood dragons remains with a ferocious crash. Dozens of red bamboos descended upon Suze, their force utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the 2 resilient bamboo stalks firmly confined him. The Trent, gazing at Suze, let out a satisfying growl. Finally, this human was about to perish. However, just as the bamboo was about to strike Suze, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted. Suze was enveloped in this golden radiance, resembling a blazing sun, dazzling and blinding. Within the bamboo grove, the crimson lights were vanquished by the golden glow. In an instant, the entire grove was bathed in golden brilliance. A vast golden light illuminated the scene, and amidst this radiance, an enormous silhouette gradually materialized. Roar! A colossal elephant appeared. It trod upon an endless abyss. within which countless gods and demons were imprisoned, struggling and roaring, yet unable to escape the giant's dominion. Above it, the vast starry sky twinkled, the Milky Way entwining its form, while a gigantic sun appeared minuscule in comparison. What a terrifying sight to behold! A primal fear surged from the depths of the soul, causing the treant to shudder, its madness dissipating, replaced by sheer dread. What on earth was that? The treant's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the giant elephant. At that moment, the elephant's spectral form stirred, its long trunk lifted high, and with a seemingly sluggish yet incredibly swift motion, it swung toward the treant. Boom! The red light shattered, and the stout bamboos exploded like fragile porcelain. The golden light enveloping Suze intensified, and with a gentle tremor, the resilient bamboos binding him shattered. With a whoosh, a surge of golden light erupted. The treant could only witness a small figure leaping into the air, subsequently appearing right before it. A torrent of power coalesced in that single fist, the golden light shimmering, exuding a sense of annihilation. The treant was taken aback, instinctively raising its hand to defend. Boom! The treant's massive form was sent flying, crashing through a swath of bamboo grove, leaving a trail of terrifying fissures in its wake. In the aftermath of this strike, the treant nearly met its demise. It stood in shock, its egg-sized eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What had transpired in this world? Had it fallen behind? How could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator possess such overwhelming might? How could it have struck it down with such force? It staggered to its feet, only to be met with a searing pain. Looking down, it realized both its arms were broken, twisted at grotesque angles. Just then, the golden light re-emerged. Suze took a step forward, leaving behind a faintly shimmering golden footprint on the ground. Seizing the moment of weakness, his battle spirit soared, his golden eyes radiating brilliance as a torrent of power surged through his veins. The treant, witnessing the reappearance of the golden light, felt a jolt of alarm in its heart. If that blow were to manifest again, it would surely be struck dead. Instinctively, the treant turned to flee, its long legs moving frantically as it bolted deeper into the bamboo grove. Thinking of escape? A smirk curled upon Suze's lips as he declared, "Let the chase begin." With a light push off his toes, he surged after the fleeing treant. Shaoqing followed closely, fully activating its four symbols escape technique. Barely managing to keep pace with Suze, the treant, now devoid of concern for anything else, barreled through the verdant bamboo, carving a bloody path as the crimson liquid sprayed forth, staining it a deep red, adding to its desperate appearance. It must be said, in the face of despair, the strongest potential for life is often unleashed. The treant's speed quickened, relentlessly urging the bamboos flanking it to impede Suze's pursuit. However, the effect proved to be minimal. Suze did not even bother to dodge, colliding forcefully with the obstacles. Crack! The red bamboos splintered, failing to slow Suze's momentum. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the bamboos transformed from their entwined crimson patterns to a solid blood-red hue. Their resilience had significantly increased, rivaling that of metal. Observing this, Suze opted for evasion rather than confrontation. While he could break through, it would ultimately hinder his pursuit speed. His gaze flickered with determination as he regarded the towering figure ahead, pondering in admiration. Truly, the treant race was formidable, had it been a beast from the wild forests. That previous blow would have surely shattered its bones and ended its life on the spot. Nevertheless, even with this realization, it merely served to slightly delay Suze's pursuit. The distance between them continued to shrink. The treant's fright intensified, its eyes filled with terror as it fled with reckless abandon. Faster, faster. Safety lay ahead. At last, the treant crashed through two red bamboos, and suddenly, a small basin came into view, stark and barren, shrouded in bloodlight, obscuring the landscape below. A glimmer of hope sparked in the treant's eyes as it raised a foot to step inside. Yet, a chilling whistle of death echoed from behind. The golden light flared. Boom! A gaping, ghastly hole appeared in its chest. A golden figure burst forth from within. The treant's movements faltered, its body stiffening. The foot it had just raised fell helplessly back to the ground. The madness and frenzy in its eyes vanished, replaced by sheer bewilderment. The power within it dissipated rapidly. It could bear no longer, its body collapsing to the side. Boom! The treant crashed to the ground, its gaze growing increasingly vacant. Suze glanced back at it, ensuring its demise before turning his attention to the basin before him. Was this the destination the treant had fled toward? A flash of azure light signaled Shaoqing's arrival at Suze's side. He gazed solemnly at the basin before him, transmitting a profound thought to Suze. Nodding in understanding, Suze cautioned, "Be careful. I suspect that the treant has transformed into its current state because of this very basin. With that, he stepped forward into the depths of the basin. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, thick and pungent. Furrowing his brow, Suze glanced down, observing the soil saturated in a deep crimson hue, damp as if steeped in fresh blood. A sense of vigilance surged within him, his eyes shimmering with golden intensity once more. The man and the serpent tread cautiously, their exploration revealing an increasingly sanguine terrain, interspersed with scattered fragments of white stone. Gradually, they delved deeper, reaching the basin's bottom. Suddenly, a small pool of water appeared beneath their feet. However, this water was not clear, it was a deep, blood red. Suze's brow shot up as he looked ahead, his pupils constricting sharply. Pools of crimson water emerged in abundance. Moreover, beside these pools lay enormous white stones scattered about. This time, Suze discerned the truth. These white stones were colossal fragments of bone. At the heart of the bloodiest area, a massive form materialized. Designation: Fire Jiao Deceased. Level: B-Class Upper Tier. Suze's steps faltered, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Xiaoqing sensed the ominous presence ahead, instinctively tensing her body. A B-Class beast. Furthermore, it was a B-Class Upper-Tier creature, equivalent to a formidable transformation master among humans. Such beings, regardless of their location, were unequivocally powerful. Typically, for individuals with decent potential, reaching the nascent soul stage beyond the golden core was already commendable. Ascending to the transformation stage was a nearly unattainable aspiration without fortuitous circumstances or extraordinary talent. Transformation masters had already ascended to the upper echelons of their respective races. As for the realms beyond transformation, Suze had only heard of the harmonization stage. Beyond that lay the realm of legends. Essentially, a harmonization practitioner stood atop the pinnacle of their race, seldom engaging in conflicts. Now before Suze lay a terrifying beast on par with a transformation master. Named the Fire Jiao, it undoubtedly bore some relation to the dragon lineage. Perhaps it contained the very essence of dragon blood within. Such a creature, surpassing ordinary beasts of the same level, possessed strength that could be magnified significantly. Alas, it was now lifeless. The heavy scent of blood filled his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. With a furrowed brow, Suze's mind sparked with realization. Enduring the noxious odor, he crouched down, peering into the blood pool before him. With a mental nudge, the system's recycling function activated. B-Class Upper-Tier Beast Blood, essence severely diminished. Each liter recoverable grants 5 years of cultivation. Suze's eyebrows shot up at this revelation, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. With at least over a liter of blood in this small pool, he stood to gain significantly. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the area, noting the countless similar pools scattered throughout. Thousands, in fact. Who could fathom how much blood the Fire Jiao had shed in its lifetime? The entire basin's bottom glowed a vibrant red, every inch of soil stained with blood. If he could recover it all, he estimated he would harvest at least 10,000 years of cultivation. Yet, he did not rush to reclaim the blood pooled on the ground. Instead, he ventured deeper into the basin, towards the blood-soaked remains of the Fire Jiao. In comparison to the severely diminished blood essence, the carcass of the Fire Jiao was undoubtedly the most valuable prize. Nevertheless, he remained diligent, collecting every drop of blood he encountered along the way. His cultivation reserves began to rise swiftly as the system panel reflected his progress. Before long, he stumbled upon a larger pool of blood, swiftly reclaiming it. Recovering 100 liters of Fire Jiao blood earned him 500 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 1,100 years. He nodded in satisfaction. Merely collecting a bit of blood along the way had already yielded such substantial rewards. Ahead, the blood aura thickened, the massive skeleton increasingly discernible, occasionally revealing glimpses of its colossal form. Suze quickened his pace. As he delved deeper, the blood pools multiplied in both number and volume. His remaining cultivation surged rapidly, and before long, it exceeded 5,000 years. B-Class Upper-Tier Beast Bone Fragments, essence severely diminished. Recoverable cultivation, 10 years. With a swipe of his hand across the white bone fragments, they vanished without a trace. Remaining cultivation, 1,110 years. He pressed on, soon arriving at the area where the blood aura was most intense. Without hesitation, he stepped into the thickest part. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, invading Suze and Xiaoqing's minds. In an instant, feelings of rage, anxiety, despair, and hatred flooded their consciousness. All of Suze's inner darkness was laid bare, magnified to an infinite degree. A crimson glint flickered deep within his eyes as a fierce, killing intent erupted from within him. His features contorted, the bloodlight illuminating his face, rendering his expression monstrous. Xiaoqing too was affected, her eyes swiftly turning a blood-red hue as she let out a hoarse roar. Suze was startled, finally grasping what had tainted the trance. The spiritual power of a B-class beast was far too potent, even in its final moments. The beast's mind had been consumed by frenzied bloodlust. This murderous intent lingered within its corpse, seeping out as its body disintegrated, thus infecting the trance. If Suze did not suppress this killing intent within his mind, he would meet the same fate as the trance, becoming a mindless monster driven solely by slaughter. At that moment, within his dantian, the golden pond surged to life, rays of golden light illuminating the space. In the next instant, the golden radiance erupted from his body. His eyes transformed into golden orbs, radiating brilliant light. The resplendent golden glow enveloped him, swiftly banishing the bloodlight that had surrounded him. Instantly, the torrent of negative emotions receded like a tide. Suze's eyes cleared, and he exhaled deeply. A faint golden aura enveloped him, safeguarding him from the encroaching bloodlight. He marveled at the unexpected efficacy of the dragon-elephant cultivation technique. Xiaoqing too regained her composure, shrinking back in fear as she cast a wary glance at the massive skeleton looming ahead. With the golden light protecting him, Suze felt emboldened. Yet he adjusted his demeanor for optimal readiness. If the situation turned dire, he would retreat. After all, preserving the Green Mountains ensured he would never lack firewood. However, Suze seemed overly cautious. The fire Jiao had been dead for a considerable time. The only lingering threat was that frenzied, murderous intent. 10 minutes later, remaining cultivation, 5,600 years. Simultaneously, the enormous form of the fire Jiao was fully revealed before Suze and Xiaoqing. The dragon blood within the fire Jiao was evidently enhanced to a significant extent. It exhibited the forms of many true dragons, approaching 20 meters in length. Its majestic and formidable presence lingered even in death, emanating an oppressive aura. Its bright red scales covered its body, though most were shattered. Only a few remained intact, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Suze surveyed the remains of the fire dragon with a raised brow. The creature's death was a gruesome sight. Riddled with gaping wounds and blood-soaked flesh, its lifeblood completely drained. Its foreclaws were contorted, dragon whiskers curled, and the long horns atop its head were brutally shattered. The massive skull bore two wide-open eyes, filled with madness and resentment. Xiaoqing's body trembled slightly, sensing a shiver emanating from the depths of her soul. Among the demonic beasts, the suppression of bloodline and rank was particularly evident. However, as a human, Suze did not feel it as acutely. He merely perceived the fire dragon's formidable and majestic aura. Yet, in its current state of demise, such majesty was undeniably absent. He did not linger, activating the recovery function once more. Chapter 63, Inheritance Crystal, Fire Dragon's Secret Technique, Dragon Style 5. B rank upper tier demonic beast flesh, severely depleted essence. Recoverable cultivation, 5 years. B rank upper tier demonic beast bone fragments, severely depleted essence. Recoverable cultivation, 5 years. B rank upper tier demonic beast fangs, recoverable cultivation, 1,500 years. B rank upper tier demonic beast tendons, severely depleted essence, recoverable cultivation, 300 years. A series of recovery notifications appeared before Suze. Aside from the fangs, which remained relatively intact, most of the other components had lost much of their essence, significantly diminishing their value. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity was impressive. Based on Suze's estimations, the total recovery from this fire dragon's remains would yield at least 28,000 years of cultivation. Such an abundance of cultivation, if fortune were not on his side, would take him a considerable amount of time to accumulate. Yet now, with a mere wave of his hand, the cultivation was at his disposal. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto the fire dragon's battered body. What a pity! Had this creature just perished or suffered less grievous injuries, the recovered cultivation would have multiplied exponentially. As he spoke, he began the recovery process. Recovering 100 pieces of B-rank upper-tier demonic beast scales yielded 3,000 years of cultivation. Recovering 2 B-rank upper-tier demonic beast fangs yielded 3,000 years of cultivation. Recovering 500 liters of B-rank upper-tier demonic beast blood yielded 2,500 years of cultivation. Notifications continued to appear. The remaining cultivation began to surge dramatically. From an initial 5,600 years, it swiftly breached the 10,000-year threshold, rapidly approaching 20,000 years. As the years of cultivation increased, The fire dragons remained shrank at an astonishing rate. Flesh disappeared piece by piece. The pools of blood on the ground vanished, and white bones were recovered. Starting from the tail, the dragon's body continued to shorten. In just a few minutes, it diminished from over 20 meters to merely 10. Soon, nearly the entirety of the fire dragon's body had vanished, leaving only a massive skull behind. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suze's eyes. He wondered if the fire dragon's inner core still existed. If it did, he would have struck gold. There had been no inner core in the body, suggesting it could only reside within the skull. He gently placed his hand on the top of the skull, initiating the recovery of the outer skin and scales. Remaining cultivation, 29,000 years. Next came the cranium. As the bone enveloping the brain disintegrated, a mass of viscous, white matter spilled out, releasing a foul odor. Clearly, this was the direct cause of the fire dragon's death. The sheer force had shattered its skull, leaving not a single intact piece of tissue, rendering it worthless for recovery. Enduring the stench, Suze casually picked up a slender fragment of bone. He rummaged through the viscous mass, but found nothing of value. Indeed, with such a devastating attack, even if something had remained, it would have long since been destroyed. Suddenly, Suze felt a hard object within the goo. His eyebrows arched in surprise as he extracted it. A soft red glow flickered. It was a piece of transparent red crystal. What could this be? Curiosity piqued. Suze examined the red crystal for a long time, finding nothing unusual. However, Shaoqing suddenly became agitated, transmitting a thought. With his mind, Suze pondered. He then extended his consciousness. With the system's covenant in place, Shaoqing and Xiaohe could not possibly act against his interests. As soon as his consciousness brushed against the red crystal, the scene before him blurred, and he found a fragment of his awareness transported to an unfamiliar space. Just as confusion settled in, a ferocious roar erupted. A crimson dragon appeared in the sky, whiskers billowing, claws extended, and with a powerful shake of its body. It sent ripples through the void. Suze's heart raced. How could this creature be alive again? Instinctively, he took a few steps back. After all, he had just sold its remains at a low price to the system, and now encountering the original owner made him feel somewhat apprehensive. Wait. Suze focused intently and noticed something odd. The dragon in the sky had eyes devoid of emotion, as if it were oblivious to Suze's presence. Moving its body as if performing a dance. Its movements were fluid, as if casting some sort of spell. Suze watched intently, his eyes unblinking. After a long moment, a chilling sensation on his cheek jolted him awake. He abruptly opened his eyes and looked at his hand, only to find the red crystal had vanished. Dragon Style 5. Suze murmured to himself, the image of a dragon weaving through the air flooding his mind. He understood what the red crystal was. It was the inheritance crystal of the fire dragon. It contained the most formidable martial techniques of the fire dragon. According to the human classification of martial arts, this belonged to the pinnacle of B-rank techniques. Above it lay only A rank and the legendary S rank. Such a martial art, if made public, would surely incite a bloody storm, with countless powerful beings vying for it. Even those of the same tier as the transformation god would be tempted. After all, it was exceedingly rare. Yet, a bitter smile crossed Suze's face. This martial technique belonged to the dragon lineage. All its moves and steps were tailor-made for the dragon's physique. How could a mere human like him possibly learn it? The anatomical differences rendered many of the actions impossible for Suze to replicate. If he could not perform them, he would naturally be unable to cultivate further. A wave of frustration washed over him. It was a stroke of fortune to encounter such a top-tier martial technique, yet he was unable to cultivate it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he reopened the system shop. This time, however, he sought to repair rather than recover. B-rank martial technique of the dragon lineage, Dragon Style 5, can be transformed into a human version, requiring 15,000 years of cultivation. 15,000 years of cultivation? Upon seeing this figure, Suze grinned. However, acquiring a B-rank martial technique was certainly worthwhile. With this technique, his strength would elevate by at least one tier. Without hesitation, Suze immediately chose to repair it. In the next moment, his remaining cultivation plummeted from 29,000 years to 14,000 years. Subsequently, a brand new martial technique appeared in Suze's mind. All the moves had been modified to suit human cultivation, yet their power remained undiminished, even subtly enhanced. Meanwhile, the system panel underwent a transformation. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation method: Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Martial Technique: Dragon Style 5. In a line of information, a new martial technique option had emerged. Chapter 64. 3 Dragon Elephant Seeds. Foundation Establishment. Mid-stage. Remaining cultivation, 14,000 years. If fortune were to frown upon him, It could very well equate to the arduous training of Su Zhe for several dozen days. With such an immense reservoir of cultivation suddenly at his disposal, Su Zhe naturally would not remain idle. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the augmentation of his martial prowess in increments of a millennium. In the next instant, his remaining cultivation stood at 13,000 years. Martial cultivation, 1,000 years. A warm current surged within Su Zhe, a stream of energy so pure it flowed through his meridians, nourishing them. The dragon-elephant cultivation technique activated, guiding this energy through a complete cycle within his body before directly infusing it into the 13th dragon-elephant seed. Unsurprisingly, the infusion of 1,000 years of cultivation yielded no response from the seed. Su Zhe's expression remained unchanged, and he proceeded to infuse another 1,000 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 12,000 years. The 13th dragon-elephant seed still lay dormant. Remaining cultivation, 11,000 years. At last, after a total infusion of 4,000 years of cultivation, a crackling sound echoed in the void. A golden light radiated forth, heralding the activation of the 13th dragon-elephant seed. An exuberant surge of power instantly manifested, cascading through every corner of Su Zhe's being, further fortifying his physical form. Yet, Su Zhe did not pause. Remaining cultivation, 9,000 years. He continued to infuse more energy. Subsequently, he directed another 4,000 years of cultivation into the 14th dragon-elephant seed. Crack! The golden light reappeared. The 14th dragon-elephant seed activated. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. A torrent of astonishing power emerged, compounding with the effects of the previous dragon-elephant seed. Only 6,000 years of cultivation remained. However, Su Zhe pressed on, once again channeling cultivation energy into the 15th dragon-elephant seed. This time, he infused a staggering 4,000 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 2,000 years. Crack! The 15th dragon-elephant seed activated. Boom! Following the activation of 3 dragon-elephant seeds, a sound akin to a muffled thunder reverberated within Su Zhe. 3 dragon-elephant seeds simultaneously erupted with blinding golden light. Within his dantian, a continuous stream of golden true energy emerged. The golden pool began to expand rapidly, gradually forming a small lake. The golden light shimmered, rippling across the surface as the pure true energy churned within. Su Zhe sat cross-legged, his aura rapidly escalating. Moments later, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Mid-foundation establishment. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted within the basin. A dazzling array of golden rays emanated from Su Zhe, spreading forth to completely dispel the crimson light that shrouded the entire basin. The golden radiance was resplendent and blinding. Behind Su Zhe, a colossal elephant gradually took shape. A roar echoed, seemingly transcending time and space. In the bamboo grove, countless crimson bamboos trembled, their leaves fluttering down as if a rain of blood were falling. Su Zhe slowly opened his eyes, his gaze golden, reminiscent of gilded orbs, imbued with an inexplicable pressure. He exhaled deeply, his eyes flickering as he fell into contemplation. Upon ascending to the foundation establishment stage, each enhancement in strength required the activation of significantly more dragon-elephant seeds. It was evident that in the higher realms to come, greater cultivation and more dragon-elephant seeds would be requisite. Su Zhe stood up, stretching his limbs. He clenched his fists, feeling the astonishing power coursing through his arms. Then, he called forth the system panel to inspect his attributes. Suddenly, Su Zhe noticed a line of small text beneath the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Note: each martial technique is divided into 4 stages: beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. This simply implies that, akin to cultivation methods, the practice of martial techniques also necessitates the consumption of corresponding cultivation years. This revelation was hardly surprising. The training of martial techniques, like that of cultivation methods, requires time and perseverance to master. This was particularly true for the enhanced version of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, a technique of elevated caliber. In fact, due to its high rank, far surpassing Su Zhe's current cultivation, the time required for mastery would be even more substantial. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Zhe tentatively allocated 10 years of cultivation to the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Instantly, akin to the earlier experience with alchemy, a torrent of knowledge and comprehension flooded Su Zhe's mind, unveiling myriad subtleties and transformations. Martial technique, 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, Beginner, the chasm between the spirit transformation and foundation establishment realms was indeed vast. It spanned two significant realms, Golden Core and Nascent Soul. The disparity could no longer be described as merely vast. Thus, the 10 years of cultivation to reach the beginner stage was not overly significant. As he recalled the techniques of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, this time, Suze did not merely grasp the movements, he comprehended them fully. Through this understanding, he could truly appreciate the terrifying potency of the martial technique. Eager to test the might of this technique, Suze's form flickered and he vanished from his original position. In the bamboo grove beside the basin, Suze reappeared. He slightly raised his hand, executing a peculiar starting gesture. First style? Golden light ignited in Suze's eyes, a glimmer of gold swiftly enveloping his arm. Ultimately coiling around his fingertips, he pointed towards the lush bamboo grove. Whoosh! A blinding flash of golden light erupted. A surge of energy shot forth. Crack! 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 In an instant, the golden light effortlessly pierced through the blood bamboo, whose hardness rivaled steel, perforating dozens of blood bamboos as thick as grinding wheels. The tremendous force radiated outward, leaving a trail of jagged fissures across the surfaces of the blood bamboos. Boom! A series of thunderous crashes ensued as one blood bamboo after another collapsed. Before Suze, a clear path emerged within the bamboo grove. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes. The 5 styles of the Flood Dragon truly deserved its B-rank status. He had yet to exert his full strength, yet it wielded such formidable power. Immediately thereafter, he transformed his fingers into claws and gently waved towards the bamboo grove. Second style of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Once again, a multitude of blood bamboos fell. Suze altered his stance, clenched his fist, and struck out once more. Moments later, he slowly withdrew his hand, revealing a vast expanse of cleared ground. Countless blood bamboos lay strewn across the earth, many shattered to pieces, with only a few retaining their trunks. Gazing upon the scene before him, Suze let out a sigh of admiration. The offensive style of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon was remarkably unadorned. It encompassed 5 fundamental techniques: finger, claw, fist, leg, and body. These 5 moves were the epitome of the most straightforward, direct, and primal forms of combat. In the original version of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, these techniques were devoid of names. However, following the system's enhancements, they were bestowed with simple yet fitting titles: Dragon Finger, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, Dragon Whip Leg, and Giant Dragon Impact. Suze's lips twitched as he made a resolute decision. Henceforth, when employing the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, he would refrain from uttering the names of the techniques. Chapter 65. Is Suze destined to be unranked? In the distance, several blood bamboos, affected by the residual shockwaves, were riddled with cracks. With a final crack, they ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground. Suze nodded in satisfaction. His current strength should be comparable to that of a mid-Golden Core expert. Naturally, the true extent of his combat prowess would only be revealed through actual confrontation. Beside him, Shaoqing observed the scene with wide-eyed astonishment. Stealing glances at Suze, it inwardly scoffed. Its master possessed strength akin to that of a humanoid beast. Noticing Shaoqing's gaze, Suze suddenly had a thought. While he could not cultivate the original version of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, Shaoqing certainly could. It already possessed a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline, and its form bore resemblance to that of the Fire Flood Dragon. As the concentration of the Azure Dragon bloodline increased, Shaoqing's body would inevitably begin to gradually transform towards that of a dragon. Thus, in theory, the 5 styles of the dragon would be the most suitable for Shaoqing. Suze gazed at Shaoqing and smiled. Shaoqing, I have a wonderful gift for you. Close your eyes. Shaoqing, feeling puzzled yet obedient, complied. Suze extended a finger and gently touched her head. A surge of divine consciousness washed over, and the original 5 styles of the dragon manifested in Shaoqing's mind. Initially startled, she was soon filled with delight upon witnessing the gracefully dancing dragon. As a beast, she could better comprehend the formidable nature of the 5 styles. However, the innate martial technique of a B-rank beast was far too profound for Shaoqing, who was merely an E-rank, lacking Suze's extraordinary advantages. Mastering this martial art would require considerable time. Opening her eyes, Shaoqing affectionately nudged Suze's palm with her head, her spirits soaring. Indeed, her master cherished her deeply, entrusting her with such a precious gift. What did this signify? It indicated that her status was unassailable. The more she pondered, the happier she became. Transforming into a streak of azure light and darting about the bamboo grove several times before settling down. Suze chuckled, allowing Shaoqing to amuse herself. Subsequently, He returned to the edge of the basin, approaching the corpse of the treant to commence his recovery. The bones of a D-rank lower-tier beast yielded 500 years of cultivation. The blood of a D-rank lower-tier beast provided 200 years of cultivation. The treant possessed notable strength, yet due to its species, the amount of recoverable resources was exceedingly low. Aside from its body, there was scarcely anything else of value. In total, Suze acquired 910 years of cultivation, leaving him with a remaining total of 2,900 years. This meager cultivation was insufficient to activate the next dragon elephant seed. Suze sighed, a mere trifle. Shaoqing, it's time to go. Summoning Shaoqing back. He prepared to depart and continue his journey. However, an hour later, Suze's expression darkened. Given the elapsed time, he should have exited the bamboo grove by now. Yet the lush forest remained before him. He extended his divine sense, only to discover that the range of his perception had diminished further. The strange suppression seemed to have intensified. Even the connection between the rescue talisman and the spirit of the world had weakened. Initially, Suze attributed the bizarre nature of the bamboo grove to the presence of the fire dragon's corpse. The power of a transformation master could influence the world to some extent. Yet now, having sold the fire dragon's remains to the system, why had the suppression not only persisted but become stronger? What on earth was happening? Filled with confusion, Suze's wariness heightened. Could there be something else lurking within the bamboo grove? He roused Shaoqing, who was engrossed in the 5 styles of the dragon. Be cautious. There may still be dangers ahead. Surprised, Shaoqing's expression turned serious, her body tensing in readiness for battle. Meanwhile, outside the bamboo grove, on the vast grassland, Tong Lan carefully retrieved healing ointment from her spatial ring, applying it delicately to her wounds. A refreshing sensation washed over her, significantly alleviating the excruciating pain. Sighing in relief, she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Glancing at the robust wolf corpses surrounding her, she felt a shiver of dread. These wolf demons had acted in unison, their strength formidable, and their collective tactics were as cunning as those of humans. Tong Lan had exerted tremendous effort and employed her ultimate skills to vanquish the pack. Yet she had sustained a deep wound on her thigh. Nevertheless, every ounce of effort was worth it, as these wolf demons would grant her a whopping 3,200 points. Raising her head to glance at the scoreboard, she saw herself at the top. Tong Lan, 15,200 points. At the same moment, within the main world, members of various cultivation associations observed the shifting standings on the scoreboard. The first place had changed once again, now claimed by the prodigious sorceress, Tong Lan. However, it was anticipated that she would not hold on to it for long, as the second place, Sun Xiao, had amassed 14,200 points. Not surprising, they mused. For he was a genius second only to He Shuer, capable of matching a golden core beast in battle, undoubtedly powerful. But where was He Shuer? Why was her name absent from the top 10? Uncertain, they speculated that their talented peer seemed to be strolling casually, acquiring points effortlessly by slaying beasts without actively seeking them out. However, this was no cause for concern with her prowess. It would only take a moment of focus to catch up. By the way, what about that Suze? Is he still trapped? It seems unlikely he'll escape. And we don't know when he will use the rescue talisman. Even if he manages to hold on and escape, he would be out of contention for the rankings. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lin, Lin Fan, and Tang Yi wore troubled expressions. Suze's initial ascent to the top of the scoreboard had brought them joy, but alas, his misfortune led him into such a perilous situation. If he could not escape promptly, it would seem he would truly be out of the running for a ranking. Such a loss would be significant. Wang Lin sighed, turning to say, when Xiao Su emerges, let's not pry into his circumstances. He must feel disheartened about missing the rankings due to this predicament, so we shall refrain from questioning him. Lin Fan and Tang Yi nodded in agreement, their gazes returning to the projected map, fixed on the misty area of the desert, worry and regret etched in their eyes. In the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, numerous challengers observed the scoreboard and noted these developments. The individual named Suze remained stagnant at 7,200 points, showing no signs of change for quite some time. It was certain he had not been eliminated. His name still shimmered with light, not dimmed. What could be the reason? The challengers shook their heads. Regardless of the cause, such a significant gap indicated that Suze was undoubtedly out of contention for the top ranks. Chapter 66, Sun Xiao, waste not worthy of participating in the trial in the bamboo grove. Suze and Shaoqing advanced cautiously. Ahead, the bamboo began to thin. Faint golden light emerging from the distance. The invisible suppression grew increasingly potent. Currently, the range of his divine sense had shrunk to a mere 30 meters, even narrower than his visual range. Suze's wariness intensified. A hypothesis formed in his mind. The fire dragon's brutal demise suggested it had endured a fierce battle. Moreover, its opponent's strength was likely at least on par with, if not superior to, its own, judging by the nature of its wounds. It seemed that the fire dragon's adversary must also have been a beast. If so, where had that beast gone? Was it possible it too had suffered grievous injuries and perished somewhere? A flicker of excitement ignited in Suze's eyes as he gazed forward. Outside, in the world of the demon suppression tower, the transparent scoreboard in the sky began to shift rapidly. Names changed quickly, some rose while others fell. Naturally, many names also dimmed. Occasionally, radiant beams of light descended from the dome, rescuing those challengers caught in peril. In the top 10 of the scoreboard, however, changes were more subtle, primarily involving those renowned talented cultivators. At this moment, the first place on the scoreboard changed hands. Below Tong Lan, Sun Xiu's points surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 17,200 points, propelling him to the pinnacle of the rankings. No one was surprised by this outcome. After all, he is widely acknowledged as a martial arts prodigy. Numerous individuals from various cultivation associations were closely observing Sun Xiu, all expressing their admiration. Indeed, Sun Xiu's combat prowess is truly remarkable. Facing a horde of 5 E-grade upper-tier beasts and managing to slay them all is astonishing. Even if he relied on the power of his weapon. Should such talent continue to flourish, our human race will undoubtedly gain another extraordinary figure. The others are no slouches either. They too are rare prodigies. Over the past 2 years, how have so many exceptionally gifted young individuals emerged? It remains unclear. But one thing is certain. Our human race is on the brink of entering a magnificent era. With their presence, we are sure to achieve an impressive ranking in the upcoming 10,000 Races Conference. Hasn't the Star Spirit clan also produced an unparalleled genius? I wonder how she compares to our own He Shuer. Among the members of the Human Alliance, every capable warrior with time to spare is keenly following the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. They are eager to witness the true strength of the newly emerged talents of our race. Oh, it seems Sun Xiu has encountered a conflict with other cultivators. Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. They turned to the holographic projection, curious about what was unfolding. Within the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, amidst the lush jungle, Sun Xiu stood with a stern expression before 2 trial participants. Opposite him, the expressions of the 2 participants were grim, unsure of why this individual had obstructed their path. They feigned calmness, attempting to bypass Sun Xiu and hastily exit the area. However, Sun Xiu locked onto them with a thread of divine sense. Their faces changed dramatically as one of them spoke in a low voice. Sun Xiu, what do you want? Sun Xiu regarded them coldly. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he mockingly replied, forming a team, are we? The trial of the Demon Suppression Tower has not prohibited team formations. One of them, visibly anxious, stammered. Sun Xiu chuckled, as though he were observing 2 inferior beings. There is no rule against it, but I have my own regulations. It is rather embarrassing for me to share the stage with such worthless individuals. Anger flickered in the eyes of the 2 participants, yet they dared not retort. Fine. We won't form a team. What exactly do you intend to do? Sun Xiu shook his head, his expression indifferent. Do not compel me to take action. Use your distress talisman and leave this place, lest I find you bothersome. You. What if we refuse to leave? Upon hearing this, the 2 participants could no longer maintain their composure. Then I shall personally eliminate you worthless beings. In the next instant, Sun Xiu's gaze turned icy, and he struck with ferocity. He vanished in an instant, appearing before the 2 trial participants, his hands claw-like as he reached for their faces. This strike was exceedingly sinister. With immense power, if it connected, it would likely result in instant death. The participants, clearly unprepared for such a domineering and ruthless action from Sun Xiu, were caught off guard. Bang, bang. 2 muffled thuds resounded. They barely managed to block the attack, but their bodies were sent flying, their arms slightly twisted. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through them. Cries of agony erupted. Sun Xiu looked down at the fallen duo, his disdain deepening. You 2 cannot even withstand a single blow from me. Truly the dregs of the dregs. Perhaps you should just perish. With that, a murderous intent enveloped his eyes, a fierce aura radiating from him. The 2 fallen individuals were filled with horror, their eyes wide with fear. They sensed that Sun Xiu truly intended to kill them. This time, they hesitated no longer. Enduring their agony, they retrieved their distress talisman with their already fractured hands and activated it. In an instant, 2 beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping them. In the next moment, their figures vanished, transported back to the main world. Sun Xiu, somewhat displeased, looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, what a nuisance. Do these worthless beings hold more value to the human race than I do? Killing them would change nothing. There are simply too many weaklings in this trial. Only true warriors deserve to compete on the same stage. As for those useless participants, I shall conveniently eliminate them. In the distance, faint sounds of battle could be heard. A cold smile crept onto Sun Xiu's lips. In the next moment, his figure vanished, heading toward the source of the conflict. In the main world, a multitude of human warriors exchanged glances, apprehensively observing one another. Was Sun Xiu's behavior permissible? It seemed there were no specific regulations against such actions in the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. For a moment, many fell silent. Then, their gazes turned to the trial participants. If Sun Xiu truly intended to act in such a manner, the implications for this trial of the Demon Suppression Tower would be significant. Those from the various clans would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. In the Jiangnan City Cultivator Association, Wang Lin and others took note of Sun Xiu's actions, their expressions shifting dramatically. This is bad. Miaoyi appears to be near Sun Xiu's location. Wang Lin and Lin Fan's faces darkened, anxiously fixated on the holographic projection. Chapter 67. Another B-grade beast. 30,000 years of cultivation, the external world was abuzz, with each trial participant diligently searching for beasts to accumulate points. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove, Suze advanced leisurely. The bamboo forest had completely vanished, replaced by a rugged cliff. Towering peaks loomed ahead, barren and desolate. Suze continued his steady pace, traversing one mountain after another. Pressing onward, gradually, as he delved deeper, flecks of golden light began to appear on the ground. Suze crouched down for a closer inspection, discovering what seemed to be remnants of some golden fur. The golden fragments shimmered like gold itself. In the far-off sky, dark clouds gathered, intermittently flashing with lightning as thick bolts of thunder emerged. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in his ears. Xiaoqing grew tense, sensing that something more powerful than the fire serpents lay ahead. Suze touched the distress talisman, confirming a faint connection with the spirit of the world above the clouds, which soothed him. As long as the talisman was still functional, he would be fine. If he encountered a life-threatening danger, he could always flee. Before long, the duo of man and serpent ventured deeper among the mountain peaks. The oppressive black clouds loomed overhead, a subtle pressure emanating from above. The dark clouds had completely shrouded the sunlight, casting everything into shadow and drastically reducing visibility. Only the flickering lightning illuminated the surroundings. Finally, upon cresting a peak, Suze was met with the sight of a colossal mountain ahead. Surrounded by swirling dark clouds, the mountain stood ominously, like a stabilizing force amidst the surrounding peaks. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A flash of lightning pierced the clouds, branching out like a tree. In the next moment, a tempest arose, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the thunder echoed among the peaks, the very fabric of space seemed to warp slightly. A vivid image abruptly appeared. Suze gasped, gripping the distress talisman tightly. Above in the sky, a shaft of golden light emerged, revealing a massive creature soaring gracefully. Upon witnessing this, Suze's pupils constricted. It was none other than a gigantic rock. Its entire body gleamed with a golden hue, as if it were cast from pure gold. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of golden light soaring into the heavens. At that moment, a fiery glow emerged, and a dragon sprang forth from the clouds, its claws poised to strike at the rock. A bloody battle is imminent. However, the terrifying fluctuations of combat have not affected the peaks below in the slightest. Suze let out a sigh of relief, observing the fierce clash between B-rank beasts with an expression of awe. Such is the might of a transformation stage powerhouse. With a single blow, they can effortlessly shatter a mountain, and their every movement exudes an earth-shattering power. Yet, these are merely echoes of battles long past. The unique terrain between these peaks has preserved the scenes of the ancient conflict between the fire flood dragon and the rock, now replaying before his eyes. After a considerable time, a deluge of blood rained down from the sky. The fire flood dragon, battered and bruised, staggered away into the distance, while the rock did not pursue. It too had sustained grievous injuries, flames engulfing its body, one wing nearly broken. Golden feathers drifted from the sky, scattering like shards across the peaks. The golden-winged rock emitted a silent roar, its body enveloped in a blinding light as it gradually descended, ultimately vanishing atop the towering mountains. As the tempest subsided and the thunder faded, Suze gazed at the mountain before him, excitement swelling within him. Just from the fire flood dragon alone, he had amassed nearly 30,000 years of cultivation and acquired a B-rank martial technique. The golden-winged rock, being of the same caliber as the fire flood dragon, surely held comparable treasures. He called out to Xiaoqing, quickening his pace toward the imposing mountain ahead. Moments later, Su Zhe stood atop the summit. The peak had suddenly flattened, revealing a vast platform, curiously resembling a section that had been cleaved away. As he ascended the pinnacle, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. Golden light shimmered, illuminating the ground in a dazzling display. At the center, a colossal skeleton lay exposed. Name: Golden Winged Rock, deceased, level, B rank, upper tier. A broad smile spread across Su Zhe's face, confirming his initial conjecture. He hurried forward, examining the majestic remains of the Golden Winged Rock. Like the fire flood dragon, its body showed no signs of decay. However, numerous areas were charred by flames, resulting in a slightly lower preservation quality compared to the fire flood dragon. Nevertheless, it promised a wealth of cultivation for Su Zhe. With practiced ease, he began his operations. B rank, upper tier beast bone, severe essence loss. Recoverable cultivation, 10 years. B rank, upper tier beast flesh, severe essence loss. Recoverable cultivation, 5 years. B rank, upper tier beast feathers, recoverable cultivation, 2,000 years. B rank, upper tier beast tendons, severe essence loss. Recoverable cultivation, 300 years. B rank, upper tier beast claws, severely broken, recoverable cultivation, 15 years. Within the system panel, his remaining cultivation years began to rise rapidly. The Golden Winged Rock's body was slightly larger than that of the fire flood dragon. Thus, despite the extensive fire damage that rendered many areas unrecoverable, it still provided a substantial amount of cultivation. At last, all remnants of the Golden Winged Rock were fully reclaimed. Su Zhe's remaining cultivation years reached an impressive total of 30,000. Furthermore, a radiant golden feather materialized in his grasp. Without needing Xiaoqing's reminder, Su Zhe extended his consciousness to connect with the golden feather. In the next instant, a resounding cry echoed in his mind. A dazzling golden light erupted, and a magnificent rock soared upward, its wings unfurling as it ascended to great heights. It flew with astonishing speed, its form barely discernible. This was the Golden Winged Rock's innate martial skill, a technique of movement. The 9 steps of the rock. While it may not rival the legendary Golden Winged Rock, it was still remarkable. Moreover, it too was a B-rank martial technique. Atop the summit, Su Zhe's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This expedition into the bamboo forest had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired nearly 60,000 years of cultivation and activated 3 dragon elephant seeds, elevating his power to the mid-foundation establishment stage, but he had also obtained 2 extraordinarily valuable B-rank techniques. With proficiency, he accessed the system store and utilized the repair function. B-rank martial skill of the Rock Clan, 9 steps of the rock, can be repaired into a human version, requiring 15,000 years of cultivation. Without hesitation, Su Zhe opted for the repair. In the next instant, the human version of the B-rank technique, 9 steps of the rock, appeared in his mind. At that moment, Su Zhe's remaining cultivation dwindled to 15,000 years. Name: Su Zhe. Age: 16. Technique: Dragon Elephant Cultivation Method, incomplete version. Martial skills: 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, beginner. 9 steps of the rock, not yet mastered. He directly infused 10 years of cultivation into the 9 steps of the rock. Instantly, a wealth of insights and knowledge flooded his mind. A golden feathered rock burst forth from the golden light, soaring with unparalleled grace and speed. Martial skill: 9 steps of the rock, beginner. Su Zhe closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the contents and steps of the improved 9 steps of the rock. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, 2 points of gold igniting within their depths. With a single stride, his form left a golden afterimage 50 meters away. Xiaoqing barely had time to react before a massive boulder appeared before her. Su Zhe's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Unlike before, when his speed relied purely on physical strength and explosive power for rapid movement, he now employed exquisite technique. Not only was it more efficient, but it also produced far less noise, enabling him to traverse such a distance almost silently. This was still without him exerting his full strength. The Dragon Elephant Cultivation Method began to operate. Within his dantian, the small golden lake rippled, then surged into a boiling frenzy. Countless streams of pure golden chi emerged, flooding into Su Zhe's meridians. In an instant, he radiated brilliant golden light, his momentum soaring. Utilizing the 9 steps of the rock, he took a step forward. With a shimmer, Su Zhe suddenly vanished from his original position. A brilliant golden light appeared atop the mountain, circling the summit in the blink of an eye. As the wind howled and his eyes transformed into golden orbs, the sound of rushing air filled his ears. A smile gracing his face as he reveled in the exhilaration of speed. His velocity had increased at least fivefold compared to before. Moments later, the golden light flickered, and Suzei's form reappeared atop the summit. He exhaled a breath of stale air, calming the restlessness within him. The consumption of a B-rank martial skill was indeed substantial. Even with Suzei's robust chi and remarkable recovery abilities, he could not sustain such rapid motion for extended periods without compromising a portion of his combat prowess. Extending his consciousness, he entered the beast-taming space. A cry erupted, and Xiaohua burst forth, joyfully spiraling in the air before returning to perch on Suzei's shoulder. "Xiaohua, I have a wonderful gift for you," Suzei chuckled, tapping his finger atop Xiaohua's head. The 9 steps of the rock was a technique designed for avian creatures, thus unsuitable for Shaoqing. Moreover, Shaoqing possessed the innate escape technique of the 4 symbols Azure Dragon, a method far superior to any B-rank technique. However, it was currently incomplete. As Shaoqing's bloodline strength increased, this escape technique would gradually be perfected. Xiaohua, sensing the technique manifesting in its mind, was instantly overjoyed. Although the true value of this technique remained a mystery, its formidable power was undeniably felt. Indeed, the master held his own interests in the highest regard. Such a significant martial art had been imparted to him. Little Fire, overwhelmed with joy, nuzzled its head against Suzei's face. It cast a furtive glance at Little Green, a sudden chill coursing through its heart. It must double its efforts. It could not let down the master's expectations, lest it end up like that green snake. A cautionary tale. Hadn't the master provided it with any techniques at all? All right. Upon returning, it would devote itself to comprehending this invaluable method. Suzei chuckled, gently stroking Little Fire's soft feathers. Little Fire nodded vigorously, then dove into the Beastmaster space. Little Green's eyes sparkled with a hint of disdain. Look at its smugness. After ensuring nothing was overlooked on the mountaintop, Suzei sat cross-legged. Remaining cultivation, 990 years. Crack. The 16th dragon elephant seed responded with a resounding click. Golden light burst forth, dazzling in its brilliance. Without hesitation, Suzei infused another 4,000 years of cultivation into the 17th dragon elephant seed. Crack. The golden radiance intensified. Remaining cultivation, 990 years. Crack. The 18th dragon elephant seed was activated. Just like the last time, 4,000 years of cultivation activated a dragon elephant seed. All 3 dragon elephant seeds had been opened. An exuberant energy surged within Suzei, washing over his limbs and fortifying his meridians. In his dantian, a small lake began to bubble vigorously, expanding rapidly. After a considerable time, all anomalies gradually subsided. Suzei opened his eyes, feeling the further enhancement of his strength. Nodding in satisfaction. 18 dragon elephant seeds, the power of 18 colossal elephants. With merely his physical prowess, his strength had reached an astonishing level. However, Suzei sensed that this was not the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Historical records of past cultivators had mentioned martial practitioners with innate divine strength, whose physical might during the foundation establishment stage could reach an astonishing several 100,000 pounds. Of course, such individuals were rarely seen, and more often found among other races. Suzei's gaze flickered as he silently resolved to push himself to the limits at every stage if he wished to become a true powerhouse. Only then would he possess the means and qualifications to explore the hidden secrets and compel all obstacles in his path to submit. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs a bit. Crack! A series of explosive sounds resonated within him, deep and filled with power. Then, Suzei extended his consciousness. Indeed, feeling the oppressive force in the air lessened slightly. The range of his mental probing was gradually increasing. However, the influence of the divine transformation experts in this place was overwhelmingly great. Moreover, there were 2 formidable demon beasts nearing the pinnacle of divine transformation. Thus, he surmised that it would take some time before the area returned to normal. To validate his conjecture, Suzei activated the Tianpeng 9 steps, bringing Little Green along, transforming into a streak of golden light as they soared into the distance. After a considerable time, Suzei gazed at the faint barrier before him, shaking his head in resignation. As expected, it would take some time before he could leave this place. However, Suzei was not in a rush. This was the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon and the Tianpeng 9 steps. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Sunxiao, do you think that relying on your family's power allows you to act with impunity here? On the desolate expanse, a bloodied trial participant shouted sternly. Sun Xiu displayed a cold, cruel smile, which then widened into an exaggerated grin. I'm sorry, but having a strong background allows one to do as they please. Do you believe that if I were to kill you, people outside would even bat an eye? Chapter 69. He Shuer ascends to the top. Sun Xiu, consumed by jealousy. In the main world, the Human Alliance, various cultivator associations were keenly observing Sun Xiu's actions due to his previous behavior. Upon witnessing this scene, those unfamiliar with Sun Xiu's background inquired, is his family really that powerful? Someone promptly answered, of course. The Sun family is one of the 8 great families, and their influence is terrifying. Their family's reach spans nearly every sector of human society, particularly in the energy sector, where they are a giant, controlling over 60% of the human race's market share. Not to mention, the head of the Sun family is a permanent member of the Elders Council of the Human Alliance. Their strength is formidable, and their family is filled with countless powerful individuals. As the sole heir of the Sun family, Sun Xiu was indeed a prodigy, born at the finish line. Additionally, his exceptional talent from a young age allowed him to have whatever he desired, nurturing his current domineering and arrogant temperament. However, his arrogance was backed by genuine strength. While he might not have slain golden core demon beasts like He Shuer, he had matched them in combat, and his formidable power warranted his arrogance. Nonetheless, his current actions were indeed crossing the line. The crowd fell silent, lamenting the inequalities of the world. Some were fortunate enough to be born into privilege, while most were from ordinary families, toiling their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of Sun Xiu's shadow. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lin and Lin Fan's expressions grew increasingly grim. Even as a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy, revered by many, Wang Lin felt a profound sense of helplessness when faced with a behemoth like the Sun family. Only someone of the dean's caliber could stand on equal footing with the Sun family, he mused. He silently prayed that Miao Yi would steer clear of that person. Meanwhile, they anxiously gazed towards the mist in the desert, wondering about Su Zhe's fate. They could only infer from the leaderboard that Su Zhe had not yet encountered any mortal threats. Despite their anxiety, they were powerless. At the same time, in Kyoto, within a vast estate, an elderly man observed the holographic projection of the Demon Suppression Tower world. Old Master, is there any issue with the young master acting this way? The elderly man's countenance was grim, with inverted triangular eyes. He chuckled darkly. My grandson, Sun Ho, can do no wrong. Even if he is mistaken, it is still correct. He stroked his handlebar mustache, his gaze icy. Moreover, what wrong has Shuer done? He is merely eliminating some useless individuals ahead of time. This is for their protection. They should be grateful to Shuer. Those nearby nodded respectfully and stepped back. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, Sun Xiu glanced at the light column before him, scoffing as he turned to leave. This group of weaklings couldn't even withstand a single move of his, truly disappointing. At that moment, a name on the leaderboard suddenly shone with blinding brilliance, and the points associated with it began to surge dramatically. Instantly, her name flickered and ascended to the first position. Sun Xiu's rank automatically dropped to second place. Sun Xiu raised his head, his expression turning cold. The first place on the leaderboard was He Shuer. Points, 23,500. Soon after, the voice of the spirit of the world echoed once more. Number 2, He Shuer has slain a D-grade lower-tier demon beast, the golden-eyed bat, earning 10,000 points. In an instant, the remaining 5,029 trial participants looked up at the transparent leaderboard in the sky. He Shuer's name shimmered with radiant light, while the over 20,000 points reflected in everyone's eyes. So powerful, He Shuer has once again vanquished a golden core beast. Her earlier calm demeanor was indeed a fade for this very moment. After all, an E-grade upper-tier beast is merely worth 700 points, while a D-grade beast holds a value of 10,000 points. Killing just one of those is equivalent to the arduous efforts of those so-called geniuses over a long period. There is simply no comparison. Even if others slay numerous E-grade beasts, how does that measure against the slaying of a D-grade beast? They are not even of the same caliber. On the desolate expanse, Sun Xiu's expression was far from pleasant. His already gloomy features darkened further. Damn it! A surge of indignation welled up within him. He too is capable of slaying golden core beasts. The last time was merely due to his insufficient mastery of that magical artifact. Now that he has become proficient, he is certain he can defeat a golden core beast. But why is everyone fixated on He Shuer? I am the sole heir of the Sun family, one of the future members of the Human Elder Council. Why must you all pay such attention to a woman? Sun Xiu's expression twisted into a snarl, rage bubbling within him. With a flick of his consciousness, an E-grade beast appeared in the distance. In an instant, his figure vanished. Bang! The beast's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere, staining Sun Xiao in crimson. His points surged by 300 on the leaderboard, yet he still lagged over 5,000 points behind. Gritting his teeth, he vanished once more. Within the Practitioner Association, the spectators erupted in fervent discussion. Truly, she is a prodigy of our human race. Her earlier silence was merely a buildup of pent-up energy. Once again, she has slain a golden core beast, and it appears this time it was considerably easier for her. Her strength has indeed grown. This is the embodiment of what a human prodigy should be. However, others are not to be underestimated. While they may not compare to Hixuer, they are still remarkably talented. Indeed, if we observe true strength, it must be Hixuer. I believe our human race's performance in this upcoming 10,000 Races conference will be exceptional. If we could just add 1 or 2 more prodigies, winning first place would not be out of reach. What are you thinking? Prodigies do not simply emerge at will. Wang Lin gazed at that slender figure, sighing in admiration. Hixuer has indeed grown immensely. She is bound to become a top combat force for our human race, perhaps even reaching divine transformation or even higher realms. Tang Yi's gaze flickered as he suddenly recalled Su Zhe. As a martial cultivator of considerable strength, he was naturally more attuned to Su Zhe's capabilities. If that lad continues to grow smoothly, who knows? But he shook his head, sighing. What a pity. Su Zhe's luck is abysmal. He has been trapped in that dire place since the beginning. It seems he is destined to remain far from the upper echelons of the leaderboard. Chapter 70. Has Su Zhe's score increased? Time flew by. 5 days later, within the Human Alliance. Although the fervor of the initial days had waned, during their leisure hours, many still kept an eye on the situation with the Demon Suppression Tower's trials. Over these past days, the participants seemed to have been invigorated, becoming increasingly diligent. Many hunted beasts without rest, day and night. The transparent leaderboard was filled with constantly shifting names, as numerous promising contestants emerged, their scores soaring as they surged forward. However, simultaneously, many participants were eliminated. They were transported back to the main world by the spirit of the world, preserving their lives. Though the leaderboard saw considerable fluctuations, the top 10 remained remarkably stable. Even with changes, it was merely 1 or 2 names that shifted. It could be said that the top 10 were consistently rotating among these few individuals. Meanwhile, Hixuer firmly held her position at the pinnacle. Below her name, Sun Xiao's name shimmered, steadfastly occupying the long-standing second place. In the realm of the Demon Suppression Tower, the voice of the spirit of the world resonated throughout the land once more. Contestant number 2, Hixuer, has slain a D-grade lower-tier beast, the 2-headed demon wolf, earning 10,000 points. All contestants looked up, only to witness Hixuer's score surge by another 10,000 points, reaching an astonishing 43,000 points. Their expressions dulled slightly. This marked the 3rd golden core beast she had slain. Compared to the initial shock, they had somewhat grown accustomed to her prowess. In the wilderness, Sun Xiao severed the head of a giant python, crushing it beneath his foot. His score rose by 500 points, totaling 28,000 points. Yet the chasm between him and Hixuer only widened. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Sun Xiao scoffed, malice brewing within. He drew forth a map from his pocket, which detailed the intricate terrain of the Demon Suppression Tower world. On the map, a triangular symbol was marked in vibrant red ink. The time is nearly upon us. Let her revel in her arrogance a little longer, for she shall soon face the consequences. A cold smile crept across his lips as he began to move toward the location marked on the map. Elsewhere, Lin Miaoyi wiped the sweat from her brow and consumed a pill to restore her true energy. She looked up at the leaderboard in the sky and found Su Zhe's name. 200 points. Still no change. Logically, with Su Zhe's strength, he should have accrued more than this. Has he encountered some misfortune? Lin Miaoyi furrowed her brow in concern. Within the jagged peaks, Su Zhe gazed at the dim glow before him, a flicker of joy blossoming on his face. The influence of the 2 divine transformation beasts in this area was finally dissipating. Moments later, a muffled explosion resounded. Su Zhe instantly felt the oppressive force vanish completely. A profound sensation washed over him, causing the scene before his eyes to twist slightly. A sprawling range of mountains materialized, lush and brimming with vitality. Birds flitted between the trees, and the rustling sounds of movement echoed throughout the forest. Su Zhe glanced around and spotted several beasts dashing through the underbrush. Looking up at the transparent leaderboard that covered the entire sky, it reappeared. Finally out, Su Zhe murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. Hixuer, the first-place contender, has already surpassed 40,000 points? A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It seems that during the days he was trapped, Everyone has been working diligently. As his gaze searched the leaderboard, he was relieved to see Lin Miaoyi's name still shining brightly. If she had been eliminated, returning would be difficult to explain to Elder Wang and Uncle Lin. Little Qing raised her head, excitedly gazing at the boundless forest before them. After 5 days of confinement, she was nearly suffocated from inactivity and was itching to make a move. Flames flickered as Little Fire cried out and burst forth from the beast-controlling space. Catching sight of the vibrant forest ahead, it too grew excited, flames swirling around its wings, eager to engage in battle with the beast at once. Suze smiled slightly, patting Little Qing as he softly said, "Having wasted 5 days, we must now strive to be diligent." Little Qing nodded enthusiastically, transforming into a streak of azure light as she dashed into the forest. After 5 days of confinement, the trio of one person, one snake, and one bird began their venture. A faint golden light glimmered in Suze's eyes as he stepped forward, his figure suddenly vanishing. Meanwhile, in the main world, Wang Lin and the others had long since lost hope. However, at that moment, Lin Fan habitually glanced at the spot where Suze had disappeared. The next instant, he froze in shock. "What is happening?" Wang Lin noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired. Lin Fan's eyes widened, pointing at the holographic projection, exclaiming in astonishment, "That mist has vanished." "What?" Wang Lin was taken aback, abruptly turning to gaze at the location where the mist had previously lingered. To his astonishment, the fog had dissipated, revealing a bamboo forest beyond, along with bizarre peaks in the distance. But where was Suze? They all turned their attention to the leaderboard. Suze's name remained luminous, indicating that he was still within the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower's world. At that moment, the scores, which had been stagnant for 5 days, finally began to shift. Suze's name flickered, and his score surged from 7,200 to 7,700. Almost immediately, the score continued to escalate rapidly. 8,200, 8,800, 9,300, 10,300. In what felt like no time at all, Suze's score surpassed 10,000. His name radiated brilliance, swiftly ascending from a rank of over 4,000 to an impressive 280th position. Such a drastic change naturally captured the attention of many. Suze? Wasn't he supposed to be trapped? How could his score have changed so drastically? He has escaped? Surely, one cannot break free from such a place relying solely on foundational cultivation. Moreover, even if he had managed to escape, how could he attain so many points in such a short span? Everyone began to search for Suze's figure. Finally, amidst a lush forest, Suze along with Xiaoqing and Xiaohua came into view. Boom! A searing fireball erupted from Xiaohua, striking an E-rank mid-tier beast below with unerring accuracy. The beast had no chance to retaliate. It let out a wail as flames engulfed its body, reducing it to mere ashes in moments. The human alliance gasped collectively. If I'm not mistaken, that little bird should still be at F rank, right? It appears to be a firebird. If fortunate, it might evolve into a D-rank beast. Suze is indeed lucky to have contracted such a creature. But that is not the main point. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the pile of ashes. The focus should be on the beast that was slain by that fireball, as it was an E-rank mid-tier beast. Chapter 71. Xiaohua exhibits the aura of a beast king. Frenzied recovery of cultivation prompted by this exclamation, many suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. The gap between F-rank and E-rank beasts represents a significant boundary. Even though the disparity between body refinement and foundational cultivation is not as vast as that between foundational cultivation and golden core stages, not everyone can easily transcend this divide. Those who can defeat a golden core beast at the foundational level earn the title of human prodigy. Similarly, in the realm of beasts, those who can slay a D-rank beast at E-rank also gain a special title, Beast King. Though Xiaohua is merely F-rank, the powerful humans observed great potential in it. After all, the manner in which Xiaohua dispatched that E-rank beast was astonishingly effortless. This creature has actually contracted a beast with the demeanor of a beast king. A wave of astonishment washed over many. However, it was merely surprise. Just because it possesses the aura of a beast king, who could say whether it would still be able to slay D-rank beasts upon reaching E-rank? Such feats are not easily accomplished. Haven't we seen that over the years? The number of human prodigies has only amounted to a few dozen. Wang Lin and his companions gazed at Suze's figure, their eyes alight with excitement and flushed with joy, repeatedly expressing their admiration. Well done, young man. You truly have hidden talents. To my knowledge, Suze's initial contracted beast was that serpent, which should be the strongest. In that moment, the three exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting mutual anticipation. To what heights might Suze ascend? In the Demon Suppression Tower world, Lin Miao looked at the flickering name. her large eyes curving into crescent moons as a joyful smile graced her face. I knew it. Suze would undoubtedly succeed. Far away by a brook, a graceful figure appeared, pausing silently by the crystal-clear water. She glanced at the leaderboard, and a hint of expectation appeared on her cold visage. This fellow who had once ranked above her must not let her down. Otherwise, this trial would be exceedingly dull. On another front, Sunshio halted, glancing at Suze's name, a chill emanating from his eyes. Who was this fellow from some remote corner of the world, whose name seems so irksome? He scoffed coldly, looking toward the towering mountains ahead. In a fleeting moment, he spotted a dark, gaping hole at the foot of the mountain, leading who knows where. Sunshio smirked, his smile both cruel and frigid. He then dashed toward the ominous opening with great haste. Within the forest, Suze surveyed the ashes before him, then looked up at Xiaohua in the sky, shaking his head with a sigh. This extravagant little one, a single fireball spell has completely incinerated that E-rank mid-tier beast, leaving not a single hair behind. That was all potential energy for cultivation. Although an E-rank beast might yield only a few hundred years of cultivation at most, even the smallest morsel still counts. Little by little, it adds up to a substantial amount of cultivation time. I must be more cautious next time and avoid using fireball spells. They are simply too wasteful, he admonished Xiaohua. Feeling wronged, Xiaohua nodded. It believed it was being unjustly blamed. After all, those large creatures were simply too weak, easily reduced to ashes. How could it be at fault for exerting too much effort? At that moment, a flicker of blue light appeared in the thicket. Xiao Qing emerged, dragging the corpse of an E-rank upper-tier beast, proudly discarding it on the ground and casting a challenging glance at Xiaohua. Suze patted its head, smiling. Well done, Xiao Qing. Keep up the good work. Xiao Qing beamed with delight, nodding enthusiastically. It then charged back into the forest, eager to continue its hunting endeavors. Upon witnessing this, Xiaohua felt a tightening in its chest, an instinctive sense of rivalry igniting within. Suze waved his hand, seemingly storing the beast's carcass into a spatial bag. But in reality, he utilized the system to retrieve it. The fur of the E-rank upper-tier beast can recover 100 years of cultivation. The inner core can recover 200 years of cultivation. The flesh and blood can recover 150 years of cultivation. The fangs can recover 120 years of cultivation. The total yield from this beast brought Suze a remarkable 730 years of cultivation, coupled with the recent gains and the rewards from the previous day's enlightenment. Suze's remaining cultivation now reached an impressive 13,500 years. Yet, he did not hasten to activate the dragon elephant seed once more. Instead, he chose to accumulate even more cultivation. His prior experience indicated that activating multiple dragon elephant seeds in quick succession seemed to yield significantly better results. After completing these tasks, Suze glanced at the leaderboard, noticing he had risen another rank. However, as one ascends the leaderboard, the difficulty of further advancement increases. First, the competitors at the top are generally very powerful, acquiring points at a rapid pace. Second, Suze's ability to amass such a vast number of points in a short time stemmed largely from the fact that this forest had yet to be thoroughly explored by many challengers. Thus, the quantity of beasts was plentiful. In contrast, other areas had seen a drastic reduction in beast numbers after being ravaged by numerous challengers, particularly E-rank beasts. Naturally, acquiring points became far more challenging. Consequently, many challengers began to delve deeper into the Demon Suppression Tower world, venturing further into its depths. However, this also meant that they would encounter beasts of significantly greater strength. Even the encounter with D-grade demon beasts is a possibility. The danger has significantly escalated. Yet, there is no alternative. The only path to acquiring more points is this one. Suze ascended a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. There, shrouded in a veil of haze, the landscape remained indistinct and unclear. Little Fire alighted upon his shoulder, while Little Qing settled at his feet. Suze extended his consciousness, enveloping an impressive radius of 6 kilometers. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, few demon beasts remained. Among them, numerous F-grade lower-tier demon beasts could be found, but the points and cultivation years they offered were merely trivial. Hunting them would be a sheer waste of time, an endeavor yielding far less than the effort expended. The most prudent course of action now was to forge ahead. We must delve deeper, remaining ever vigilant, Suze advised, retracting Little Fire into the beast-raising space and taking Little Qing along. A golden light ignited in his eyes as he executed the celestial ping's 9 steps, his figure vanishing in an instant. A streak of golden light surged through the mountains. Suze's speed was remarkable, halting only upon encountering demon beasts of E-grade or higher. However, it was Little Qing who engaged them, while Suze observed from the sidelines. As they ventured further, his points and remaining cultivation years steadily increased. Chapter 72. The Conspiracy of the Sun Family. The emergence of D-grade demon beasts on the vast grassland. A horde of rodent-type demon beasts was foraging, the ground riddled with holes. High above, a sharp-eyed hawk circled, powerful and fixated on a colossal rodent king below, its demonic energy quietly coalescing, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the horizon, swiftly plunging into the throng of rodents. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed. The rodent king's body exploded, scattering flesh across the ground. The surrounding rodents were thrown into a frenzy, hastily burrowing into the holes below. Sun Xiu's gaze was frigid, as purple light swirled around his hand, casting forth a violent gust. Splat! 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 Clouds of blood mist erupted across the grassland, flesh and blood strewn about, the stench of gore rapidly permeating the air. Instantly, half of the rodent horde was decimated, the survivors scurrying underground. Sun Xiu scoffed, stamping his foot upon the ground. Purple energy flowing forth, an overwhelming force erupting. Boom! A tremor resonated from beneath the surface. The wails of the rodents echoed faintly, the ground quaking, the holes collapsing and entombing all the demon beasts. The hawk in the sky was seized by terror, halting its descent. It veered away and fled into the heights. Sun Xiu glanced upward at the distant black, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The slaughter lasted less than 5 seconds, and an entire clan of rodent-type demon beasts was obliterated. This granted him a staggering 3,000 points. Yet, the gap between him and Yi Shui'er remained insurmountable. Sun Xiu's eyes darkened, his form flickering as he made his way toward a nearby mountain. Moments later, he stood before a cavern cloaked in darkness. He retrieved a map, comparing it to ascertain his position before stepping inside. At that instant, his connection to the spirit of the world was severed. The spirit immediately sensed the anomaly and sounded the alarm to the main world. However, in the main world, the Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions, a researcher clad in work attire quietly tapped on the control interface, temporarily intercepting the message. In the capital, the Sun family estate. Master. The young master has reached his destination. The elder, with grizzled facial hair and a sinister countenance, nodded. Prepare them. Yes. Meanwhile, on the boundless lake, Suze stood upon a hefty log, his vital energy surging as the log surged forward like a motorboat. Little fires soared above, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Beneath the water, a glimmer of azure light flickered. Suze furrowed his brow, scanning the vicinity with his divine sense. Odd. In such a vast lake, there were surprisingly few demon beasts present. Even if previous challengers had come, it still seemed rather peculiar. According to his divine sense, only F-grade demon beasts inhabited the lake, and their numbers were scant. As for E-grade demon beasts, not a single one was in sight. This seemingly endless lake bore no trace of any E-grade demon beasts. A sense of confusion enveloped Suze. With his vital energy surging, he quickened his pace. Since the number of demon beasts here was sparse, he would delve deeper. After all, he harbored no fear of any demon beasts below D-grade. Across various corners of the demon-suppressing tower world, numerous challengers had noticed the same phenomenon, the dwindling number of demon beasts. Many had ventured quite far, yet had encountered fewer beasts than those on the periphery. Some had even trespassed into the lairs of the demon beasts, only to find the nests eerily vacant, as if the creatures had orchestrated a coordinated retreat. What on earth was transpiring? Atop the mountain peak, a graceful figure appeared, standing at the highest point, gazing into the distant haze. A hint of perplexity flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. It seemed something significant was unfolding in the depths. In the distance, powerful demon beasts flitted through the thickets, converging from all directions, united by a singular objective. Within the pitch-black cave, a shadow darted past. Sun Xiu moved with haste, his divine sense revealing a clear path ahead. Were one to observe his figure on the map, they would find him continually progressing deeper into the demon-suppressing tower world, plunging further beneath the surface. Time passed unmeasured. A glimmer of light emerged ahead. He did not hesitate, charging into the unknown realm. In the next moment, a vast underground world unfolded before him. Crystals, shimmering with a pearlescent glow, were embedded within the upper rock walls, illuminating this subterranean realm as bright as day. Surrounded by mountains, a gentle mist swirled among the peaks, with formidable demon beasts prowling through the foliage. In the distance, a colossal serpent coiled atop a mountain, its massive form exuding a terrifying aura. In a deep pool, a gigantic shadow occasionally surfaced, part of it breaking the water's surface like a small island. Judging by the aura they radiated, They were all D-grade demon beasts. Even Sun Xiao, accustomed to a life of luxury and grandeur, felt a sense of awe wash over him upon witnessing this underground world. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. "Who goes there?" In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind howled. A blue bull descended from the air, appearing before Sun Xiao in an instant. A human? Its expression shifted dramatically. Sun Xiao, unperturbed, produced a token inscribed with a delicate character, Sunday. "I have come to fulfill our past agreement and to reclaim what is rightfully mine," he spoke coldly. The blue bull swept its consciousness over the token, confirming its authenticity, and its expression morphed from rage to elation. "After all these years, are we finally free?" It regarded Sun Xiao and inquired, "Who are you?" Sun Xiao frowned, finding the bull's excessive chatter tiresome. Sun Xiao, the future head of the Sun family, he declared, his demeanor proud, his chin slightly raised. As though the blue bull were not a golden core demon beast, the blue bull trembled, turning away. "Climb aboard. I shall take you to meet the Lord of Demons." Without hesitation, Sun Xiao confidently mounted the blue bull's back. "Hold on tight." The blue bull intoned, its demonic energy swirling as it transformed into a streak of azure light, racing away into the distance. The tranquil surface of the lake suddenly erupted as if boiling. Circles of ripples radiated outward, the water churning as though something immense was surfacing from the depths. Suze extended his consciousness, delving beneath the lake's surface. Before him, an enormous creature emerged. It exuded a thick aura of demonic energy, its formidable form shrouded in a terrifying presence. A smile crept upon his lips. "Shaoqing, we have a grand beast appearing." Chapter 73, The Azure Dragon vs. the Black Tortoise. Is Suze destined for elimination? Beneath the profound depths of the lake, a shadow materialized, rapidly expanding. With a thunderous roar, the water erupted, raining down like a torrential downpour. An ear-splitting roar resonated, sending shockwaves through the air. Boom! Countless droplets, still suspended in the air, were shattered into mist by the sonic wave. In an instant, the entire lake was enveloped in a thick fog, obscuring vision. Amidst this haze, a colossal beast manifested. Its gargantuan form surged forth, creating a towering wave upon the lake's surface. Yet, Suze and the wooden log beneath him remained utterly still, akin to an unyielding anchor amidst the tumultuous tides. As he gazed at the monstrous creature, a series of details materialized before him. Name: Xianming Turtle Level, D-Class Lower Tier Special Bloodline. A faint trace of the Black Tortoise bloodline. Skills: Water Manipulation, Heavy Strike, Ice Breath. Remarks: a powerful turtle-type demon beast. Immense in size and delicacy. Can be braised, stir-fried, or made into soup. Its exquisite flavor, particularly the turtle jelly crafted from its shell, is renowned for quenching heat and refreshing the spirit. A D-Class demon beast. Finally, it has appeared. Confronted with this behemoth so close at hand, Suze felt not a shred of fear. Rather, he regarded it with keen interest. He was calculating the potential gains from such a formidable creature. The Xianming turtle, with its icy gaze, fixated on the minuscule ant before it, a murderous intent radiating from its being. It sensed Suze's scrutiny and was immediately filled with rage. How dare this insignificant ant regard it with such audacity? Suze chuckled softly. There was no need for him to intervene against a D-Class lower-tier beast. It was better to let Shaoqing hone her skills. He turned to her, saying, "Shaoqing, I entrust this grand beast to you." Shaoqing surfaced, nodding enthusiastically. She had long been itching for a challenge, especially after acquiring the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. A grand battle was exactly what she craved. Those E-Class demon beasts posed no threat to her, far less exhilarating than clashing with a D-Class creature. She glided smoothly between Suze and the Xianming turtle, her aura expanding. E-Class demon beast? The Xianming turtle paused, then seethed with even greater fury. How dare that despicable human attempt to buy himself time with a contracted spirit beast? With a sudden splash, a massive claw, over a meter in diameter, erupted from the water, crashing down towards Suze. Meanwhile, in the main world, members of the Cultivator Association gasped, noticing the situation unfolding with Suze. A D-Class demon beast. Suze encountered a D-Class demon beast. What? It truly is a D-Class demon beast, and it appears to be the defensive Xianming turtle. Suze's luck is astonishing. Just days after escaping peril, he finds himself facing a D-Class demon beast. Why is he still standing there? Quickly, use the emergency talisman. He can't possibly be considering battling a D-Class demon beast, can he? How ridiculous. Does he think human prodigies grow on trees? Wang Lin and his companions watched Suze's image intently. Lin Fan hesitated, but Wang Lin, After glancing at Suze, firmly declared, Suze isn't reckless. He knows when to act judiciously. Tang Yi remained silent, eyes glued to the projection, a glimmer of anticipation flickering within. On the lake, the colossal claw descended with a furious swiftness, an overwhelming force behind it. The Xianming turtle aimed to crush this human with one swift strike. However, at that moment, a massive column of water surged upwards, violently colliding with the descending claw. Boom! Water erupted in a cacophony of sound, deafening in its intensity. Suze quietly maneuvered the wooden log back, while Xiaohua landed on his shoulder, fixated on the unfolding battle. The Xianming turtle felt a jolt of pain in its claw, as the water surface proved as solid as concrete under its swift strike. With a narrowed gaze, the Xianming turtle locked onto Shaoqing, incredulous. How could a D-class demon beast be thwarted by an E-class spirit beast? A wave of humiliation washed over it, swiftly transforming into rage. Water manipulation? Ridiculous. It snorted disdainfully. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted as dozens of thick columns of water shot skyward, resembling steel whips, hurtling towards Shaoqing. Initially contemplating sparing this little insect, it now deemed such mercy unnecessary. The water columns, swift as lightning, surged forth, while ripples danced across the surface. Slender water tendrils coiling toward Shaoqing. Shaoqing's eyes glimmered with disdain as she suddenly transformed into a flash of azure light, vanishing. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions reverberated as massive waves erupted, shattering the water's surface. Shaoqing, with her slit pupils shimmering with azure light, darted swiftly between the columns of water, her form agile and elusive. She moved like a spirit amidst the waves, untouched by a single droplet. In the next heartbeat, she soared into the air, landing atop the Xianming turtle's head. Her form twisted into an unusual posture, radiant azure light emanating brilliantly. With a sharp thrust, a gruesome gash appeared in the Xianming turtle's eye socket, blood spraying forth. This strike rendered one of its eyes completely blind. The Xianming turtle barely had time to register the pain before a flash of azure light appeared before it, and a searing agony shot through its eye, narrowing its vision by half. Its anguished roar echoed, the torment driving it into a frenzy. How could it be wounded by such a diminutive creature? This was an affront to its dignity. A cold, frenzied, killing intent filled its gaze. Its remaining eye locked onto Shaoqing. Damn it! You shall perish. Suddenly, ethereal blue patterns illuminated its shell, a surge of energy rapidly coalescing. The Xianming turtle opened its cavernous maw, revealing a brilliant azure glow. Boom! A blinding beam of light erupted from its mouth. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, freezing the lake's surface, a thick layer of ice swiftly spreading outward. Ice breath. The beam's speed was astonishing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Boom! The newly formed ice shattered explosively, scattering countless shards, each razor-sharp and devastating. The excruciating pain continued to torment the Xianming turtle's nerves. Once more, it gathered its azure light, preparing to unleash a barrage upon the lake's surface. In the main world, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad. The Xianming turtle has gone berserk. Why hasn't Suze used the emergency talisman yet? Is he courting death? It's evident that the Xianming turtle possesses a unique bloodline, its strength surpassing that of ordinary demon beasts. Suze is truly facing elimination this time. If he doesn't activate the talisman soon, he may very well lose his life. Chapter 74. The Demon King Xiaohua, a new prodigy of humanity? In the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, on the expansive lake, a dazzling azure light erupted from the Xianming turtle's mouth. The temperature plummeted, a thick layer of ice rapidly crystallizing, only to be shattered by the onslaught of wild energy. The Xianming turtle, enveloped in mysterious patterns, continued to amass its potent energy. The excruciating pain emanating from its eyes incessantly stimulated its nerves. Here it was, a dignified D-grade demon beast, now rendered blind by a mere E-grade demon beast. If this were to spread, how could it possibly survive in this world? Other D-grade demon beasts might well regard it as a laughingstock. Thus, the Xianming turtle was plunged into a fit of rage. Its colossal form stood atop a massive ice block, furiously unleashing frigid energy from its maw. However, amidst this attack, formidable enough to instill fear even in D-grade demon beasts, an azure beam of light sauntered through the chaos, effortlessly evading the potentially lethal assault. Enveloped in a layer of azure light that shielded it from the surrounding turbulent energies. As for Suze, he had long since retreated to a distance. Little Qing, with her pair of vertical pupils, fixated intently on the Xianming turtle, shifting and dodging with remarkable agility. The 4 symbols Azure Dragon escape technique, though incomplete, was still no less impressive than the Sky Pung S9 steps. She transformed into a streak of azure light, reappearing before the Xianming turtle in the blink of an eye. Her body coiled, taut like a drawn bowstring. A flicker of horror flashed in the Xianming turtle's eyes as it turned to evade. Yet, little Qing was swifter. With a piercing sound, blood gushed forth. Simultaneously, a crisp crack echoed, the sound of shattered bones. The Xianming turtle froze mid-motion, its massive head stained crimson, one side of its face collapsing. The force of that blow had been overwhelming. Little Qing's form had struck like a steel whip, utterly obliterating its facial bones. A deafening roar erupted. The Xianming turtle's eyes turned a furious crimson, the agony stripping it of rationality. Demonic energy surged, rapidly healing the wounds upon its face. It ignited its essence, its power surging as it sought to crush the little azure insect before it. A gigantic claw came crashing down. Boom! Ice shards erupted skyward, as if hail were raining down upon the lake's surface. In the main world, onlookers stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight of little Qing, as if witnessing a ghost. This E-grade contracted beast could actually contend with a D-grade demon beast, and even gain the upper hand? In an instant, the practitioner association fell into stunned silence. Finally, a voice broke the stillness. The Demon King. This azure serpent is a Demon King. Instantly, pairs of eyes gleamed with realization. Among them, there was shock, confusion, and greed. They turned their gazes towards Su Zhe, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Su Zhe had acquired so many points earlier. His contracted beast was a creature of power comparable to a golden core Demon King, truly a master of concealment. No wonder his initial ranking had been so high. Wang Lin finally displayed a smile. Excellent. This lad truly has a hidden trump card. Lin Fan nodded. I wondered how he escaped from the unknown lands. Turns out he had such a powerful demon beast by his side. However, Tang Yi muttered softly, glancing at Su Zhe, his anticipation undiminished. He suddenly felt that the Xianming turtle was lacking. Why didn't he just charge at Su Zhe and give him a slap? To reveal just how much the lad had concealed? Yet, within the holographic projection, the wounds on the Xianming turtle multiplied. Little Qing transformed into a swirl of azure light, continuously circling around it. With each strike, she left a gash upon the Xianming turtle. Aware of the incredible defensive power of the turtle's shell, she focused her assault on the exposed head and limbs. With a thrust, a streak of azure light pierced through one of the Xianming turtle's forelegs. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the sturdy leg bones were riddled with fractures. The Xianming turtle's leg buckled, collapsing to the ground. The madness in its eyes faded slightly, replaced by shock and fear. Demon King? It exclaimed, its voice hoarse and deep. Nevertheless, little Qing did not halt her onslaught. The azure light flared brilliantly as she charged towards the Xianming turtle like an arrow released from a bow. With a soft thud, the Xianming turtle scarcely had time to react before its vision was filled with azure light, plunging it into a daze. A gaping wound appeared in the center of its forehead. Blood mingled with white brain matter flowed forth as little Qing twisted within, turning its brain into a pulp. Then, without pause, she burrowed down its neck and into the Xianming turtle's body, rampaging through and penetrating various organs. Soon, a dark blue inner core, the size of an adult's fist, emerged. The inner core spun slowly, intricate patterns adorning its surface, distinctly resembling a giant Xuanwu turtle. A surge of demonic energy radiated from it. A glimmer of longing flickered in little Qing's eyes. This inner core, imbued with the bloodline of a divine beast, would greatly benefit her. Through their contract, she conveyed a thought to Su Zhe. In the distance, Su Zhe momentarily paused, then willed his thoughts. Within the Xianming turtle, little Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she opened her mouth wide and swallowed the inner core. The moment it entered, it transformed into an immensely potent surge of demonic energy, flooding into little Qing's body. Her aura rapidly intensified, and a peculiar transformation occurred within her. In the outside world, the Xianming turtle's eyes gradually dimmed, its movements stilled. The radiant patterns upon its shell swiftly extinguished, and the energy it had gathered dissipated. With a resounding crash, it fell lifelessly upon the ice. In the instant of its demise, the distressed talisman in Su Zhe's possession flickered with a faint light, stirring the spirit of the world above. In the next moment, the voice of the world spirit echoed once more within the demon suppression tower realm. Number 1. Beastmaster Su Zhe has slain the D-grade lower tier demon beast, Xianming turtle. Reward, 10,000 points. The ethereal sound reached every trial taker's ears. Their actions halted, questioning if they had just imagined the announcement. But immediately afterward, in the sky, the transparent leaderboard illuminated with an astonishing brilliance. Suze's name erupted in a dazzling glow. The points behind his name surged by 10,000, instantly surpassing the 20,000 mark, reaching a total of 21,700 points. His name transformed into a streak of light, ascending towards the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Before long, Suze's name settled in the 10th position. Almost all trial takers gazed upward. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they beheld that shimmering name, their eyes filled with astonishment. Suze had slain a golden core demon beast. Wasn't he that an achievement reserved for the most exceptional of human talents? Chapter 75, The Prodigy Suze. The alliance in turmoil in every corner of the small world, trial takers maintained a fixed posture, gazing up at that radiant name. Suze. The Suze who had slain a golden core demon beast. Anyone capable of such a feat during the Foundation establishment stage was bestowed with the supreme honorific title of Human Prodigy. Hishware had recently earned this title by slaying a golden core demon beast. The human alliance erupted in excitement, as for the first time in over 30 years. A prodigy had emerged from the human ranks. A transformation stage expert personally bestowed this unparalleled honor upon Hishware, and all young trial takers in the human alliance took her as their inspiration. And now, yet another young cultivator had slain a golden core demon beast with a Foundation establishment body. This was a monumental event, an absolute sensation. Within just over a month, two prodigious figures had emerged among the humans. Many found it hard to believe this news, but the world spirit could not be mistaken. That radiant name could not be erroneous. The sudden surge of 10,000 points could not be wrong. Suze, once an obscure figure, had indeed accomplished this astonishing feat. Lin Miaoi was overwhelmed with excitement, her gaze fixed on Suze's name as she clenched her fist, repeatedly murmuring to herself, "I knew it. I knew Suze could do it." Her expression suddenly turned resolute. She, too, must strive for excellence. Although she understood that she could never shine as brightly as Suze, she at least could not allow a vast chasm to form between them. On the other side, Qin Feng grimaced, clutching his injured leg, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Suze's name. Suze had slain a golden core-level demonic beast? Shock filled his eyes in an instant, accompanied by a wave of defeat. He had harbored foolish fantasies of reclaiming his dignity in the Demon Suppression Tower trial by confronting Suze. Now, that notion seemed utterly ridiculous. Deep within the Demon Suppression Tower world, atop a mountain peak, a graceful figure watched Suze's name, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Then she relaxed, her eyes brimming with anticipation and battle intent. "This is becoming increasingly interesting," she mused softly, casting her gaze towards the distant, shrouded landscape. In the forest, massive demonic beasts of various forms and formidable auras began to emerge, advancing forward. In the main world, within various cultivation associations, the voice of the spirit of the world resonated throughout the halls. "What? Beastmaster Suze has slain a golden core demonic beast. How is this possible? Another prodigy of the human race has emerged? This is simply unbelievable. Are we to witness the simultaneous rise of two such talents among our kind?" Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Aside from the cultivators in Jiangnan City, few had paid attention to Suze. Now, upon hearing the spirit's proclamation, they were plunged into profound shock. At the same time, across the human alliance, prestigious academies, long-established clans, and numerous powerful figures received the news. Quickly, retrieve the footage of Suze's recent battle. Confirm this news without delay." Countless individuals sprang into action. Soon, the battle footage over the lake appeared before the eyes of many. As they witnessed Xiaoqing effortlessly dodging the furious attacks of the Xianming turtle, astonishment filled their expressions. When Xiaoqing ultimately dove into the Xianming turtle's head and delivered the final blow, the faces of many prominent figures among the human race glowed with delight. It was confirmed. The golden core demonic beast had indeed been slain purely through strength. Unexpectedly, this new prodigy turned out to be a beastmaster. Did you notice? That contracted beast seems to be a Qingjiao snake. Isn't the limit of such a beastie rank? If it were merely an ordinary Qingjiao snake, it would be impossible for it to possess such combat prowess. If my guess is correct, this Qingjiao snake must harbor a unique bloodline. Therefore, its potential far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. It is a true beast king, comparable to the prodigies of our race. However, if that were the case, Suze relied solely on his contracted beast to defeat the Xianming turtle, and his own strength remains uncertain. The title of prodigy? Nonsense. The primary strength of a beast master derives from their contracted spirit beasts. Does one expect a beastmaster to abandon their forte and engage in close combat to slay a golden core demonic beast? Suze is undoubtedly a prodigy of the human race. Upon confirming the matter, the news rapidly spread across major social media platforms and cultivation forums. The announcement swiftly climbed to the top of trending topics. A new prodigy of the human race has emerged. Suze, a beastmaster from Jiangnan City, has slain a golden core demonic beast with a Foundation establishment body. In this age of advanced internet connectivity, it wasn't long before nearly every member of the Human Alliance was aware of this news. Notifications regarding Suze flooded their communication devices. The new prodigy of the human race, Suze. In an instant, almost everyone recognized this name. Suze's name echoed in every corner of the Human Alliance. Even elementary school students just released from class were discussing it. Young cultivators gazed at the screen displaying the name that shimmered with brilliance, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. Among the powerful figures of the human race, many wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration. In the capital, at the True Dragon Academy, the Academy's president, a transformation realm expert named Zhang Muji, smiled warmly. Such a talent should undoubtedly join our True Dragon Academy. In the west, at the border of the Human Alliance, fierce winds howled through the skies, each gust capable of obliterating even a nascent soul expert. A massive figure suddenly burst forth from the clouds, nearly 100 feet in length, with pitch-black scales for pairs of gleaming claws, and two horns resembling branches atop its head. Long whiskers fluttered in the wind, and its enormous eyes glimmered with cold, piercing vertical pupils. It was none other than a dragon. Perched atop the dragon's head was an elderly man, who at that moment opened his eyes wide. A beastmaster. His voice carried a hint of surprise. In the next instant, the black dragon let out a low roar, and its massive form abruptly vanished from sight. At the Sun family manor, Sun Ho's expression was grim as he furrowed his brows, observing the battle scene involving Shaoqing. Such a beast in the hands of this impoverished youth would surely be a waste. If only he could find a way for his son to re-establish a contract with the spirit beast. At the Dimensional Space Research Institute, in the director's office, an elderly figure gazed at the holographic projection before him, his eyes flickering as he seemed lost in thought. After a long moment, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in his eyes, and he murmured, "3 prodigies from a single lineage. What extraordinary talent." With a long sigh, he leaned back in his chair. "Chongqing, you truly have given birth to a remarkable son." Chapter 76, Shaoqing's Advancement. Emerging with the form of a dragon in Jiangnan City, at the Cultivators Association, Lin Fan's face flushed with excitement as he bellowed, "What a remarkable young man." Principal Tang was equally thrilled, watching Suze's figure while murmuring incessantly. Wang Lin stroked his beard and chuckled, "I have always said that little Su would not disappoint us." Though he appeared composed on the surface, the excitement in his eyes betrayed him. A prodigy of the human race. There are currently only 2 such figures in the entire Human Alliance. The surrounding individuals snapped back to reality, glancing at Wang Lin and his companions. The principals from various schools gazed enviously at Principal Tang, wishing that Suze were a student at their own institution. In the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, amidst the frigid, steamy surface of the lake, Suze felt no chill with the warmth of the little fire beside him. He stepped forward calmly. From the corpse of the Xianming turtle emanated a powerful surge of energy. Spiritual energy began to coalesce above the lake, forming a massive vortex, which then flowed into the body of the Xianming turtle. Boom! The sound of a heavy heartbeat resonated. Within the corpse of the Xianming turtle, a formidable life force was undergoing a leap in its life level. Suze did not rush to reclaim the Xianming turtle. Instead, he quietly waited. Boom! The drum-like sound of a heartbeat echoed once more. Boom! 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 Gradually, the heartbeat quickened, steady yet brimming with vigorous strength. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Suze's eyes. Could it be that Shaoqing was about to advance? Within the Xianming turtle, Shaoqing was enveloped in a radiant azure light, and a monumental transformation was unfolding within. The demonic power contained within the Xianming turtle's core was exceptionally vast. Even more precious was the fact that after years of cultivation, the core had begun to coalesce with a thread of Xuanwu power. This was the power of the supreme, 4-symboled divine beast. For any beast other than a divine beast, this represented the highest sacred power. Obtaining even a fragment could alter their destiny. For Shaoqing, the effects were equally significant. The surging demon energy coursed through its body, continuously fortifying its form, as if its very blood were boiling. Deep within its veins, a series of enigmatic symbols were activated. A surge of knowledge materialized in Shaoqing's mind, completing the fragmented Azure Dragon escape technique. Crack! Crack! Crack. From the depths of Shao Qing's being, a symphony of bones and sinews resonated. The azure scales quietly faded, turning a dull yellow, gradually withering away. Subsequently, a new layer of scales began to sprout upon its skin. Snap. Its form grew subtly, expanding in size, length, and girth. Suze stood beside the Xianming turtle, scrutinizing the colossal body. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar emanated from within the Xianming turtle. In the next instant, radiant azure light burst forth from the wounds on its shell. Its belly suddenly began to swell, as if a massive entity were emerging from within. Suze raised his eyebrows, his figure shifting as he retreated a short distance. Boom. Suddenly, the Xianming turtle's belly erupted, chunks of flesh mingled with blood spraying forth. It was as if a rain of blood had commenced from the heavens. Fragments of various organs scattered across the ground, the thick scent of blood instantly pervading the air. Yet, Suze's gaze was captivated by the azure figure. Upon seeing the serpentine form exceeding 3 meters in length, Suze was momentarily taken aback. Brilliant azure light shot forth from Shao Qing's body. Shao Qing appeared to be in immense agony, letting out a piercing roar, its body leaping into the air like a celestial dragon. It continuously rolled through the air, seemingly enduring excruciating pain. In the void, a distant, melodious dragon's roar reverberated. Suze nearly intervened. However, Shao Qing projected a thought that halted Suze's actions. He stood still, intently focused on Shao Qing. At the same time, he summoned the system panel, frantically searching the store for life-saving elixirs that could aid demon beasts. Xiaohua, too, became anxious. It could sense that Shao Qing was at a critical juncture. If successful, its power would undoubtedly surge. Meanwhile, in the main world, nearly everyone was fixated on this new human prodigy, stunned by the unfolding scene. Had Suze's contracted spirit beast encountered a problem? Soon, powerful beast tamers offered their insights. They fixated on the tumbling Shao Qing in the air, their eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. No, Suze's contracted demon beast was not faltering. On the contrary, it was evolving. Some were perplexed, questioning why it wasn't simply a promotion. What did evolution entail? The beast tamers were ecstatic, their voices trembling. The divine beast's azure serpent possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Thus, it was not merely leveling up, but also undergoing a profound evolution. Its bloodline concentration intensifying. In an instant, astonishment flickered across the faces of the crowd. The bloodline of a divine beast. Many turned abruptly to gaze at Shao Qing, emotions of shock, envy, and confusion washing over them. Beneath these sentiments, however, a fervent desire simmered. Yet, most quickly dismissed that fleeting thought. Suze's identity as a human prodigy had already spread throughout the human alliance, attracting the attention of countless powerful individuals. Any misstep on their part could lead to immediate retribution from the elders of the human race. In the capital, Sun Family Manor, an elder reclined in a grand chair, a cold smile gracing his lips. Oh, the bloodline of a divine beast? How could such lowly beings possess such a formidable demon beast? Just as Suze was searching for elixirs, Shao Qing unleashed a resounding roar. The azure light intensified, dazzling beyond measure. A hazy radiance enveloped Shao Qing. With a sudden pop, its abdomen split open, yet no blood flowed forth. For sharp claws emerged from within. Simultaneously, 2 protrusions formed upon its head, as if something were about to burst through its skin. Its tail also transformed, morphing from a slender serpent tail into a fish tail. Azure scales lined its body in neat rows, densely packed, shimmering with a metallic luster. Compared to the fiery dragon in the bamboo grove, Shao Qing had only retained minimal changes in its head. Suze exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. Before his eyes, a series of information appeared. Name, Azure Jiao, not fully evolved. Level, D-class low tier. Special bloodline, 3 Azure Dragon bloodlines. Skills, 4 symbols Azure Dragon escape technique, fragmented version. Water manipulation, wood elemental spells, Jiao Dragon 5 styles. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Passage Beneath the Lake. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds emanated from within Shao Qing. It now seemed to have transformed into a black hole of spiritual energy, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull that drew in the surrounding spiritual energy. Resplendent azure light swirled around its body. Beneath the pale azure scales, its muscles bulged slightly, exuding an explosive sense of power. Its length gradually increased, ultimately stabilizing at approximately 5 meters. Shao Qing raised its head, launching itself skyward with a resounding roar. Amidst the clouds, a blue dragon writhed, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Suze, Xiaohua, and countless human powerhouses in the main world silently observed Xiaoqing. Witnessing a demon king with a divine beast bloodline ascend was, in many ways, rarer than facing heavenly tribulations. Xiaohua gazed at Xiaoqing's figure, filled with envy. When would it attain such grandeur? Its own strength felt woefully inadequate. It was clear to Suze that Xiaohua was feeling this way, and he gently stroked its soft feathers. Don't lose heart, Xiaohua. Your talent is also impressive. Keep pushing forward. The future is yours. Xiaoqing and Xiaohua seemed to have been in a silent competition all along. A realization Suze had only just come to. However, he found this dynamic beneficial. Pressure breeds motivation, and with motivation, strength grows swiftly. The stronger Xiaoqing and Xiaohua became, the stronger he would be. Suze smiled gently, encouraging Xiaohua. Moments later, having expended its excitement, Xiaoqing returned from the skies. Its half-meter-wide head bore two protrusions on either side. In its large, bell-like eyes, pale azure vertical pupils were captivating, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, in the next instant, all its aura retracted. Xiaoqing approached, nudging its enormous head into Suze's embrace, seeking affection. Suze chuckled and patted it, softly saying, all right, Xiaoqing, you are now officially a D-class demon beast. Mind your image. After breaking through to D-class, Xiaoqing was now capable of articulate speech. Its voice rang clear, akin to the delightful chime of wind bells. What's wrong with being D-class? How long have I been born? Theoretically, I'm still just a baby. Suze pondered and realized this was indeed the case. Yet now, Xiaoqing had grown so large that its cuddling felt somewhat peculiar. Seemingly sensing Suze's thoughts, Xiaoqing raised its head. I understand, master. You prefer the small and adorable. With that, a flash of azure light enveloped it. In an instant, Xiaoqing's form shrank, reverting to its original serpentine shape. Good heavens! You can grow and shrink at will. How versatile! It's almost like a golden hoop rod. Your ability is truly enviable, Suze remarked. Xiaoqing blinked, clearly not comprehending Suze's words. Suze refrained from elaborating and approached to begin clearing the remnants of the Xianming turtle's carcass. The Xianming turtle's abdomen had been ruptured by Xiaoqing, with pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. Thus, the collection of these items consumed a considerable amount of time. The shell of the D-rank lower-tier demon beast, the Xianming turtle, can yield a recovery of 1,000 years of cultivation. The claws of the D-rank lower-tier demon beast, the Xianming turtle, can restore 600 years of cultivation. The flesh and blood of the D-rank lower-tier demon beast, the Xianming turtle, can recover 650 years of cultivation. After a series of operations, Suze garnered a total of 600 years of cultivation. Consequently, his remaining cultivation years reached an impressive 100 years. If nothing were to change, he would be close to activating 4 dragon elephant seeds. Suze nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoqing resumed her form, traversing the icy surface while gazing contemplatively into the depths of the lake below. Suze pondered as well. How did this Xianming turtle come to be? His divine sense had already scanned the area, revealing the lake's bottom, where he had found no trace of the Xianming turtle. Yet, this creature had suddenly appeared. There might be something lurking beneath the lake's depths. A conjecture flickered in Suze's mind. Should they descend to investigate? Xiaoqing's excitement was palpable as she nodded vigorously. Xiaohua, stay behind for now. You might encounter a golden core demon beast, and I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Though reluctant, Xiaohua obediently returned to the Beastmaster space. Before departing, it cast a lingering glance at Xiaoqing's formidable silhouette, vowing to etch this moment into its memory for motivation. Once Xiaohua was safely back in the Beastmaster space, Xiaoqing gently tapped the ice with her sharp claws. Boom! The ice, over half a meter thick, shattered explosively, revealing a gaping hole. With a soft murmur, she plunged into the lake. Suze followed closely behind, enveloped in a faint golden glow. The duo descended rapidly towards the lake's bottom. Soon, the surroundings darkened. As they delved deeper, the water pressure intensified. However, for Suze and Xiaoqing, there was no adverse effect. In a brief moment, they reached the lake's floor. Here, no demon beasts were present, only a few glowing invertebrates swimming about. Suze extended his divine sense to examine the bottom of the lake. In the next instant, a massive fissure appeared before Suze. He flickered, the golden light shimmering as he swiftly positioned himself outside the crevice. The fissure was over 30 meters wide and stretched 100 meters long, a dark abyss that seemed bottomless. Strangely, his divine sense was obstructed by this fissure, rendering him unable to probe its depths. Xiaoqing, appearing behind Suze, extended her divine sense but faced the same hindrance. Suze's gaze flickered. The Xianming turtle must have emerged from this fissure. Its peculiar nature had prevented Su Zhe from initially detecting its presence. Yet, he remained uncertain as to what lay within the depths of this crack. Xiaoqing floated gracefully in the water, silent and awaiting Su Zhe's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhe resolved to venture inside. After all, both he and Xiaoqing possessed considerable strength. As long as they did not encounter D-rank upper tier or higher demon beasts, they would likely be safe. Moreover, if things turned dire, he could always use a distress talisman to escape. Without further hesitation, he began to dive into the fissure, with Xiaoqing gliding closely behind him. At that very moment, in the main world, Su Zhe's figure vanished once more from the holographic projection map. Had he once again entered an unknown territory? Indeed. The perils of the unknown depths were vastly different from those outside. Su Zhe's recklessness was alarming. I believe there should be no issues, with a D-rank demon king present. What dangers could he truly face? Let us hope he is not trapped for too long. Have you noticed that the demon beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower world seem to be migrating? Furthermore, it appears that Sun Xiu has also entered a similar unknown realm. His presence has also vanished. Surely, he will be fine. I have heard that the Sun family's treasured heritage is in his possession. Chapter 78. Half-Step Transformation Demon Beast. The conspiracy between the Sun family and the demon beasts at the same time, deep within the underground expanse of the Demon Suppression Tower world. A streak of light pierced the heavens, advancing swiftly forward. It was none other than the previously mentioned Azure Bull, upon whose back sat Sun Xiu in quiet meditation. A faint glow flickered in his hand, and a long sword materialized. This sword was not yet completed. It was merely a sword blank. Nevertheless, even in this unfinished state, an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanated from the blade. As it materialized, the sword quivered, and a surge of fierce, frenzied killing intent erupted. The Azure Bull's body stiffened. Feeling an icy chill seep through its back, the terrifying aura instilling a profound fear within its heart. Fortunately, a jade pendant worn by Sun Xiu emitted a soft glow, descending upon the sword blank and suppressing the murderous intent within. The Azure Bull breathed a sigh of relief, casting a cautious glance at the sword blank, causing its body to shudder once more. In an instant, it hastened its pace, eager to deliver this entity to its destination. For a fleeting moment, it almost doubted whether that sharp sword would be drawn to slay it. Sun Xiu appraised the long sword in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once he completed the crucial component for the sword blank, this longsword would become a true Dao weapon. At that point, his power would undergo a qualitative leap. Slaying golden core demon beasts? The title of a human prodigy would be within his grasp. The Azure Bull, as a golden core demon beast, was swift. Yet, it took considerable time to reach their destination. Sun Xiu secured the long sword on his back and raised his gaze to the horizon, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. There, on the distant skyline, a colossal mountain stood inverted in the sky, its mouth exuding wisps of white mist. Below, a multitude of formidable demon beasts loomed, standing at the mountain's base. Sun Xiu's brows lifted in surprise. They were all golden core demon beasts. A mere cursory glance revealed nearly 100 golden core demon beasts. An overwhelming demonic aura surged upwards, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Upon noticing the Azure Bull's presence, the golden core demon beasts turned their heads, their cold gazes locking onto Sun Xiu, hostility radiating from their eyes. Sun Xiu remained motionless, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Clang! The long sword on his back trembled, emitting a clear, resonant sound. In an instant, all gazes were severed. The nearly 100 golden core demon beasts felt a sharp pain in their eyes as the sword intent surged towards them. Alarmed, they exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment flashing deep within their eyes. That human's longsword. The golden core demon beasts felt a tinge of apprehension, sensing a hint of the threat of death emanating from the figure. The Azure Bull's legs weakened, and it cried out in distress. Its speed increased once more, transforming into a streak of light as it escaped the vicinity of the mountain. In the next moment, the world flipped and chaos ensued. When Sun Xiu regained his senses, he found himself at the base of the mountain, while above him lay a vast expanse of forested land. Towering demon beasts appeared beside him, exuding an intimidating presence. Sun Xiu remained unfazed, continuing his stride towards the mountain's interior. Although the nearby golden core demon beasts felt indignant, they dared not obstruct his path. As their freedom hinged upon this matter, they silently resolved to endure. Sun Xiu pressed onward, delving deeper into the mountain. Gradually, the number of demon beasts around him diminished, but their strength intensified. Before long, a cavern emerged on the mountain's face. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. In the depths of the cavern, enigmatic patterns glimmered, their silver light swirling around. Fragments of or lay scattered upon the ground, emitting a gentle luminescence that illuminated the cave. The long sword strapped to his back quivered incessantly, as if yearning for something ahead. Moments later, Sun Xiu found himself in a vast expanse. The entire belly of the mountain was hollow, revealing a deep pool at its center. Dense white mist billowed from the surface of the water. Astonishingly, it appeared to be composed of two distinctly different vapors. One, a searing heat generated by high temperatures, and the other, a chilling cold born of extreme lows. These two opposing entities coexisted peacefully within the confines of the same pool. Beside the water's edge, two peaked golden core demonic beasts knelt on the ground, exuding utmost reverence. Splash! Ripples disrupted the tranquil surface of the pool. Shortly thereafter, a towering white figure emerged from its depths. It was a monkey, its body adorned with a coat of white fur. Its eyes glowed a fiery red. And though it had risen from the water, not a single drop clung to its form. The moment the white-furred monkey appeared, a fierce and terrifying aura erupted. Sun Xiu's previously indifferent and arrogant demeanor shifted slightly. A transformation demon beast. However, he quickly dismissed this assumption. The rules of the demon suppression tower had been altered. No matter how prodigious the talent of a demon beast, it could not surpass the Yuan-Ing threshold, with the pinnacle being the golden core. The white monkey before him was, in fact, a peak Yuan-Ing, tantalizingly close to the transformation stage. This must be the demon god the Azure Bull spoke of. At that moment, the white monkey's unperturbed gaze locked onto Sun Xiu as it spoke in a cool tone. Descendant of the Sun clan? Do you still remember the promise your family made years ago? Sun Xiu replied nonchalantly. In exchange for the blood god pearl, hand it over to me. Assist me in refining it successfully, and you shall naturally regain your freedom. The white monkey's voice turned frigid. It is not merely freedom that we seek, but also safe passage back to the extreme North Demon Kingdom. That is only natural. My Sun clan, as one of the 8 great families, would never deceive you. Sun Xiu asserted. The white monkey's gaze flickered, but it ultimately made up its mind. Should you fail to uphold your promise, do not blame me for taking action against the younger generation. Sun Xiu chuckled, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. This insolent monkey dared to threaten him. Nevertheless, he was eager, tossing a stone tablet intricately etched with complex patterns from his spatial ring. Quickly, activate this array. The white monkey took the array map, its consciousness sweeping over it. Satisfied there were no issues, it asked in a solemn tone. The blood god pearl is still lacking a fraction to be complete. It requires at least 3,000 foundational blood essences to succeed. We demons will not contribute a single drop more. A cruel smile crept across Sun Xiu's face as he gestured to the ground beneath him. Isn't there a multitude of foundational cultivators in the outside world? The white monkey raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Sun Xiu's sinister suggestion. But they are all humans. The more that die, the better. It sneered. They are your kin after all, and among them are numerous talented individuals. Won't you face trouble after you sacrifice them all? Are you not attempting to make us scapegoats? The white monkey's brow furrowed, a murderous aura emanating from it. Chapter 79, Severed Connections. Level 2 Abnormal Situation. Sun Xiu snorted coldly, replying indifferently, and what of it? At this declaration, even the white monkey was momentarily stunned. Those families, even if they cannot compare to yours, are not insignificant, are they? If you were to sacrifice them all, would their families not seek retribution? Sun Xiu's smile turned cruel, cold, and devoid of regard for life. He had initially been disinclined to explain himself to this monkey, but seeing its refusal to act without a reasonable justification, he patiently elaborated. Do you think our Sun Clan's array masters are idle? This array not only gathers blood essence, but also isolates the troublesome world spirit, severing any connection between this otherworldly space and the outside. At that point, the outsiders will be rendered blind, unaware of what transpires within. When the time comes, who will know what I have done? Even if they uncover the truth, by then, those individuals will be dead, and death is irreversible. Living talents are their focus of cultivation, yet if they perish, they are merely names. For the sake of a few dead, would they truly sever ties with my Sun Clan? It is not worth it. As long as my Sun Clan offers appropriate compensation, this matter can be settled. The white monkey frowned, pondering for a long while before finally speaking. What of that human prodigy? She is a rarity among you. Upon hearing this name, Sun Xiu's expression darkened with malice. That wretched girl. She merely got there first, slaying golden cores? I can too. Why should all the accolades rest upon her? Not to mention, with the completion of my sword embryo, I shall far surpass that wretched human prodigy. When that time comes, even if I were to kill her, What could they possibly do? Over the years, the human race has not achieved notable success in the human clan assembly. Those old-timers are eagerly anticipating this opportunity. If I cannot participate in the 10,000 races assembly, their losses will be even greater. Sun Xiao unsheathed the long sword from his back, caressing the scabbard. As a murderous intent enveloped his eyes, raised under the jealousy and indulgence of Sun Ho, the Sun clan has always catered to his every whim, thus cultivating his current extreme disposition. The white monkey regarded Sun Xiao, an involuntary shiver running down its spine. To be held in such contempt by this individual was genuinely disconcerting. It refrained from further inquiries and issued a solemn command. Quickly form the 100-beast array, and once the formation is activated, eliminate all those humans. The 2 golden core demonic beasts that had been waiting by the deep pool obeyed the order and departed. Soon, outside the mountain, numerous demonic beasts united, each assuming their positions as focal points for the array. Roar. In an instant, deep, raspy roars reverberated throughout the area. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted, coalescing through the 100-beast array into a brilliant beam of light that surged into the mountain. Simultaneously, the white monkey placed its palm on the array map. A terrifying aura, half a step from transformation, erupted forth, illuminating in silver-white brilliance. The patterns on the array map suddenly glowed, and a grand formation quietly took shape. In the next moment, the demonic energy from 100 golden core demonic beasts surged, flooding into the array map. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, an invisible ripple emanated from the mountain, transmitting throughout every corner of the Demon Suppression Tower world. In the sky above, within the void, a hazy sphere of light trembled violently. A wave of shock, fear, and horror radiated from within. I have lost contact with the dimensional space. Exclamations echoed through the emptiness. Meanwhile, across the Demon Suppression Tower world, trial takers felt an ominous sensation and retrieved their distress jade talismans. Upon discovering the severed connection with the world spirit, their expressions shifted dramatically. What is happening? The distress talismans seem to have failed. What is going on? The world spirit appears to be malfunctioning. A chorus of startled cries erupted from various locations. In the sky, the transparent leaderboard flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. In the main world, before the powerful individuals capable of witnessing the Demon Suppression Tower trials, the glowing holographic projection abruptly disappeared. What is the Dimensional Research Institute up to? Why abruptly sever the projection? Damn it, I was watching my disciple fight. Why was the screen cut off so suddenly? What madness has overtaken those at the Research Institute? Is it truly the time for such turmoil? Quickly, go inquire about the situation. So many eyes are upon us. Most remain oblivious, still believing that the Anomalous Space Research Institute has encountered some dire issue. In Kyoto, at the Sun family estate, the patriarch observed, it appears that the young master has already commenced his actions. Sun Ho nodded, a cold smile playing upon his lips. The sword embryo was acquired by the Sun family from a certain dimension. Should it be forged into a true sword, it would grow into an unparalleled divine weapon, surpassing even the god transformation stage. At that juncture, the Sun family's power would ascend to new heights. Inside the Anomalous Space Research Institute, chaos reigned supreme. Countless researchers leapt to their feet, their gazes fixated upon the immense screen at the center of the hall. The flow of information, swift as a waterfall, abruptly halted, revealing a line of crimson text. Secondary anomaly detected. Contact lost with anomalous space number 1098. The researchers understood the gravity of the situation. The interruption of the projection was neither a deliberate act nor a malfunction of the monitoring equipment. Rather, anomalous space number 1098 had encountered a grave crisis. A mysterious force had severed the connection with the essence of the world, leaving them powerless over this dimension. This was an unequivocal major incident. Since the establishment of the Anomalous Space Research Institute, secondary anomalies had only occurred 59 times. The last occasion was a decade prior, which escalated into a primary anomaly. Close to 1,000 young cultivators from the Human Alliance, all exceptional talents from various regions, included many key disciples from prominent families. Even 2 prodigious figures of the human race. Should any misfortune befall them, a chill ran through the researchers. If that were the case, the Human Alliance would experience unprecedented upheaval. In the director's office, the elder sat up straight, his gaze turning steely. Investigate. Re-establish contact with anomalous space number 1098 at once. Instantly, the entire Anomalous Space Research Institute sprang into action. Aside from the necessary monitoring of certain anomalous dimensions, nearly all personnel were mobilized. Shortly thereafter, the elder's figure vanished from the office. Chapter 80. The Beast Tide Gathers. Golden Core Beasts emerge. In the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, deep underground, Golden Core Beasts formed a great formation, channeling their demonic energy into the array's focal points. Simultaneously, a D-class upper-tier beast emerged from the mountains, leading those Golden Core Beasts not within the formation away from the area. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating throughout the underground world, reaching every nook and cranny. Soon, E-class beasts appeared, commencing their assembly. These were the very beasts that had previously vanished from the surface. They coalesced into a dark ocean, with their numbers steadily increasing. Dozens of Golden Core Beasts each led a segment of the horde, splitting into torrents of darkness surging toward the surface. The atmosphere of bloodlust, brutality, and madness brewed quietly within the beast tide. A low, guttural roar resonated among the throng. Pairs of blood-red eyes flared to life. Freedom! The cry reverberated through the underground realm. The black torrent surged forth. Amidst the mountains, a graceful figure paused, gazing skyward. Was the essence of the world isolated by the formation? A hint of gravity emerged in her phoenix-like eyes. Each trial within the Demon Suppression Tower drew countless human powerhouses' attention. Those who dare instigate turmoil at such a time are either madmen or have been plotting for ages. Clearly, the latter possibility looms larger. She leapt gracefully, her form flickering through the forest, arriving at a mountaintop to gaze at the distant area shrouded in white mist. Suddenly, a blood-red-eyed eagle swooped down from the sky, attacking her. He Schwer frowned. Boom. The eagle shattered instantly. Curious, she thought, how could an E-class lower-tier beast dare to assault me? Meanwhile, across the small world, the testers had just regained composure from the panic of the failed rescue talismans when they noticed the beast's abnormal behavior. These creatures seemed reckless, charging forward regardless of the disparity in strength. Some easily dispatched the beasts, while others fell victim to the frenzied onslaught. A few particularly unfortunate souls met their demise beneath the claws of the beasts. Blood sprayed forth, the stench of carnage permeating the air, further inciting the frenzy among the mad beasts. As they perished, wisps of blood essence seeped into the ground, traversing great distances to the underground mountains. The testers looked up at the sky, their expressions frantic. If the essence of the world did not manifest soon, their survival here would be severely compromised. More and more anomalies transpired. After a while, rumblings erupted across the Demon Suppression Tower world. The ground shattered, dust clouds billowing, debris scattering. Massive fissures appeared, revealing impenetrable darkness within. Kill all these humans. A furious roar emanated from the depths of the fissures. In the next moment, countless beasts surged forth from the cracks. A black torrent appeared upon the earth, leaving desolation in its wake. Following closely, enormous Golden Core Beasts emerged, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, their consciousness extending forth, instantly locking onto the locations of numerous testers. A massacre began. When the beast tide appeared before the testers, their expressions transformed. Initially astonished, they swiftly gave way to terror. Yet a glimmer of hope remained in their hearts. They were all elite individuals from various cities, each possessing their own trump cards. If they fought desperately, perhaps a sliver of survival awaited them. However, upon witnessing the colossal beasts within the horde, all hope shattered, plunging them into profound despair. Golden Core Beasts. Only prodigious figures of the human race could contend against Golden Core Beasts. Their current predicament could only be described as a situation where survival was virtually impossible. Blood splattered upon the ground. The dark torrent surged forth, and those testers who had been discovered were swallowed whole by the beast horde, almost without a sound. Wisps of blood essence floated above the earth, swiftly penetrating underground, absorbed by the formations within the mountains. The beast tide had scarcely materialized when nearly 100 testers fell beneath the beast's iron hooves. On the grasslands, a strikingly handsome young man stood surrounded by the beast tide. The Golden Core Beasts eyed him hungrily, yet they refrained from attacking immediately. This was due to a grand formation suddenly unfurling beneath his feet. Intricate array patterns glimmered, brilliant light coalescing, blasting toward the beast tide. Boom! The air erupted with a deafening roar, shaking the grasslands. Fiery energy reduced those beasts to ashes. This terrifying force compelled even the Golden Core Beasts to retreat a few steps. In that instant, a path emerged within the horde. The array master, Shattering, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, appeared pale, unwilling to squander a moment. He dashed through the newly opened passage, escaping the encirclement. A grave crisis had befallen the world of the Demon Suppression Tower. This thought raced through his mind. The Golden Core Beasts had consciously assembled their kind to besiege the testers. Such an occurrence had been absolutely intolerable in the past. Should this situation arise, human powerhouses would immediately descend to eliminate all beasts in the area. Yet now, this very situation had transpired. The beasts were not mindless, though the circumstances remain unclear. The world's spirit has vanished, and the most prudent course of action is to unite with other trial takers. By consolidating everyone's strength, we can better confront the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Xiao Ding extracted a formation diagram, channeling his full power, causing the space before him to warp, and, astonishingly, a portal to materialize. He stepped through, evading the pursuers behind him. Simultaneously, those extraordinary prodigies became acutely aware of the situation, promptly seeking out fellow trial takers to collectively combat the beast tide. Survival is our singular objective. We must endure until the world's spirit reemerges. The unsettling events within the Demon Suppression Tower have surely drawn the attention of those outside. If we can merely hold on until the arrival of the human powerhouses, we will achieve victory. Thus, survival is imperative. At this moment, beneath the earth, in a pitch-black passage, Suze advanced rapidly. His consciousness extended outward, vigilant against any unforeseen developments. The connection to the distressed talisman had been severed. He had already discerned the necessity of extreme caution. With one person and one dragon, they had traversed an unknown distance. Within this tunnel, it was impossible to ascertain their exact location. Suze only knew that he was likely progressing deeper into the realm of the Demon Suppression Tower. Ahead, the path suddenly sloped downward, extending further into the depths of the earth. However, at the end of the passage, there seemed to be a faint glimmer of light, obscured by dense white mist, rendering it indistinct. Chapter 81. The Great Teleportation Talisman. Humans colluding with beasts? Suze's pace slowed as he discreetly restrained his aura, lest he disturb whatever may lie ahead. Xiaoqing mirrored his caution, her form shrinking slightly. They advanced with utmost wariness, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Suze communicated telepathically with Xiaoqing, who nodded in understanding. The four symbols Azure Dragon escape technique had been partially completed due to her heightened bloodline purity, allowing her speed to rival that of Suze. With the mountains still standing, there is no fear of firewood running out. Xiaoqing naturally grasped this principle. After a brief moment, a thick cloud of white mist enveloped Suze and Xiaoqing. As he extended his consciousness to probe, his brow furrowed slightly, not due to any peculiar effects of the mist, but because it harbored two radically different attributes, one searingly hot, the other chillingly cold. The simultaneous presence of these opposing forces was indeed perplexing. Be cautious. I suspect there is something extraordinary ahead, Suze whispered to Xiaoqing. He then stepped forward, entering the white mist, with Xiaoqing closely following. Soon, the figures of the man and dragon were gradually swallowed by the mist. This passage was long, continuously delving deeper underground, with the fog growing ever thicker. Suze felt one half of his body ablaze while the other half was frigid, an odd sensation. However, they encountered no beasts along the way. After a considerable time, the end of the passage revealed the faint shimmer of water. Approaching, they discovered a deep pool, its depths unfathomable, with swirling mist emanating from it, spilling into the tunnel. The water was peculiar, embodying both ice and fire attributes, creating a unique cycle of energy that perpetually flowed and rotated. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a term suddenly materialized in Suze's mind: Tai Chi. The essence of Tai Chi produces the dualities. The dualities represent yin and yang, mirroring the two attributes present in the pool before him. Within his dantian, a golden lake began to bubble, pure golden chi surging through Suze's meridians, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. Let us descend and investigate, he declared, leaping into the depths of the pool. The water was far deeper than Suze had anticipated. Fortunately, with the protection of true chi, he could remain submerged for an extended duration. Xiaoqing, of course, needed no further explanation, as she could also breathe underwater. The alternating currents of hot and cold water created an almost surreal atmosphere. The golden light surrounding Suze intensified, hastening his speed. They continued their descent, going deeper, with the water growing increasingly turbulent. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of inversion gripped him. A powerful tearing force emerged. The yin-yang reversal energy was terrifying. If a practitioner below the golden core stage were to encounter such a force, they would likely be torn apart and perish on the spot. Even a golden core practitioner, without prior preparation, might suffer injury. However, Suze's physical body was extraordinarily robust, comparable to that of a humanoid beast, thus remaining unaffected. He merely felt a brief dizziness before regaining his composure. Looking up, no, He should be looking down. Suze's gaze flickered, the golden light swirling around him as he focused on the surface above. In the distance, a faint glow emerged. It seemed they were nearing their true destination. With the golden light flowing, Suze swam towards the luminous spot. At last, the shimmering surface of the pool came into view. Yet, he abruptly halted 15 meters beneath the water. The golden light extinguished, and all his energy was drawn back into his body. Simultaneously, Xiaoqing reacted almost in sync with Suze, shrinking back to her original foot-long size. Her demonic aura reigned in. Both of them channeled their true qi and demonic power, minimizing their life signs to the barest minimum. In that moment, the man and dragon appeared as two lifeless stones. Suze tilted his head back, his pupils constricting sharply, fixating on the white figure hovering above the pool's surface. Lines of information materialized before his eyes. Name: Fire-Eyed Water Ape, extremely dangerous. Level: Upper C class, half-step B class. Special bloodline: none skills. Unknown, level disparity too great to detect. Remarks: when encountering such a creature, it is advised that the host promptly flee, otherwise. This system may consider selecting a new master. However, it is worth mentioning that, should you be willing, the monkey brain could prove to be a delicacy worth trying. Suze's expression turned grave, anxiety creeping in. Upper C class, half-step B class, equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul stage among humans. Just one step away from breaking into the divine transformation realm. Such a formidable being could easily command respect even among humans. Yet now, it had appeared in this realm of the demon suppression tower. This powerhouse was not here for a taste of monkey brain. Rather, it was he who risked becoming the main course. A chill surged from the base of his spine, spreading throughout his body. In the next moment, a talisman materialized in Suze's hand. The Great Teleportation Talisman, worth 5,000 years of cultivation. Long before the Distress Talisman lost its potency, Suze had scoured the system's marketplace for any teleportation items. After much searching, he had finally discovered this sole affordable option. The Great Teleportation Talisman could instantaneously transport the user 1,000 miles away. While this distance was not overly exaggerated, it possessed two exceptionally bizarre characteristics. It activated instantaneously and did not consume any energy from the user. This was the primary reason for its value of 5,000 years of cultivation. Seizing Xiaoqing, Suze prepared to activate the Great Teleportation Talisman and flee. As golden energy enveloped his fingertips, ready to unleash the talisman, he hesitated. The fire-eyed water ape seemed oblivious to his presence, wholly engrossed in manipulating a stone slab before it. Even through the 10 meters of water, Suze could discern the intricate patterns etched upon the slab. Formation? Moreover, it appears to belong to the array of the human race. There exist considerable differences between the arrays utilized by humans and those employed by demonic beasts. A teacher once elucidated these distinctions during my time at school. Thus, upon a mere glance, Suze immediately discerned the anomaly. However, upon closer inspection, his brows furrowed in surprise. A series of intangible waves emanated from the array, and Suze harbored a faint suspicion that it was these very waves that rendered the Distress Talisman ineffective. Was the underlying cause connected to the demonic beasts? As his gaze shifted, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a human figure seated at the edge of the deep pool. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through his mind, leading to a myriad of conjectures. A solitary individual living in isolation for a decade. Suze had always been inclined to entertain the worst of intentions when assessing others. When the human race initially occupied this otherworldly space, they slaughtered countless demonic beasts residing here. Logically, one would expect a deep-seated enmity between the surviving demonic beasts and humans, rendering it inconceivable for them to coexist peacefully as they currently did. Thus, only one possibility remained. This individual colluded with the demonic beasts, severing the connection between the spirit of the world and the trial takers. Regardless of his motives, such actions were utterly intolerable. Chapter 82. Such a precious treasure naturally belongs to the worthy. The reason the Human Alliance dared to summon outstanding cultivators from various regions to partake in trials within the Demon Suppression Tower world was precisely because the trials were deemed exceedingly safe. The cornerstone of this safety was that the spirit of the world constantly monitored the circumstances of the trial takers. Once the Distress Talisman was activated, the trial takers would be instantly teleported back to the main world. Yet now, the spirit of the world was isolated, rendering the Distress Talisman ineffective. The essential prerequisite for safety had vanished, and the Demon Suppression Tower world had become rife with peril. Particularly now, most trial takers encountered formidable demonic beasts. Should they be defeated by these beasts, the implications of the distress talisman's ineffectiveness were self-evident. The audacity to undertake such a scheme suggested that this individual harbored grand ambitions. Suze calmed himself. With a grand teleportation talisman in hand, he could escape from this place at any moment. Thus, he decided to observe the situation. He was eager to discover what circumstances could compel this person to commit such heinous acts. He and Xiaoqing stealthily concealed themselves beneath the water, attentively monitoring the events unfolding above. On the surface, the fire-eyed water monkey was wholly focused on the array before it. A surge of demonic energy erupted as it maintained the array's operation while channeling the energy transmitted from the 100 Beasts' great array into the formation. Even as a half-step into the divine transformation realm, it found the task quite challenging, necessitating an unwavering concentration of 200% with no room for complacency. This endeavor was a matter of life and death. Succeed, and it would regain its freedom. Fail, and it would meet its demise. There was no alternative. With gritted teeth, the water monkey's eyes blazed like two fiery orbs, radiating fervor. At that moment, a wisp of blood energy materialized above the array. The seated Sun Xiu suddenly revealed a smile. Has it begun? What a pity, were it not for the need to guard this place. I would genuinely wish to test the prowess of those so-called geniuses. As the image of a graceful figure flashed through his mind, he couldn't help but snort. Soon, an increasing amount of blood energy quietly appeared. Above the array, the crimson light gradually intensified. A flicker of pain crossed the fire-eyed water monkey's eyes. It could sense that among the blood energy, there was not only that of humans, but also that of demonic beasts. Yet, having drawn the bow, there was no turning back. It had no choice but to press onward. Time was of the essence, for the human experts outside had surely sensed the peculiarities here. The water monkey let out a low growl and exerted all its strength. In no time, the blood light became dense and palpable. Sweat beaded on the water monkey's forehead as it struggled to control the blood light, directing it into the depths of the pool. Suze, concealed in the shadows, observed the spectacle. The blood light spread across the water, transforming the once clear pool into a hue of crimson. As the blood energy entered the depths, the water began to bubble violently, releasing copious amounts of mist that enveloped the mountains in a thick, white haze. Suze felt a stir within him and turned to gaze. He then beheld, in the deeper recesses of the pool, a blood-red orb quietly suspended. The moment the blood energy emerged, the orb gleamed with an insatiable hunger, voraciously consuming the blood energy. As it devoured more and more, the solitary flaw on the orb began to gradually morph into a deep crimson. What could this be? Suze mused, albeit puzzled. Yet, judging by its demeanor, it was certainly no ordinary object. At the edge of the deep pool, Sun Xiu rose, cradling the sword hilt in his hands, his expression turning solemn and grave. Upon sensing the vibrant blood energy surrounding him, the sword instantly became restless. The blade trembled incessantly, exuding a fierce killing intent. As a chorus of eager sword cries reverberated from its sheath. Patience, soon you shall evolve into a true divine sword. Sun Xiu chuckled, retrieving talismans from his spatial ring and affixing them to the sword's body. Then, with a flourish, he cast the sword along with its sheath into the deep pool. Splash! The sound drew Suze's attention. He turned to see a long sword sinking into the depths. The sword seemed to possess a will of its own. The moment it slipped from Sun Xiu's grasp, it surged towards the blood energy, positioning itself before the blood-red orb. The orb trembled momentarily, as if gripped by fear. Yet at that instant, the long sword had already made contact. A portion of the orb's surface began to dissolve, merging with the sword, rendering them inseparable. Buzz! The long sword vibrated, exhilarated beyond measure. Suze observed this wondrous scene, his eyes lighting up. Clearly, the reason this person had allied with the demonic beasts was to obtain this long sword. Suze scrutinized the sword closely, although it had yet to be unsheathed. Its sharpness was palpable. The blade exuded a fierce intent, suffused with a violent aura. While he was uncertain of the sword's origins, Suze was convinced of its exceptional quality. For a half-step into the divine transformation realm demonic beast to treat it with such seriousness, it must undoubtedly be a treasure of significant value. Yet, it appeared to be but a semi-finished product. Though Suze lacked expertise in weapon forging, he had recently engaged in intensive study of cultivation knowledge alongside Wang Lin. Thus, he possessed the foundational insight to recognize potential. His eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. If it were indeed a semi-finished product, that would imply the sword had yet to recognize a master. In other words, the sword was currently an unclaimed object. Suze glanced at the water monkey hovering above the surface, then at the young man standing at the edge of the deep pool. A faint smile crept upon his lips, brimming with excitement. Such a precious treasure naturally belongs to the worthy, even if he were not a paragon. He was certainly superior to this scoundrel who conspired with demonic beasts to harm his own kin. Surely the sword itself would prefer not to fall into the hands of such a rogue. Moreover, the treasure lay not far before him, entirely unclaimed. He would merely be picking it up fortuitously. It had no bearing on the young man. Besides, the long sword was voluntarily discarded by that fellow. With that in mind, Suze thought it best not to hold back. He summoned Shaoqing back to his wrist, gripping the grand teleportation talisman in one hand, and stealthily approached the vicinity of the sword and the blood-red orb. Just then, the long sword that had consumed a small portion of the blood-red orb quivered. A wave emanated from the sword. Suze's brows shot up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. A sword spirit? Weapons capable of nurturing a spirit are collectively referred to as spiritual weapons. In this world, artifacts are classified into 6 distinct tiers. The various categories of magical artifacts include Fa Qi, Fa Bao, Ling Qi, Ling Bao, Xian Qi, and Xian Bao. The first 4 are indeed present among contemporary cultivators, while the latter 2 are mere legends. As for even those at the Yuanying level seldom possess one. Typically, only through extraordinary fortune can one acquire such an item. The higher tier are exclusive weapons for those at the Huashan level. Beyond that, such artifacts belong to the realm of myth. Before Suze lies a longsword, which has just given birth to a weapon spirit. No, it may not yet be fully realized. The aura of the weapon spirit within the sword is steadily intensifying. Should this momentum continue, the longsword could very well transform into a. Suze is filled with elation. This is akin to a pie falling from the sky. Chapter 83. A sword that shatters heaven and earth. The longsword was once a. As malevolent energy surges forth, the blood aura above the cold pool intensifies. The water ape feels increasingly burdened, sweat beads forming on its brow as it is engulfed in steam. With the influx of blood energy into the deep pool, the water appears to boil, thick mist rising and obscuring visibility in the mountains. Sun Xiu stands at the edge of the pool, his gaze intense with anticipation. He peers into the depths, yet his view is obstructed by the dense fog, rendering the underwater scene indiscernible. Should he probe with his divine consciousness? The moment this thought arises, he swiftly dismisses it. Others may be oblivious, but he has witnessed the longsword's ferocious bloodthirst firsthand. Before it completely absorbs the blood god pearl, recklessly extending his consciousness would undoubtedly expose him to its malevolent aura. For cultivators, divine consciousness is their most vulnerable aspect. It is well known that injuries to the soul are the hardest to heal. If his consciousness were to be harmed by the sword's fierce aura, even a slight misstep could leave a lasting affliction, potentially impeding his future achievements. Thus, despite his arrogance, Sun Xiu refrains from being reckless. He remains patiently by the waterside, his heart ablaze with fervor. Beneath the surface of the pool, Suze clutches a grand teleportation talisman, excitement coursing through him as he gazes at the long sword within arm's reach. The crimson orb within is continuously melting, devoured by the sword. The fluctuation of soul energy within the long sword grows increasingly potent. Now is the perfect moment. Suze cautiously extends his divine consciousness, gradually approaching the long sword before plunging directly into its core. Once he tames the weapon spirit within, the long sword will undoubtedly become his. Although Suze lacks swordsmanship, he cannot simply overlook this unclaimed treasure, can he? However, as soon as his divine consciousness enters the long sword, a torrent of violent, frenzied, furious, and agitated emotions erupts. An intensely savage aura manifests. The chilling, bone-piercing intent of murder permeates the air. Clang! The long sword trembles lightly, emitting a clear, resonant song. A brilliant flash of crimson light bursts forth. The long sword unsheathes itself. Measuring 3 feet in length, its blood-red blade glimmers with a sharp, cold radiance. Curiously, a fissure 2 millimeters wide runs along its midsection, accompanied by numerous fine cracks, as if it has once been broken. As the long sword breaks free from its sheath, an even more ferocious aura erupts. Within the deep pool, the surging blood energy stirs restlessly, coalescing into a colossal torrent that surges into the sword. In an instant, a vortex of blood energy forms in the water, with the long sword at its center, ravenously consuming the blood essence. The crimson orb melts at an accelerated pace, pure blood energy flooding in, all of it absorbed by the long sword. With the long sword's frenzied consumption, the fine cracks on its surface begin to heal. Even the widest fissure slowly mends. On the edge of the pool, Sun Xiu hears the sound of the sword's song from beneath the water, and sees the sudden formation of the blood vortex, his face alight with joy. His family's decades of scheming were not in vain. The blood god pearl can indeed aid in the sword's restoration. The thought of wielding the longsword, knowing it would drastically enhance his power, ignites a fervor within him. Once he possesses the sword, slaying any mid-tier golden core beast will be a simple task. As for the title of genius, it will be within his grasp. Expectation fills Sun Shio's gaze as he eagerly awaits the sword's revival. Meanwhile, 15 meters underwater, Suze finds his vision blurring, consciousness suddenly drawn into a mysterious realm. This is a brutal battlefield. All around, remnants of corpses, severed limbs, and scattered flesh litter the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely, staining the earth crimson. Bloodlight suffuses the battlefield, the aura of malice palpable. Suze is taken aback, his eyes flickering as he sweeps his divine consciousness across the scene, quickly realizing that everything before him is but an illusion, not truly existent. He breathes a sigh of relief, surveying the battlefield, only to be captivated by a figure at its center. A tall man, exuding strength, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in shattered armor, his body marred by wounds. He wields a snow-white longsword. Although the color differs, Suze recognizes it through the hilt and the unique patterns along the blade. It is undeniably the blood-colored longsword he recently attempted to claim. Before Suze can react, the man moves, a surge of blood energy erupting forth, filling the heavens and the earth in a sea of crimson. He leaps into the air and strikes down before him with the sword. In an instant, boundless radiance coalesces on the blade, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Crack, crack, crack. The fabric of space shatters, the heavens tremble, and the laws wail in lament. The very ground before him crumbles like fragile porcelain, unable to withstand the onslaught. Countless massive fissures appearing as the earth collapses, the sky cleaved in twain. Countless beings are silently obliterated, torn asunder by the ravaging rifts in space. In their final moments, they emanate waves of malignant energy that surge toward the longsword and its wielder. At that moment, the longsword, already riddled with cracks, can no longer bear the strain. Shattering with a resounding crack, the man coughs blood, splattering it across the longsword. In the next instant, his body erupts into fragments. Blood and flesh stain the longsword, and the raging malice surges within. The once snowy blade transforms into a blood-red sword, rife with malevolence. A look of astonishment fills Suze's eyes. This power is beyond what a Huashan could possess. With a single stroke, he shattered an entire realm. The man is undoubtedly an existence transcending the Huashan level. Moreover, the weapon spirit within the longsword is not newly born. It previously possessed a spirit. Judging by the preceding scene, it must be an artifact surpassing the level. An artifact that exceeds the is classified as A. This longsword was once A. However, it was broken and tainted by malevolent energy, resulting in a regression in rank. Suze gazes at the severed longsword lying on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, an unexpected change occurs. Although the previous scene was an illusion, the overwhelming malevolent energy is all too real. It quickly senses Suze's presence, stirring restlessly as it rushes toward him. Suze's heart races with anxiety. He is currently a manifestation composed of divine consciousness. If he were to perish, it would inevitably inflict damage upon his true self-psyche. Such injuries are notoriously difficult to heal. However, before him lay an ocean composed of blood-red malevolence, colossal waves rising with the intent to crush him outright. In this moment of dire peril, a mighty roar erupted from within Suze. Instantly, a resplendent golden light burst forth, transforming into a vast sea of gold. Amidst this brilliance, a gigantic elephant materialized, its massive form towering above, with eyes resembling two blazing suns. Bathed in the golden ocean, the elephant surveyed the ominous blood-colored sea with an air of indifference, a flicker of human disdain gleaming in its gaze. Its elongated trunk rose, swirling with torrents of golden light, and with cataclysmic force, it lashed out at the encroaching blood sea. A thunderous explosion resounded. The blood sea, which enveloped the land, was instantly shattered, the crimson light scattering as the once congealed malevolence dissipated into wisps, drifting across the fractured earth. The elephant remained undeterred, raising its mountain-like leg and delivering a mighty stomp forward. With an eruption of dazzling golden light, it surged forth, instantly filling every crevice of the ground, driving the malevolence back into retreat. Countless strands of malevolence, seemingly sentient, hastily fled back into the longsword. The blade quivered, exuding an aura of palpable fear. Yet, witnessing the retreat of the malevolence, The elephant appeared dissatisfied and lifted its foot, intending to crush the long sword beneath its weight. In that moment, Suze swiftly intervened. Though uncertain of the outcome, he projected a thought. The elephant's movement came to an abrupt halt, the golden light receding, gently dissipating into the surroundings. Returning to Suze's being, the spirit within the long sword sighed in relief. At that instant, the scene before him ebbed away like a receding tide. The brutal battlefield vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of tranquil waters. Suze stirred, regaining his senses, and exhaled a long breath. Beside him, Xiaoqing gazed at him with concern. Projecting a thought, "Master, what just happened? Why did you suddenly space out?" She had witnessed Suze's eyes turning blood red, emanating an intimidating aura of malevolence, and immediately recognized the long sword as the source. Had he not quickly returned to normal, she would have been prepared to strike at the sword. "I'm fine, merely encountered something." Suze smiled, gently patting Xiaoqing's head. He turned to regard the long sword, a glimmer of astonishment surfacing in his eyes. A weapon of celestial rank, a legendary artifact, an unparalleled divine object that even those at the transformation stage could not dare to approach. And yet, it was now manifest before him. Although the long sword had once been broken, diminishing its rank, its value still far surpassed that of a spirit treasure. This could very well be the greatest boon he acquired during this trial in the Demon Suppression Tower. Suze's gaze flickered as his consciousness reached out once more. Having learned from the previous encounter, the spirit of the sword would likely not be as audacious this time. Indeed, when his consciousness made contact with the long sword again, the scene remained unchanged. "Who are you?" A cool, melodious voice rang out. Subsequently, a blood-red light illuminated the sword, morphing into a young girl clad in crimson, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Her oval face was exquisitely formed, her skin flawless and pale, with slightly furrowed brows and piercing phoenix-like eyes that radiated a chilling glare, complemented by a delicate red mouth beneath a sharp nose. At that moment, she regarded Suze with an expression of vigilance and wariness. She was the spirit of this blood-red longsword. In the fierce battle years ago, the sword had shattered, suffering grievous injuries and becoming tainted by malevolence, nearly leading to her demise. Fortunately, before her wielder's body shattered, he had expended his last vestiges of strength to preserve her. Though she survived, she could no longer maintain clarity, her thoughts descending into chaos, severing all ties with the outside world. It was not until much later that the sword was discovered by the Sun family. After expending countless rare materials, they managed to restore the sword to a semblance of its former glory, granting her a flicker of consciousness. At last, Sun Xiu cast the long sword into the deep pool, and the power of the blood god pearl, along with the immense malevolence, gradually mended the sword's form, allowing the spirit to regain a modicum of awareness. However, upon awakening, she found an audacious youth probing with his consciousness, seemingly intent on claiming her as his own. A mere Foundation establishment youth dared to set his sights on her. The sword spirit resolved to make this arrogant boy pay the price. Yet, recalling the immense power emanating from the elephant and the dread that engulfed the realm, her heart chilled. This individual was not trivial. Such a sensation was something she had not even felt from her deceased master. It was essential to note that her master was a formidable being in the tribulation stage, just a step away from transcending the 6 realms and becoming a celestial entity. Thus, although the sword's spirit's expression remained calm, her heart was heavy with trepidation. Suze regarded the suddenly manifested young woman with little surprise. After all, as a former celestial artifact, her humanoid appearance was hardly unexpected. However, upon hearing her inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. Surely he could not confess to coveting her form, wishing to claim her for himself, though she was merely the spirit of a weapon. Such words would undoubtedly come across as lewd. Before Suze could formulate a response, the sword's spirit interjected. "You do not intend to seize the slaying immortal sword, do you?" Suze's gaze sharpened. The slaying immortal sword. What a powerful name. He awkwardly scratched his nose and nodded. The sword spirit scrutinized him intently. Falling into contemplation, her master had perished, and as a weapon, she possessed little capacity for self-defense. It was indeed time to seek a new master. Moreover, this individual before her was unfathomable, his profound cultivation frighteningly formidable, and the techniques he practiced were shrouded in mystery. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of becoming her master. "Pray tell, how long have you been cultivating?" she asked, her tone and demeanor softening considerably. Suze pondered for a moment before replying. "Altogether, perhaps 3 months?" 3 months. The sword spirit's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at Suze, questioning her own hearing. To reach such a level in merely 3 months? Surely, he must have consumed heavenly treasures during that time. Yet, observing Suze's demeanor, he did not appear to be fabricating tales. Furthermore, someone capable of practicing such techniques had no need to deceive her. If this individual were to continue developing smoothly, his accomplishments might well surpass those of her former master. Indeed, he could even exceed them by a significant margin. A wise bird chooses the right tree to rest upon, and a loyal minister seeks a worthy master to serve. For a celestial artifact, securing a powerful and promising master is an essential virtue. Thus, with a decisive bite of her silver teeth, the sword spirit resolved, "Hasten, cut your palm, and pledge your blood to recognize your master. Let us expedite this matter and not squander time." With that, she retreated back into the slaying, immortal sword. Both Suze and Shaoqing were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated a lengthy discourse, perhaps even the necessity of force. Instead, it had been remarkably straightforward. Recognizing that the sword spirit appeared earnest, Suze was equally unwilling to waste time, especially with a ticking time bomb at hand. He sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to emerge, which he guided with his true chi to rest upon the surface of the slaying, immortal sword. Simultaneously, his consciousness reached out, connecting with the sword. In the next moment, an ineffable sensation enveloped him. Suze felt a bond forming between himself and the sword spirit. The malevolence upon the sword dissipated, emitting a soft chime as it trembled slightly. In the system panel, an additional piece of information appeared. Weapon, Celestial Slayer Sword, Spirit Tool Level, awaiting repair, upgradable. Chapter 85. The Trialists suffer heavy casualties as mid-level D-grade demon beasts emerge. Suze glanced at the crack on the long sword, a smile gracing his lips. As long as it is reparable, everything becomes manageable. Others might need to gather countless rare materials, seek out the finest artifact masters, and expend endless resources to achieve success in mending the Celestial Slayer's sword. However, he found himself spared such troubles. With the auxiliary system at his disposal, he merely needed to utilize the repair function within the shop. The cost might be somewhat exorbitant, but that was a minor inconvenience. Reflecting on the arduous cultivation he had endured, a pang of heartache washed over Suze. It was no easy feat. The years of hard-earned cultivation seemed increasingly insufficient. The Celestial Slayer's sword trembled slightly as the voice of the sword spirit, a young girl, resonated within. Her tone had softened considerably, lacking the initial confrontational edge. "Master, I still need to devour this blood god pearl. The blood essence within will aid in my bodily restoration." Suze nodded and inquired, "How much longer will it take?" The sword spirit replied, 3 days. Suze frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. 3 days seems a tad lengthy. Can it be expedited? The fastest would still require 2 days. The sword spirit responded coolly, her answer succinct. Suze nodded in acceptance. 2 days was still bearable. Above the deep pool, when Sun Xiu heard the sound of the sword's cry, an expression of uncontainable delight spread across his face as he stood up, leaning over to gaze into the water. However, the dense mist above and the swirling blood light within obscured his view, preventing him from discerning what lay beneath. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment the sword cried out, someone was preparing to intercept the precious treasure Sun's family had prepared for him. Almost there, he murmured to himself, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the formation diagram in the hands of the water ape flickered with a faint light. Observing this, Sun Xiu's excitement surged. The formation no longer absorbed the blood essence, indicating that the blood god pearl had reached its fullness. Now, all he had to do was quietly await the sword to devour the pearl and mend its fractures. Meanwhile, a golden core demon beast emerged from the mountains. "Lord Demon God, the formation has ceased absorbing blood essence. Should we continue the siege on the humans?" A glint of coldness flashed in the water ape's eyes as he coldly replied, "Since we have embarked on this course, let us see it through to the end." The golden core demon beast nodded and turned to depart. At this moment, in the realm of the earth, a savage roar echoed through the forests. Boom, boom, boom. Giant trees splintered, clouds of dust billowed, and shattered stones flew like bullets, demonstrating immense power. A lizard-like demon beast, measuring a staggering 20 meters in length, burst forth from the haze. It was in dire straits, its body drenched in blood, with 2 gaping wounds marring its head. This was a D-grade lower-tier demon beast, its eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of colorful light illuminated the area, piercing through its body. A destructive energy rampaged within, obliterating all vitality. The lizard demon beast stiffened, rolling several times before finally coming to rest after toppling a cluster of massive trees. A slender figure stepped forth from the shadows. Hishwer gazed at the colossal corpse before her, a flicker of worry flashing in her eyes. This marked the fifth one. Even she felt a sense of overwhelming fatigue, her energy waning significantly. She suddenly coughed, blood trickling from her lips. Yet, she quickly wiped it away, sighing silently within. She could still handle D-grade lower-tier demon beasts on her own, but facing D-grade mid-tier ones would pose a considerable challenge. If this continued, "Hey, are you alright? Sister Schwer, how are you holding up?" From the distant thicket, several figures rushed forward, expressing concern for Hishwer. Their condition was not much better. They bore injuries and appeared quite disheveled. It was none other than Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and other talented individuals. They had united against the demon beasts. Behind them, an increasing number of people appeared, nearly 1,000 in total. All were trialists who had joined the ranks along the way. Witnessing Hishwer slay a golden core demon beast had left them profoundly shaken, far beyond what the world spirit's reports could convey. Each of them looked at Hishwer with deep respect, quietly celebrating their narrow escape from disaster. Had it not been for Hishwer, that golden core demon beast alone could have caused catastrophic losses. Thinking of the golden core demon beast, a heavy gloom settled over the crowd. In truth, they had already suffered significant losses. The frenzied beast tide had only recently emerged, and under the leadership of the golden core demon beast, countless trialists had perished in an instant. The remaining individuals had banded together, along with a few scattered trialists from other locations, leaving an estimated 1,000 or so still alive. Many among them had never experienced such brutality, leading to a profound psychological impact. Over there, Hishwer shook her head. "I'm fine, but we cannot afford to linger here. We must evacuate immediately, or the next wave of beasts will soon descend." Tong Lan's face darkened, despair creeping into her voice. "If this continues." "What are you saying?" Xiao Ding frowned, retrieving various array materials, his hands glowing as he began inscribing formation patterns. His complexion was somewhat pale, his arm bandaged, hindering his movements. Soon, a formation took shape. A beam of white light emanated from the patterns, enveloping the trialists within. Everyone adapted quickly to this scene. This was a special formation capable of significantly enhancing their speed. It was precisely this formation that allowed them to keep pace with the main group in their retreat. Roar! Just then, a low growl resonated from afar. The faces of the crowd shifted as they turned to the source of the sound. On the horizon, a dark wave of beasts emerged, and among them, a particularly large creature measuring over 30 meters stood out. A mid-level D-grade demon beast? Someone gasped in disbelief, despair washing over their faces. Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the other talented individuals looked grim. Had a demon beast beyond the D-grade lower tier finally appeared? "We must unite to repel it." Xiao Ding gritted his teeth. However, Hishwer shook her head, softly saying, "You all go ahead, I will catch up shortly." "That is a mid-level D-grade demon beast," Tong Lan exclaimed, her face full of concern. Hishwer's expression grew grave as she fixed her gaze on the beast. "Fear not, I am no saint. Only by preserving more living forces can we enhance our chances of survival and prolong our resistance." A robust warrior with considerable strength spoke solemnly. "Sister Schwer, rest assured. After we ensure the main group is safe, we will return to assist you." Each of them possessed desperate means, and if they combined their strengths, they could indeed pose a threat to the golden core demon beast. Hishwer nodded gently before her figure vanished. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The battle had commenced. Chapter 86. Director Zhong Shouhu of the Dimensional Space Research Institute. Meanwhile, in the main world, a message from the Dimensional Space Research Institute was transmitted. Upon receiving this news, many human powerhouses were taken aback. The world's spirit had lost contact, severed by some peculiar force. Did that mean the distressed talisman had become ineffective? If danger arose, how could they escape? Many faces turned pale. Their disciples and children were within the Demon Suppression Tower world, and they were all carefully nurtured talents. Should an unforeseen incident occur during the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower, the expressions of many would turn anxious. The longer the delay, the greater the peril faced by the challengers within. What is the Spatial Research Institute doing? Why has no solution been offered yet? If anything were to befall my disciple, I would undoubtedly obliterate every beast within the Demon Suppression Tower. A vehement declaration echoed amidst the mounting tension. Meanwhile, across various locations of the Human Alliance, a series of formidable auras erupted. In the boundless skies, a middle-aged man clad in white suddenly materialized, radiant colors swirling around him. His gaze fixed intently upon the spatial rift before him, brows furrowed in deep concern. Following him, a second and a third figure emerged. Before long, dozens of figures, each garbed differently, appeared, standing resolutely in the air, their terrifying auras subtly pulsating. They were indeed a congregation of formidable divine transformation experts. Brother Tong, you have arrived. One of the divine transformation experts addressed the first to appear, the middle-aged man in white. He acknowledged with a nod, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. Brother Xiao, is Xiao Ding also trapped within? The divine transformation experts exchanged a few brief words before their gazes returned to the space ahead. Suddenly, a burst of brilliance erupted, striking forth with a cataclysmic force. With a resounding boom, the space distorted slightly, revealing a colossal spatial fissure, the entrance to the demon suppression tower realm. However, at that moment, a veil of white mist obscured the entrance, temporarily severing the connection between the alternate dimension and the primary world. The dazzling radiance in the hands of Tong Wei, the head of the Tong family, gradually faded as he lowered his hand, frowning at the nebulous white fog. Is it futile? He murmured to himself. Observing this, the divine transformation experts sprang into action, attempting to breach the white mist to ascertain the safety of their children. Boom, boom, boom. A series of horrifying attacks erupted, swift as lightning, imbued with the power to collapse a mountain as they surged into the spatial rift. Yet, when the cacophony subsided, the white mist remained unchanged. The attacks of the divine transformation experts dissipated within the mist, neutralized by a peculiar energy, which in turn caused the white fog to thicken even further. Witnessing this, the expressions of the divine transformation experts shifted dramatically. A formation? Xiao Tianrong remarked, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the white mist. The Xiao family excels in formations, which is why they could nurture a talent like Xiao Ding. Now, he sensed that the power emanating from the mist stemmed from a formation. If that is the case, the appearance of this white mist must be due to external forces. Someone has deliberately isolated the demon suppression tower realm from the outside world. One divine transformation expert's face darkened as he coldly declared, regardless of who it is, if anything happens to my son, I shall demand blood for blood. An oppressive atmosphere quietly enveloped the gathering. The expressions of the divine transformation experts darkened, a subtle aura of murderous intent emerging. At that moment, two more figures appeared. One was tall and imposing, with piercing tiger-like eyes that exuded a presence capable of withstanding legions. The other was an elderly man, simply dressed, with graying hair, silently fixated on the spatial rift. They were none other than Zhang Muji, the principal of the True Dragon Academy, and Zhong Shouhu, the head of the Spatial Research Institute. Upon the arrival of these two, the divine transformation experts present nodded in acknowledgement. However, when facing Zhong Shouhu, they all bowed in deep respect. Director Zhong, you have come. Old Zhong, you have finally arrived. What shall we do? You must provide a solution. My disciple is trapped inside. They gathered around Zhong Shouhu as though he were a beacon of hope, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhong Shouhu, a peak divine transformation expert of the Spatial Research Institute, well-versed in the ways of space and experienced in numerous alternate dimensions, was the most knowledgeable regarding such emergencies. Raising his hand to beckon for silence, Zhong Shouhu approached the swirling white mist. The crowd fell silent, awaiting his actions. As he scrutinized the mist, a flicker of anger manifested in his gaze. Such a level of formation could not possibly be wielded by the beasts of the demon suppression tower. He was aware of a half-step divine transformation monkey in the underworld, but he had previously warned it and verified its capabilities. There was no indication of any formation among them. The only beings among humanity capable of such formations were the 8 great families. He discreetly cast a glance at the divine transformation experts from the 8 great families, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. Should anything happen to the children of Chongqing and Linger, there would be no need for the 8 great families to exist. They would be nothing but a scourge. For their own selfish interests, they dared to commit such acts, akin to defecating on one's neck. At that moment, a message appeared on his communicator, a holographic projection. In a heavily fortified chamber, a soul lamp was burning brightly, its flame vibrant, indicating the well-being of its owner. He heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, all is well. However, his brow soon furrowed again as he turned to regard the white mist, a dazzling light igniting in his hand. The mist must be penetrated swiftly, otherwise, little Su could be in grave danger at any moment. The divine transformation experts nearby, witnessing the soul lamp's influence, narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Whose soul lamp is that? Is Director Zhong here specifically for its owner? Could it be that someone within the Demon Suppression Tower realm has a connection to Director Zhong? Xiao Tianrong and Tong Wei exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock in the other's eyes. This is significant news. Everyone, come and assist. We must break this formation as quickly as possible. Zhong Shouhu commanded solemnly. With a sudden flourish of his hand, countless intricate formation patterns erupted, filling the sky. Xiao Tianrong's pupils constricted at the sight of those patterns. As a divine transformation formation master, he could not comprehend many of them. Yet, there was no time to dwell on this now. Nearly 10 divine transformation experts roared in unison, a torrent of spiritual power surging forth like a vast ocean. Infusing the formation patterns, a resplendent light shot skyward. Zhong Shouhu's expression grew grave as he stood at the heart of the formation, channeling the terrifying power to strike at the white mist, to shatter the mist imbued with the power of the Tai, Qi Yin-Yang reversal. Only an overwhelming force far exceeding its limits could suffice. Chapter 87. The Despairing Challengers. Where is Su Zhe? Xiao Ding's trump card, the divine transformation experts' rescue plan for their disciples, commenced. Radiant light filled the skies, transforming the entire expanse into a tapestry of vibrant colors. Boom. The white mist began to churn violently. In the demon suppression tower realm, the depths of the underworld, the serene pool within the mountains suddenly erupted. A torrent of white mist surged forth, cascading into the formation array. The water ape trembled, the immense pressure descending upon it, causing its demonic energy to surge uncontrollably. Outside the mountain, hundreds of golden core demon beasts roared in fury, their bodies quaking as their demonic energy rapidly dissipated, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of weakness. If you lack other means, those divine transformation experts outside will surely breach through. The water ape turned to Sun Xiu, speaking sharply. Sun Xiu frowned, displeased by the water ape's tone. Yet, he recognized the gravity of the situation, the ring on his hand flickering. In an instant, 5 figures appeared at the edge of the serene pool. Divine transformation puppets? The water ape's pupils contracted in shock. Such puppets are notoriously difficult to manufacture. Merely one of their requirements, the flesh of a divine transformation expert, would deter countless families. Yet the Sun family produced 5 in one go. This exemplifies their overwhelming strength and financial prowess. The Sun family would not dare to act without thorough consideration. They would only proceed when everything is in place. Sun Xiu let out a cold laugh and immediately activated the puppets. The 5 transformation puppets opened their eyes wide, and a terrifying aura enveloped the area, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. In an instant, they flashed into position around the formation, raising their hands as torrents of spiritual power surged forth from within them. With the assistance of the 5 transformation puppets, the formation stabilized in an instant. The pressure on the water ape significantly diminished, allowing it to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It cast a furtive glance at the pool, observing the blood-red whirlpool. What kind of entity could possibly warrant such a heavy price from the Sun family? Beneath the water, Su Zhe gazed at the 5 formidable puppets, surprise flickering in his eyes. That young man's identity seemed quite extraordinary, as he was capable of producing 5 transformation-level puppets. However, it mattered little what he brought forth. The immortal slaying sword had already recognized its master, and that young man had unwittingly crafted a wedding gown for himself. He would surely need to express his gratitude later. Time passed swiftly. A day later, high above in the sky, the expressions of the numerous transformation-level beings were grim. Ding Zhong surveyed the white mist before him, his brows furrowing, a hint of urgency gradually appearing in his eyes. The longer they delayed, the more perilous the situation became for the trial participants. There was no more time to waste. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his aura surged, his posture straightening, and the light in his hand flared up dramatically. At that very moment, within the demon suppression tower world, on the vast grassland, thunderous roars resounded incessantly. A multitude of demonic beasts formed a black ocean, launching an assault on the trial participants encircled in the center. The chilling howls filled with murderous intent resonated as countless beasts charged with bloodshot eyes. The trial participants turned pale, their hands trembling slightly. Their gazes were resolute, yet tinged with fear and despair. They had been surrounded. There was no retreat, only a fight to the death. They all looked into the distance, where their only hope lay. In the far distance, a golden core demonic beast was locked in combat with a slender silhouette. He Shuer's complexion was ashen, her speed significantly reduced from before. After continuous battles, her energy was severely depleted. Not to mention, the demonic beast before her was of mid-tier D-grade strength. She could only struggle to defend herself, and slaying it was utterly impossible. At that moment, another ferocious roar echoed from afar, reaching the ears of the trial participants, followed closely by a menacing aura. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. They turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a gigantic serpent racing towards them from the distance. A golden core demonic beast. Its target was unmistakably clear, It aimed to join forces to slay the troublesome He Shuer. It's over. They are going to besiege Sister Shuer. Tonglan's face turned ashen as she cried out. The other trial participants shared her sentiments, a wave of despair washing over them. If their strongest combatant, He Shuer, fell, their only hope would be shattered. At that moment, a name surfaced in everyone's mind simultaneously. Suze. Where was that new prodigy, capable of slaying golden core beasts? If only he were here, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so dire. Suze, where are you? In an instant, everyone silently cried out in their hearts. Could it be that he had already perished? Suddenly, within the crowd, one person trembled, a look of sorrow flashing in his large eyes. I will set up the formation. You all assist me. At that moment, Xiao Ding gritted his teeth, his handsome face filled with determination, speaking in a low voice. The nearby geniuses were taken aback, but after fighting alongside him for some time, they had great confidence in him. Thus, despite not knowing his intentions, they gathered around him. Xiao Ding's hands danced through the air as he summoned various formation materials, scattering them across the ground. Intricate formation patterns were etched into existence. His face flushed, sweat trickling down his forehead. In a matter of moments, a grand formation took shape. He spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the formation's eye, his face turning as pale as paper. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted. The formation activated, and everyone hastily infused their spiritual power into it. A colossal amount of spiritual energy converged, the energy wildly accumulating. Xiao Ding's body trembled violently, veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. The burden of this formation on the practitioner was immense. A moment of carelessness could even harm one's foundation, affecting future cultivation. But now, Xiao Ding could think of nothing else. He gritted his teeth, focusing intently on the giant serpent, striving to control the formation. Boom! A brilliant golden light suddenly blazed forth, crackling with electric sparks as it surged towards the giant serpent. A flicker of horror flashed in the serpent's vertical pupils as it hurriedly attempted to defend itself. Yet, the golden light moved too swiftly, crashing into its body in an instant. With a thunderous bang, the serpent's form turned charred, electric sparks flickering as it was sent flying. Its body tumbled continuously, blood splattering everywhere. Finally, the serpent came to a halt, a gaping, gruesome hole appearing in the center of its body, nearly severing it in two. It let out a mournful howl, its breath fading, clearly on the brink of death. Xiao Ding exhaled deeply as the formation patterns dimmed, the materials at the formation's eye exploding in a burst. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Tonglan and the others had no time to celebrate. They gasped and rushed to support him. Meanwhile, the mid-tier D-grade demonic beast observed in shock, retreating in haste. After a low growl, the tide of beasts abruptly ceased. He Shuer swiftly rejoined the main group. Seeing the immediate crisis averted, relief washed over their faces, and joy at having survived the ordeal blossomed. It turned out that these geniuses still had hidden trump cards. Perhaps this time, they could escape. Chapter 88. 4 Golden Core Demonic Beasts. The immortal slaying sword is restored. An elated Sun Xiu exclaimed, Sister Shuer, are you all right? Are you hurt? The trial participants rushed forward, and Tong Lan produced a pill, offering it to her, while several others retrieved gauze to tend to her. He Shuer accepted the pill and swallowed it, replenishing her depleted spiritual power, shaking her head to indicate she was fine. She looked at Xiao Ding and softly asked, Are you all right? Don't do that again. That last attack has already shaken your foundation. Xiao Ding's complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color, lending his handsome features an air of melancholy. He shook his head, saying, If we don't fight desperately now, when will we? The group fell silent, a heavy stillness settling over them. They turned to gaze at the vast black ocean of beasts in the distance, and a renewed sense of despair and helplessness surged within them. On the horizon, more demonic beasts continued to appear, joining the tide of beasts. Their numbers swelled, the roars merging into a cacophony echoing from all directions. Breaking through was already an arduous task. No, to be precise, breaking through was impossible. Hurry and recover. We will attempt to break through soon, He Shuer softly urged, then sat down, circulating her cultivation method to heal her internal wounds. The expressions of the surrounding trial participants grew solemn as they began their own healing processes. Among the tide of beasts, a massive gray-white wolf observed the distant crowd, its gaze locking onto He Shuer and the others. A glimmer of wariness flashed in its eyes. This woman had slain a total of 6 golden core demonic beasts in just 2 days. It was worth noting that only 11 had emerged from the underground world. That little brat had just used a formation to slay yet another. Now, including itself, There were only 4 golden core demonic beasts left on the surface. Could this be the legendary prodigy of the human race? The giant wolf gazed with a chilling intensity, its murderous intent palpable. The human race has imprisoned us for numerous years. It is time to collect some interest. Once the remaining 3 golden core beasts arrive, we shall annihilate all of your precious talents. Time trickled by, day and night alternating fleetingly. The following day, at noon, the human prodigies, including He Xuer, Tong Lan, and Xiao Ding, opened their eyes, exhaling deeply, their gazes sparkling with renewed vigor. After a night of recuperation, they had pushed their states to the utmost limits. Xiao Ding's complexion had slightly regained its color as he fixed his stare upon the giant wolf amidst the beast tide, calculating his angle of attack. The other trial participants also rose to their feet, their hopes rekindled upon seeing He Xuer and the others. Yesterday, they had entrusted their remaining elixirs to these few. Now, it appeared that the prodigies had recovered quite well, seemingly increasing their chances of escape. However, just at that moment, a low, hoarse roar echoed from afar, followed by a second and a third. On the horizon, 3 monstrous beasts emerged, their golden core energies looming ominously. The crowd erupted in gasps of horror. Their faces paled, and the flicker of hope that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant, leaving a profound darkness in its wake. Despair washed over them, dimming their spirits. If it were merely an additional golden core beast, it might have been manageable. But now, 3 had appeared. How could they possibly withstand such odds? Even He Xuer's gaze hardened, a sense of helplessness arising within her. Certainly, if they were to be overwhelmed, she could force her way through the encirclement at the cost of her injuries. But what then? How long could she evade capture? And would she survive long enough for the external experts to come to her aid? She was certain that the Dean was devising a plan, yet she feared she might not last until that moment. He Xuer felt a bitter resentment. Her aspirations extended far beyond merely passing the trial in the Demon Suppression Tower. She sought to make a resounding impact at the 10,000 Races Conference, to bring glory to the human race. Likewise, the gazes of Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the other prodigies flickered with uncertainty. Emotions of unwillingness, anxiety, anger, and despair surged within them. Must they truly meet their demise in this insignificant alternate dimension? At that very moment, beneath the underground world, deep within a mountain's abyss, the blood god Pearl had vanished, leaving only the immortal slaying sword silently floating in the water. The sword was absorbing the last remnants of blood energy, and the fissure within it had nearly disappeared, though a faint trace remained. Suze lifted his gaze to the surface of the water, where the water ape and 5 transformation puppets were desperately maintaining the heavenly deception formation. Entirely oblivious to the events below, the man by the water's edge was shrouded in mist, rendering the situation unclear. It seemed an opportune moment for him to surprise them. Although Suze was unaware of the exact circumstances unfolding outside, he could surmise certain events. The distress signal talisman had become ineffective, severing their means of escape, and those trial participants who had succumbed to the beasts likely faced dire fates. From the conversation between the water ape and the golden core beasts, it appeared they had initiated a siege on the trial participants. How was Lin Miaoyi faring? Before entering, both Elder Wang and Uncle Lin had entrusted him with their concerns. They had treated him well during his time at the Lin family, and he had posed numerous questions to Elder Wang. If anything were to happen to their sole heir, Suze would find it impossible to explain. Yet even so, he could not leave this place hastily. If he did not dismantle the formation, the spirit of the world would remain severed. The distress signal talisman would remain unusable. At that point, they would be at the mercy of the beasts. Even if help were on the way from the outside, time was of the essence. And during that time, the water ape and the 5 transformation puppets could eliminate all the trial participants. The crux of the matter lay in the heavenly deception formation suspended in the air. Only by destroying it could the distress signal talisman be reactivated. However, relying solely on his own strength, Suze had no confidence. Thus, he had to remain until the immortal slaying sword repaired itself. Only then could he leverage its power to obliterate the formation. Finally, the last vestige of blood energy was absorbed by the immortal slaying sword, and the fissure within it had almost vanished, leaving behind a faint white mark. Simultaneously, the sword erupted with an incredibly sharp sword chi. A ferocious, bloodthirsty aura immediately enveloped the surroundings. The waters of the pool surged violently, a thick fog rising and obscuring Sun Shio's vision. He froze momentarily, then joy surged within him. It worked. He felt the sword's overwhelming sword chi, powerful beyond measure. Even from several meters away, the water's surface stung his skin. It was astonishing. The sword's power exceeded all his expectations. But this was for the better. The stronger the sword's might, the greater his strength as its master. Imagining himself wielding the sword, rampaging through the 10,000 Races Conference, defeating all the prodigies from various races, earning the admiration of the entire human alliance, he trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, deep beneath the abyss, the ethereal voice of the sword's spirit echoed once more, resonating through the profound waters and reaching Su Zhe's ears. Master, I have completely absorbed the blood god pearl. My injuries are nearly healed. The only remaining issue lies in the loss of my essence, which will require time to replenish. In Su Zhe's eyes, information regarding the immortal slaying sword materialized. Weapon, immortal slaying sword, lower grade spirit treasure. Capable of repair and upgrade. The damage sustained by the immortal slaying sword in that past battle had been catastrophic. Had it not been for the previous owner's vital essence protecting it, it would have long since turned to mere iron. Thus, after the full restoration efforts by the Sun family and the power of the blood god pearl, it had only regained the status of a lower-grade spirit treasure. Yet even so, the current immortal slaying sword was undeniably a precious artifact. Spirit treasure, a coveted item that many transformation-level experts had never possessed. What Sun Xiu had longed for, hoping to achieve greatness through the immortal slaying sword at the 10,000 Races Conference, was now in Su Zhe's possession. With a hum, the immortal slaying sword resonated, its readiness palpable. Xiao Qing had arrived at Su Zhe's wrist, equally prepared. Su Zhe glanced at the formation diagram above, his gaze flickering as thoughts raced through his mind. The system panel appeared. Remaining cultivation, 14,000 years. Without hesitation, Su Zhe directly allocated 12,000 years of cultivation to his martial arts. Boom. A massive and pure energy surged within him. The dense energy roiled through his meridians, enhancing his physical strength, nourishing his channels, and ultimately, under Su Zhe's guidance, all flowed into the dragon elephant seed. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp cracking sounds echoed, and beams of dazzling golden light erupted forth. The surging energy gushed from the dragon elephant seed. Within his dantian, the golden lake began to boil, its brilliance soaring. And amidst the haze, a colossal elephant materialized, letting out a resounding roar. Roar. Countless strands of spiritual energy manifested within the dantian, causing the golden lake to expand dramatically. Bang! In the pool, a muffled heartbeat reverberated, shaking the surrounding waters. Su Zhe's eyes glimmered with golden light, akin to golden pupils. Waves of golden radiance suddenly burst forth from his body, illuminating the entire abyss in a golden hue. The blinding rays of golden light dispersed the white mist, revealing the true appearance of the deep pool. Sun Xiu squinted, leaning forward to gaze into the water below, and was astonished to behold a shadowy figure. A sword spirit? His heart raced with excitement. A weapon imbued with a spirit is known as a spiritual weapon, and if the spirit can manifest and possesses a heightened level of consciousness, it is deemed a spiritual treasure. Seeing the figure beneath the water, his immediate instinct was to conclude that it was the embodiment of the sword spirit. At this moment, the sword spirit resonated with Su Zhe's intentions, naturally aware of his desires. The body of the Zhanxian sword began to tremble with anticipation. The sword spirit was elated. After so many years, she could finally take action once more. It had been an eternity since she had engaged in battle, and she felt as if her body were rusting. As the piercing golden light illuminated the surroundings, Su Zhe's form flickered, appearing before the Zhanxian sword. He extended his hand and grasped the sword, its cold touch sending a shiver through him. Intense sword chi radiated outward, stirring the waters of the pool. The sword spirit sensed the aura emanating from Su Zhe, and the image of a colossal elephant flashed in her mind, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The golden light enveloping Su Zhe exuded a formidable sense of oppression, an absolute suppression of rank, unrelated to strength. It was akin to a timid hare encountering a ferocious tiger. Fear was instinctual and utterly inescapable. However, the sword spirit managed to endure. The oppressive sensation of the golden light diminishing significantly, alleviating the prior feeling of imminent collapse. Within Su Zhe, 3 dragon elephant seeds activated simultaneously, their energies intertwining to trigger a chain reaction, substantially enhancing the effects on his physique. The tumultuous energy surged through his meridians and dantian. Clutching the Zhanxian sword in one hand and a grand teleportation talisman in the other, he took a decisive step forward. With the Tianpeng 9 steps, combined with the surging power within him, Su Zhe's speed reached its zenith, transcending all limits. A dazzling beam of golden light erupted from the depths of the pool. Boom! The waters exploded, and the resplendent golden radiance illuminated the interior of the mountain. In a flash, Suze found himself beside the array diagram. The water ape's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Suze was not the sword spirit, but a tangible living being. This was perilous. Its eyes flared with flames. Yet it could not spare a moment to act. The powerful beings outside had succumbed to madness, relentlessly bombarding the white mist. If it diverted its attention, the grand formation would likely be obliterated. An acute sense of urgency filled its gaze. Sun Xiu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a shift in his expression. Yet, before they could react, Suze raised the long sword high, his spiritual energy surging forth, infusing the Zhanxian sword. In an instant, blood-red light erupted. A beam of sword light materialized abruptly. Like a torrent of blood cascading down, the sword light fell upon the array diagram. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions resounded. The ferocious energy flickered, creating shockwaves that sent the weakest among them, Sun Xiu, flying. The formations of the Qi Tian Grand Array began to flicker violently, as sword Qi crisscrossed, clashing fiercely with the energy within. Suddenly, crack! A fissure appeared on the surface of the stone array diagram. The water ape's face turned ashen, devoid of color, terror filling its eyes. Crack! Crack! The fissures swiftly spread, rapidly engulfing the entire array diagram. With a resounding bang, stone shards flew, and the array shattered. That mysterious energy vanished in an instant. In that moment, within the world of the demon-suppressing tower, a tremendous wave of divine consciousness swept across the realm. An ancient and powerful will descended upon the underground world, arriving within the mountain. A delicate voice resonated, "Number 1, Challenger Suze, thank you." Meanwhile, the terror in the water ape's eyes morphed entirely into fury. Its gaze fixed menacingly on Suze, its body shimmering with light, ready to strike him down. However, Suze's form flickered and abruptly vanished from this underground realm. Suze felt a sudden blur before his eyes, his heart racing. He hadn't even activated the grand teleportation talisman yet. How had he been transported away? Yet, he soon realized that it must have been the spirit of the world intervening, escorting him to safety. Before him appeared towering mountains, shrouded in thick white mist between the peaks. Suze inhaled a breath of long mist fresh air and tentatively inquired, "Spirit of the world, could you transport me to the side of Challenger Lin Yaoi?" He felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if this request would be feasible. But the spirit of the world responded, its words remarkably simple, just 2 words, "Certainly." Chapter 90, Stun and Shock. Top of the leaderboard. Suze arrives on the vast grassland. The herds of beasts surged like an ocean. Their roars echoed through the heavens, as 4 golden core demon beasts congregated, their eyes cold and fixed on Hishwer and the other prodigies. "That woman will be my distraction. You 3 focus on eliminating those little brats, and then we will combine forces to slay her." The massive wolf spoke in a deep tone. The other 3 golden core demon beasts, all of lower D rank, nodded silently in agreement. "Be cautious of that man who resembles a pretty boy. His formation is terrifying, and he obliterated the black serpent in 1 blow. We must not falter," it advised, emphasizing the need for absolute certainty to minimize losses among their kind. "Understood. That brat likely has only 1 strike in him. As long as we evade it, we can swiftly annihilate them. At that point, surrounding one of them will be a piece of cake." After concluding their discussion, the 4 golden core demon beasts extended their divine consciousness, transmitting their commands into the minds of every demon beast. "Annihilate these humans. Leave not a single one alive." A thunderous roar erupted as the vast, ocean-like herd of beasts unleashed their violent fury. The demonic energy surged into the sky, scattering the clouds above. Amidst the crowd, the challengers turned pale, despair, terror, anxiety, and unwillingness spreading silently among them. "It's over. This time, we are truly doomed. There is no hope of escape." For golden core demon beasts, how could they possibly withstand that? Hishwer blocked one, while Xiao Ding and the other prodigies combined their efforts against another. But what about the remaining 2? Despite nearly 1,000 people being present, they were utterly incapable of resisting 2 formidable golden core demon beasts. Hishwer's expression hardened, and she spoke, "Everyone, do your utmost." Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and the others nodded silently, gradually adjusting their mental state. Hishwer stepped forward, taking the initiative to engage. Locking onto the D-rank mid-tier giant wolf, the giant wolf mirrored her actions, stepping out as well. The 2 shared an unspoken understanding, moving away to avoid collateral damage to others. Hishwer wished to prevent her companions from injury, while the giant wolf was equally reluctant to exacerbate losses among its kin. Boom! The battle was on the verge of erupting. Radiant brilliance burst forth. Simultaneously, the three golden core demon beasts focused their attention on Tong Lan and Xiao Ding. Assist me. Xiao Ding's expression grew serious as he spoke in a deep voice. The remaining materials in his spatial ring emerged, beginning the construction of a grand formation. This time, he was prepared to give it his all. However, the three golden core demon beasts were not about to allow them to construct the formation undisturbed. Eliminate them. A low growl resonated. The herd surged forward, their bloodthirsty roars echoing. The black wave of beasts began to rush towards the challengers. Many challengers turned ashen, trembling slightly. Their eyes filled with despair as they beheld the overwhelming tide of demon beasts. Among the crowd, Lin Miaoi clenched her fists, filled with regret. Yet, her gaze quickly steeled with determination. Even in death, she would take a few demon beasts down with her. As array patterns began to materialize, Xiao Ding coughed up blood violently. The faint flush that had just appeared on his face vanished once more. Behind him, the expressions of Tong Lan and several other prodigies were equally as pale. The spiritual energy within them was rapidly depleting, funneled into the grand formation. A glimmer of resoluteness flickered deep within their eyes. This could very well be the final battle. At that moment, as all the trial takers had resolved themselves to sacrifice their lives and commence the last stand of their existence, a vast wave of divine consciousness rippled through the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the distressed jade talismans of everyone ignited with a soft glow, establishing a tenuous connection with the celestial dome above. A white speck of light emerged in the sky, which then suddenly exploded. A familiar transparent barrier unfurled. Blanketing the entire sky, names were arrayed upon it, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. Yet, many of those names had already dimmed. Originally, there had been over 5,000 trial takers, but now fewer than 1,000 remained. Excluding those who had been eliminated by the spirit of the world and sent out of the demon suppression tower. Over 3,000 had perished at the hands of the demonic beasts. For a moment, everyone stared blankly at the sky, their expressions frozen in shock. The spirit of the world had re-emerged. The distressed jade talismans were functional. They could survive this ordeal. They would not have to perish in this damned alternate dimension. Boom. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The faces that had been darkened by despair and terror suddenly radiated light, their previously dull eyes igniting with life. The joy of surviving surged within them. Trial takers cheered in delight, embracing one another, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Simultaneously, the voice of the spirit of the world echoed throughout the realm of the demon suppression tower. Number 1. Trial taker Su Zhe single-handedly resolved the crisis, aiding the spirit of the 1098th alternate dimension in regaining control of the world. Reward: 1,000,000 points. A blinding radiance erupted from Su Zhe's name, nearly eclipsing the sun's brilliance. His points soared by 1,000,000, catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard. He had surpassed He Shuer, the second-place contender, by a staggering margin of over 900,000 points. In the distance, He Shuer, who was embroiled in battle with a giant wolf, abruptly halted and looked skyward. Su Zhe. It was he who helped the spirit of the world re-establish contact with the realm of the demon suppression tower. A flicker of astonishment appeared in her phoenix-like eyes. Renowned for her composure, she too was shaken by this news. The trial takers shared her sentiment, lifting their gazes to fixate on Su Zhe's name, their eyes brimming with disbelief, mouths agape in shock, as immobile as if sculpted from clay. The giant wolves and other demonic beasts likewise raised their heads. Yet, their eyes were filled with terror and despair. The human trial takers were not yet subdued, and the spirit of the world had reappeared. They all understood what this signified. They had failed. The demon lord had failed. They were bewildered as to how a mere human youth at the foundational stage could have caused the downfall of a demon lord at the half-step divine transformation stage. Despair, confusion, and fear surged within them, causing an instantaneous shift in the mental state between the trial takers and the demonic beasts. Amidst the crowd, Lin Miaoi gazed at the name that shone like the sun, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She covered her mouth, her hands trembling with overwhelming emotion. Su Zhe had not fallen. Moreover, he had assisted the spirit of the world in regaining control over the realm of the demon suppression tower, earning a staggering 1,000,000 points, thus becoming the unparalleled and rightful first place on the leaderboard. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of thousands of trial takers and demonic beasts, the sky above began to warp slightly. A spatial portal manifested, a tall figure, brandishing a blood-red longsword. Enveloped in resplendent golden light, akin to a celestial being descending from above, stepped forth with a hint of a smile, though his gaze remained icy. In Chapter 91, the D-grade contracted beast, Shaoqing strikes, delivering a lethal blow. Both the trial takers and demonic beasts fixated on the spatial portal, transfixed by the handsome youth emerging from within. At that moment, even the most oblivious could surmise that this was none other than the top scorer, Su Zhe. Following He Shuer, the second human prodigy, the beast tamer Su Zhe, the one who had aided the spirit of the world in restoring control over the minor realm, saving nearly 1,000 trial takers. From the heights, a glimmer of azure light ignited. Shaoqing transformed, reverting to its original form. In the next moment, a colossal figure nearly 15 meters in length appeared. For claws glimmering with cold light, deep green scales gleaming, densely arranged along its body, its fish-like tail swaying with explosive force. Shaoqing slightly raised its head, cradling Su Zhe on its back, long dragon whiskers fluttering, its eyes flashing with cold light, locking onto the mightiest D-grade intermediate demonic beast, the giant wolf. The trial takers were awestruck, while the demonic beasts trembled in fear. Years later, these trial takers would still recall that noon when the golden light-clad youth, wielding a longsword, descended from the heavens atop a majestic dragon. Roar! Shaoqing unleashed a thunderous roar, its dragon's cry resonating across the land. An aura of pressure unique to D-grade demonic beasts cascading down. The herd of beasts whined in distress, collapsing in terror, unable even to flee. The 3 lower D-grade demonic beasts were similarly paralyzed with dread. Despite being in the same D-grade lower tier, the Azure Dragon instilled in them an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A D-grade demonic beast? Su Zhe's contracted spirit beast is a D-grade demonic beast. Among the trial takers, gasps of astonishment erupted as they stared in disbelief at Shaoqing, scarcely able to trust their eyes. It was no wonder. No wonder Su Zhe could slay golden core demonic beasts. His contracted spirit beast was, in fact, a D-grade dragon. Some trial takers, aspiring beast tamers, gazed at Shaoqing and Su Zhe with envy, marveling at the dragon's might. Standing atop Shaoqing, Su Zhe scanned the crowd below, his mind sweeping across the area, quickly locating Lin Miao Yi. Thankfully, she had merely suffered significant losses and considerable exhaustion. Otherwise, she appeared unharmed. Su Zhe waved at her, offering a smile. Lin Miao Yi wiped away her tears, finally revealing a genuine smile from her heart. Shaoqing moved, transforming into a streak of azure light, delivering Su Zhe to the ground. Su Zhe leaped down from the dragon's back, gently patting its head and softly instructing, "Go, eliminate them all." His voice was calm, yet tinged with a chilling intent to kill. This command mirrored the words spoken by the previous golden core demonic beast. However, the roles of hunter and prey had now been reversed. "Oh, and try to keep their bodies intact. I have great use for them," Su Zhe added. This vast horde of beasts, along with those 4 golden core demonic beasts, represented years of cultivation that he could obtain effortlessly. Shaoqing nodded slightly, excitement glimmering in its slit pupils. Ever since its ascension to D-grade, it had yet to engage in a true battle. Now was the perfect opportunity to test its strength against those foes. Roar! It let out a low growl, instantly transforming into a streak of azure light, charging toward the 3 golden core demonic beasts. The trial takers gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "What? Why is it charging indirectly? It's too reckless. It should wait and attack together. This is too dangerous." In their eyes, Shaoqing's actions were undoubtedly overly rash. Xiao Ding and the others' expressions shifted, hurriedly manipulating the grand formation to target a golden core demonic beast, aiming to assist Shaoqing and prevent it from being overwhelmed. However, to their astonishment, Su Zhe unexpectedly intervened. What a jest! If you unleashed the Kamehameha and obliterated the beast's body, how much of your own cultivation would you sacrifice? Do not interfere. Shaoqing has not fought in quite some time, and it would be unwise to disturb it. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, his hands trembling as he struggled to maintain the great formation, and with great difficulty, he inquired, "Are you certain? What if, against all odds, your contracted spirit beast were to sustain injuries?" Su Zhe shook his head, replying with a calm demeanor, "That is an impossibility. Shaoqing, even at E-rank, could slay D-rank foes. It is a beast comparable to the celestial prodigies of humankind. Now that it has ascended to D-rank, dealing with 3 similarly ranked beasts devoid of special bloodlines is hardly a challenge. Just refrain from intervening." With that, Su Zhe turned and strode towards the mid-tier D-rank giant wolf. Xiao Ding and the other prodigies exchanged glances at Su Zhe's retreating figure, ultimately choosing to trust him. The intricate patterns of the formation dimmed, and the blinding radiance faded. What does Su Zhe intend to accomplish? Moreover, Are beast tamers not meant to fight alongside their spirit beasts? Such collaboration is essential to unleash the full potential of the spirit beasts, is it not? One prodigy questioned. Puzzled. Xiao Ding, his complexion pale, explained, typically, a beast tamer's own power is lesser than that of their spirit beasts, which are the primary source of combat strength. Furthermore, given that this is a confrontation between Golden Core cultivators, it is reasonable for Su Zhe, as a beast tamer, not to engage directly. The others soon comprehended. Indeed, the beast tamer's own capabilities serve as a vulnerability. In battles of this caliber, it is prudent for a foundation establishment stage Su Zhe to abstain from direct involvement. Look, the battle has commenced over there. In an instant, the focus of nearly everyone shifted to Shao Qing and the 3 Golden Core beasts. They beheld as the azure light of Shao Qing swiftly manifested before them, its indifferent eyes scrutinizing the foes as if they were mere inanimate objects. The 3 Golden Core beasts underwent a mental shift. They realized their fate was sealed. Death awaited them. Once the human cultivators breached the confines, their demise was inevitable. Hence, consumed by terror, they devolved into a frenzied desperation. Together, they would vanquish this dragon, and for every human they could slay, their vengeance would be fulfilled. A thunderous roar erupted from them, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury as they launched their assault. Yet, Shao Qing's gaze flickered with disdain. Its form shimmered and abruptly vanished from their sight. In the next moment, it reappeared before a hulking black bull, its claws raised with deadly intent aimed at the beast's head. The black bull, filled with dread, thought, this speed is unfathomable. It hastily summoned its demonic power, its horns shimmering with dark radiance, bracing against Shao Qing's claws. This was its most formidable and resilient feature. However, with a resounding crack, the lengthy horns shattered. Shao Qing's claws met no resistance as they struck the bull's skull. A sharp, crisp sound resonated as the bull's head was obliterated like a watermelon, blood splattering forth. White brain matter oozing out. The bull's body stiffened before collapsing with a thunderous crash. In one strike, a Golden Core beast was annihilated. Chapter 92. 10 seconds to slay 3 Golden Cores. Shao Qing feasts on its master. The giant wolf approaches. The murmurs of the challengers ceased abruptly as they turned their gazes to the azure dragon. Was it truly that effortless to slay a beast of equal rank? And in a single blow? They had anticipated a grueling battle, yet it unfolded with shocking simplicity. So simple it was almost outrageous. Xiao Ding and the other prodigies widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How formidable! This is utterly monstrous. It dispatched a Golden Core beast with a mere slap?" They understood that Shao Qing was undoubtedly powerful, for its dragon form must harbor a unique bloodline. Yet they had not fathomed such overwhelming strength, far exceeding their expectations. In the distance, He Xuer's pupils constricted slightly as she observed Shao Qing, her mind racing. If she were in the early stages of Golden Core, could she so effortlessly slay a lower D-rank beast? She felt uncertain. Perhaps she could? At least, it would require over 60% of her strength. While the spirit beast seemed to dispatch it with the ease of swatting a fly. At that moment, the 2 remaining Golden Core beasts finally regained their senses, their bodies trembling in shock as they gazed at Shao Qing. They had been completely unprepared. One of their comrades had been brutally dispatched before their very eyes. The overwhelming scent of blood flooded their senses, igniting their fight-or-flight instincts. Attack together. One of the beasts growled low, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. The intense heat incinerated many beasts in the tide, leaving them reduced to ash. The 2 Golden Cores, now consumed by madness, unleashed a violent surge of energy, their shockwaves obliterating countless creatures into a gruesome spectacle. Simultaneously, they began to retreat swiftly, desperate to distance themselves from Shao Qing. Shao Qing shimmered with azure light, skillfully evading their attacks. Its speed was astonishing, cloaked in a faint mist as it moved. Its vertical pupils sparkled with determination. Boom! The ground erupted as thick, resilient vines surged forth, ensnaring the 2 Golden Core beasts tightly. This was one of the 4 symbols Azure Dragon's innate talents, wood-based magic. The vines, adorned with sharp barbs as hard as steel needles, pierced through the beast's flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. The 2 Golden Core beasts gasped in terror, their bodies quaking as they endured the agonizing pain, finally breaking free from the vine's grasp. The barbs dripped with flesh and blood, resembling the wares of a butcher's market. However, the vines had provided Shao Qing the opening it needed to close in. Spiraling through the air, it struck with the ferocity of a steel whip. Dragon-style 5 forms. A B-rank martial technique. Crack, crack. The air resonated with 2 explosive sounds as Shao Qing enveloped itself in a veil of white mist. a sign of breaking the sound barrier with astonishing speed. Fear and despair surged in the eyes of the two golden core beasts as they realized they could no longer evade. They could only brace for impact. Boom, boom. The dull thuds echoed as the sound of shattering bones filled the air. The two massive golden core beasts were propelled backward like cannonballs, their bodies contorted with horrendous indentations as blood spewed forth. Boom, boom. They rolled across the ground for several rotations, crushing hundreds of beasts under their weight before finally coming to a halt. Their once menacing eyes dimmed, becoming devoid of life, their breath shallow and labored. Clearly on the brink of death, from Shaoqing's strike to their collapse, no more than a brief 10 seconds had elapsed. 10 seconds to slay 3 golden core beasts. The tide of beasts, the challengers, fell into stunned silence. In the far distance, the mid-tier rank giant wolf stared in disbelief as it witnessed its 3 companions being obliterated. Unable to react in time, gazing at the spiraling azure dragon overhead, an overwhelming sense of dread and horror welled up within. It sensed that even it would stand no chance against such a dragon. Flee. It must escape immediately. Even prolonging its life for a moment would be preferable to perishing here. Yet, just then, a figure appeared before it, wielding a long sword, golden light entwining around its hair. A serene smile gracing its face, and its gaze calm, devoid of any turbulence. Isn't this the master of the dragon? The giant wolf felt a flicker of hope in its heart. Generally, a beast tamer's strength is somewhat lesser than that of their contracted spirit beasts. In fact, for many beast tamers, 70% of their combat prowess stems from their spirit beasts. Moreover, the youth before it was merely at the mid-stage of cultivation. The martial arts prodigies and the beast tamers are entirely different entities. Without their contracted spirit beasts, they might be even less remarkable than ordinary geniuses. This fool actually dared to venture here. An opportunity has presented itself. Initially, it was concerned that he and that dragon would join forces to besiege it. However, it now seems that as long as it can eliminate this foolish boy, the contracted spirit beast will undoubtedly suffer severe damage. Naturally, it will then be incapable of launching an attack against itself. At that moment, it shall seize the perfect chance to escape. A glint of excitement shone in the giant wolf's eyes, and its heart swelled with joy. Hishwer was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, she had seen a flash, and Suze suddenly stood before her, shielding her. They were complete strangers. So this was hardly a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Yet, what was Suze planning? Did he truly intend to confront this D-rank mid-tier demon beast, of which she herself was helpless? At that moment, Hishwer suddenly noticed the giant wolf's gaze. Her heart sinking. Not good. That giant wolf aimed to strike at Suze. Although Suze possessed prodigious strength, much of it undoubtedly stemmed from his contracted spirit beast. His own innate power, Hishwer's expression shifted dramatically, her previously calm demeanor now fraught with urgency. Humanity had only just produced 2 prodigies. They could not afford to lose one here. She had finally found a worthy opponent and could not allow such a reason to lead to their loss. But the giant wolf had already made its move. A brilliant white light enveloped its body, its grayish fur billowing as its speed surged. It was employing a desperate tactic, aiming for a swift and lethal strike against Suze. Only by doing so could it hope for a sliver of survival. The giant wolf transformed into a massive white sphere of light, trailing a dazzling radiance as it surged towards Suze. This was perilous. Hishwer felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the white light, and the wolf's speed was so swift that she had no time to react. It was too late. A sense of dread washed over her, yet she dashed towards Suze, her own ethereal glow igniting as she sought to shield him from the impending blow. Among the crowd, Lin Miaoi's eyes widened in terror as she gazed this way, concern flooding her features. Shouting, Tonglan, and other prodigies were equally alarmed, urgently turning to Shaoqing, imploring her to assist. Yet to their astonishment, Shaoqing merely stood idly on the ground, disinterestedly pawing at a broken horn of the great black bull, glancing briefly at the white wolf before lowering her head again. As if she hadn't noticed. Spirit beasts devouring their masters? This thought suddenly flickered through Shaoqing and the others' minds. Meanwhile, the giant wolf had reached Suze, a vicious grin spreading across its face, its sharp teeth mere inches away, the foul stench wafting toward him. Chapter 93. A single sword slash to slay the D-rank mid-tier giant wolf. Are you certain you are a beast tamer? Hishwer had already positioned herself 3 steps behind Suze, her radiant glow enveloping her as she aimed to protect him. However, she was ultimately a step too slow. It was too late. A wave of helplessness washed over her. What on earth was Suze thinking? Daring to stand in front of the giant wolf? And what of his contracted spirit beast? Why had it not come to defend its master? The beast was exceptionally swift. It should have been able to arrive in time. What was truly happening? He turned her head to find Xiaoqing still idly toying with the bull's horn, not even glancing their way. A similar thought crossed her mind. Had Su Zai's spirit beast turned against him? It was not an impossibility. Such occurrences were likely when a spirit beast's power vastly exceeded that of its master. There had been similar incidents in the past. The onlookers in the distance watched helplessly as the giant wolf charged ferociously towards Su Zai, while Xiaoqing remained aloof, leading to their growing anxiety. After all, Su Zai had aided the spirit of the world in regaining control over this realm. Strictly speaking, he was everyone's savior. They certainly did not wish to witness his demise. Yet, it was already too late. Many closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su Zai's body being torn apart. At that very moment, Su Zai held his breath, finding it difficult to endure the foul stench emanating from the giant wolf's maw. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glimmer flickering within. Suddenly, a flash of blood light illuminated the sword of celestial slaying, and a spectral figure of a young girl gradually materialized. Su Zai raised the sword of celestial slaying and struck at the giant wolf before him. The sword's spirit mirrored his movements, also executing a slash through the air towards the beast. Whoosh! A radiant, blinding scarlet sword light erupted. The crimson glow instantly illuminated the faces of every challenger and demon beast present. A sharp sword aura surged forth, shredding the grass beneath it into tatters. A wave of terrifying malice surged forth, the bloodlight roaring like a tumultuous sea. The giant wolf's eyes widened in shock as it sensed the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the sword light. If it were struck by this sword, it would certainly perish. Demon beasts are incredibly sensitive to danger. Instinctively, the giant wolf began to twist its body, attempting to flee. However, it was already too late. The giant wolf had realized this, and with a steely resolve, it braced itself to withstand the blow. Its gray and white fur billowed, glowing brightly as it enveloped its body, forming a solid shield. Just as this protection materialized, the blood-red sword light approached its eyes. Flash! The blood-red sword light struck the giant wolf's barrier, sending sparks flying. It had held. A surge of joy welled up in the giant wolf's eyes, its cruel demeanor returning. Such a terrifying strike could not possibly be followed by a second from this foundation-building human boy. Next would be its moment of slaughter. Yet, just then, a sharp cracking sound pierced its ears. Crack! The giant wolf's body stiffened, disbelief filling its gaze as it stared at the fissure before it, sheer horror dawning. In an instant, the crack rapidly spread. Boom! The gray and white light exploded, and the blood-red sword light surged forward, vanishing in a flash. The giant wolf barely had time to react before it felt a chilling sensation wash over its body, its consciousness gradually fading. A line of blood suddenly appeared on its massive head, splitting it symmetrically in two. The bloodline continued to spread, quickly coursing throughout the giant wolf's body. From head to tail, from spine to lower abdomen. The wolf's eyes gradually lost their light, leaving only a trace of lingering fear. Its body fell apart, crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, its shattered innards spilled forth, yet strangely, not a single drop of blood emerged from within the giant wolf. Su Zai frowned slightly. His intention in this strike was to claim the giant wolf's body, should he swear or slay it. The carcass would naturally belong to her as a trophy. He couldn't simply seize it. A giant wolf measuring several dozen meters in length represented millennia of cultivation in Su Zai's eyes. It could at least activate a dragon-elephant seed. Thus, he had chosen to intervene. Yet now, not a drop of blood remained, resulting in a significant loss of cultivation resources. Su Zai looked down at the sword of celestial slaying, only to find a new line of information appearing. Weapon, sword of celestial slaying, lower tier spiritual treasure. Can be repaired, 101,000,000 blood energy points. Note, when sufficient blood energy points are acquired, the sword of celestial slaying can be restored to a mid-tier spiritual treasure. Su Zai raised his brows in surprise. A D-class mid-tier giant wolf possessed merely 100 points of blood energy. This implies that one would need to slay at least 10,000 D-class mid-tier beasts to restore the sword of celestial slaying to the rank of a mid-tier spiritual treasure. And what about upgrading it to a superior spiritual treasure, or even an exquisite spiritual treasure, or a celestial artifact? How many beasts' blood energy would be required? However, upon further reflection, he realized that the sword of celestial slaying, currently a spiritual treasure and once a celestial artifact, harbored immense potential. The mere blood energy of a single golden core beast could rejuvenate such a precious weapon. It was an unequivocal profit. a lower-tier spiritual treasure, a weapon reserved for transformation stage masters. And what were D-class beasts in comparison? The sole challenge lay in locating such a multitude of D-class beasts. Yet, undoubtedly, slaying higher-tier beasts would expedite this process. With this thought, Suze dismissed his concerns. Suddenly, he sensed an eerie silence enveloping him. Turning around, he beheld Hishware, her beautiful phoenix, eyes wide with astonishment. Behind her, the other trial participants were utterly speechless, their gazes fixated on the figure wielding a long sword. Their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and horror, staring incredulously at the severed wolf carcass. Suze had slain a D-class mid-tier wolf king with a single strike. The prodigies, including Xiao Ding and Tong Lan, stood frozen in place, resembling lifeless statues. All their attention was riveted on Suze, whose form radiated golden light, the long sword in his hand emanating a bloodthirsty aura. As he turned to face them, an inexplicable fear stirred within their hearts. Despite being gifted individuals from various regions, they found themselves overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness in Suze's presence. At that moment, a perplexing thought emerged among the crowd. Was Suze not a beastmaster? How could a beastmaster slay a D-class mid-tier beast with a single sword strike? Was it not commonly asserted that beastmasters were inherently weaker than their contracted spirit beasts? How could he, alone, have dispatched a golden core beast? This was illogical. Are you certain you are a beastmaster? Chapter 94. Hishware. It was Suze who slayed the giant wolf. Hishware's phoenix eyes brimmed with astonishment as she stared fixedly at Suze, then at the massive wolf carcass behind him. She found it hard to believe the events that had just transpired. The giant wolf that had rendered her powerless, which she could only momentarily restrain, had been so effortlessly dispatched by Suze. She scrutinized Suze from head to toe. Suddenly, her gaze halted, fixating on the long sword in his hand. Even though she was several paces away, she could still perceive the sword's sharp intent. The sword of celestial slaying, having just absorbed the blood energy of a D-class beast, exuded a chilling, murderous aura that silently enveloped the air. This sword was extraordinary. Hishware immediately recognized the sword's remarkable nature. Having encountered numerous treasures before, she possessed considerable knowledge in this regard. Being closest to Suze, she felt the intensity of its terrifying energy most acutely. The unsettling vibrations gave the impression that the weapon before her was almost alive. Thus far, only one weapon had evoked a similar sensation within her. The innate artifact of Zhang Muji, the transformation stage master and head of the True Dragon Academy. The astonishment in Hishware's eyes deepened. Could it be that the long sword in Suze's grasp was indeed a spiritual treasure? This hypothesis was utterly astounding. It must be noted that the headmaster's artifact was a spiritual treasure. Even among transformation stage masters, few possessed such a precious item. Yet, this was the only explanation that could elucidate how Suze had slain a D-class mid-tier beast with a single strike. She could perceive Suze's cultivation level, merely at the mid-foundation stage, on the cusp of a breakthrough. Yet, he was still only at the mid-foundation stage. She herself was at the peak of the foundation stage, barely able to contend with a D-class mid-tier beast. And yet, Suze had defeated the giant wolf through sheer strength? Impossible. Hishware shook her head. This speculation was even less plausible than the sword being a spiritual treasure. Thus, only one possibility remained. She gazed at the blood-red long sword in awe. Meanwhile, the other trial participants, after a brief moment of silence, erupted in uproar. Suze had slain that D-class mid-tier beast with a single sword strike? This was nothing short of unbelievable. How had he accomplished this? Was he not a beastmaster? Why was his combat prowess so formidable? This was entirely unscientific. I cannot comprehend. The prodigies, including Xiao Ding, fell into a state of silence as well. Finally, someone spoke up. I too wish to know how Suze achieved all of this. That giant wolf was beyond even Hishware's capabilities. How could he? Xiao Ding inhaled deeply, shaking his head, utterly bewildered by the situation. At that moment, a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder resonated across the sky. A massive rift tore open in the heavens, resembling a grotesque scar. In the next instant, waves of overwhelming divine consciousness surged forth from the fissure, sweeping across the entirety of the Demon Suppression Tower realm. Following this, figures emanating terrifying auras, suffused with a dense murderous intent, emerged from the rift. These were the transformation stage masters who had gathered outside the Demon Suppression Tower. Each bore a grim expression, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they floated in the air, their divine consciousness scanning the ground, taking in the unfolding situation. The trial participants on the prairie became perceptible to them. The transformation stage masters, bearing expressions laced with urgency, swiftly appeared above the prairie. Sensing the presence of these formidable beings, the trial participants instinctively looked up, only to witness powerful figures hovering in the sky, gazing down upon them. The transformation stage masters had arrived. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the air. However, due to the crisis having been averted, the excitement in their voices was somewhat muted. Zhong Shouhu and the other transformation stage masters, upon sweeping their divine consciousness across the area, quickly grasped the situation and located their respective disciples, or heirs. Most of their disciples possessed protective artifacts and were generally strong, hence, there were scarcely any casualties. Zhong Shouhu's gaze fell upon Su Zhe, who stood beside the carcass of the giant wolf, and his eyes brightened. It was strikingly similar. So much so, it was almost identical. Seeing Su Zhe in high spirits and seemingly unscathed, Zhong Shouhu felt a sense of satisfaction and withdrew his gaze. Zhang Muji, noticing He Shui's pale complexion, swiftly appeared beside her. "Shui, are you all right?" As he spoke, he extended a thread of spiritual energy to inspect her, discovering that though she had exhausted considerable energy and suffered minor injuries, she was otherwise unharmed. Letting out a long breath, he gestured toward the grayish-white giant wolf, exclaiming, "Shui, have you made a breakthrough? You can now slay D-class mid-tier beasts?" Upon hearing this, the transformation stage masters turned their heads in surprise to look at He Shui. The rapid enhancement of this human prodigy's strength was indeed astonishing. However, to everyone's surprise, He Shui gently shook her head and pointed towards Su Zhe, her voice regaining its icy tone. "It was not me. Su Zhe is the one who slayed that giant wolf." Zhang Muji doubted his hearing, perplexed. He Shui's next words left him utterly stunned. It was Su Zhe who killed that giant wolf with a single strike. It was also Su Zhe who helped the spirit of the world regain control over the demon suppression tower, reactivating the distress talisman. Additionally, it was his contracted spirit beast that dispatched 3 other golden core beasts, allowing us to endure until now. Otherwise, the transformation stage masters were taken aback. Surely, they had not misheard. What He Shui claimed was indeed true. They abruptly turned their gaze towards Su Zhe, who stood beside the carcass of the colossal wolf, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Had he truly aided the spirit of the world in regaining control over the demon suppression tower? Had his contracted spirit beast single-handedly vanquished 3 golden core demon beasts? Had he, with a single stroke, slain a D-rank mid-tier demon beast that even He Shui could not defeat? It seemed implausible. This notion was the first to spring to their minds. It was not that their perspectives were limited, but rather that what He Shui had claimed was utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, it appeared that He Shui had no reason to fabricate such tales. They turned to their disciples, or heirs, in unison, inquiring, "Is what He Shui said truly accurate?" The reactions of the disciples were remarkably similar. They nodded in affirmation, corroborating He Shui's assertions. Indeed, what Sister Shui said is true. Su Zhe did indeed slay that giant wolf with a single sword strike. They replied in unison. Even now, they felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, as if everything was a mere illusion. Su Zhe's achievements were simply too extraordinary. Moreover, his contracted spirit beast was equally astonishing, annihilating 3 golden cores in an instant. One must ponder, how many individuals or demon beasts possess such strength? All present, including the god transformation experts, fixated their attention on Su Zhe. What in the world has this fellow been nourished on?